ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Hey guys, welcome back to the B stream. B stands for best because it's the best stream. I'm Dev. Pangu, we have day 2 of the 6th Invitational. We had day 1 yesterday. We were on the A stream. We had some bangers. The best game of the day, though, was on B, and it was Furia versus CAG. To finish off the day, to round everything off, the defending world champions getting spanked by some LCQ Japanese team. It's been a wild 6th Invitational so far.
Is it really the best game just because of the result or because of how... Okay.
Yes.
It's that simple.
It is.
I thought FaZe Shopify was pretty spectacular as well, but fair enough. CG Furia takes the cake, I guess.
Yeah. But we have some big games on today as well. First up for us, we've got Joel versus M80. We saw both of these teams play yesterday, and unfortunately, it was not a great look. But let's look holistically at the schedule. What do you reckon is going to be the best game today across A or B?
I mean, I gotta say, CAG against FaZe Clan, why not go back-to-back with the opposites, right? Last game on the A stream. Of course, like, I do content for Peace Talent. They're playing up in the first match as well against Rasa Academy Company. So there are a couple of games here. You and I, Dev, will be doing the first match now, Joel vs. M80 on the B stream. And of course, we have a small break between Liquid and Unwanted. Then you and I will do OXG vs. VP later on as well.
Yeah, I actually think that's going to be a really solid game. VP, there were some cracks. Like, first map yesterday that they played was really rough, but they did bounce back. Yeah, I think today's going to be really solid. Also, a personal bias from me, Scars versus SSG, which is at the end of today. Scars didn't play yesterday, but also, yeah, not only is it another Japanese team, another APAC team, which I'm super biased towards, but Scars and SSG have a bit of a history. We actually casted them back in Atlanta, where they played each other. The first time they met was in Copenhagen, and Scars knocked SSG out to go to the main stage. Scars haven't made it that far. Since then, they did have a rematch in Atlanta, which was really good. We casted that with Parker together. You probably don't remember. It was kind of a big deal to me. That's fine.
Whatever.
But yeah, a lot of big games on today. But of course, let's look at the groups. Group A here. This is what we're going to be casting today for our first 2 matches on the B stream. Yesterday, it was pretty cut and dried, right? Like, G2 destroyed M80.
No chance.
Liquid got their 2 points as well over Team Joel. Unwanted yet to play.
Yeah, and that's why I'm actually quite excited for this first matchup here, Joel versus M80, because it's the two teams that struggled. They both had underwhelming performances. They both have some expectations on their shoulders, and now they play each other on the second day to set the tone for who's going to come out on top, who's going to stay far behind. And within the next 2-3 hours or so, we'll have a winner and a loser between these two teams.
We will. But let's talk about Joel. As a roster, these guys have had some changes. You know them and love them as Bleed, formerly, and quite a bit of turmoil they faced last year. Bit of drama with the org. These guys were not paid for a very long time. They still haven't received their paychecks. And to add insult to injury, these guys have been quite sick. So they paid their own way to a boot camp here in America for the last 2 weeks. And then just in the last couple of days, every single player on this roster has come down really unwell.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we definitely saw it affect them yesterday in the server against Liquid, where they would win a huge clutch or a huge round. There was zero energy in the player camps, barely fist bumping. We saw Noodle at the end of the table on the far side fighting for his life between rounds, coughing, trying to get some water inside of him and whatnot, and just having a tough time overall. They look better today. I see some smiles already, a little bit more energy on the server, I imagine, and also first game jitters. That's kind of gone now.
Yeah. Of course, on the other side, we have the millionaires. M80, the wanted roster. Of course, M80, the organization, bought the old Beast Coast organization, the champions from the Manchester Major, and then picked up the 2 best players from that team. You got Gunner and Diffuser on the left, and joining what was already quite a star-studded roster. Nobody needs to mention Spoit, of course. It goes without saying. This is one of the most famous and coveted players in the game. The richest player in the game for salaries, by all means, right now. This is quite a stacked roster, and yet, for some reason, these guys can never get anything done.
Yeah, it's such a stark contrast. You said, like, they got good funding, they got star players, big names, big deal of M80 up against Team Joel, which who are those guys? Yet they both find themselves once again on the lower end of the bracket. They're both struggling, and for Joel, I think just qualifying and making it here is enough, if you will, given their circumstance. Of course, they want to go for more. For M80, we've expected them to maybe win a major, go to a grand final last year and a half. They haven't even gotten close a single time. They need this win to be convincing.
That's right. M80, how long can they coast?
Yeah.
You've got a roster change after roster change. The current iteration bringing in Packer as well, bit of an up-and-comer. It's a questionable roster. A lot of people are saying, when is M80 ever going to do anything? Will it be today? Well, realistically, they should destroy Team Joel. Let's get into the Veto, though. Of course, we're playing BO3s. 4 points if you win 2-0, 3 points if you win 2-1, 1 point if you lose but still win a map, and nothing if you lose outright. Joel get the first pick, and we're going to Consulate.
I actually don't hate that. I spoke to Corey yesterday a bit about what their philosophy is going to be, and he said, we're going to be doing more unexpected things in the map Veto. Yesterday, Joel, they let Chalet opening as Liquid. It kind of bit them, but they tried to do things, and I think they're going to keep that momentum going forward, just be an unpredictable map Veto, if you will.
Yeah, Joel have only played Consulate once in the last 5 months. M80 rather haven't played it for a little bit as well since October. Yeah, Lair second up. I know you said that M80 have a lot to say on Lair.
Yeah, you had a point about Joel, though.
I don't know. I feel like Joel were always a good Lair team. They never banned it locally, and they always kind of like played a game of chicken to see who would pick it against them. Eventually, Fury played it against them in Stage 2, and yeah, it was a destructive match, 7-2 in favor of Joel. So they are a very good team on that map, and should we get to it, Border is our decider. I'm just excited, mostly because we're getting 3 maps that we didn't get to cast yesterday, and they should be insane.
But also, you go Consulate, it can be a bit slow, strat, execution heavy, then Lair. You still got some heart-reaching, some verticality, some stratting, and then Border is the brawl of the map, right? Just pure TDM, bloodbath, gunfights left, right, and center, and if we need to go the distance, Joel versus M80 will be a great testament of individual heroics and skill between these 2 teams if we get that starting map of Water. I'm quite excited to go for all 3 maps, but of course, by going on a 3rd map, it impacts the points like you mentioned earlier. M80, they want the 4 points, a 2-0 clean victory.
Yeah, absolutely. M80 really need every single point they can get after getting shellacked yesterday, 7-2, 7-5 by G2. M80 have a long way to go. It is a star-studded roster, right? You got 3 major champions in Spoit, Gunner, and Diffuser, all of which failed to meet even 100 EPS yesterday.
Oh, wow, okay.
The highest rated player on the team was Kino. I know from talking to Fox, and I think it was Fox.
It was Fox.
Yeah, he's been really harping on on Kino recently.
Him.
Yeah.
Kino's the best player on the roster, I swear.
How is it that this guy who's been dropped from this roster a few times and previous rosters is now the best player on the team? But, of course, let's get into it. It's map number 1, and you guys are pretty decisive here, thinking M80 is going to take this one. Joel have picked Consulate. That's where we kick off this series here at 6 Invitational.
I gotta say, Joel got more fan votes against M80 than against Liquid. And I think that says a lot about M80's position right now in the server, because they shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's dig into it here. M80 banning out the Monty to kick things off. Dokkaebi as well for Joel. So roam clear is going to be a little bit more challenging. Still a lot left in terms of vertical ability, in terms of those execute operators like your Glaz and all that. And we've seen quite a bit of Blackbeard so far. He slipped on through. Wouldn't be surprised to see that make a return too.
I like this, though. I mean, already after we see kind of the philosophy right now about how gun-heavy this can be, simplifying the entries, simplifying the roam fighting capabilities. I think Valkyrie also as well plays beautifully into that same aspect of the map. Both teams saying, we respect our opponents and how lethal they can be, But what is going to be open is a bunch of different trap operators in defense, right? The Fenrir, the Melusis, the Ella. We saw M80 yesterday. Yes, they were struggling, but Sport was actually playing Ella a fair bit when they were playing Lair. So I could see something like, okay, if Joel gets too aggressive on the entries and start hitting too many shots, M80 can go from utility like the Purple Shields, Echo Drones, maybe Maestro Evil Eyes, into just like Melusi, Fenrir, Ella, and make Joel's lives miserable on the attacking side.
Kick things off, we're going to go to the top floor. Talking about operators and unusual picks, the Scopos has actually made an appearance, the newest Greek operator in the game from Diffuser. What's his intention? Is it going to be to leave the spare shell somewhere downstairs to go for a late flank? At the moment, he's just drone hunting. Not sure where the main shell is at the moment. I think it's still in its default position upstairs. I can't see it. Maybe my eyes are just terrible.
I am looking with you.
Where is it?
It's just
Who's our ops
somewhere
today, by the way? Who have we got? It's I think it's Sky this afternoon. I'm not sure if we got medics this morning. Oh, it's Nova. I remember
It's Nova. We did talk about this actually. A little cheeky spawn peek. Tries for it. M80. One of my concerns with them as a roster before this event started, before judging them from yesterday's performance, was leadership, right? They have a lot of young players. I mean, the most experienced player on this roster is probably Kino, I guess, at this point.
I guess so,
and
yeah.
he's not the leader, so to speak. That's Packer, I believe, with this new iteration. I fear a little bit about the leadership, the strat, the structure. If they start falling behind on round count, then they maybe lose some really nasty rounds. If they can mentally stay in it. We know they have individual heroics, great clutch ability, great players, but on a team level, Joel actually surprised and impressed me yesterday because they were operating as a full-man 5-stack, not just individual players.
And 3 of the players on M80 have been on this roster for less than a month. Diffuser, Gunner, and Packer joining just 26 days ago. Very much star-studded players, though.
Unofficially, they have been screaming for 2 months. Officially, 26 days.
Okay.
But 2 months isn't a long time. And we had meta changes, so...
Very much so.
Let's see. The slow first round for Joel. Again, they're an APAC team that had to play structured and more strategically. They have 2 Europeans, Leader and Noodle. And I think that has impacted how they play these rounds of Siege. They have 5 players alive on the attacking side, trying to keep that even man count. First gunfight right around the corner. Gunner looking for a fight.
He's got that SMG-12 as well. It's a mincer in these close range engagements. Reaps, a real star player on Joel that failed to deliver yesterday. He goes in first, and Leader takes down Gunner. A good bait to make the Warden swing from Connector. Hoven has snuck his way into Bathroom as well, and he's looking for a little bit more. Good flashbang. This is so well done by Joel. So methodically taking control of this top floor, and M80 aren't fighting it. Every time they try to, they're cut down. A second kill now for the APAC squad. As M80 are sitting back, they've just gifted up most of this bomb site, most of this top floor over to Joel.
Yeah, and you see it right here, Joel. You might be thinking they're AFK, not doing anything. They're waiting for Kino to spend this last Toxic Wave on default plant position in CEO. Then it's a free plant because Mentalist, he's just on that rappel waiting. Now he's going to wait it off instead.
Ooh.
Make his way through Baguette maybe. If Kino can find a kill or 2 in that connector CO area, he can turn it around back in M80's favor. But it's all down to Kino. He's the only guy on the front lines right now.
Burns come out, 1 player spotted. That's Kino, and that is the last gas babe delivered. Kino does have a lot of mobility here. He can slink back towards this external breach, and he can take a kill as well onto Hoven. Here comes the plant, and there's information.
Gas.
The gas doesn't seemingly do the damage needed onto Mentalists, but
he's going out.
He has to jump outside. 7 seconds on the clock.
What? There's no time.
And despite the man disadvantage, M80 might be able to make it work. Kino's just won it. He's just won it for M80. He really is the best player on this damn team.
What is that? He jumps out the window, not being hit by the gas. He could go into CO. You have so many options, and I'll be honest, it looks so clean. 5 versus 3. They cut the rotations. They had CO control. They had piano drone. Everything on the checklist was accomplished by one team, and that team lost the round.
God damn, Kino just farmed on that smoke. He kept falling back. He didn't allow them to take his life. And he savored those gas babes until the last 10 seconds of the round. Mentalist, an error of judgment jumping out that window.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like there was a way where, you know, there's 50 seconds left. Mentalist could rappel in CEO window. Babe goes out. He jumps out again. You still have like 35 seconds to go for a second attempt. Or in that final position on the window when the smoke comes out, instead of jumping out the window, you can just sprint into CEO.
Yeah.
Even if you die, at least Diffuser is inside the building to get picked back up. Also, we have Diffuser the player and Diffuser the bomb.
Oh, that's going to be confusing.
that's always a bit of a thing whenever you cast, but it is what it is. So don't get too confused, but Diffuser, the objective was on the ground in the site instead of outside the window. Because that was an incredibly frustrating and
I think
messy first round.
You really called it. You said that Joel are just waiting, baiting out the gas babes, and then all they need to do is have Mentalist repel into CEO. In that exact moment, he went and rotated.
Yeah, he did.
Which was, clearly not the right play. I think Joel were worried about C4s from below because they didn't have any presence downstairs. There was also the echo above. They were a bit suspicious. Like, why is M80 so happy to just hide back and not fight us here?
Yeah.
And M80 maybe did have a bit of unfounded confidence because I think that if Joel had gone for that CEO plant, it probably would have worked.
I think so too.
M80 showed a very respectable and surprising amount of restraint.
The big thing about last round, just as a final note, is that it was Scopo, Smoke, and Echo last alive. Now, we knew that. Maybe Joel didn't. But there wasn't any C4 threat. There wasn't really any lethal threats at all. Only stalling for time or, just stopping with the Yokai drones. Anyway, that's the first round done and dusted. Joel, mental reset right now. I don't think that they are a roster that's going to get too affected by this. Look at the core of Hoven, Mentalist, and Reeves. They've been meme trolling, throwing rounds like CHG domestically for such a long time. I know Mentalist can laugh at his own mistakes and his teams and bounce back from those moments. Base Clan battle. Charmed on the gun.
Dude.
Also, Noodle looks better today. Like, look at the player cam, he looks a lot better today.
He does. You said that these guys can bounce back from deficits, and the concern for me is when you're sick, I think that tilt is a lot harder to shake off. I did see Hoven and Corey this morning at breakfast, and Corey was in decent spirits, but he said, yeah, but I'm not the one that's sick. And Hoven was kind of just in the zone, like he wasn't really talking or anything.
Okay.
And apparently he was still quite unwell, and now he's shut down as well. Good shot from Spoit there, holding on to the top floor, preventing that push-up spiral. An early deficit for Joel, but they will get this breach onto the meeting wall.
Tiger could have gone for a swing there to try and shoot the Selma charge, but respects his opponent, saying, it's okay if the wall gets opened up because my life is more valuable with those toxic babes in the pocket. Joel haven't done a lot this time around. They've not gained a ton of map control. They've actually not gotten any kills at all, but they've lost a player. Deimos that can track those roamers upstairs. And with 50 seconds left, they have a hard decision to make. Do they walk top line roam cleared or go straight for side? Mentalist tried to do a roam play, sneak, lurk upstairs. He's dead as well.
Yeah, this has not gone well at all for Joel. Now Noodle's feeling the pressure. He's a good entry on this roster. The most recent addition as well, replacing Turdster. He's good for these entries. He's been patient. Kino goes for the swing and he wins it somehow. Kino is just so hot at the moment for M80. And the one thread that Joel are looking to pull on
It's a gun barrel.
has not worked at all, yeah. Kino's barrel can be spotted. However, clearly Leader hasn't noticed it. It's just him and Reeps now to try and file into the site. 10 seconds to go. First kill for Joel, but there's no time to make this one work.
Wow.
Leader does find one. Still, time is of the essence. Packer's found one. He's been traded back again. Kino to close. M80 firing up today on Consulate.
Yeah, that's the only thing. If Joel don't really fight back in the early to mid round, I feel that it's going to fall flat later on. They're not a team, Joel, that is. There, I'm like, okay, if they get to 5v5 execute with 20 seconds left, they're going to win that attack every single time. I see them as a team where they got to have like a bit of an aggressive early to mid round, get a kill or two, throw their opponents off their A game. When you leave M80 with 5 defenders near the bomb site, verticality, information, toxic babes, almost no hard destruction done by the site itself, I'm thinking you're not gonna win that. The operators that Joel tend to bring, I mean, look at last round, look at the current operator selection. We're not talking heavy bombs that execute, like the Grims and the Carrot Tower with the shield, with the Osa, with the this and the that, the Yings. No, we're seeing half of them going for roam clear, like a Deimos, like an IQ, to try and get into the building safely. Then we see a Heart Breach, of course. It's going to be Reeves and Ace. And then we see their 2 flex operators, Leader and Mentalist. And while those 2 players might bring some utility, they're often not really enabled in the early stage of the round, so we need to get the roam clear from Joel to be successful like in the first round to then progress forward successfully. They didn't do that in the previous one. They didn't really make any, I guess, big decisions on like, do we commit to the roam clear? Do we leave it be? They were kind of half in, half out, and that doesn't work.
Things might change though as we change bomb sites again. this basement functions very differently to the other sides, and that may favor a more structured team like Joel. The thing is that there's so much ability to roam. Consulate is a huge map these days. So many little nooks and crannies to play around. But Joel, if they can threaten a breach push, they will do no such thing. Kino immediately goes for a C4. Leader shut down. That is your only hard breaching operator. Aside from what we've got from Mentalist, these tin can opener secondaries. But Joel have completely pieced out. This is unreal. Already M80 shoving Joel.
The worst part is, even if that C4 doesn't hit the mark and take down the Thermite, they're up against the Kaid 2-Bra combo. Having Thatcher Thermite doesn't do anything against that, so I don't think the wall can open up regardless. Thankfully for Joel, it's a quick adaptation, top 4 roam clear, and M80, they're going to strike back, fighting it, they're hiding inside of admin offices. I like this play from Packer and his teammate, I believe it was Sport. Yeah, Sport is aggressive, shoots towards the drone, runs back. While Packer backs off, Sport gets C4 kill vertically, and just like that, Joel getting picked apart across all 3 floors.
Not a good look. And
they missed from Packer. They have no
Packer's
idea.
yeah, he's managed to sneak past that drone. The new young up-and-coming IGL for M80 has snuck his way around. Hoven is suspicious. Is he going to check this angle?
Wow.
Spots him and takes down Packer.
Okay. Great read, actually. I thought Packer has that for sure, but I guess I was wrong. But 1 minute, 20 seconds left. You've lost 2 players. Packer was playing for that bait play, which can work and also cannot work. And I think it was a good choice for them. Now they get a permanent, what we call 6th player for M80. Packer is dead. He's dedicatedly just watching cameras right now. He can watch the flank, he can watch the front, and it does give M80 more of an overview while having 4 guns actively watching angles.
2 C4 kills so far. Hoven does find a second one. Nice work there from Joel to even up the numbers. Still 1 C4 on the board for M80. And there's plenty of time to make this work as well. The lack of breach on Garage may force them down these narrow pathways, though, on the rear end of the site.
You got 3 2-Bra cannons to slow things down further, and to make matters worse, I mean, yeah, M80, they like the discipline right now, right? Wider's gonna swing that gunfight, I'm not entirely sure, but they're still in such a great spot, they can risk it. EMP goes out, final one in pocket, they got fire and smoke from Capital, then they gotta hit the bombs afterwards, because once the smoke expires, they have nothing else to help.
This is a great smoke, but there is a tiny angle that can be spotted. Diffuser forced off by the incendiaries. And another player down on the ground. Mentalist is low and finished by Diffuser. A solid lockout in the round from the 2 DMR/slug shotties of M80. And there's nothing that Joel could do at the end of it.
It's been 2 rounds in a row now where Joel don't really get to play the round that they decided they envisioned for themselves. Last time, couldn't find the openings on that lobby clear, trying to go top floor. They got picked up by roamers. This round, the second the C4 kill lands on Thermite, they gotta go to plan B. The second their first entry dies on the plan B, they gotta go to plan C because they have no vert, they have no heart destruction. Now, it's a tactical timeout taken by Joel.
Yeah, much needed as well. What's Corey saying to the squad now? There's so much that's gone wrong thus far. Unfortunately, we can't hear him.
Not at all.
Too much chitter-chatter going on in the player area at the moment. What would you be saying to these guys right now, Nick?
Honestly, I think one element right now is that you gotta stay composed, not worry too much about these rounds. Yeah, sure, we're down 0-3, but if we get like 2 attacks off the next 3, 2 for half, we go on defense, we're gonna be fine. That's like the don't worry too much about it, guys. The second one is I think about stabilizing the strategical approach and saying, what is it that we want in these rounds and try and go for it. And maybe making these early aggressive plays. We see right now, we went from a 3 versus 5 down to a 3 versus 3. If we take it slower and don't down to these like cheese plays like the C4, for example, they will swing us at some point in the round. And if we're ready for it, we have numbers advantage or equal numbers, we can find ways back into these rounds.
It's a challenge attacking Consulate, right? Especially when you got things like the Tubera Kaid, like even without that C4, as you said, at the best of times, it's challenging to crack open stuff like that. We never saw verticality employed by Joel. They never got to that point. They didn't even go for a full map clear. They cleared the top floor, and then I think they ignored a lot of those finicky rooms in the middle floor. Because that's the really hard part to clear on Consulate, right? In order to take control of display and piano and all those places you want to get vert, you have to control the top floor, and then you have to clear those rooms. And by the time you do that, there's no time to execute.
That's the thing. Consulate rework is a bit like the back rooms. There's a room behind the room behind the room behind the room.
Yeah, the babushka doll of rooms.
Yeah, it really is. And it's like you're chasing a roamer, and so you got to turn all these corners and whatnot. And unless you have all your entry players or cutoffs in the right positions on the map, it's so hard to catch a roam, and it's why you see maybe they're so happy to like run around and sprint throughout the building. They know if they're quick, they will get out alive. You see now a small change up from Joel, the Blackbeard on the injury from Noodle, that's going to make the roam a lot more efficient and quick. Then you got, of course, Reeves now. He's sick. He's going to take out the nose first. There we go, back to playing the game. Thankfully, no C4, no one jumping out that window. Mossy Spider immediately is going to slow things out further. But you got the Blackbeard combined with the Deimos. That can be a very lethal quick entry. But we're seeing and maybe they're playing these C4s downstairs. So while they clear top floor, we got to see Joel take care of the floor right below them as well, which they're doing with the Deimos tracker.
This is a flex from M80 going to a 4th different bomb site in the first 4 rounds. They could have gone back to the top floor at this point. Is it cheeky lurk here already from Reeps? A player who was very quiet yesterday, uncharacteristically so. C4 also opens a flank opportunity for M80, a crossfire. And that was far too egregious there from Spoid. Reeps goes for a second diffuser, gets him, and another one for diffuser. He has diffused the situation in the lobby. Joel have no response. What looked to be a strong start from the attacking side has been quickly quenched.
You see Reeps, he was waiting for that aggressive play, expecting him to like lash out. So I think Corey did talk about that in his tactical timeout, but there's a small mistiming. Mentalist wasn't there by the main door to cover the swing from diffuser early enough. And those, like, you know, you're 3 seconds behind your teammate. That small of a mistiming can cause separate 1v1s, and diffuser, we know he's great in those 50-50 gunfights. Same with Gunner, same with Spoid. That's why this immediate squad can be so dangerous in the one-on-one engagements. I want to see Noodle become more of that interplay that we saw yesterday from him. He was so excellent, he was so sharp. He's playing Blackbeard, and he's only just entered the building with 45 seconds left in the round.
It's far too late. Diffuser's going to fall on back as well. Look at how much mobility he's got. His goo mines have allowed him to delay time and prevent a response from Noodle, who's already a very slow operator on that Blackbeard. Not a lot in it here for Joel, playing from a player down with 25 seconds left on the clock. And Packer once again ratting out, hiding. There was no one covering his window, though. Here comes a swing from Hoven. I'm not sure Leader is aware, and Packer takes him down. 3 versus 2 now, and it just goes from bad to worse. Packer can tank this nade, bring the shotgun out, and close the round. 4 straight for M80. They have had quite a resurgence after yesterday, and they're not looking to slow down anytime soon.
And I mean, this is really big for M80 because, you know, after yesterday's performance, if you start off on a slow one against Joel, you might get into your own head about it. I know it was both, I think, Gunner and Sport making comments on social media saying, like, guys, we're super nervous, first game jitters. We got these Twitter analysts just like saying the exact thing we should be doing, but we aren't doing. Yeah. Like, they were not happy, and I think it's fair that if you give players criticism, they can give it back as well, of course. But it's also like, we just expect more from them. And I don't think it's unjustified. I mean, the squad is hype, the players are hype, they got good funding, the storylines are there, and if you fail to perform, people should talk about that.
I'm going to be harsh for a second. Do we actually expect a lot out of M80?
Not anymore, but we did for a while.
For a while, yeah, but M80, the roster that have always been less than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
Right? They always have some of the best players in the world on this roster, right? 3 major champions, Kino who's in peak form, Packer's an upcoming rookie, and yet M80 as a squad never looks as good as those players do individually. Now, this is a great moment. All of the players are looking like stars. The setups look pretty solid, but they are going against the Joel that is a shadow of their usual selves. And to M80's credit, they're playing the right pace. Like, this is the way that you're going to tilt Joel even more than they're already tilted or even more than they're already feeling under the weather.
Yeah.
This is exactly how you have to play the hand that's been dealt to you.
No, I really like it because M80, they're not just going for gunfights and brute forcing things. They are playing smart. We've seen, what, 3 C4 kills or attempts at this point in the game, only 4 rounds. We're seeing more right now with 3 in pocket available to you. Squad playing Mossy with that small buff. He got a 4th Mossy Pest recently. He can just cut off some of those drone entry points, just roam around the map. And you see Joel, they're taking so much time getting into the building, while Spot is running around, challenging windows, looking for entryways. And if there would be a player from Joel, Spot would happily take that 1v1 gunfight.
Very aggressive roam from Packer all the way on the top floor. Reeps is about to find him. Does he check the angle? He certainly doesn't. Has to diffuse it down on the top floor and the hard breacher as well. What on earth is happening for Joel? That is a very rookie mistake. No live drone ahead of him to guarantee that position. No utility to support. Just your hard breacher entering with the diffuser and dying.
They have both Mute and Mossy, so of course it's a bit tough, but there has to be some major gaps here from Joel. You can also play Jackal. You know, you could try the Deimos again. You can play a Shield Operator like one team.
They also had a drone on that position, but I think it was Reaps droning for himself.
But I will say, maybe they're not making it easy, right? The jammers, the pass, the constant running around. They're not just playing in safe corners. They only saw one player, didn't see the second below him. So this 1 versus 1 isn't that easy of a 1v1 because there's backup again from 80. 60 seconds left. Joel, they gotta start finding something here, make something out of this.
If anything, this game has looked worse and worse with every round that goes by for Joel. The very first round, they had a 2-player advantage. They looked poised, and then they fumbled at the end of it. They haven't looked the same since. Here, 50 seconds. They've taken the top floor. They're getting to work on some vertical, but they're a player down. They don't have any hard breach. They don't even have control of these adjacent hallways. Finally, the first pick, and it's the Pulse. That does eliminate one of the major threats in this late round.
It does. With 30 seconds left, the plant is somewhat possible, but it will be very close in terms of time. Just gonna get Sledge back upstairs, break a pop more of that floor, drop down Piano Hatch from CO, or go in that closet window. 20 seconds. Do you really have time for this Forest Stone? Well, you might need to try and go for it. There's no Mossy on the window. Oh, sorry, no Mossy, no Legion Gumans on the window, rather, so this could be a safe jump in.
Mentalist with diffuser, but nobody covering his hallway. And at the bottom of yellow, Spoit finds one. Gunner joins. Hoven now trying to retake because the defense had taken control of above. And there's nothing in for it. He can't even find a kill. M80 just out of nowhere, taking the top floor back and have taken 5 rounds in a row. This is an embarrassment for Joel.
Yeah, and the things that makes things even worse is that if you go to that second map of Lair, if Consulate is being played out by immediately running out the plays, owning every area of the map, both on the initial entry, on the retakes, you can do the exact same thing on Lair. It plays out in a kind of similar fashion where attackers have so much map to worry about. If defenders don't respect the possibility of where the attackers are, you can just run around the building as well. So if Joel can figure out how to kind of get control back here on Consulate, I fear the snowball effect will be too much for them going to map number 2. So I mean, this final attack, they gotta show us something that works. Go on defense. Either have a crazy comeback run or just get a couple rounds under your belt and get confidence at least for that second map.
Yeah, there's not a lot in it here. 5 rounds in a row, and as we've been saying, like, they've just been getting worse and worse.
It's not been close. No,
it's
that
not.
first round was so good from Joel, though, until they lost it.
Totally. M80 has been playing really well. And I think that most importantly, they've had such a good read on Joel. Even now, you know, last round of the half, you got your Capcan. You already have been running Legion. A lot of traps present here. Joel already have so much to think about. They're already in their heads. They're figuring out how are we going to brute force this? Are we going to roam clear? I think that they're going to try and focus on Breach first, then they're going to go upstairs, and they're probably going to run into all of these Capcan traps that Gunner's putting down.
I think you may very well be right. Thing is, again, if you go straight Breach, you got 2-Bro and Kaid, so you can EMP, try and breach the wall, then they're going to 2-Bro freeze the wall, and you stand there for 12 seconds, 3 separate times, 36 seconds, and then you can breach the wall if you have more EMPs or grenades to deal with the Kite Claw that's going to be on the wall. I don't think Joel will get this wall successfully unless the grenades hit the mark, and they're gambling and guessing where that's going to be. Kite Claw actually went off and sapped the summit charges, so they've already lost 1 EMP of value, as well as some cell mass. They actually missed on the floor as well.
That's rough.
You still have a 2-Bro here. You can freeze it. Yep, and then Kite Claw will go off. This wall will not get opened up. So they spent so much utility. Well, they spent 2 grenades, 3 EMPs, 2 Selma charges, over 60 seconds, and they've gained nothing since the round started. And then, as you pointed out, now they gotta go upstairs. They got Goo Mines, they got Capcan traps, they have Spoit roaming on the Legion. So plan B is not gonna be any easier, but they have way less resources and time to deal with it.
2-Bro has completely cooked that attempted attack onto the garage.
It's roasted it.
Yeah. Quite the opposite of cooked. Put it back on ice. Now Joel will have to rotate. If anything, they should have just gone for this back push from the start, right? It's what happened last time they attacked this bomb site as well.
Yeah.
They spent a little bit of time faffing around. If anything, at least last time they got C4'd and didn't waste extra time trying to open it last time. But they do have the Blackbeard this time around, and that is an instrument that can be used to just push, push, push.
Yeah. M80 last time there was Gunner, he was swinging aggressively solo on the backside. He's actually falling back further himself now, and I think M80 they're just gonna play consolidated, play close together. Packer on the roam gets reaps, there's no more line on the board. While Mentalist is pushing on the Blackbeard, there's not a whole lot of support behind him. He's gonna take the fight himself with the Grim Bees. Doesn't hit the mark though. Kino is still on full HP. He's 8-1 by the way.
Yeah, Kino has been untouchable today. Diffuser as well, only died once. He's got that DMR. These great long-range weapons, the TCSG recently receiving a buff. Kino's looking hungry for it. He goes for the pre-fire. It's perfectly played. Him and Packer together. They find that player at the bottom of the yellow stairs. And now Mental is taking a huge amount of damage. He almost lands his shots. He doesn't quite find it. There comes the shotty from Spoit. All up to leader now to try and stave off a devastating opening half in this match against M80. On their very own map pick. Can he even find one? There's Spoit going down. A long angle doesn't find it, and Kino finds his 10th kill in the match. That is a devastating half if you're a Joel fan. M80 have completely run away with this game.
And it's an M80 that looks good on both sides of the coin. Their own game is so aggressive and they have so much confidence, they're backing each other up, while Kino is an anger player who refuses to die, always getting kills, always staying upright, never surrendering map space. And those mini plays we see from M80 here at the end, Spark goes aggressive, one guy swings, one guy backstabs. On yellow stairs, you saw Packer go for an aggressive play, while somebody flanks yellow stairs as well. So M80, you can say, oh, they're just winning gunfights, but they're doing it together. Yeah. It's two guys pushing against one. They're playing map control beautifully. And for Joel, I was watching their attack and lineup start those entire 6 rounds. I think 3 different people played Deimos. 3 different people played Blackbeard. 2 different people played Thatcher. They are constantly swapping the operators around. Doing. And I respect and I appreciate flexibility from teams. I really do. But when you're swapping all 5 attackers continuously throughout, I feel like you're gonna have some gaps in your attack because your role and your job, your position is always changing to different players, and you're gonna have somebody forget or make a mistake somewhere and have those gaps.
Yeah, the benefit of always playing the same role, the same operators, you really get to specialize. And especially if you're talking about on your attacking side, some things you don't have to communicate anymore. You always know that leader is the one that's going to be opening that wall. You always know that Noodle's the one that's going to be enabling that.
Exactly.
Just for example. And so you don't even have to talk as much. There's this non-verbal communication just because there's this understanding. As soon as you're constantly changing stuff between rounds, it requires more time, more communication, and the whole team slows down.
You point out like Reeves missed drone top floor. Do you think Reeves is a better drone than Mentalist, for example? Probably not. If Mentalist droned that for Reeves, maybe they get a kill.
Yeah.
Small things. M80 though, on their potential only attack around if they 7-0 Joel here. Blackbeard, Glass, Blitz, Finger. They want that firepower. They want the 3-2-1 pocket strat. You can jump down yellow skylight, play CO window repel with the Glass, for example. Blackbeard can enter the building anywhere on the map. Of course, Lair is the big difference maker here. Can break some utility apart, gain some information. You're not just gonna rush this blindly. It's gonna be a calculated push from M80. And before they do that, they're gonna apply that pressure on the castle barricades and apply some pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, M80 know full well that they have the momentum squarely on their side after 6 rounds of defense in a row, so why not start their attack with a bang? Joel, on the defensive side, this is where, in theory, you're going to have a lot more success on Consulate, but 6 in a row.
Just to go to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem likely. Here comes a quick repel in, though, from the Blackbeard, immediately taken down from the smoke of leader. Good opener there from Joel, as M80 has seemingly found a few picks. The Glaz makes his way forward and takes down the Warden. Purely ironic. Leader and Noodle now to hold on as Spoit and Gunner come through, but Noodle's gone for a big flank up the yellow stairs and made it a 2 versus 1 for the major champ himself, the Manchester MVP. What can Gunner get done? Good flashbangs, but he doesn't watch the angle and he will get shot in the crossfire by Noodle. Joel finally have a round on the board, but it may well be too late.
Yeah, I mean, right now, realistically, they're just fighting for a couple rounds and confidence going into the future of this best of 3. In a perfect, dreamy world, they go to overtime. They take it 6 straight, but that's really hard to rely on, of course. M80, I think it's really great they get to practice, because not that they're for the first time ever trying that strat, but when you have this significant of a lead, I do think you can get more experimental and loose in your gameplay and say, guys, that strat that we've been thinking of trying in scrims, let's actually dry run it here in a professional match, because doing it in practice with zero pressure versus in a real match is night and day difference. So if they can get the reps in and try stuff right now, it's going to be so much better for the longevity of this tournament.
And we're starting to see a few of those pocket strats, a few of those pocket operators. I am so keen for more sense play.
Please,
no,
Kino,
come on, get rid of it, Kino.
You know, Gunnar said, I want to play Heartbreach, Kino. And he goes, oh, I guess I will. God damn it, Gunnar.
That's such a shame. I was about to go on a whole spiel about how I haven't really seen any Sens plays since the rework. Damn, what a shame.
We saw it once yesterday by SSG on Cafe,
Yeah.
and it worked really well. They got the plan down, they got a couple of kills, they lost the round. They didn't play the post plan very well, but we did see how chaotic and confusing it can be to play against the Sens. Of course, the
Yeah.
most notable part of the rework is that you can no longer see through it. It's no longer a smoke grenade. So like Warden, Maestro, bulletproof cameras,
Yeah.
you can't see on the other side. It's an actual wall of vision. Vision deny.
I could just sense there how keen Hoven was to go for a run out
Yeah,
from
he's
yellow.
like, oh, I can feel it.
Would have been very close to working.
Well,
Well,
risky.
Garage defense now. And M80 are tasked with the decision. Do they go for a roam clear, or do they go and hit the site hard? Or try and do a little bit of both. It looks like roam clear is up on the trot. Spoit going to try and track Hoven here on the yellow stairs. And he has to decide to try and go down or stay where he is. He's hit it inside a mute jammer. Here comes the Blitz and the Deimos together, though. He's about to be in a world of pain. He continues running away, but that is beautiful from M80. The hammer and the anvil together. Cooks up a storm and takes down the first player at Joel. Leader quickly falls as well. And Packer making his way forward on this Blitz.
Oh,
the
he's
Deimos to support. Poor Noodle is a dead man walking. And Joel are being picked apart.
You're seeing the difference here. Maybe when they're defending, they were not falling back off yellow stairs immediately off the first combat. They were staying for a long time. By Hoven sprinting away, it allows the Blitz Deimos combo of Spot and Packer to just send it down the skyline and take map control and get that initial foothold. That's where maybe they're so much more confident in their own aggression and playing together, whereas Joel lacking that confidence and they're always running away when they can. It's 2v5, they're both on the bomb side, and you're thinking, that's great, right? No, it's 2 versus 5. You don't care about the bombs anymore. You should absolutely go for a staircase, go for a kill, go for a swing, because maybe they will pick you apart.
This is a good long angle for Mentalist. There's no way he loses this, surely. However, I don't think M80 are going to give him an opportunity to have a gunfight. That's through 2 different walls. Nice long angle there for Reese, but he doesn't find it. Plant going down from Packer, and doesn't look like there's any way to stop it here for Team Joel. Kino's finished off Reeves, and there's just nothing in it. It's not going to be a clean 7-0, but it can't get much cleaner than a 7-1 for M80. An unbelievable start to the series. Consulate was Joel's pick, but it was also their biggest blunder. M80 have absolutely destroyed them.
And it's gotta feel so good mentally to like have a bad day yesterday for M80, wake up today, have such a one-sided first map in a best of 3, and going from Consulate into Lair, I just really fear for Joel. If they can get to border, I see a world where it might work out for them, but they have to overcome this massive obstacle of winning on the enemy's map pick of Lair.
Nick, you told me about 10 minutes before we went live. Joel can do it, but they have to win Consulate.
Yeah.
Well, that one does not fill me with confidence, I'm going to be honest. Noodle getting up and around it, talking to the rest of the team, but Joel have a lot to talk about now as we go to a quick break. M80 one up at the series.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry! Out of the map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the Proto!
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, code it!
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the way! What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around. Oh! And he misses his shot! The Plants is going down!
They must have another one ready. KDS though, we praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is!
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. The punch! Gavin through the wall! From zeros to heroes! And now to a grand final! KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hottencoat, looking away after run. Marlins!
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagoda's holding diffuser, but it's gonna happen. Dance, Gavin, dance! He's won all 3 rounds!
Everything we knew! They are your Manchester Major Champion!
And we're back into it for map number 2. Joel and M80 are getting started for the second map. And what a rough first map it was, man. Joel really did not know what to do in Consulate. M80 started, and it was like, oh, maybe Joel has something here. A good first attack. And then a weird fumble where Mentalist is jumping out the window with Diffuser, 7 seconds left on the clock. And that was a turning point. About the first 3 minutes into the match, we had a turning point, and from then on, M80 gave nothing.
And I gotta say, the most impressive part about M80's gameplay is that they weren't in control in the early stage, mid stage, or just the late stage. It was all the way throughout. They would take control, they would never give it back up, and sometimes it looks like they're throwing away some bodies in like unnecessary gunfights, but there's always like reason and a thought behind their play, and a cohesion of two players working towards one objective together, one of those 2v1s. And Kino, he's highlighted,
Dude, 160.
only died twice.
And 160 EPS.
That's insane.
Such a consistent player, pardon me, for this team. Yeah, nothing in it for Joel there. M80 absolutely minced them to pieces.
Also, Packer over tripled his kill counter from yesterday, going 2 and 18. He's 7-3 in the first map. That's huge from Packer.
Yeah, a big confidence booster and a much needed one for Packer as well, being so new to the main stage. His first 6 Invitational. IGLing such a big name as M80. He needs to get that confidence up, and he really did with all those little mute rat plays. 7-1 on the first map. As you can see, next up is Lair. Should we need it border the decider? I don't think we're going to need it, Pengu. I have a feeling that this is going to be a quick 2-0.
It very well might be. I think if I'm Packer right now, I'm yelling, I'm going to go my favorite strat for Lair, Sport go kill. Because what they were doing on Consulate, Sport didn't get that many kills on defense because everybody else, especially Kino, was doing it for him. But the ability to roam around the way that they were controlling the map, shutting down the entries, you do that on Lair as well. I think it's the exact same story. Like a 7-0, 7-1, 7-2 scoreline, because Joel can't seem to break that front wall of M80 a single time on Consulate.
And M80 are a good Lair team. We saw them in the NAL. They beat both Space Station and Los, 7-3 and 7-1 respectively, very dominant scorelines. Yesterday they did play it against G2, only won 5 rounds, but that's still pretty solid. I mean,
G2 and Joel, right? Same, but very different.
Very different calibers.
G2 was actually on a heater yesterday against M80, plus they said they had first game jitters on nerves, so I do expect today's Lair to be a different result.
Yeah, I also, I walked around the venue just before between maps, and I came across Team Joel having a very serious conversation. I wasn't trying to listen to what they were saying, but well, it was Corey just talking to the team, very much like, okay guys, they're gonna play this, we really need to do this, very much like locked in, very serious. And then I walked past the M80 guys, and they're just sitting there like, they don't look bored, but they also don't look impatient. They're just kind of chilling, hanging out, having a bit of a laugh, not really even talking about the game, just talking, oh yeah, the eggs this morning, that was pretty good, right? And
I like that.
I think the dichotomy between these two teams is a real reflection of where they're at the moment. There is absolutely no pressure on M80 in this map.
Yeah, and if you go from having a very rough first, day yesterday for M80, I think having the ability to mentally reset and just kind of have fun with it, so to speak, because when things get very serious, you kind of get stuck in your head, okay, I can't mess up, I can't do this wrong thing, I gotta make sure that I'm perfect here. And then if you're not meeting your own expectations, you start kind of getting out of it, like, man, I'm not good enough, like, what's going on, I lost us that round. Because it's the beginning of a very long event. You need to play the long game right now if you're a team that's expected to go very far. Whether Joel or maybe they are that kind of team right now from expectations, hard to say. But if you're M80, you're definitely thinking, hoping, wishing that you are.
Yeah, if there's any attempt at a consolation for Joel here, I'm going to point out that Consulate was actually not a common map for them in the past. Like, they've only played it once in the last 5 months, and they lost it. That was all the way back in October. It's been a pretty common ban for them as well. So I think it's a new map that they've tried to introduce. Maybe they're just getting a handle of the new things going on in the pool. Whereas Lair has been a map that they have banned in a really long time. They always left it open, and it was never picked against them. I think teams were really scared of playing Lair locally against these guys back when they were Bleed. But of course, we did see them take down Fury, which is one of the other best teams in Southeast Asia, 7-2. But it was a long time ago, back in October. Let's see if Joel can muster up the courage to find a few more rounds on Lair.
Oh boy.
You guys at home don't seem to think so. You reckon M80 is going to take this. 91% of you have agreed as we get into the newest map into the competitive pool to try and see if Joel can salvage their pride.
Oh man, it started off so well with this, the fan vote, and then this happened. I don't blame anybody though with that 7-1 showcasing. M80, they banned first. They got rid of the Ying, which I'm not gonna say it's a surprise, but Ying did receive a nerf recently where if you cook the Candelas, all the way, you're still gonna roll for a full second and a half or so before they start flashing people. So it slowed down the quickness of the Ying, and the simpleness of it. Still a strong operator though. Munty, an operator that we're gonna start seeing getting banned, I think, more and more throughout this event as we start to figure out which teams are Munty teams, which teams aren't. Sami. I'm actually a little bit surprised here that Joel didn't go for a mute or a Mossy ban. I gotta say that. I know it's very specific, tailored against like, oh, they did it in Consulate. What if they do it in Lair? But they were struggling a whole lot against. That worries me.
I would have loved a mute ban particularly because mute is so versatile. He can be wall denial. He can be your site constructor. He's a comfort pick for Packer, clearly.
Yeah.
And I think if you throw Packer off, that's going to have domino effects. Not only is he a rookie, he's having his second ever event here at Six Invitational, but he's meant to be the IGL of this roster. If you can rock him, get into a 2-18 scoreline like we saw yesterday against G2, that's going to have this ripple effect because he's not going to have the confidence to make calls, he's not going to have confidence in his decisions, and his leadership is going to really make the rest of the team suffer as well. So I would have loved that, and maybe other teams will pick up on that, targeting Packer. For now, though, M80 starting on the attack, and Packer is teasing out a bit of a blitz. As we look on the defensive side, it's the top four. And yeah, we have both the mute and the smoke. Very much like a heavy trap-centric setup as well, with the Legion and the Fenrir making an appearance.
I will say, Lair is a new map. The meta is still developing. But from playing it in like tier 2 tournaments myself and playing ranked, I actually think that not picking a bandit from most of these bomb sites, you're low-key kind of trolling. The reason why I say that is, with this current defender lineup, you are not forcing M80 in any capacity to go downstairs and deal with verticality. You're not playing the full map to its roam potential. Yeah, you got a mute jammer, but you can bring, for example, on Kino and Capital, secondary EMPs. One of those goes out, you pop the wall open, no effort done, no time wasted. So I feel like Joel are playing a very simplistic round right now, where you got the Mira, that's great, but up against a Capital, an Ace, a Blackbeard, a Blitz, I don't feel like Mira's gonna be the answer.
Yep. There's very little effort put into wall denial here from Joel. Obviously, the Kaid was banned by M80. We saw Kaid Tubriao having such an impact on Consulate. But the Bandit alone would change the landscape a lot, even protecting those mirror windows as well. At the moment, you've got Cabana, you've got Ash, so many ways to deal with them. You can nullify a lot of those with that Bandit pick.
So the death mark failed there from Diffuser. He was tracking a person standing inside a jammer, and it just says, doesn't work. So a little bit wasted. Utility's gonna try it again. This time onto the mute. Let's see if mute's in a jammer or not. Death mark failed.
That's
so
2 of his charges wasted.
Yeah, so I will say, when the death mark fails, you don't spend it, but it does trigger the 10-second cooldown. So he still has 3 in pocket, but he's just sitting there. Now he's going to try a third operator. And if it keeps failing, Diffuser as a demo is just wasting time and not progressing. You see Packer actually leaving the interior of the building to go elsewhere, likely because they don't have intel to act upon. Third time to charm, Mira. Is she on a jammer?
She's likely playing her mirror window.
She's not on a jammer. There it is.
You can always run onto one.
Go.
Just worrying about the verticality. Here comes the Ace Selma to quickly deal with that mirror window. That's a perfect example of why wall denial would have been nice.
Yep.
No response whatsoever. A second Selma goes out. That opens an avenue onto the site and a potential plant opportunity. Good C4, but it's shot out of the air. So well played. Packer gets all around this. And the pistol of Diffuser claims that kill. This has been a quick spring into action from M80 as they have mezzanine control and are poised to plant.
Yeah, he's spotting the rotate. He's going to go out to the building to get that exterior wall open up most likely. So now they can just kind of sit back, wait, hold their angles, and in 10-20 seconds time, they could likely just go for a plant here.
Kino's in a perfect position to cover the flank. Mirror window nullified, but Reaps finds the opening kill. Onto that Deimos.
There it is.
Plant position enabled. Is there any denial? A C4 on Reaps gets sailed over.
Oh, it hits the wall.
Does some damage, but it does not deny the plant. And so it can be reattempted now by Packer, but a good swing from Reaps will find one. Can he kill the Blitz? The timing is not there for him. Leader and Noodle now to pick up the pieces. The Gas Babes already used up and not denying that plant. M80 have solid post-plant positions. As these two Joel players try and figure out, will they go for the res? Will they be able to pick up Mentalists? Will they have to go for this from the hallways? Retaking that mezzanine. Kino holding fast. He goes for a swing. He finds another one. The Blitz on Overwatch as Noodle reattempts the position. And Kino finds him as well. It's so good from M80. And a great pivot claims an early round here on Lair.
It's very, very clean indeed. I mean, everything is working there. Packer and a more, I guess, safe operator like a Blitz or a Monty, a Shield in general, he has so much freedom, I think, mentally, to have the overview of what his team needs to be doing around him. And then you have great gunners just shooting C4s midair, getting the kills behind him. And they were so quick at doing the 1, 2, 3. Take Ops room, Spot is there and Ace, Blitz is there as well. And then, okay, they get that. Blitz rotates down to Rocket Stairs, walks up with the Deimos, they get a C4, they get another kill. Then Spot runs around the entire building, drops the fuse before he does it, the case of the player, opens up the exterior wall, they go for a plant. There was a constant A, B, C in the transition between perfectly, and it comes back to again, Joel not playing a bandit around changed everything. If they had a bandit, they couldn't reach the exterior wall. If they had a bandit, they couldn't reach the interior wall. If they had a bandit, the mirror window and ops room doesn't get destroyed by a single summon charge. And again, M80, they did go below early around the Deimos and the Blitz, but they didn't need to do anything with the verticality because there was nothing stopping them from getting their objectives. So Joel, they need to stop simplifying and start complicating their setups.
Yeah. M80 just look for the point of least resistance, and when you don't have a bandit, the resistance really is very minor. Joel will have a lot of work to do to try and complicate these setups and give M80 more to deal with. Because it's not as simple as just roam or take fights or hold positions or have a mirror window. That doesn't stop M80 from opening up the back door and looking for a plant.
Do you see an attack and operator that you're excited about that I see?
Are you thinking what I'm thinking,
I'm
B1?
thinking what you're thinking.
I love to see the sense.
Yeah.
And of course it's Kino playing it as well, the player who is in peak form at the moment for M80.
It's been so good, actually.
Yeah, it really has surprised me. I mean, there was quite a while there where Kino faced a lot of criticism, especially from you, by the way.
We're in the green room talking storylines, and Foxhead was like, I think Kino's the best player in M80. I'm like, the Kino that I cast playing Monty's like, no, Pingu, like, he's actually peak form right now. I was like, okay, sure, I guess we'll see. But he definitely has been. He's a high-rated player from 80 going into today. And so far, he is, what now, like 14-2 or 13-2 combined with the previous map sets and this. He has been by far the most consistent player on the anchor roles and also on the entries and the semi-full support.
And for a guy that's been playing for nearly 4 years in the professional scene...
He's dead.
Well, he's dead now. Right on when we gassed him up. And unfortunately, we didn't even get to see the sense after all of that. Come on.
It would have been so good here as well. You can just cut the line of the wall.
He could just plant left side.
Exactly.
Like, so free, man.
They have Warden above, but the sense wall, Warden can't see through it anymore with the rework. So I see the vision for the strat, and with Kino dying, they gotta go to plan B. It's one of those, should Kino have swung for that gunfight? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact is, he did. Died. Damon just walks in.
How is there a guy inside?
How is this not? Oh, he loses it out.
Diffuser's just found him, claim the site for himself. There's no support from the vertical up above. As Hoven is desperately looking for something, the plant is going down. But Joel, you're not even home. M80 have waltzed on in. They've taken the family heirlooms and they've marched back out again. The plant is down. Joel looking like fools. Here comes the blitz. Packer goes down. And maybe this retake is on with Diffuser on the floor and the player himself, Diffuser, also on the floor and finished off. Gunner and Spoit to try and cover off in the post plant, but at a numbers disadvantage. Gunner to try and support now as Spoit's found one, but Gunner is up above. He's just missed one player and his drop was not hurt. He's found a shot onto Leader. He can protect that Diffuser for a little bit longer. Good shot there from Reeves. And now it comes down to Noodle up above. Ooh, and he does find Spoit. There is indeed time. Reeves can confirm the defuse. And the round for Joel.
Impressive rotations there from Joel. I saw Noodle sprinting away from the bomb site, thinking he's gonna go upstairs for a retake, but he's gotta full send it and not stop at any point if he's gonna have enough time to make it back towards the site at some point. And it comes down to what, a 2-second difference. I think the defuse started with 9 seconds left. It takes 7. Spoit was just a second away from shutting that down before Noodle's flank was successful. And I gotta say, the fact that M80 got that plant down with the sense dying, Deimos just walking in. You said it so well. Nobody was, home on the verticality, covering those angles, and then they're playing Solace. The one operator that can see where the plant is going down from, not everywhere on the map, but from pretty far away, didn't really use the gadget and be like, guys, they're planting. Because they did have guys right above the blitz, but they had no clue that the plant was indeed going down.
Dude, I don't know how that happens. Solus also can see the blitz as well.
That's true the entire time, because shield.
The blitz's shield, like just the fact that the flash is there, like It's always a funny one with Solus that was a little known fact, but yeah, for some reason, Blitz gets hard counted by Solus in a way. And yeah, Joel would have had so much information there, and I mean, they're lucky that they managed to get that retake off because it was not looking pretty for them for a hot minute. Finally, we're seeing a Goyo. I think this is a great pick for Joel. We need to see some things that are just going to stop M80 from going for these plants, especially if Joel want to go for retakes. Like that Goyo is going to pair perfectly with a little bit more of a roam-centric setup because you can afford to time delay in the late round.
Not even just with the plant stop, but just maybe making M80's injuries a bit more difficult. I say that Spot just reaps, or it reaps, he shuts down reaps rather. We haven't seen Melusi or Fenrir or Ella played, I want to say it all so far in the first map and second map.
Players dropped from the server as well.
Players dropped from the server. That's not good.
Yeah.
We'll see if
not sure where
be a Rehost or...
It's Mentalist. He's just disappeared out of the server. So it is now a 5v3 in favor of M80. This should be a win.
Okay.
We are going to go for a Rehost, it seems.
Okay, so the crash happened before the kill occurred from Spoiled, which of course if you're a matey, you're going to be like, oh, but we didn't know that because we didn't see it, but admins were on top of it. They saw that it did indeed happen for any kills that happened, and for competitive integrity, we'll just like remake that one and start over for that round.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's definitely...
Spoiled is like, yo, I got a kill. Is that going to count towards my KD or what? Yeah. What's happening here? Can I get that on my stats?
That's what matters. The KD is the only thing that matters. Yeah. I think they were just talking about, maybe they were talking about contesting. You know, maybe
we got to kill early.
Yeah, we got to kill early. Surely that means it's not allowed. And then as you pointed out, like the admins on the Joel side saw the crash before that kill happened. The admins have made the call. We trust the admins. Unfortunate for you M80 fans out there, but... like, there's nothing to complain about. If you're an M80 fan right now, you guys are up 7-1 and then 1-1 on the second map. This is, a very solid position for M80 to be. They're looking super chill. They're looking super relaxed. And yeah, it was nice to find an early kill. I don't know what's got Packer so happy.
I like it, though. I was actually a bit worried for Packer yesterday because he looked very timid and his scoreline reflected that. And you're a young boy up against G2. They're legends. The org, the players, it can be a hard task to overcome, but they did say, we're going to bounce back day 2, and everyone says that. Yeah. I'm always like, yeah, of course. Everyone thinks they're the best in the world. Everyone thinks they're going to bounce back or whatnot. They've done it. Like, they have definitely bounced back. Best in the world, they could be in a few weeks, but right now, they're just simply beating Joel very, very consistently. It's going to be a basement attack, so same bomb site. I don't actually know the current rulebook if you have to pick the exact same operators because
I don't believe you do.
I don't think. Just same site, everything else can be changed, I believe. I think you're right.
You guys can't see this, but we've got the in-game chat, and Gunnar said, seems God is not in our favor. Even after song and prayer. Damn. Religious man.
Dropping quotes.
I also noticed after the admins said in the all chat that we were going to a rehost and explain the reason why, Gunnar just put dog.
He's like, you can't be serious right now.
You can't be serious, dog.
I love Gunnar. It's
what attitude.
What was the storyline when Gunnar joined Sonics, like a young prospect, only to be dropped shortly after? It was some event, I forgot which one. It was at an event live. He had his parents with him. And I think everyone kind of knew he was dropped, maybe besides him. That kind of happens a lot. That happens kind of often. Where, like, you tell everybody but the person it's about.
That's so awkward, man.
Because, but it's one of those, like, you need to start making player transfers and contracts and stuff and lock that in before you can kick a player because otherwise you're missing one.
Yeah, and if you tell the player you're going to kick him and then for whatever reason you can't kick him.
Demotivated, right?
Yeah, that's
so it sucks, but it's kind of how the nature works in this way.
Yeah.
But I walked past him and he was like, oh, hey, like, Bingu, I want you to, like, meet my parents kind of thing because he had looked up to me back in the day when I was a player. And I felt so bad because I was like, I think I've heard that he's going to get dropped. And he's talking about, like, oh, next season I'm going to bounce back. I had a rough one, et cetera, et cetera. He gets dropped. And I think back about that time with his parents because they were so supportive of his career, which not every parent is. And then him having a bounce back with, like, the Manchester Major, getting high ranked. I'm not sure if he was MVP or not, but he was like one of those players.
At Manchester, I think he was the face of the Manchester Major.
Yeah. And they had that video that it wasn't a dream.
Yeah,
and
he's waking up.
5-10 second video. He wakes up, confetti on his face. He's just like, oh, I'm here, and he sits with the team with the trophy. I'm like, that is like the sickest clip ever.
Coldest, yeah.
And knowing what I know, but like meeting his parents and the support, and him talking about how his own aspirations, like he believed he was good enough to be a top kind of player, then accomplishing it, love it.
And now he's one of the youngest players on the youngest roster at 6 Invitational. This is the youngest roster here at SI. 4 of these players only 20 years old. Kino, the oldest, at 22. Incredibly young and very much an upcoming roster with a lot of expectation on their shoulders. They may be the youngest, but they're also probably the richest roster.
That's such a good meme.
The youngest and the richest roster. M80 infamous for treating their players very well. And we're about to get back into the game. These guys filled with confidence as we go back down to the basement.
There it is.
I'd like to know who was on the... So it's PSG versus Raza. That sounded like Raza. I'm going to be real. Sorry. Sorry, Nick.
That might have been map 1 done, because when this map started, they were like 4-5 or 3-4 favoring Raza by 1 round.
Right.
So it might have been overtime into like done deal.
Oh, apparently it's still going, according to our production.
Still going. Oh,
yeah.
Must be like an overtime banger then, honestly.
Damn.
That's not what we're getting here, though.
6-4 in favor of Raza is currently...
6-4,
Sorry,
okay.
spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah. What's that about?
A-stream. Whoops.
PSG will make a comeback. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah. No, you're not biased at all.
No, we're not doing that. We lost yesterday, so...
Well,
anyway.
do you want to commentate the other game?
Yeah, let's just
while we're
swap with
watching
the
this.
Yeah, let's
we'll just get our producer to give us live updates.
So this is very similar. Actually, I think it's 1-to-1 for at least defenders. Exact same lineup and operators, what I recall. From the attackers, I don't recall anything out of the norm. Sport was an ace, Pack was an blitz, Fuse was an demos, Gunner and Kino, I don't remember actually.
I'm gonna check my notes.
I'm just curious because they can change it. It's not like for legal reasons. It's like
we do have a few changes on the. Yeah, we had a Jackal last time, according to my notes.
Oh, okay.
We had a Jackal and a Ram, which are not present this time around.
So the Jackal, you have a Twitch, and then the Ram is still there, right? That's
oh, sorry, the Ram is still there.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
Okay.
The Joel side, though, has gone through a few changes. Last time we had a Castle.
What?
Yeah, we had Castle, Mute, Aruni, Smoke, Legion, and only Smoke, Legion are the same.
He get trolled. That a Goyo, though.
Yeah, they did. Okay, then in that case, whoever wrote these notes trolled.
Okay, I was going to say, that doesn't sound right. Either way,
I don't know why you
I
bring
was
Castle on
curious
basement.
because sometimes a team will see something very small in like 30, 40 seconds that they had of active life and say, guys, she changes around right into there. Again, last time Spark got the kill, this time Kino gets it. And even if Kino doesn't land a shot, Packer and the Blitz was right behind that roamer of Reaps and Goyo. Also, fun fact, Reaps was the first one died last time as well. So things haven't really changed. Media back in the driver's seat. We gotta see Joel stay aggressive and try and pick it back.
Oh, man.
Such a great shot by Gunner. That was home with the Bosch G. Veto.
How is this happening here for Joel? They're just being cut off without really too much effort from M80, sitting outside doorways, outside the map, just peering on in. Early man advantage, 2 players up for M80. The Twitch is beautiful here as well, clearing out those Vulcan canisters, clearing out the goo mines, spotting some players as well. Good information. Still, this Twitch drone is alive.
So much value. And mainly, we're also about how like great the individual players are, but we often see when they build these man advantages, they slow things down. They're playing Ram, they're playing Twitch, they're doing verticality, they're gonna drone things out. They know that they've basically won the round already from a strategical perspective. All I gotta do now is consolidate, play close together, not throw away bodies for free. So this is a great look for them. Packer lead the charge, way in advance. They got drones in front of me as well. The door's barricaded, you gotta open that up. But like you pointed out, the Goyo Vulcan canisters are probably gone already across the entire bomb site. So the only real plan tonight is mentally just 2 toxic babes. And with 40 seconds left almost, that shouldn't be enough.
All you gotta do is trade out the last few picks. Legion spotted now by the Deimos of Diffuser. In goes the Blitz. He's taking a lot of damage. Well played from Noodle to get the feet shots and take down Packer. No trade here as Kino has also gone down, and maybe Joel have a way into this one. Great shot from Spoit though. He's got to try and pick up his teammate or go for the Diffuser. He's gone for the teammate, and as a result, he's been taken down. Noodle and Lead are the last ones as both of them step up for picks and finish it off. Big 3v5 from Joel as they take the lead on Lair.
And they're fighting back. They're actually doing it. I mean, it looked a little bit weird in the beginning where they have 2 players fall just out of nowhere. I think you gotta fight back. Don't give them all this map control. And it's Noodle, the European import, the newest guy on the team that started things off, taking down Packer, the guy who had Diffuser, the guy on the entry, the Blitz who was trying to buy that map space to enable a plant later on. Massive kill. And of course, if you're a Sport, you're in a tough position. Revive your teammate with 10 seconds left, go for a plant, hold the angle expecting a swing. He went for the revive the same moment Noodle swung for the freebie. If that goes 2 seconds where he waits longer or that he races faster, Sport might be okay. They might be okay as a team, but sometimes you get timed.
Ironically, if I think it was Kino who was the one on the floor, if Kino was actually just outright dead, I think
might have been better.
He would have been better off because Spoit would have just focused off, got the diffuser, and then taken fights or got the plant down. Instead, he got distracted.
I gotta rest my teammate. He was like, get me up, Spoit, come on. I'm top fragging, man.
Gotta res Kino, bro.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to the top floor again, but guess what's different?
There's a bandit.
There's that bandit.
I love that. And the mute.
You should compete. I feel like you'd be pretty good. You seem to know some things.
After my countless rank games on Lair, I noticed that bandit's pretty good. And I don't think it's all that different for pro play, is it now?
Dude, watch out. Gunner's going to subtweet you. Say all these armchair analysts.
Dude, Emili's going to win this round for us and go, yeah, bandit doesn't change anything, my guy. Like, shut up. We'll still win this round. I like it, though. I like the fact because now what you can do is mute is not going to be using like 3 of those 4 mute jammers on the walls because you kind of have to. You can use the mute jammers for staircases, for drones, for entries, for blitz counter, and dedicate the bandit batteries exclusively for the reinforced walls. I will say, they just EMP'd and breached open this wall because he pre-placed all 4 batteries, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. I feel like as long as you have map control over the ops room, where the mirror went last time, keep those bandit batteries in pocket because this wall right here, that's going to protect the bomb site. So you can, if bandit trick the exterior now, when they summon the back side, that's where you got to worry about the other wall. So by pre-placing on the bandit batteries, they might have kind of lost that win position of the bandit batteries, but they have stalled for time, they spent resources, they forced them to problem solve, and that alone is enough.
I don't think it's going to be enough, though. I feel like Gold could have gotten a lot more value out of that bandit if they had gone for a bit of a juggle. Or even if they'd brought a mirror on the ops wall because they've got their mirrors elsewhere. Perhaps they're trying to play more for Plantinal. This is what's new. They've got a mirror window here. It's on a soft wall, though, which means it is very vulnerable. If M80 can get an angle, they might be able to shoot underneath this mirror window and find a kill. And now the Blackbeard's looking at him. I don't think Reaps has spotted him. But there's 2 shield players looking straight at Reaps' mirror.
I like this as a concept. You can C4 first, then rotate over the smoke, go for smoke grenades. This C4 on the blitz doesn't do anything. Now the bomb pump goes down instead. Wasted C4.
Oh!
What?
But Reaps goes for a swing! He walks straight up and he times it to perfection! 3 massive kills for the Chinese player. And Joel have completely dismantled the attack. There's finally the energy we've been looking for.
Reaps in game saying, hold your angle!
Oh
Who's
my
watching
God.
me? Nobody! I mean, we saw the spectator. He's just in the middle of the bomb site getting 1, 2, 3 kills in quick succession. Not worthy watching. They had a blitz, they had a Blackbeard.
Dude, he got around it. I can't believe it. He has been asleep this whole tournament so far. We were smack talking him so bad yesterday. I was giving him a glaze saying he was
so good.
Apex Chico. You called him Apex Spoy.
Yep.
But man, he's looked terrible so far in the tournament. Until that round, he pipes up afterwards with the biggest reaction I've seen out of him in a long time. And in the all chat, he says, "Hold your angle," all caps. Like he was so far up. And Gunner said, "Dude,
what is happening?"
Man. This is lovely. I'm enjoying this a lot.
I just like the fact that we're seeing Joel actually with some adaptations. Like, the bandit came into play. They played, again, I think just playing more aggressive. Every single time maybe they strike them somewhere on Consulate, they just run away. Yeah. They don't want to smoke.
I will say, though, what's the point in having your Blackbeard plant and your Blitz just stand there and look? Like, he can't do anything. He can watch Reaps go for a swing. He can't do anything about it. I think your Blitz should have been the one planting.
I think that's I think the only thing I can think of is that Packers and IGL has more overview if he has eyes and not just look at the floor planting.
Maybe because he was lit as well. He didn't want to plant.
Yeah, he tanked the C4 first. But regardless of that, the question is just like, there was a miscommunication of who's supposed to cover what. And with Blitz swinging the door like that, you'd think they would see Reaps.
Yeah.
But they didn't. But no, small mistakes, massive consequence. Hero play out of Joel. We see, is it Noodle? Yep.
Yeah, this is
This
cheeky.
is really risky. If you get a freebie, excellent.
Miss drone,
Oh,
miss drone.
They barricade the door. They're not gonna know. And they barricade from the other side, so they have no clue. That's a freebie.
Gunner's got
might
no
be-
idea. It's freebie.
Oh,
He
it
almost
was.
fluffed it. He almost fluffed it, dude.
Oh, no. SMG-11, by the way. It's such a risky gun sometimes.
That's embarrassing. I think Gunner should probably start stomping the floor like he threatened to do in the
It
old
might
chat.
be time.
I think it's time to bring out
What
that
are you
maneuver.
droning? What I like about that sequence is that Gunner droned for himself. There was no like, oh, you misdroned the corner. You can't blame anybody.
He has to own his own mistake.
It's like, guys, I messed up.
Yeah.
And then just go from there. But this is the first time in what feels like the first round of Consulate where Joel set the pace and took control and haven't immediately given it up yet or haven't traded a kill. They got the 5 versus 4. They got good strats set up. They're holding things vertically rather. And immediately they got a fight for map control and they're not just storming through the building for once.
The Blitz held at bay briefly. He's walking to a crossfire. Leader cuts him down. Too easy there for Joel. M80 are a shadow of their former selves. They've been so hot in this series until these last couple of rounds, and these attacks are looking toothless. Hold up. Good shot, though, from Kino, and it does bring it back to an even numbers. The Mute gets targeted by that death mark, and Reaps goes down as well to Kino. The C4 finds nothing. And M80 are well and truly back into it. Noodle, low HP Mentalist, has to get aggressive. Going up against the red-hot Kino with the Glaz on the side. He sees the barrel. He goes for the pre-fire with the MP7, but he doesn't find the shots needed. The prone angle! The reload peak! What is that, Mentalist? Now a low HP Noodle to take on 2 players. As Spoit has snuck his way into that bomb site and is holding the perfect angle to win this round outright. Now there's good information here for Noodle available should he use his gadget, but Kino's watching the angle and cuts him down. Gunner's fired up and M80 are back into it.
That was a risky one. I gotta say for Joel, I was just praising how they're fighting back and not running away. But mind you, the bomb site was downstairs. And we know, of course, from seeing all the operators, there wasn't a whole lot of verticality that could have been done from the side of M80. They had like the execute, right? The Blitz, the Deimos, the Ace, and the Glass. So if they surrendered top floor to the attackers and played the bomb site itself, that would have been okay. But it was 5 versus 5 upstairs until that very final moment where they actually went to the bomb site itself. But it's Spoit, it's M80 that made the first rotation, and they got there first. M80 called their tactical timeout, actually, despite winning that round. It was close, a little bit too close in their mind. And I can't hear a single
Trying my
word.
best.
I would like to hear Bodega and M80 talking right now, and I can't. And guys,
You know what I can hear is I can hear the people in the telestrator behind us talking.
Yeah,
Like,
I hear them yapping, bro. Hey guys, great job so far. Good energy, Gunner, drone better. Back of the head slap right there and say, do better, man. Spoit, doing great. Hager, keep it up with the blitz. Kino, don't change a single thing.
Kino, keep being beautiful.
Yeah.
Keep doing you.
He looks as young now as he debuted in Foley. He hasn't aged a day.
I asked someone else this yesterday. Have you seen the movie Honora? It recently came out of the
I've
cinemas.
not seen it.
Dude, Kino reminds me so much of the guy in that movie. He just looks so much like him.
Really?
Yeah, he's a beautiful man, and you're right. He looks so young. He's the oldest player on this roster, and he looks about 12.
Yeah. You might get ID'd buying energy drinks in the store.
Kino's my homie. He was the inside agent at Six Invitational last
He
year
wa-
in
yeah.
Brazil. He came and joined the show match and played against the Brazilians despite being from Brazil himself. Good times.
I was SI during COVID, TSM Empire Grand Finals.
22.
Kino had, I think he lost his passport, so he was stuck at the event, just hanging out. He was the sole spectator because there's no crowd. He was just vibing. He had his own chair that no one else sat in.
Kino chair.
Yeah, and he would just sit there and watch TSM Empire as the only spectator.
Front row tickets to the Invitational when no one's allowed to go except
It
for
was just
Kino.
him. So I would sit down there when I wasn't casting and talk to him during the quarters and semis and just hang out with him, and he's a super chill guy.
That's so good.
It's
Lovely fella.
I actually really like that Kino has gotten to become more and more well-rounded player lately, because he was like stuck in like hard support, smoke only,
he was hunts
Monty,
up on Oxygen for ages.
He was. And it wasn't a good look for a very long time. Same when I made in the beginning for him. And now he's playing Sense, he's playing Twitch, he's playing Glass. He's almost like a second/third flex entry, playing those flexible roles. And I think it also just allows him maybe to do more things, because I look at Gunnar, Diffuser, and Sploit, and while they can play a variety of operators, I wouldn't call them dedicated flex players. Kino is taking that role upon himself, maybe with Agros and IGL, and say, we can do the heavy lifting flexibility, you guys just hit your shots and do the entry work. I really like that look for Kino, because he's finally becoming his own player, so to speak, I think.
Very much. A lot of versatility on this roster now. You've got a player like Kino able to flex like that. Diffuser as well, Gunnar as well, like the 3 main entries on this team, able to flex a lot. Even Sploit, I mean, to his credit. Wait, what's happening here? Diffuser's found one. Good trade back from Noodle. Oh, but another one as he doubles back and finds Packer. Kino, the man of the hour, steps up for one. This aggressive push in from Garage, assisted by Gunnar up above on the vert, has not gained as much success as M80 were looking for. Eventually the hard breach comes through, but it may well be too late.
I like that though. It seemed a bit random at first, but it was M80 attacking from everywhere all at once. You just kind of get that off-pace play, catching them by surprise, and it worked. They got one, almost got a second. Mentalist low on HP. Noodle though, still alive. And swap his shell to Scobus, get full health if he needs to. 7-1 right now since the rehost. I guess the saving grace is Kino has 1 smoke left in pocket on a Glass. That means they have 1 attempt at like an execute or a mini execute, if you will. And that might just be enough to get the bomb planted. The only issue is Valkyrie cameras combined with those toxic waves from the smoke can shut them down if there's intel on them.
Kino's so patient here. Such a confident Glass player to not even run the Bearing 9 secondary. No, that's quite a poor smoke, to be honest. It gains very little success, very little advantage. As he rounds the next corner, he sees the Scopus's spare shell. And that can, of course, be looked through like a bulletproof camera by these dead players. Noodle has flanked up above.
He TP'd.
He can also TP back down again, but Leader's found Kino with a good flank. 2 players left, but it's just Noodle now. And he was up above. He can look to try and teleport back to side, but it will likely be heard. He's got information on the plant, but he can't relocate into the position quick enough. He can go for the vert, and now his shell's been taken down as well. No ability to teleport. He missed his chance. And this is going to be the round done. Gunner's going to go back and double above, and he can hold it from the vert. This is surely a done deal now. There's nothing in it for Noodle. Nice idea, but he missed his opportunity, and now it's an easy cover from Sploit here on the AK. Gunner's gone back above as well. I mean, there's no possible way to win this. Noodle can try as he will, but it's going to be an easy lock-in for M80.
Sploit putting that soul, just staying alive. I mean, he doesn't need to take a gunfight. Now he can. There's 7 seconds. If he wins it as well. Yeah, right there. Oh, yeah.
You're
big
the man.
dog.
You're the man. Big dog.
Yeah,
He's
I
know I'm the dog.
Oh, man. Looking at the round count right now, I mean, even if we lost that round, going down 2-4, it's Lair. We're expecting some defensive victories right now. 3-3 half. I think both teams can be happy with this, okay?
In the old chat, Diffuser just put good shit Reeves.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
W flank, he said.
No.
Dude, there's some serious smack talk going on between these two.
I love that clip so much. Yeah.
Oh, man. There's so much. Yeah, poor Reeps copped a stray. It was Noodle who was he was trying to target.
Yeah.
Dude, there's actually a lot of history between these teams which we really haven't talked about. But M80 infamously copped out of every single event early, and the first international event that the former Bleed, now Joel roster went to was the Atlanta Major just over a year ago. Last time we were in America for an event, and of course M80 is majority American. And Bleed knocked out M80. Like, it was a huge win for them. M80, it happened again and again, being knocked out by these underdogs. Yeah. These guys have a bit of a history. And I think that that's maybe what's bleeding into this a little bit as well. Players on Joel have a fond memory of facing M80 in the past. This is definitely a lot more than they were bargaining for, though, this time around.
Also, M80, they passed the vibe check because first round, they bring Bandit. Which to me is like, great job, guys. Secondly, they're doing the same thing against G2, where the Midi's focus is more so about choosing parts of the map and heavy contested, with like the Fenrir and the Ella mines. And the one thing to note right now, the Diffuser is 2 element spare in pocket, waiting to see where the attacker's coming from, then he's gonna throw those Griswold mines down. The only one placed right here is in bathroom between the 2 windows as like a warning sign that somebody jumped in that area of the map. So I really like how they're playing this map so stylistically differently from one another. But it comes down to, again, as always, execute. These operators are all great on attack and defense, but if you don't use them correctly, you're not gonna get anywhere. Hoban on the Maverick, making a very small feet hole, gonna get 1 banded battery, and Selma can rotate over with the Ace can rotate over with the Selma charges, but it's getting tricked. This is very awkward. You might as well Maverick it the whole way, or a little bit more.
He's not really gonna Maverick. You're not gonna be able to Maverick the top now. He'll die.
He's not gonna Selma it, but the issue is there's a second wall. So they've spent a fair bit of time. And I don't think this... Yeah, they actually ego peek it and shoot down the Selma charge, so they don't even get like a walk, it will rotate, or a vault hole rather. But there's no way in yet. That's half the round dirt.
That's very awkward now.
Yeah. Now you gotta rotate over and choose your second direction of attack. You can't just go for the breach, of course. You have 2 options. Upstream, like Amadi did. That's right here where we see Noodle and the Blackbeard. That's the default take that most teams they go towards. Or you can do the complete opposite side of the map and hit the back, so to speak. But this is the preferred method. It's very simple. Very few things can go wrong. Breach the exterior wall, breach the interior wall, and that's it.
I would have liked to see, since we have the Maverick, it just open up this main external wall entirely, and then you can focus all your Selmas on those internal walls from ops direction. Little run from Gunner down below. He's been filled with confidence in the last few rounds. Mentalist is just waiting him out.
Yeah, but the thing is, look at the timer. Who benefits the most here? Maybe with 50 seconds left on defense. If you can keep Mentalist at bay, you're winning.
There's also a deployable shield on the mezzanine as well.
He can trick this if he's crazy. There's
Surely
1
not.
Bennett battery. He's watching the breach right now.
should be able to kill him, surely.
Surely, but if he tricks this, they can't breach the wall.
He's going to go for it.
Yep.
Hoban has to come and get the kill.
No.
The juggle comes off and still no peek
That could be
from
the
that
round.
external wall. That could well be the round done and dusted.
Yep.
Spoit is earning his money today. Ooh. He's found another one. He's hungry for more. But he doesn't need to find anything. It's just leader left, and this Joel roster has been minced to a bloody pulp. 1v4 for the Brit, and there's nothing for it. He even gets run out on by Diffuser. The Ego Chow, the run out, and the Spoit, the man of the hour. A huge opening to M80's defense as they start off flying on their defense.
I love that from Spoit and M80, like taking that risk, calculated, and again, they're fighting for map control, whether it's the walls, or it's the roam entries, etc., everywhere across the map. And we're kind of seeing the same struggles for Joel here on the first Lair attack as on Consulate. They fall just a little bit flat on the theory and the execution, because I think you're so right. If Maverick opens that first exterior wall, top row, bottom row, it becomes soft, you open it up, happy days. You have 3 Selma charges on upstream side. They had 1. So if they get Bandit Trick, they have nothing else going for them. There's no backup plan. And the Maverick was the guy on the exterior breach. He doesn't have time to rotate to upstream now. So they don't give themselves any plan Bs, second options, second attempts. So if they made it just do one thing correctly, it has this massive negative consequence towards Joel.
I genuinely don't know why we didn't just see a full opening of the right-hand side with Maverick, and then even a little bit of cheese on the left.
Yeah, a little bit of holes, yeah.
A couple of holes just so that you can peek, and obviously you don't really want to stick your face in a tiny hole like that. Usually you're going to die, but if you just have a few there, then should you think that there's a bandit trick coming out, or should you be wanting to cover the diffuser, you just have choices. You can peek the big breach, you can go for the holes.
Yeah.
And it can really confusticate the defense as well. So I just think that Joel could have played that a lot better on the attacking side. Since you brought the Maverick anyway, you may as well use it for more than just countering Bandit.
No, you're right. Like the higher level of play that you play at, which this is the 6 Invitational, is the highest level there is, you need to make things apply pressure. And yeah, even if you're not going to peek those tiny Maverick holes, the fact that they exist does change things for the opponents. And I want to see more of that. This is a very quick, aggressive rush. Mentalist is sick of it. He's going to be like, I'm going to rush with Blackbeard. Almost no one's behind me. And if they do this correctly, they can just take side control immediately.
He just needs to have patience, though. He doesn't need to over-peek here. He just needs to hold on to his position. Reaps has found Packer. The nades come out. Now Joel can rest. They don't have to keep forcing the issue. They can play patiently, wait for these picks to cut coming out, and they have done so. Leaders now found a kill onto Kino as well. The smoke and the mute going down. Ooh. That's a C4 eliminated. That's all the smokes. But Gunner is going for a big flank. He's taken both of these Claymores down, and I don't think that Joel are going to be aware of his position.
Dangerous. I think he gets 1 or 2 kills. You can change the tide of the round.
But he might get timed here. There's a player coming in from behind, and it's a flawless round. Perfect timing for Noodle on that flank and for Reaps as well. Big stuff. A light smirk on Mentalist's face and a little bit more life back in Noodles. Exactly what Team Joel have been needing. And M80 need to check their 6 because you never know when Joel are going to walk in the back door.
That is so cheeky. We almost never see a push like that either. Mensis and Blackbeard just saying, screw the first door, screw the second door, I ain't stopping. And then, you said it so well, they slowed down. They were waiting for picks, they were waiting for a rotation from M80 to get those first kill or two, waiting for the Goifao to vanish, and then progress forward. Average Packer game.
0-5. You legit are us, dude.
Oh, no. That's actually a wild statement from Noodle. That's crazy.
We haven't even talked about Noodle playing against his own team as well.
Oh, I guess that's fair. Yeah, forget about that, actually. He didn't mean it. Oh, no.
I generally don't. Like, this is an actual beef, right? These guys are
no,
just
no,
having
no,
fun.
no, no. I think they're just having. I think they're all like they can talk the talk and walk the walk. They're all kind of loud characters in the best of
They
ways.
have similar senses of humor,
Yeah.
both these sides. Like, they're both like those kind of ego players that enjoy that. Yeah, on Wikipedia, he's actually. Oh, no, sorry, he's wearing the GK jersey in this picture. But yeah, I mean, it was only about 7 months ago that Noodle was actually playing in the NAL for M80.
How'd that go?
Well, it got dropped. Let me go and check the stats from that NAL season.
It's funny because Hoven is 0-4, flying under the radar. No one's beefing with Hoven. He just exists.
Yeah.
And I love that for him. He's like, don't talk about me next, please.
Dude's also like usually quite an underrated player. He's actually been quite terrible in this tournament. I think he's copped the sickness quite badly.
Yeah, it seems like it, yeah, for sure.
So stage 1 last year, Noodle was the lowest rated player on M80, even behind Cameraman, who's an old man.
That's
so
not a good thing.
That's rough. Spoy had a 123 EPS in that season.
Yeah, Sparks is popping off. He was ranked the #1 North American player by other players, I saw. Yeah,
People do love their Spoy.
they do. William, he's a good guy.
So, well, even at their peak when they farmed in the NAL, M80 still only got top 8 in Manchester. They haven't broken further than top 8 in a hell of a long time, not in the last 2 years.
Or ever at that point, right?
I think that the original M80 roster,
Or the X set.
the
thing,
old
yeah.
X set, they got like top 5 at Invitational 23, I
I
believe
think
it
I
was.
think you are correct about that, actually.
But back here, Hoven's finally found his first
the
kill.
clash.
This is
Oh,
very
he can't
awkward.
vault. He can't
He
vault the
can't
window.
vault because of the stun
Yeah.
lock. Eventually, he does get it. He jumps straight back in again. What is this for?
Oh,
no!
Who wins?
Who's going to win the fight? Leader cops it in the face from Gunner. What an embarrassment. The air jab, it was like the start of a knife round.
Oh my god.
Team Joel have steadied back into a 4v4, but Packer has finished off Reeps. A reply, though, from Noodle, but he doesn't confirm the kill. Kino's whipped out the SMG and whipped around for another shot onto a Joel player. Packer likely to get revived here. Hoven has had an embarrassing start to this round despite finding the opening kill. He hasn't been able to restabilize. Packer eventually finished off. Mental is still copping it here from Kino on that clash, who's been worth his weight in gold.
What is going on? M80 right now, having that like, oh, what is? Holding just said,
This is crazy, dude.
I don't even want the shield anymore. Anyway, holding diffuser kind of from above from the staircase. You're gonna try and play around the map control, still got verticality. So I love this from Kino saying, hey, if I protect the player holding verticality, we can just hold diffuser in the bomb site itself. Now they're advancing forward. So 2 players left, right, 180. He got the strike coming. The team kill from Kino! Mensis is firing away as well. Complete disaster in the server right now.
This might be winnable. There's information on Gunner and he's low HP. Mentalist just needs to land 1 bullet, and then he'll be in a 1v1 with the Clash. Problem is he's low as well. And that Clash can continue zapping him. He has no fire remaining, only the smokes. He needs to bait out a kill. He almost kills Gunner. But the real enemy is going to be Kino on the Clash. It's the perfect operator to win this. He can't get close enough. What is that? Kino tries to go for the 180, but it doesn't work out. He gets knifed in the back. Gunner can win the round on time. M80 fired up, but that was god-awful and messy.
They're having too much fun with this. That is crazy. I love that Kino is so nonchalant about the entire situation because I'm unkillable. I don't really value what's going to happen with me right now. And his teammates are just like fighting. They're dying. They're burning. They're getting team killed all around him.
He went for the style points, which is so unnecessary, and he's still having a laugh about it. I was talking to Fox and Lax about what it was like to play with Kino, and they said he's just like a joker. Like, they'll be in a really important game, and he'll do something dumb
Like
or they'll
that.
lose the round, and he'll just be laughing. And, you know, they'll be trying to talk to him like, dude, we need to focus up. And he's just laughing. And I really respect the vibes. You need that. I mean, Diffuse is loud and proud as well. M80 have once again taken the lead. They're just 2 away from closing this match.
Oh, they want those 4 points back by 2-0ing their opponent then. So far looking so good. Lair defense can be hard to pick apart on the attacking side for an APAC team like Joel, but they do have 3 Europeans involved with them, right? Leader, Noodle, kind of a duo, split together across many different regions. Corey, a former European pro player who's now turned coach for this team for his first coaching job. They do have, I guess, a flair that doesn't scream APAC. They do have the structure, they can slow things down, they're playing strategy, they're trying to do the 1-2-3s, the APCs, but this is still a team from APAC up against a North American in M80. I'm not going to say it's not a fair matchup. I think Joel outside of Consulate has been a pretty fair matchup so far. And, you know, yesterday when they were playing, oh, they got kind of smacked, but they were very, very sick. They're feeling better, they look better, they're playing better. I really want to see a third map just to see what could happen. But I also just need to see more from Joel's attacks to believe we can get there.
I would just love to see Border because I think as a map, it would be so entertaining. There's no juggle here yet. Spoit considers it for a second. He's going to try and shoot the Selmas. And no, he actually fails to get any of them. So that's quite a large breach on this wall. However,
Vault breach.
yeah, it's a vault breach, and Joel have just used 2 Selmas on it as well, which means they can't breach the ops wall and the internal wall into sight.
Actually a good point. But on the other side, M80 shouldn't be able to trigger this time. Noodle opening kill as well, starting off very well here for Joel. And I like this kind of small change-up, right? They go front side, backstab. Now they kind of reset, they chill. But look at the player position from Joel. There's a backside execute. There's only one person hovering on the roof right now. Like they're going to go to that main breach later on. You want to get this. Oh, it's a rotate actually.
Wow.
It's not even reinforced. They can just take it.
Yeah, and Noodle's got a long angle, and he's killed the player trying to go through that rotate.
They want to fight.
There's a huge hole in this defense, and as you've said, M80 want to fight for it, fight to try and close it up. Look at how aggressive Diffuser's getting. There's a lot of gall for a player on 4 kills going up against the Blackbeard with 12. Noodle's getting closer to him. He spots 2 players. That's 2 of the 3 remaining defenders. Surely that means Joel can come and support. Here comes Reach from the rear side. Hoven as well joining the action. It's all up to Kino, the star player, up against 5. He's coming around from the other side. He's going to get targeted by that Deimos. He will be tracked. They will know exactly where he is, and it's going to be easy now. Hoven isn't picking this goo mine out of his foot for some reason. And he's almost died as a result. Is he crashed or something? Nonetheless, they'll try and hunt down this last player of Kino. They're going to keep going for this kill. Unnecessary. So unnecessary. The plant's gone down. Just get the Blackbeard up in his face. They don't need to toy with him. They don't need to take any chances.
Oh, here comes Noodle. What are you going to do, Kino, huh?
He's trying to look for the top of his head. Try and shoot the shield, but Reeves comes in to close it. 5 rounds apiece. We've hit break point here. The next round will determine who finds map point.
Most impressive thing, though, I feel like Joel had such a good read on what they thought immediately were going to do. They do the backstab, they peel back, expecting aggression. Okay, nothing happens. We advance forward on the attack again, get another kill, and then they almost left the entire building. We see M80 just pushing forward. Joel actually read them beautifully and might have finally figured out what M80 are going to do as a response when they get into a man disadvantage. All they gotta do is get the opening kill to force them there, and that's the hard part. But if they can get that opening kill for Joel, I think M80 might just have like a one kind of stuck mindset on, hey, we gotta just lash out and fight back for kills. So they can just slow things down, get that opening kill, hold angles, they can keep building those kills.
It's a key playstyle difference between these 2 teams on attack, right? Yeah. M80, every attack, they had a preset plan. We're going to plant here, and to do that, we have to open this, we have to take this, we have to have our flanker here, and we can add a little bit of spice in here or there. We can say, oh, we'll bring a shield, and he will do this, or we'll bring a vertical player, and he'll do this. Whereas for Joel, it's very much opportunistic. It's looking for gaps, but if you're not given a gap, because there's a really solid setup, or all the walls are closed, or someone's C4ing you and you're trying to thermite a breach, that's when things aren't going to work for Joel. I need to see an establishment of that beachhead from Joel, so that when they're not given an opportunity, they can create one.
That's the one, and that's often where APAC as a general region falls short. But this one in particular for M80, I want to see Spoid active tricking the exterior wall, which there's a 2-bar on the board now, so that's probably definitely going to happen. But last time he pre-placed the Bennett batteries and he ran away. And we saw them just EMP, Selma. If you're actively playing by the wall right here like he is now, you can trick it. And with Gunner on the 2-brow, you can also buy enough time for Spoid to get a bit aggressive and run around the building a bit more, because each of those 2-brow canisters will freeze the wall for 12 seconds. So it just buys you more overhead in terms of time. You see Hoenn on the Maverick, it's a great response.
Just need to see the top and bottom here. Like, it doesn't have to be complicated, guys.
He's going to do a peek hole because I expect Spoid to swing out.
Well, I don't mind this, actually. The problem is it is... Oh.
I see how this could work.
Okay, but they're not going to get the wall fully open.
I mean, now I would do the beat, and then I would Selma the wall and bait the swing from Spoid. That's what I would do.
Okay, so this is going to create a crouchable breach potential. Oh, okay, they're just going to use the Selma anyway. Dude, this is not...
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine.
I don't think this is the play.
I think you Maverick it like you said.
Just Maverick it, bro.
I think you're overcomplicating this, no?
This is so complicated.
Now they gotta wait here for 12
Gotta
seconds.
wait for the Tuberau. Dude, Maverick counters Tuberau these days.
Yeah.
It'd be so much easier to just top and bottom the wall. There must be a good reason for why they're not doing it. I don't get it.
Of course you're risking maybe down to a C4.
They don't want to get run out on it, I guess.
No, because they have, look at their player position, like on the outlines, they got that breach in control. There's no run out. It's the only real answer in my mind is like, oh, you might get C4'd. But now you spend 2 minutes, a lot of effort, 2 Selma charges of 3 people's time, and you've only gotten to the second step, and the first step wasn't done correctly.
And he's rotated over as well to bring the batteries.
You have 1 Selma. If he tricks the right wall, it's over. He doesn't have any better battery, so it's gonna go through, but he could have picked one up.
Yeah.
The 2-brow, they're gonna slow it down. They have 1 more 2-brow in pocket as well. This wall will get opened up with about 20 or so seconds left in the round. That's not a lot of time.
And there's no pressure on from the op side as well. We had a player down below, but I don't think they've had enough of an impact. Mentalist, is he likely to creep up lobby eventually? This is going to be challenging. He's going to walk into a crossfire, especially as there is no ops control.
Well, spreading out
looking
for
to
backstab.
Okay, this is dangerous. Noodle's on the diffuser, and he's the one who's going to lurk from the ops side. He needs to have an impact. There is a player on the mezzanine. He will have likely been heard. Now in the site, Noodle's position revealed. He still has that diffuser. He needs some support. There's no opening on this wall. They're going to have to flood into site. And there's still someone deep. But Gunner goes down. A big C4 from Spoit. But the kills come to life. And the kill feed rings of orange. The timer is the 6th player for M80 and all that they need, despite players alive in the server. And now they've found match point and series point against Joel.
Spoid has a question in chat there. Any stallers? They are stalling. And it comes back to that very first Maverick wall being so inefficient with utility. It really came back to bite them because they lost on time and couldn't get plan A or plan B working. That was plan C, desperation.
Yeah, I really feel like near the start of the round they could have breached ops with Ace.
Yeah.
Potentially breached even into site.
Yeah.
With Ace.
Yeah.
Breach the external wall with Maverick.
Yeah.
And you can still go faff around on the other side near
Absolutely.
R6 room if you want. You have
Nothing
so much
stopping
time.
you. Yeah.
You have 1 or 2 players work the ops side, and the whole rest of the team can go R6 room, and then you decide. Because they do like to look for gaps. So they could have decided after they opened up all their options. Instead, they did a little bit of half-assing everything, and then they just walked up the lobby stairs and desperately had nothing to go for it. They didn't even have anyone at the breach at the end, by the way.
No.
And they're lucky that they killed Gunner. They could have killed him for free from the breach if they had someone there. They could have had someone swinging in deep.
Yep.
Oh, man, there's 100,000 different things that Joel could have done.
It's frustrating because it's easy to sit back with like the outlines, the top-down view like we do and be like, oh, they should have done this, that better. But I feel like this is just a matter of fact that how they're approaching this, because it's not the first time, it's not the second, it's like the 3rd attempt, basically. And they're still missing the mark on the most, like, such a pivotal round. Now they're down 5-6. The best they can fight for is overtime, into a victory, into 3rd map. This could be a very long series for Joel. And they're sick, mind you, so they don't have as much energy as one would hope in a long series.
The endurance is going to be certainly their worst enemy.
Yeah.
Which is why they're suffering after having such a pitiful start to Consulate. This is still possible for Joel, and I think the reason why it's so frustrating to watch them flounder in moments like that is because the potential is so clearly there. Like, they are so clearly capable of these kinds of attacks, and for some reason, they're not doing it. I don't know whether it's The calling isn't there. I don't know who's doing the majority of the calling. I would have thought it would be Leader at the moment.
Yeah, I think Leader and Mentalist, I think they share that role with Noodle calling like the Lord play that he's doing.
Yeah.
At least that's how it used to be. I know.
Well, according to the numbers that I got, Mentalist is still IGLing.
Okay.
But, you know, it says that Kino is a support player on my notes. And he certainly hasn't always been a support player in this series. Things are a bit more complicated than that. Bandit successfully juggles one wall as we're over to what could be the last round of this match. And we go downstairs. Good thrown in sight, doesn't get much.
Or Packer. I mean, playing this position on the bomb side, walls opened up, Twitch drones, it's a very difficult spot to be in. And the thing you just have to do as Packer, just live. Like, and I know it sounds very simple, but if he dies, you need to rotate other players from the room above to retake the bomb side because you can't risk it being completely open for free. So just playing your life right now is very important. We know, we said this earlier, Joel, they're not that necessarily amazing at creating their own openings. They're needing some help from their opponents, and we see it. They got some bomb side pressure, they got the walls opened up, half the round is burned. No one is inside the building yet. So they need to create this opening for themselves, either with nades, with the black, with the capital. They have options, but they gotta make a choice on how they want to approach it. The discs.
Oh, there's 2 discs there, catching both of those nades.
Click right.
This is a nice idea there from the Blackbeard of Hove, and he does find the opening kill, and Mentalist as well joins in. Still, this player on the clash, Kino holding on to this hallway. He's got that upside down rappel. He was having Spoit play behind him to try and support, but look at this. Reeps has snuck into the objective. Packer caught, pants down. And now 2 players left for M80 as Joel are inching towards overtime. Reeps forcing that diffuser down. Kino's on the floor. It's all up to the man himself. Spoit, $1 million won't save you in a 1v5. With that SMG-11 in hand, he will do whatever he can. But Team Joel, they have weathered the storm. They have continued to press the issue, and they pushed us into OT.
Yeah, there it is. And it feels like Joel have actually kind of started to understand what the setup from M80 is. And this is the thing. If M80 keep doing the same strat time and time again, surely Joel will start to learn. They have. That strat we just saw was the exact same as last time. It's the one behind the staircase, and then you have Spoit plus Kino on like the smoke and the flash playing in the hallway. And we didn't see a clean answer last time. This time we did. Black in the window, jumps in, kills the OMI. When that happens, fire goes out, the grenades, the flashbangs, and it's a clean 2-3 kills. Then they hit the bomb side. They don't want to deal with the clash. They don't have to because they got side control instead. So it looked a little bit slow, and I was definitely a little bit worried about them. But Joel did show up in the end, and they problem solved it very well.
And both halves have been 3-3, so there's no clear favor towards attack or defense as we move into yet another M80 defense of this top floor. And this has been split so far. 2 rounds won by M80 on the defense. 1 time Joel won it on the attacking side. We have talked this bomb site to death. We know exactly what we want to see out of Joel. They're not bringing it. There's no Maverick. There's just that ace. They're going to bring instead the recruit, the striker, the Buck. So are they going to play downstairs this time? There's no Deimos. They've been running that previously.
I was going to say, I would like a Buck Deimos here instead of the Buck and the recruit. Or I would have loved to see what we spoke about, the Maverick. But I think going downstairs, there is one big benefit for Joel's side. They're doing something new, something different. If they brought the Maverick in the same situation, it may be seen that. Sure, Joel haven't done it correctly, but they've seen it.
Yeah.
And now they're bringing out something new, something spicy. Mentalist is walking up the staircase right now. Maybe he's going to drop back down, but I would love to see him downstairs, get the interest going. There it is. Come on. Oh, okay, never mind. Anyway, he should be dealing with the bandit batteries downstairs. He can help clear out the ops room hallway. You have so much great verticality that very few players take advantage of on this map yet because the meta is still developing.
And you can see Mentalist is calling for something here from Noodle. I think he wants him to repel ops window, perhaps.
Yeah, then you maybe
try and support ops. No, he wants to go up the lobby stairs.
Interesting.
Strange decision. How many?
They didn't use the Buck below. They just tried to raw dog reach the wall with EMPs and Selma, but Spoit
I mean, they're lucky that they even managed to get one there.
Yeah, they are.
The challenge is to kill Spoit here. Leader has now died early. This is a very aggressive rappel into ops room from Noodle. An unconventional way to take this area, and there's another player left behind him. There is still someone downstairs. That's Gunner down below. Should Mentalist try and go vertically? This nade is a great way to deal with that position with the deployable shield, but we need some kind of pressure to try and kill Spoit inside of the site. As a C4 is wasted, M80 are still looking very comfortable in a very strong position.
They can try and breach this wall, but they gotta clear the top of Rocket stairs. You see 2 player silhouettes there, so this summer charge, I don't think it goes off. There's no smoke grenade.
What's right next to this?
We'll see. No, yeah, it gets shot. Maybe
Is that from mezzanine?
Yeah, exactly. Now they have Blackbeard playing their grenade out. Blackbeard can maybe ADS, hold the angle, go for a trade kill. That's
Nice,
great
free fire.
But they tricked the wall.
What?
They had Buck below a second ago.
Where did Mentalist go?
Oh, he bucked the wrong side of the wall. He bucked the wrong side.
Oh my god.
This is brutal. Again, like, they don't get what they want to, or what they need rather in this round. Now they can't get in the build. They gotta rotate off. They gotta, again, just gotta rush in the door, take gunfights. At least it's 4v4. They're not down in numbers, but they're very low on time.
Tiny Minutia is punishing Joel. It's a 4v4. That's the one thing they've got going for them. And they took down Kino, the top player on this roster. And now
shotgun.
it is up to the rest of the team to try and pick up the pieces. It's going to be Shoddy v Shoddy as Mentalist is going to make his way up the stairs. Noodle to try and come in from the bathroom. But Packer has read this to perfection. No more smoke, but it doesn't matter. He gets the timing to perfection. And every single player of Joel is falling. Noodle with diffuser in hand. Can't even find the first kill. And Hoven has been shut out of it. M80, yet another successful defense of the Master Office. And it should be a nigh done deal as they find themselves yet again on match point.
It's getting frustrating because there are so many small things for Joel. They're missing the mark, and still it's a close series. It's a close map.
They didn't have it.
He bucked the wrong side of the wall. They messed up the first Selma charge. They're struggling with the main breach. They pick the buck, but they all go below too late. They don't buck the right positions, rather, and they don't progress the round. And we can go back and talk about 4 other attacking rounds where a similar issue arose, and yet it's 6-7. It's so close with so many major problems for one team. And it just goes to show how capable Joel they can be if they fix those tiny issues.
Yeah. And it's not even like these players don't know. They're just not doing it. I don't know exactly why, if they're in their own heads. Maybe Mentalist was worried about a flank. Maybe he was convinced that Spoit wasn't there. Because what actually happened, I think Mentalist bucked open the right spot, but then Spoit was on the other side of the wall. I'm not sure if Nova can hear us right now on the obs, but
the other side of the wall is here. That's where he bucked.
So he bucked here where the wall is, but then if you look just to the right, there's this little tiny corner that you can hide in right here. That's where Spoit was when Mentalist bucked open the wall. Mentalist says, okay, it's clear. And then Mentalist goes away. Spoit rotates back over the holes and does the juggle while Mentalist isn't watching.
But the holes were on the south side of the wall, not the north side. They were in the hallway portion, not
really?
The yeah, they were. That's the issue.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, when Mentalist walked back, you saw Spoit triggering the wall with the holes on the wrong side of the wall.
Oh my god,
that's where it went
painful.
wrong. Yeah.
That's even worse.
And Lair's a new map. I'm going to say it. It's not that new, but it is a new map.
These guys have been playing it for a long time. They should know. I mean, these guys played it back in October. They were clearly scrimming it since before then.
I watched Mentalist's fake player cam when they got tricked, and I think he realized, oh, I done messed up. And, you know, it's one of those. It happens. It shouldn't, but it does. Either way, Joel.
That's a huge pick.
Spoit with a nasty shot to Noodle. Top gunner for the team. Toxic Babe's gone in the first 50 seconds of the round. That is the most important operator you could have dealt with, especially since Kino's playing Sentence again. There's nothing to stop the plank going down or like an execute attempt besides 2 individual C4s from Reaps and Mentalist now.
Yeah. Especially because Noodle would have been the main counter for Packer as well.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to deal with that blitz now. And talk about Bach. Let's see if Gunner can put on a bit more of a clinic than we saw from Mentalist. As M80 have shown proficiency in attacking this top floor, and now they're flipping the switch and going for an R6 room execute. With Kino coming in with the sends. As the gate rolls on through, he turns it off immediately. The C4 will finish that first set of gates. The second one goes out and now turned off. This is just such a cheeky bait. He has to keep worrying about this angle, but Packer's taking a huge amount of damage. There goes the stuns and the swing to come through. Mentalist trying to support Hoven. Once again, he goes for the swing, but traded on back. Numbers dissipating now for Team Joel as another one will bite the dust. It's up to Reaps and Leader as a C4 from Reaps puts down another player and no more blitz up on the board for M80. The Vert comes through. Reaps almost finds Gunner. Would have been a pivotal kill to try and bring the advantage back in his favor, but as it stands, M80 still stand in control.
We gotta see Reaps and Leader establish a crossfire right now. They got 45 seconds of time, just chill, talk about what do we do if this happens? What do we do if that happens? Because what they cannot happen to Joel right now is being caught off guard by surprise. And maybe they're slowing things down. They want intel. They're playing with those drones. Try and see where is player 1, where is player 2. They see both, or hear them at least, on their camera drones. And now maybe, with that 3v2, they can make their decision, they can make their plan, and try and execute it.
20 seconds to play. Kino sent through one of his light gates, and he goes straight into the site and looks for a plant with another one. He starts to force that diffuser down, but there's no one covering his hallway. A good angle from Spoit.
Ace!
And Ace on the round to close the game for M80. And they are a mighty force to be reckoned with. A huge game from Spoit and the boys, as M80 have finally finished off Joel, and they claim all 4 points.
The bounce back is beautiful, it is pretty, it is consistent, and the worries for M80, well, they go away for now. Sure, Door, not the best team at this point per se, but M80 showed a massive glow up from yesterday going into today's matchup, and that's going to give them so much mental confidence of a boost going to the rest of this tournament. If they can bring this same kind of characteristics and style to their games with a bit more consistency, they might have a good chance of actually making a deep run here.
Oh, a rough game for Team Joel. They showed moments of greatness. They pushed it to overtime, but M80 have finally picked themselves back up after a devastating loss yesterday. Packers back into it. The guns are firing, and Bleed, on the other hand, are just catching up on their hydration, getting some water.
Tough loss.
Yeah,
So
another tough loss for them. And you know what's really rough is it's probably the teams that they were most likely going to have success against.
Yeah.
Like Joel have now played against M80 and struggled. And yeah, I just don't think that there's going to be much luck against other teams in this bracket. It's going to be a real tough look from here.
Oh, it is. It is.
And we will break that all down after this quick break.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Lair has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Lyra finding three! 3.
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno is getting aggressive. That suppressor is shown. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god!
Good for one here, and should be onto Bullet. Getting that plant down. Alamut to the bottom. To the yellow pig as well! Yay for
The
Alamut!
Psycho kill as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with the thing.
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give them the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. Do at this point. Can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4. Shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
Two people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
And we are back. Joel M80 is done and dusted. It was quite the series. M80 really showed up from the get-go, but that second map, we did see flashes of greatness back again from Joel. They pushed it to overtime. They even started off pretty strong as well, but they couldn't hack it, especially on those bloody top floor attacks.
I know, and we've been going over it, and you know what? In some ways I feel bad, but in other ways I feel like it has to be said. Shortcomings of Joel are these tiny details that they can certainly fix, and I think watching Pori, the coach of Joel behind him, he was like, just like standing there, pray position, be like, guys, please figure it out, please solve, because I've already commented at the timeout, I can't talk to my players anymore, and this one thing is a constant issue. But M80, that's the bigger story for me. How they looked yesterday, scared, timid, not fighting back, is just bulldozing the first map and just staying in it round after round on the second map, especially Sport on Bandit doing a great job, and on Ace on the attacking side.
Yeah, and M80 looked really good on Lair, which is a great redemption for them as they lost the map yesterday. In particular, Kino and this guy right here, Spoit, were in peak form today. 43 kills between the two of them in the series, and as you can see, 26 of those on this very map. Spoit had a phenomenal performance, and a lot of those were impact plays. And he's not just getting kills, right? He's not just running around the map. He's got a job, and he's doing it to perfection on that Bandit.
Yeah, but guys, Noodle is highlight right, 16 and 8. He had a pretty, I think, slow start even on Lair, but he kind of found himself after the like third or fourth round, getting the entries, getting the backsubs going. And there we see it, the 7-1. We don't want to talk about that, actually. Let's just forget about Consulate. The warm-up map. Okay, the real deal was Lair, which is close, but no cigar for Joel.
Yeah, a good performance from M80 in particular, though. Like you've said, I think that's the real takeaway from today's game.
Joel actually out-exploited him.
Who did?
Kino did. He actually went 23, Spot went 20 despite the ace.
Yeah.
That's incredible from Kino.
Yeah, Kino is such a phenomenal player. He's really had a huge comeback. 1 kill per round. That is unbelievable across quite a few rounds there. He managed to keep a 1.0 KPR. Yeah, look... Oh, I just realized that PSG Raza at the top. Never mind. This is how the day's gone so far. Spoilers for the A stream. It's currently 1-0 up in favor of Raza over PSG. And, of course, 2-0 for Team Joel. M80 have redeemed themselves. And, in a way, some of their most challenging games are behind them. They're yet to play Liquid. But, of course, Unwanted is, in a way, M80's rivals. The organization purchased C9BC and... took the best players from them, and the leftovers are on Unwanted.
You know, with M80 winning today, it's North America's first victory as a region to a series. They've won a map. I think DC had a one-time victory or whatever, but this is NA's first victory. Day 2, baby. We got it.
We're in America. Like, we should be having more NA victories.
We need some NA, teams at the main stage, please.
Hopefully. But, yeah, look, M80, I'm a little bit more confident in them now. On the side of Joel, their best chance at getting some points now is going to be against Unwanted.
Yeah.
They've already played Liquid. They didn't get a map. I think that they could have gotten a map in this series, and they did get close, pushing overtime on the second. But not getting any points out of this game is going to suffer for them if they're going to try and get out of this group. Of course, the bottom team won't make it out. And I think for Joel, sadly, it is looking like it's going to be them at the moment.
Yeah.
We're yet to see Unwanted play. And that is where the tables will turn. Of course, Unwanted are up next on this stream against Team Liquid, which is going to be an incredibly challenging game. Liquid, they're not perfect, but they are consistently, every event they come to, they are one of the best teams. Not always championship contenders, but always in the top 8. And so I think Unwanted are really going to have their work cut out for them.
I can see that. Unwanted are a semi-new team, right? They lost some players, they gained some players, etc. Currently not being presented by an org, so they also have a lot to fight for. I know Dream specifically is thinking about maybe retirement if this doesn't go well. So they're fighting for more than just this event. They're fighting for their future careers.
Yeah, that's 2 orgless teams as well that we've got in this group, in Joel and Unwanted, and 2 very large orgs that we've got in M80, Liquid, even G2 as well, right? So,
big.
Quite a set of David and Goliaths. For Joel, I think looking forward, they really need to target that Unwanted game because G2 is not likely to take any prisoners. After we saw what G2 did to M80 and what M80's done to Joel, I think Joel are really the ones on the ropes here. As for M80, they're going to have to play Liquid. They're going to have to play Unwanted. I think that they're probably sitting in a pretty safe position to be fighting for a second, third place in the group. Maybe even contesting for first. As it stands, it looks like it's probably going to be G2 or Liquid, but we're going to learn a lot more about that after this next Liquid game if they can get all their points out of the Unwanted match.
Speaking of like matchups, have you done your Ubisoft SI predictions on the website?
I did that. I can't remember who I put getting out of this group. I think I had Unwanted coming last.
Okay.
Yeah, what about you?
So you believed in Joel before the event, basically?
I did, but also I think they believed in themselves before the event, before they got sick.
You're a shill. Okay?
I am a shill. Who'd you have?
Who did I have going out? I had Joel going out.
Okay. I think I actually had M80 going out, just to be a little bit toxic.
I thought about that.
Yeah.
I really was like, I can't be such a hater. Like I can't be. I had OXG going out actually.
I definitely had OXG going out too. All right, that was Joel M80 at 2-0 in favor of the Americans. Of course, next up we've got another American squad, Unwanted, taking on Team Liquid.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des les chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother! Into red time we go. Where's the response? The gap was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with two.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des!
It is, and look at the cover, Jane, I know it's there, bathroom, it's killed 4!
This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Des! Make it a third! It's a 3K!
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Empire was the best Consulate that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees! It goes in, Shotgun! He swings on to Dodes! Vintage Breeders showing up, running out of time.
Round of the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it, Nafe is there!
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Creeps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
He and Rams with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader, again, taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
Well, he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reeps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry!
Out of the map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, code it!
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the way! What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one! He's got behind the Clash!
He knows exactly where he is, he can just pre-fire around.
Oh!
And he misses his shot! The box is going down!
They must have another one ready. KDS though, we praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is!
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
Getting it down. Punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final. KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Ottenko looking away after one moment.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser, but it's Dance, Gavin, dance! He's won all 3 rounds!
Everything we knew! They are your Manchester Major Champions!
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Lair has to make a deep rotation, finding Wando on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Lair finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the presser show. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bowen. Getting that plant down, Alan out to the bottom. To the yellow pig as well! Yikes for Alan!
The Psycho Kid as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with a demon!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give them the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. You do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4. But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
2 people have to come here, and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide! The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu tava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, a gente tava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu tava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame, porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso, se um dia ele vai precisar ter uma profissão, né? E hoje eu até me arrependo, porque eu devia ter apoiado o sonho dele, entendeu? Porque antigamente eu pensava muito nas carreiras profissionais, sabe? As pessoas têm que ganhar dinheiro para se sustentar. E eu não sei se é muito bem por esse lado o caminho da felicidade. Eu acho que o caminho da felicidade é você fazer o que gosta. E se ele gosta de fazer isso, meu papel como pai é apoiá-lo. Então, hoje, Juan, se você quiser virar um profissional de um jogador, eu vou te apoiar. Pode apostar nisso, tá bom? Eu não sei como é que se faz isso, mas se você quiser, eu vou estar...
Eu desejo tentar ser o primeiro que atravesse a porta do Invitational. Eu não vou dormir, provavelmente. Eu vou ficar pensando em que horário que eu vou. Eu só sei que eu tenho que pegar o metrô às 4h40 da manhã, um pouquinho mais cedo e vou. Não pensei que ia ter uma oportunidade como essa, principalmente no Brasil, né? Ver jogadores que já possuem títulos mundiais, como o Canadian, o Bolo.
It's G2 versus W7M!
Ah, tomou a bala, Nade garante, Uno, somente ele vivo!
A experiência presencialmente é incomparável. É incomparável. Você ouve a plateia, você ouve os tiros invadindo a parede, você ouve o grito dos jogadores.
Calma, Casey com mais uma! O Ibirapuera incendeia! É 4-1 agora! Olha a pressão! Beija! Basta, acabou!
São pessoas que jogam esse jogo. Cada um tem uma vida. Às vezes tem uma pessoa muito bem sucedida que está ganhando todos os campeonatos, que está ganhando milhares de dinheiro, mas também tem outras pessoas que estão iniciando nesse rumo. Pode ter entrado por causa de uma depressão, pode ter perdido o pai. Milhares de pessoas jogam e todas elas acabam se conectando dentro do jogo.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege. E aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020 eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos. Era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha, né? Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil. Ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe, irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles. Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
E ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo que o RC está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no SIG, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. E quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
Estamos ao vivo com a grande final do Six Invitational 2024 em Itaquá. Face de um lado, W7M do outro. É hora do show! Felipox de um lado, rende do outro. Tá, C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipox! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer! Casey! Vita ainda tenta brigar! Cai! JV e Neide!
E eles continuam vivos na disputa!
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6, ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6, de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
Welcome
back
to
the
Six
Invitational
2025.
We've
got a screamer
of a
what are you doing? 2 series
coming
up
between
Unwanted
and
Team
Liquid.
How did they not build this synergy? We knew it was going to go
tried
wrong.
so hard.
We even practiced it. We were like, you know what? We know this line. We've done it before. It'll be absolutely no issue. We still managed to bottle it.
I
Anyway,
think we come back another day and we smash it.
We'll do it charades next time. Right. Charades, however you want to say it. But I'm Des. This is Tim, as you've kind of half heard there anyway. Welcome back. This is going to be a good one. Unwanted versus Team Liquid. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Of course, you can see on the schedule here. Here are the games coming up on the B stream for you today. We've already seen M80, who had a shaky start yesterday, come away with a comfortable 2-0 over Joel. So already starting to net themselves one of those top 4 spots that you need in the group to make it on through. As said, we've got Liquid versus Unwanted coming up here. OXG versus VP, a screamer of a game. And then Scars versus SSG to round out the day, which we'll be back to cover a bit later on, Tim. So they'll break in the middle for us, get to sit back and watch that game, and then come back and do the last one.
Yeah, I think we've got some big games in the middle there, particularly. And I mean, at the minute, at this tournament, it doesn't feel like it comes much bigger than Liquid.
No.
I really like the look of them. The best that they've been coming into this for a good long while. Maya really settling into the team now. They've had a good while together, and I do it every time, Des. Everybody who not watches knows I do it every time. I get disappointed when they lose, and then I come back to the next one saying I'm done with Liquid. And then after one day, they get a win, and I'm like, maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the one. And I am firmly in the maybe this is the one stage.
They were talking about it yesterday on the desk at the very start of the day in the pre-show, and saying, for Nesk, it's one of those ones now where you're saying, if not now, when? And we've been saying that now for a year or two. The guy's 29 years old. He's got his second kid on the way. He's been to 16 events. At some point, you just say it's just simply not going to happen.
Look, the way that I kind of see it is my worry, my concern for this roster. I'd love to see this roster win something. It feels like it'd be a travesty for these players to leave Siege having not had that huge moment. But I just worry a little bit that maybe the game's passed them by. The chances has gone, the best chances. But I don't know. They're looking pretty good today.
Well, we'll see how things pan out for them. On the other side is Unwanted. And in case you're wondering, man, why is an org called Unwanted? They're not. This is actually an orgless team right now, made up of the remnants of Beast Coast. They got acquired by M80. They took 2 players over there. The 3 that were left have now picked up 2 of the players in Dream and Atom to form Unwanted. And I think it's fair to say, Tim, these guys have won a major before. They know what it takes to have big performances. They are no slouches, but there'll always be that question of, well, now you've lost 2 players that M80 clearly saw as your best. Can you still push on and go far in this tournament?
Yeah, I think, it puts them clearly into the classic underdog bracket, doesn't it? A team that's just kind of been thrown together. There's players that have kind of come from, into the roster from sort of everywhere. You've got 3 as the core that were there previously. They've got Minster behind them as a coach. It's one of them that I honestly don't know what to expect from Unwanted, because I look at them and I think, in theory, it should be a mess. They've just had to piece the team together and everything else. But then I look at the players that they've got. I look at players like Dream. He's a quality player. They've got Mint behind. There's so much quality running through them that they really could do something.
Good. Let's take a look at the maps we're going into. First off, Liquid are going to start things off on Lair. I think in my document I've got that down as an Unwanted pit, but we'll double check that for you in a moment. Anyway, we've then got Consulate as our second, and then we'll race on through and check out what the decider is in just a moment, see how things close out. But Tim, we've seen quite a lot of Lair over the last couple of days, so not wholly surprised when to carry on seeing that trend continue. There we go. Thank you, production.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think we always tend to see there's always a map that gets played a lot in group stages, and Lair is becoming the 2025 Invitational group stage map. I think you'll probably start seeing a lot less of Lair when we move out of the group stages, because most teams have played it and they've shown it. Bank will finish us off as a decider if we get there. But yeah, I think I've enjoyed watching a lot of Lair. I think it's good. I like it as a map. I think it's a very competitive map. There's a lot of options, a lot of verticality, a couple of external breaches, a couple of sites that don't have those. So there's a lot of different approaches that you get on Lair, and yeah, I think we'll continue seeing a bit of it over the next 2 days.
Obviously worth noting, most of these teams, we haven't really seen them play for the last 3 months or so, unless you've had to fight your way through LCQ. Not the case for either of these teams. So although you can look back at previous stats and go, Lair, it's a bit of a middling map for both teams, but definitely leans towards Unwanted, and the vice versa for Consulate. It's more of a Liquid preference. It's one of the permabans actually for Unwanted. A lot can change in these map pools over the space of about 3 months, when teams have time to get settled in, really get into the scrims, work on new maps and new strats, and bring them out for the biggest tournament of the year. So I think we're still waiting to really see what is it that teams want to be playing here, and what do they want to be avoiding.
Just getting everybody set up. Everybody's in the lobby, so we're not going to be too long until we get underway. Like I say, a lot of, I don't know whether a lot of excitement around Team Liquid's the right way to say it. Obviously, there's been kind of slow periods for them over the last couple of years, but they're that sort of team that always has a good following and will build excitement as they go.
Sure. It starts here for them. I feel like Unwanted could be that first hurdle that makes it a bit too difficult, though, to have a smooth landing here in Boston. Because no matter what you want to say about Unwanted, they are certainly no slouches. Now, worth noting the book, Tim, when blue team starts in defense, we do get our operator bans reversed. So Liquid were the ones that banned Blitz, and now it's Unwanted banning these next 2 operators.
Yeah, it's just a visual thing. But yeah, Monte will come through, and then we will have our first defender band out. Very quick pick straight into it. No messing about there from Unwanted.
And it's going to be Azami. No major surprises there. Super powerful.
What I think here, especially, these are very much target bans, by the way. They look like standard shield bans and Azami bans because they're powerful operators, but there is a reason.
Taking it away from Lagonis.
Well, Blitz has been taken away from Spirits. When I interviewed him before the tournament, he said, you know what, I actually think I'm probably the best shield player in the world. And I was like, that is a very big statement, but fair play, I respect the confidence. And he was like, you're going to see some really explosive plays off the back of these shields. So I think actually Liquid have realized that very early on and said, we've seen you play this operator. It's your most played. It's being taken away. That's even knowing that Lagonis' most played operator is also the Blitz. And then in response, Unwanted have gone, cool, Lagonis, we know that you love Monty. Fun fact for you, he played it more than anyone else around the world last year. So taking that Monty away from him 100% makes sense. Azami, our most banned operator at the tournament, and in fact across all of Montreal too. And Mira, I think it's pretty fair to say, Tim, is a standard go-to ban. I think coming in 6th so far as our most banned operator. So some interesting counter bans against each other, even though they might look super standard. And that now sets the scene for how this is going to play out. We start up on the top floor, Liquid are on defense, and Unwanted have got to try and crack this egg and get the round over the line.
Let's get into it then. We're going to just be coming towards the end of the prep phase. And as we say, Liquid start on defense, going to be up on that top floor. What have we seen when the attackers have been dealing with this top floor previously? A lot of work coming from that north side, trying to get control of Skybridge, work their way down, breaching, and then either plant just inside the breach or off to the right, past the bomb chassis, in behind the desk that's there hard against the other wall. You also need, if you're going to do that, to kind of control that little bit of area around bathroom and the window, just to prevent any defenders rotating around and trying to push in through there to stop the plant. There hasn't been too much attention paid at trying to get through ops. It's like kind of first minute or so, you're trying to move players away from ops and masks a little bit if you can, but there hasn't been sort of, from what we've seen at least, too much attention. And as I say that, it's straight away Unwanted heading towards the other side of the map.
And absolutely not surprised to see Spirits when you've got Monty and the Blitz band away, that Blackbeard is going to be the go-to operator of choice. Saw a lot of Blackbeard yesterday, and yes, he has crept into our top 10 bands. Shock horror. I'd be really surprised if he was in the top 10 bands prior to his rework. But I think he's been described as Monty with teeth, is how a lot of teams have started to view him. Because, well, one, the rifle's pretty damn scary. He's got nades in back pocket. Of course, he's got a shield that can be not quite fully deployed, but fully deployed. And one that can then drop down and, of course, be used as a gun. So very, very potent, very, very deadly. Keep a close eye on Spirits here and the damage that he can do with that operator.
Unwanted have got control of Skybridge here, so as I suggested, they're just going to be moving across, trying to take all that side of the map over towards that B-bomb chassis, and then they can start thinking about moving in towards getting the breach done, as we just see that late reinforcement being put up. They'll look to get that breach done and look to get on in and put the diffuser down. A little bit of battling going on underneath as well. Gaverni just in there, using the book to open up those angles, trying to find something if he can up onto this top floor. It's just making it difficult for Palu to stay in position. He's low health. He's taken a lot of damage there, and he knows that there's a bit of attention being paid to that door. He's pre-ripped the nitro, so Unwanted need to be careful here because they won't hear it come out, but it is too soon. Spirits doesn't take any damage, and he can keep pressuring that doorway.
A little bit disappointing in a way because you have the Bulletproof literally staring at the Blackbeard. The timing should have been perfect. As soon as he steps into the doorway, C4's rip comes out, catches the man, it would have been free. It's a little bit of miscommunication there from Liquid to start things off. I'm not sure who was watching on the Bulletproof at that time. Maybe Maya, I'm not quite sure. But as things play on from this point, no one has yet gone down to him. We're down to the last 30 seconds or so here as well. It is going to be a bloody ending to this round.
Yeah, it is. It's just going to have to be a bit of a coordinated push from Unwanted to just say, right, 3, 2, 1, we're all going to push in, try and find some kills, try and find some space. The sense barrier there is just going to help a little bit. Maya manages to find Atom, though. Gaverni with the trade back onto Lagonis, but Liquid are holding on nicely here. They know exactly what to expect, and Maya has got their number. Unwanted just struggling to get in behind that sense utility, and the round is closed out. Team Liquid there, Des, were super comfortable in that side. As soon as that sense barrier comes across, you know what they want to do. They want to cross. They want to cross in behind that desk that I spoke about and get the diffuser down there, and they just played it beautifully. They hadn't got the kills Unwanted to enable them to do that.
The problem was there for Unwanted, they were a little bit out of sync as well, because Atom was playing display window. He was in a 1-versus-1 against Maya, but he went down, what, 3-4 seconds before the Blackbeard managed to push into where Maya would be. I think about like a stalemate in chess where, cool, you've got Grimbees all down around display, so he can't play there. He can't then play in the doorway where these final 3 players from Unwanted are trying to push through. So he's just sat in the R6 room corner like, yeah, cool, I'll wait to see what happens. But doesn't sit there and let them all kind of gang up on him in a 4 versus 1 with the send screen blocking it out. Instead, Atom goes too soon. Maya forces the 1v1 on him and then turns around and gets 2 onto the R6 room door. So sole play there coming off Maya's back to win that round, in my view. 3 quick kills, breaks the whole attack apart, and Unwanted not really showing the teeth or the coordination in round 1 to get the job done. That does need to improve going forwards, but Tim, it's round 1. You'll give him a little bit of breathing room there and see how things wear on as the half plays out.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. It's Liquid's first choice site. They should be holding on to it, is the reality on defense. But the way they did it was very good. And I think one of the things that we need to be watching...
Maya did it was very good.
The way that one of the things that we need to be watching for Unwanted is exactly what you've picked up on. And that is that coordination. It's about... For me, if they're going to have any problems here with having those 2 players come in, with having the roster changes, with Mint coming in, it's getting on the same page quickly enough here. It's having that depth of strat book. It's having everything else that you can, you know, right, this isn't quite working. We've not got the kills we want. We've not got the picks. What are we going to do? And having that plan B, that plan C. And that's maybe where Unwanted are going to fall down. So that's something for everybody at home to be watching. Keep an eye on that coordination. Are they pushing at the same time? Are they putting Liquid players in no-win situations? Going in, maybe challenging 2v1, catching them out. That's what Unwanted are going to need to do, but it's what could be difficult for them.
When I spoke to Spirits before the tournament, it wasn't just about his players. Well, I asked him about the team and their vibes, and he was like, honestly, Gaveni and Dream are always a fun time and giggles. They're the real mood lifters for this team as well. And Dream I do want to give a bit of a nod to. Been around for a long time, quite a pure support as well, so on XG for a good period of time. I'm really glad that he's landed back into a team like this as well, and he's got that real good possibility to push on. It's just a case of seeing it, like you say, come together when it matters most. Here though, got ourselves started, and shock horror, Tim, it's a slow start, same as the last round. No one going down too soon, but I think if nothing else, Liquid just trying to sort of massage away and try and hopefully pick off a few drones before falling back on towards site. They got rid of 3 so far, so it's not a terrible start for them, but Unwanted now, though, with almost exclusivity over this top floor, should be starting to think about, right, anyone else lurking around, which there is one, but can we also start getting this Ram into position to get the verticals opened up?
It's really interesting from Liquid because they've got Lagonis up on top floor with the Clash, and it's not something that we see too often, but it's kind of a smart play because you're looking towards, you know, are they going to send a Blackbeard at us? They haven't, but Liquid don't know that before they get in here, and it's an option to deal with that roam clearance on the top floor. As it is, Lagonis has dropped himself back to site. It leaves Palu up above, all alone on the smoke. The question is, do Unwanted clear him, or do they just leave him out in the cold? It looks like Unwanted feel like they have enough here to start pushing in towards site, and you can see the silhouettes above. They do have a lot of that vertical control, but how about that from Resets? If you're on the vertical, you can be hit on the vertical. Beautiful Nitro.
And it's again that piece where Resets has had the space to make that play happen. A 3K for himself. I spoke about Maya back in the last round with an opening 3K. This time round, it's Resets, and all it is now for Liquid is clean up duty, and clean up they shall. They do not look bothered at all across these first 2 rounds. Tim, Unwanted, I'd say, maybe a little bit too slow, a bit too composed. Haven't been able to mix up the pace, and for Liquid, they're more than happy to play that way and just be the ones to be proactive and make the plays when needed.
Well, you can see there, normally on that site we'd talk about that vertical control, and Unwanted did a good job of going in and taking that, but they maybe should have been a little bit of an alarm bell ringing in their head to say, we haven't been challenged over this at all. They only took what Liquid gave them. And if Liquid are giving it, then they've prepared for it. They know that they're going to lose that, and they've got a plan. And in this case, it was Resets with the Nitro, and it was done absolutely fantastically. I think sometimes Resets is overlooked a little bit in this Liquid side. Obviously, there's a lot of focus towards Nesk, Palu, Maya, you know, being like the big front 3 line, but Resets does a huge amount of solid work for this Liquid side, and he's just shown exactly there with a 3K in the round. Beautiful stuff.
Well, over the last 6 months, he's higher rated, he's got a better KD, he's got a better entry, better cost than Ness. You know, as much as we speak about these big names on this team, I think more because of history reasons. As you say, he's delivering well. And I remember when he first joined alongside Askus with them, there was a few questions around, you know, are these 2 players the right players to join this team? And there is a reason why Resets is still here. It's easy to talk about him after a 3K, but as I said a second ago, his stats look sublime over the last 6 months. Really cannot complain about it. So, as I said, for Unwanted, it's about them now making a change. Liquid, I think, have played this to perfection, Tim. Do a little bit of roaming. Don't overextend. Don't go too crazy trying to make solo plays and become the hero for your team. Fall back when needed, but be willing to fight back when required as the execute is starting to get set up. And I think the problem that now leads to is for Unwanted, they look a little bit like it's a very kind of set-piece play. Like they know, okay, we're coming into this kind of setup. Here's what we want to do. Put 3 players on this door, 1 there. We push at the same time. While you're still talking about it, Liquid are then biting back and bringing down 2 or 3 players to completely unsettle that. So they've got to find a way, I think, to be a bit more fluid through these rounds.
Yep, Liquid are definitely looking really good, really solid so far on Lair. It's a bit of a problem, potentially. You know, this is the map that Unwanted wanted to come and play on. This is their choice. This is where they came to, and Liquid right now showing a good mastery of it. You know, we have seen some really good Brazilian teams on Lair. You and I covering Brazil particularly, thinking back to E1 at the time, now Raza Academy. You know, they were really, really good on Lair, and it means, you know, yeah, I'm talking about another team. I'm not necessarily talking about Liquid, but when somebody in your region is particularly good on a map, it means everybody else has to get good on that map, because otherwise you're going to keep losing it to them. So I think we've seen that across Brazil as a whole, and Liquid certainly showing a good mastery so far.
Here I'm quite happy with Unwanted's progress, though. I think it was at about, what, 2 minutes, 5 seconds. They were starting to get these breaching charges on the ground, starting to get verticals opened up, dodging away from these C4s, 2 and not getting picked off from below. You know, 2 of those 3 C4s have now been used. So this is probably the best spot they've been in, I think, Unwanted, when it looks at a round. They know the verticals are going to open up to make a plant happen, but then it's about massaging the players downstairs into the right position. And I'm worried they might not be able to do that super comfortably here. Liquid are going to bite back at some point. The question just always will be, when is that?
Yeah, I feel like, again, they've kind of taken what they've been given. Liquid haven't, like you said, overcommitted to the fight on that mid-floor. They've dropped away. Ooh, a little toe shot coming in onto Lagonis there. Not going to do too much damage, but does start chipping away at the Warden. How about that, though? Maya finds that reverse angle on the vertical atom, and Spirits, though, 1 apiece. That gets things moving for Unwanted as the push starts to develop. Palu takes down Hot and Cold to level it up, but there's another in return. This looks like an Unwanted round all day. 3v1 now on the site. It's all up to that man I spoke about. Resets has to find a 1v3.
Is he on the other side of the smoke? I don't think he does. Oh, yes, he does. Gets the down as well. Atom's already got a 2k in the rounds. Him being offline, not a bad thing. Finds 1 more at the same time. The 2 brow being used twice here now to try and impede players on the other sides of these walls. Doesn't know about the man to his left, I suspect. Sees him at range as well, but not much you can do when it's Spirits with that shield up. You can play that baiting game with the shield that we've seen so many times over now. And in fact, has got himself away, wasn't aware of Dream. Excellent use of the Dokubi call as well, I will say here, Tim. Dream holding on to that until that 55-second mark, popping it through. And I'll give it to Maya. He instantly sprung out and got a kill. But after that, that information was just helping the rest of Unwanted to get through and get the first round on the board.
Good stuff from Unwanted. Very nice attack, like you say, went in, got those verticals massaged all of Liquid away from their sort of primary positions outside of sight, and then went down and did what they needed to do, won those gunfights and got on top of things. So a nice first round to just settle things down. But in the grand scheme of things, not the end of the world for Team Liquid either. That was their 3rd choice site. They're now just going to rinse and repeat that rotation and potentially come away with the 4-2 half, and then we'll have to see what they can do on the attack. But right now, looking back at this top floor, what do Unwanted need to do differently? Last time they were given Skybridge, they were allowed to go in there and kind of prepare themselves on that north side, but they didn't really ever get anything from it. They didn't manage to get any kills. I'd like to see, it was all a bit one-dimensional for me. I'd like to see, I know I said that we don't tend to see too much attention towards ops, but usually we will have a little bit of, maybe a 1-man push in through there, just to try and put some pressure on that mask side, just to try and force the defenders to focus on multiple locations, and that's something Liquid didn't have to do last time. So I'd like to see Unwanted maybe just apply pressure to multiple sides this time.
The thing is, Liquid have changed up what they're playing here as well. You see the Bandit coming along in place of the Kaid. You've got the Skopos coming in place of the Fenrir that we saw before. Everything else, I think, largely stays the same. In fact, no, they've also dropped away to the Mute and brought the Smoke along here as well. So they are adapting to what they're seeing here. I think looking in towards the Smoke especially is to try and impede Spirits playing on this Smoke. Knowing they had 3 players all pushing into the R6 room door, there's bottlenecks, and you can't rely on Maya coming away with a big 3k again. I also think Unwanted to be the ones to change things up themselves, mind you. They've got things like the Senzon side, which we did see back in the round 1, but a couple of other changes have worked their way into the lineup. Now it's making good use of them, but it will not be the same as round 1. Both teams will be trying something different here.
Going to have Atom holding that angle for the moment. Maybe a little bit of intel here, just telling him that there may be a bit of movement ahead of him, but I don't think anything's going to come his way for the time being. Nesk has been forced back by some earlier damage. He was playing over towards Ops, but that's given Dream the space. This is what I wanted to see. That's given Dream the space to start moving in, open that Ops wall, and now Liquid can't ignore that side. Even if there's nobody there, it can be phantom pressure, it's fine. But what it means is that Liquid can't ignore that side of the map. They can't just focus up on that B side. They have to be aware of both. Dream can potentially play in here. He can cut off the rotation. He can cut down anybody who tries to move back through top rocket. This could be really, really nice build-up play from Unwanted.
There's no surprises here. There's 3 players hanging out inside bathroom hallway. There's 1 dancing around Mez, and you've got the bandit tucked away inside a mask. This is nothing new. They've seen this kind of setup 1,000,001 times. But of course, the challenge is, how do you then deal with it? Spirits has been dealt with, and that's the Blackbeard down team. That is not ideal.
That's a big first pick for Team Liquid there. Ness managing to find him. Lagonis onto hot and cold as well. And it's another round that looks, despite Unwanted's good build-up play and trying to push those multiple angles, like it could be going in Team Liquid's direction. Atom does manage to find one, taking down the half health that Nesk had left. So that gives them something to work with at least.
It was the backstab from hot and cold that they attempted to make happen, and Lagonis just put him straight in the dirt. No questions asked, and I think he's going to bite them a little bit. He was the one that, when you've got all this distraction coming in towards bathroom, you've got these 3 players all gathering on the windows, a Blackbeard charging in, for example, you need to be getting someone else up on the backside there to capitalize on that pressure. But Lagonis knew that and pushed aggressively in towards him. Resets has been tucked in the same spot basically the entire round and has still not been dealt with. I just think Unwanted, Tim, they've once again fallen shy of Liquid turning on the pressure when it matters most as part of Unwanted's executing them, pick them off one after the other.
Vinny just managing to pick up one at the end there before being cut down, but Team Liquid picking up their 3rd round here defensively on Lair. They're looking good so far. I feel like the problem for Unwanted there, like the setup, and in general really, the setup was good there. They had the pressure in towards Ops, they got those multiple angles, but they never really got anything from it, and I feel like it's that sort of early round is good from them, but then it's the rest that's the issue.
I did wonder when we'd see an Unwanted timeout coming through, and apparently now is that answer. I was thinking to myself, the down 3-1, are you that bothered? I guess. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. Can't really hear them, to be fair, no. Not on this stream, Tim. It's all well and good.
We were spoiled yesterday.
We were very spoiled on the A stream. You could hear a lot, yeah, absolutely. But again, down 3-1. This map, Lair, being one of our, I think it is our most balanced map. I think the attacker win percentage over the last 6 months has been like 48%. Other maps are massively skewed either towards attack or towards defense. So interesting to see. And Maya is flying, Tim. Sat at 8-1.
I was just going to say, that's the problem that you've got here if you're Unwanted. You can look at that and say, well, the attackers aren't as successful on Lair. That's fine. The defenders do well. But you're going to have a second half where you've got players like Maya coming in, 8-1 at the minute, absolutely streaking into that second half, hot, finding kills, ready to go. And I've got a feeling that Liquid could potentially get on the attack and start sort of running all over Unwanted here, just getting in aggressively and finding those early picks. And that's maybe something, you know, that Unwanted haven't been able to do on the attack. Like I said, they went in there, they got Ops, they had those angles, but they're not going in and getting the kills. There's no sort of aggression to their attacks, generally speaking, in the early round at least. It's kind of steadily paced, move in, take ground, right, we've got some map control, wait and see what we do next, and they're not picking up those early kills and getting that man advantage.
Also, I want to kind of give a nod towards Dream. I spoke about him a bit earlier on, but I've noticed across those first 4 rounds, he is the unlucky sod who has to go and fill the gaps when players die and their teams execute. It was Atom back on the display. In the previous round, it was when Hot and Cold went down on the Capitao around Rocket. It's always Streamers having to then rotate over and pick up the pieces in a very undroned area of the map. So it's not so much to forgive being 1 and 3. Of course, you want to see people getting on the scoreboard and contributing here because Maya is flying, Resets is doing well. You've got to keep up with them. But he is in that unfortunate spot where he has to pick up the pieces when things start going wrong, and I don't envy him for being in that spot.
More prep work being done from Unwanted, just getting those barricades down. It can often be advantageous to get them out of the way early, because the last thing you want to do is make a load of noise ripping down a barricade and then walk through it, because you can't give them advance warning that that's what's going to be coming. So for the time being, the prep work continues as we see the external breach being opened as well. If again, nothing else, it offers some phantom pressure there into sight. It forces Liquid away from that room, forces them away from those lines of sight. Last time around attacking this site, Unwanted were able to get good top floor control. There was only Paolo left up there. He didn't get any kills. It was all done by Resets on side of sight, and Unwanted didn't really manage to squeeze the advantage out of those vertical angles that they opened up with the ram and the buck, and this time they're going for a little bit of a different technique. We don't have that same soft destruction available, so we're not going to see quite the same approach from them. We might have a little bit. They've got the ace there with the soft breach charges. Could open up a few angles, but it's going to be more lateral, I would imagine.
You'd hope so. I mean, for now, it's more of anything else, securing the ground they've got, making sure they can get this top floor and not worry about the threats that they've experienced across the last few rounds. Problem is, again, Tim, the pace hasn't quite been high enough, I think, to go for a full-on clear to make sure everything is fully in your control. So they've probably going to have to, at some point, concede and say, you know what, we can't have full top floor. We do need to maybe worry about the areas that we can have some control of. I mean, look how dug in Liquid are. We're down to the last 60 seconds, and there are still 3 players sat above site here, unmoved. So I think Unwanted are going to chance it, and we saw what happened for G2 versus MAT yesterday. G2 made excellent use of that top floor to punish MAT as they tried to ignore the top floor. You may well see the same happen here.
Yeah, this is a problem for Unwanted. I don't see how they get into the site. They're going to have to win this challenge on Tapalu before they can push in through there, because he's just going to hold that position all day long. Dream does manage to pick up Maya, which gets something moving inside the site, but it's not site that's going to be the problem for him. It's going to be those verticals. We do have a couple of Unwanted players up there. They haven't aggressed just yet. They're allowing Liquid to keep those angles, but with 25 seconds left to go, there's a lot that's going to have to come together at the same time for Unwanted now.
They know that someone's going to push them upstairs. Like, they just have to. They don't know when it's going to come, and he's got through one. They've managed to run their way through. And Nets has gone down, but they don't know about above. The timing is spot on. They don't get the kill with the shotgun, and like that, it could still go Unwanted's way. Resets, trying in for the retake himself. The diffuser now going down, finds one, but can he get the vertical in time? I don't think he'll get over here at this point, Tim, but he's brought it down to a 1 versus 1. Ace or bust. Sees his man and gets the down. Resets in for an ace. He'll stick the disable, and Liquid are up 4-1.
Unbelievable play from Resets. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Unwanted, you got to feel for him on that one. There's, 9 times out of 10, they're going to win that. I'm so gutted for them because they played it beautifully. I was concerned about the top floor hold that Liquid had. They got the kill onto Maya and Lagonis, so they cleared outside. They knew they had the space to run into. And the push onto Palu, I'm sure that, we may see it in the replay, we may not, but the push onto Palu was perfect. Just as they ran in, Gaveni goes through and gets himself the kill onto Palu. It allows that attempt to go down. They get more kills above. It's left all up to Resets. But what a round. You just can't plan for somebody doing something like that. And Resets, I picked up on him earlier. I said he's sometimes a little bit overlooked, I think. Not only has he got an ace there, he's cost Fresh 50 quid as well.
And that is the sweetest victory of all. In case you didn't know, Fresh, often when we see an ace donates 50 quid to a mental health charity, so you could go into a good cause. Well done, Resets. You're doing it for everyone around the world. Good stuff to know. I think for Hot and Cold, it was a real stinger. I don't know if it was a communication issue on where the shots came from. Like, you should have seen the bullet trails coming down as well. In fact, I think Suppressive maybe not seen him, I don't know. But the main concern there for me more than anything else was they knew where he was. They knew that he'd retaken top floor. The calls must have been there. And Hot and Cold has just watched his teammate die from that exact angle and then ran through a doorway exposed to that exact same angle and paid the price.
The problem was that he'd taken a lot of damage from Palu. Palu had kind of half won the round for them with that one shotgun shot he got off.
Yeah.
Because Hot and Cold knew that he just couldn't be taking challenges on, and it literally, it was one bullet on his heel.
It's so frustrating because if he gets out that doorway into safety as well, Resets has to then drop or push downstairs, and it becomes a whole other 30-second affair, in which case you probably win the round.
Yep.
So unfortunate, but fair play to Resets. Onwards we march, though. It's the last round of the half, and then we'll see how Liquid fare on the attacking side of Lair. Unwanted, maybe not quite been the start they wanted, because remember, Tim, it has been their map pick here on Lair. They don't really look a team that are too comfortable attacking it at the moment, unfortunately.
No, definitely not. Maybe, let's not forget, this isn't the side choice. They've picked the map, so Liquid choose the side. Liquid wanted to start on defense, so we might see a bit of a different second half where Unwanted are more comfortable. They're able to come back into it. That would make absolute sense for a team with 2 new players as well. Generally, you're going to be better on the defense because it's your setup. It's what you're planning to do. That's the thing that you can control. Where you play on attack, you've just got to be a bit more fluid. And that comes with time together as a team, so it can be difficult for a roster like this. But so far, I think, very promising signs for Team Liquid. Yep, they've had one round there that they've had to kind of rescue in a 1v3 with an ace, but otherwise, they've looked pretty comfortable so far.
They have, yeah. Like I say, the one thing I'm really pleased with them is they know when to sit back and be defensive. They know when to spring forward and take action. And it's on Unwanted to be the ones to work your way around. Like, you've got to react to what the defenders are doing here. Normally, it's the attackers who determine the pace of a round and where the action happens, but look at the ones who look like they're in control of the tempo of how these rounds play out, and that is a concerning point for Unwanted to worry about in this final round. Spirit's back on the Blackbeard, not quite seeing him shine to the quality that maybe you'd expect. Yes, he's not on his old trusty blitz, but it's still a really powerful shield operator. Not quite commanding the sort of presence that he needs here. Right idea. C4 is so well placed and almost brings down 2. Spirits, well, he's down to half HP, but Tim, they've got Nest, they've got resets. We're now down to a 3v3 with 45 seconds to go.
This Blackbeard just showing the power there as well, peeking round the corner. And it's another good basement attack for Unwanted here. They've come in, they've absolutely commanded every one of those gunfights practically, and they've got all the space they need. Gabani's going to start putting that diffuser down. Maya tries to fight back, but Dream is there. Locks it out. Unwanted once again show the ability to attack that basement site very, very easily. I'd say it's a glaring weakness on this site for Team Liquid. They've defended fantastically well apart from that basement. They just haven't been able to get anywhere near it.
It was a 3-man push coming in from the east side that I think really stung them, because a lot of eyes naturally go towards Blackbeard. You had the C4s coming in. You had Palu coming in with the attempted trade that didn't go off. Just a really good, again, team maneuver coming out of Unwanted, even if slightly desynchronized because of that C4 coming onto the doorway. But now we get the side swap. We get to see how Liquid fare on the attack, as I've said. 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. You may well see Unwanted just fly here on the defensive side, and Liquid could yet fall apart.
Absolutely, and I said this yesterday, this is a super important round for everybody involved here, because 5-2 and 4-3 are extremely different score lines. And I know you're going to sit there and say, of course they're different scores, it's the different scores, but they are mentally very, very different. 5-2 is a huge lead for Liquid to have, especially if they get that first attacking win. Whereas 4-3, Unwanted feel like, right, we're back, we're on defense, we're in one round, this is not a problem at all. They're going to be looking at, we have to lock down our first and second choice sites, and of course top floor is going to be one of those.
For that round, Liquid had 3 players on 100% cost, by the way, so they really were flying, and by comparison for Unwanted, 3 players were on 50%. So it really was a bruising half for them. In a way, lucky to get away with the 4-2, not because of how rounds came about, but in terms of player impact, it definitely sat with Liquid throughout that half. I said, though, let's focus on moving forwards and see how things start to shape up. We've heard again from a bunch of teams that we're in quite a flexible meta. You don't have to play Shields. I don't think Unwanted quite got the memo. They played Blackbeard pretty much every round in that first half, and now they're on the Clash. Whereas for Liquid, they haven't brought along a Blackbeard. They haven't bothered with a Shield operator, at least for this first round. Instead, looking more like the ways of old, I guess. Much more guns up, much more active as a team, with the Capitale being the linchpin of this utility focus they want in their execute.
Yeah, Lagonis is going to be very important here, not just for the smokes, for the execute, but also for dealing with hot and cold. He's going to be the main avenue for controlling that shield, controlling that clash, using those asphyxiation bolts to prevent exactly where hot and cold can play, what freedom he has got. So
I love
see how that develops. I always worry when we've got Mavs on the walls. I just think it's such a high risk.
It's more that Lagonis can see the whole thing as well. Like a C4 that's well placed here could do an awful lot of damage, but they're seeing absolutely everything that's going on. And I'm just thinking, he doesn't seem to realise that there's this camera sitting behind him. Look at how far Lagonis wears his headset, by the way. It's literally on his forehead. I just saw it and I was like, is he okay? Bless him. Ruin your hair with that, mate.
Making room for the big-eyed yelling brain.
I know. Got to fit it in somewhere.
Here we go then, Liquid getting on into the map. Not too much of a surprise to see Resets working underneath with the book. He's just going to try and move Dream from masks potentially, make it difficult for them to play in and around that position. It's Atom that's over out on the Tubarão at the minute actually, but they can just open that floor up. They don't need to worry about it too much because they've got the Maverick who can do the work anyway, regardless of electricity or anything else. But honestly, Des, I feel like Liquid are stalling out a little bit here with 2 minutes in. What control have they got realistically? They've got that wall open, but they don't have anything else. They're not inside a bathroom yet. They're just moving through ops now. Palu's taking a little bit of ground. They've nothing up towards the top side. It's going to come down to a last 30 seconds here.
They're almost a bit too worried about a C4, I think, on that mass wall. Like, Lagonis was sat there watching him on drone the whole time, like, go, like, we need to get open. He's barking orders back and forth, but they have been slow. They're now starting to pull the trigger and say, let's go with about 30 seconds on the clock. And now they're hitting the struggle point with that clash. the smoke, all these things to keep them at bay. They might have got the entry yet again, but there was at least a trade back the other way.
Yeah, Hot and Cold's doing a great job of just keeping them out of it here. He just can't get in through that doorway. They know that there's no push there because Hot and Cold's just going to be feeding information to his team of when to swing and when not. As it is, 10 seconds left to go. Liquid, you got to get moving. You got to push forward and look for kills. And as they do, Dream, he takes one down. It's Nest that's gone. Spirits onto resets. And Unwanted, they're looking like a brick wall at the minute. Liquid just having to try and brute force it. They can't get it done. And that's a great defense from the North American side. Liquid could not crack that.
I think it's pretty obvious for all to see, but I do want to give a big nod to Spirits there. The timing on the smokes, the positioning of them, the patience to hold on to them for most of the round as well. Really good stuff. And in tandem with the clash,
Cold did a great job
They were just so happy to sit deep. I don't think there was much pressure coming in from Highway side from Liquids. They were like, cool, we sit back. We let you come at us. We play behind Clash. We play behind Smoke. Easy peasy.
The thing is, right, for me, Team Liquid there, it's a little bit frustrating because Hot and Cold is doing a great job on the Clash, but he stood on a soft surface. Resets was underneath with the puck. Like, there's no reason that he should be allowed to continue playing in that position if he's proving to be an issue. I think Resets had moved away by that point, but that's a failure from Liquid to recognise that this is going to be a stumbling block. If Resets he was underneath that location at a point, he opens all that floor up. There's no way that Hot and Cold's playing there. And they haven't done enough. I always look at attackers, what are you doing to disrupt the defenders? Because naturally defenders will play in their primary positions until you force them otherwise, because that's their plan. Hot and Cold's plan was to play in that spot. That's where he wants to be for a reason. So what as an attacker are you doing to disrupt that? And I just feel like Liquid did nothing to really disrupt Unwanted there. They didn't stop them doing anything that they wanted to do.
I so often say, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege, because that was a total antithesis to what we saw from Liquid back in the first half, and Unwanted looked incredibly comfortable. Might just be that neither team has really got the chops here to be able to attack onto this map. Might get away with a round or 2 on the off-sites, but otherwise we might find ourselves heading towards a very, very close map 1. Let's see how round number 8 plays out, mind you. It's again the same sort of setup. Still got the clash coming out here for Unwanted. On the other side for Liquid, no shield being brought along. Not quite in their wheelhouse this time around. But I am looking towards the Dokkaebi of Nest. I love seeing that when teams can use Dokkaebi well. I look at teams like W7M, BDS. They've got 3 players in their rosters that have Dokkaebi in their top 3 most played operators because they know the power this operator brings when it comes around to an execute. I don't think enough teams really... People know that Dokkaebi is strong as an operator, but don't respect just how strong she can be for a well-coordinated team.
Right, when we talk about disruption, what are Liquid going to have to do this time? They're going to have to clear top floor, because look at the bottom right of your screen. Unwanted, every single one of them is on the second floor. Nobody is playing inside a site. They have decided they are holding this completely vertically. So Liquid have absolutely no choice. There is too much soft surface above this site to be able to realistically plant in there unless you get the kills. Palu gets in, catches Gavarni whilst trying to do a late reinforcement. Pressure in the clash. This is better from Liquid. They are disrupting Unwanted. They are forcing them away from positions. They've not allowed them to reinforce areas that they want to. But again, Hot and Cold is just doing a great job behind that shield to prevent the push. But Palu finds a way, manages to take down Atom. 5v3 for Liquid now, and a much better attack.
But the backstab coming in is the most important part here. It's Resets moving his way in, and look, he is dead to rights at this point, Tim. 1 left standing in the form of Dream, and it was those 2 little backstabs or side swipes that really saw this fall apart. Much better from Liquid, adapted to what they saw back in the first round.
Yeah, and disrupting what Unwanted wanted to do. They wanted to hold on to that top floor, and they wanted that late reinforcement. They wanted to adapt on the fly to where the push was coming from. Palu saw that, knew it was his opportunity, and got in there and got the ball rolling. And as soon as that first kill went down, we saw then Unwanted having to rotate, having to change, having to try and play in behind the clash, and Liquid was circling like sharks. At that point, they knew exactly what they had to do. Much, much better from them. 5-3.
Wonderful stuff. I love the little touches to it as well, such as the micro EMP coming into the clash.
Yeah.
So there was no real risk of someone being slowed down, caught in the middle of the room, traded out by the player that was hanging out behind the shield. And I do also like that Unwanted had this plan, that they had a fallback point when they lost that initial room, the second room, and then they had a third spot to go into to then work their way down green stairs. The big challenge being Liquid knew that was going to be the game plan and had an answer to it. This is the site, though, that we were a bit worried about, Tim. Down here in the basement is where things went a little bit pear-shaped back in that first half for Liquid. Is it going to be the same for Unwanted, or do Liquid find a way through? If they win this one, I'd be shocked if they don't close it in the next couple of rounds.
I'd agree with you. I think, yeah, this is an absolutely critical round for Unwanted to be picking up. And unfortunately for them, it's kind of a third choice site. You know, going down into the basement, obviously, much like Liquid, not something that they necessarily wanted to do. No. But we did see Unwanted have a really good attacking couple of rounds onto this site. So you'd have to ask the question, you know, you'd expect them to know where that pressure's going to come from and how to deal with it. So, Liquid, what are you going to do? I'm asking that question again. How are you going to disrupt this defense? If we have a look at the defense once again, there's only one on site. 4 of them are elsewhere, mostly on the first floor. We've got Hot and Cold up on the top floor. Makes sense on the Scorpos. He can kind of teleport to his other shell if he needs to move quickly from one floor to another. Liquid, start trying to make a push, get taken down by Spirits, finding Maya. Great start for Unwanted.
It's good to get rid of the rat in the nook as well, right? I do want to touch on Maya for a second, by the way, Tim. Let's not forget, he was 8-1 a few rounds ago.
On attack.
He has shown nothing really across these first 3 rounds, or even towards the back end of the defense too. That's a concern. Yes, Resets has played well too, but he himself was up towards, what, 8-2 at one point? He's only just starting to crawl on forwards here, keeping in flow with the number of deaths, the number of kills that he's securing. So Unwanted looking all right. Ness getting one back on towards Gaveni. The Ella being taken offline here. Still half a round to play though, so far from over.
Yep. The one's dropped back to site. Hot and Cold, he's going to teleport back on that Scorpos, so he's now joined Dream down there, and I think we'll see Spirits and Atom start to give up ground in about 30 or 40 seconds. They're going to try to hold on just a little bit longer, but this is the risk. Ness manages to pick up 1, Ness manages to pick up 2. Spirits does find Resets in the mix, but it leaves them now 3v2. It's all up to Hot and Cold and Dream, 2 very experienced players trying to hold on to this site now, but they are going to come under intense pressure from the trio of Ness, Lagonis and Palu. They've got a little bit of vertical there. They can start opening up with soft breaches, with Ash chargers, and just using the time that they've got to soften up that site. This is looking good from them.
The time is the key one there, right?
Yeah.
We saw teams yesterday when they had about half a round still to play. They just slowed things down, back on the drones and figured things out. In fact, it was in our cafe game. I forget who it was we were casting in our second series of the day. It's already gone past me. But the pace at which teams are willing to slow down and play as a team when you've got a numbers advantage is so important. Don't leave it to be drawn into a 1 versus 2 against the enemy team. Hot and Cold, though, I think it's just blinked away at this point. He's up on the top floor. He could do so much work if he gets in behind them.
It's a big play. It's a big play. He's got the angle down into sight, but it's not going to be easy to find his kill. He's going to drop himself down the hatch now. It puts him on the vertical. Can he find his kill? Absolutely no idea. He's going to cut down. Ness can hold the vertical. This is a huge play. Hot and Cold and Dream have played this to perfection as a duo. 3 seconds left to go. Nothing Palu can do. Take a bow and want to win the round, and that is beautiful use of the score. And that is a failure by Team Liquid to recognise the location of that spare shell, to deal with it, and to be aware of what's happening in the rest of the map. The blinkers have been on. They've been too focused on site. Ness gets cut down, and that is beautiful from Hot and Cold.
I would love to know if Ness either didn't hear the impact going off on the hatch in the room next to him, or he just assumed it was somewhere else around the map, or it was his team. I don't know. But that is the big slip up for them. Beautiful play by Hot and Cold, and the big one to take, because the whole time you're trying to get in position here and making a high-risk play, you're leaving Dream alone in what could be a 1v3 elsewhere. So it was a big gamble, but a very informed one, and one that clearly has paid off for them. They keep things close. It's at 5-4 now. Otherwise, they'd have had a 3-round clawback to pull off to fight their way in. Now that gap is that little bit closer. They're just 1 round behind Liquid. Great stuff.
Absolutely beautiful from
Unwanted. We love a Scorpos play.
That was great. I mean, you don't... The thing is, we don't see that sort of switch from shell to shell as really the primary use of Scorpos a lot of the time. It's, you know, generally speaking, Scorpos can be brought... Yes, that is a nice purpose of it, and yes, it's a nice function, but often at this level, you don't expect it to kind of be successful, because usually teams will draw it out, they'll find the spare shell, they'll put a claymore on it, and you don't have too much of an opportunity to do that. So, you know, the fact that that's worked out is brilliant for them. Usually the Scorpos is brought along, because A, they have a lot of utility, they get to bring secondary utility, but the spare shell is also effectively a shield and a bulletproof camera in one. So they usually just get positioned inside, And that's utility inside. It's your shield and your bulletproof cam inside, and then you just go and play a normal round on your other shelf. So absolutely fantastic stuff from Hot and Cold.
I'd love to know who her observer is, that she basically just dropped in Hot and Cold's cams, so now everyone knows and can see exactly where they've been placed down. I remember back in the day,
means we can take them into rank.
Teams used to moan about that back in the day, being like, "Oh, well, you just show where every single of our cams go."
There's no point with match replays now.
That's it. That's it. It's just not a big deal, is it? You can go and find it out yourself.
Exactly. Right, we're going to have some Maverick work going on once again.
It's Nova.
There you go.
Nova. Damn you. Unwanted's worst nightmare.
I mean, we all appreciate it.
Oh, we do.
All listen.
We love it. You carry on.
Maverick's going to be opening up this wall. We saw this last time around. Maya doing the same job. Again, this was the site that Liquid, they just didn't really have any teeth on. They didn't manage to disrupt anything that Unwanted to do. They didn't deal with the clash of Hot and Cold. It's not going to be the case this time. He's on the Valk. But what are they going to do differently here? How are they going to move those defenders around? How are they going to get a little bit of site control? Because they never had any last time. I'd like to see, much like I said for Liquid when, Unwanted when they were on the attack, we need to see a couple
He's going to run out of gas.
A couple of directions for them to be pushing.
I mean, he's down to his last canister and the wall hasn't come up. I don't know if he's missed something that we haven't seen either. Maybe on the other side of the wall it becomes more obvious, but that's unfortunate. That wall is staying closed, it turns out.
It's that top left as we look at it. I think
looks a bit wonky, doesn't it? Yeah.
He's not gone far enough across on the
They've had drones on it to try and find out themselves as well, I think. So maybe he'll come back for a second. Ask, why would you jump?
You can't.
Okay.
I tell you what. Nova's just exposing everything here. You know, he's not letting them get away with anything. I love it. Holding Team Liquid accountable here.
Okay, well, that's going to take up a large chunk of their time here in getting this done. So now they're going to have to force it on the backside like you're seeing. So the failure to get this wall open, I'm not going to say it's going to cost them, but it will really hurt them here. A great shot from Nest to get one, but there's an immediate trade as down goes Lagonis on the other side.
The push comes in as Maya moves forward, does manage to find Atom, but there is always an answer coming in from Unwanted. 30 seconds left to go. Liquid might need to just try and massage this into a position where Maya can put the diffuser down, but I tell you what, he's getting nothing put down as Hot and Cold manages to find a beautiful nitro from underneath. Gavarni picks up one. Nesk is fighting to try and rescue something from the burning wreck of a round that this is for Team Liquid, but with 8 seconds left to go, almost certainly not going to happen. Spirits finds the final kill, and again, another big play coming in from Hot and Cold there, this time with the vertical nitro from below on the Valkyrie. Beautiful stuff. Unwanted, they level things up. 5-5.
That's the key one. Liquid, I was about to say surely a timeout is in consideration at this point, and sure enough, it is. Good news is, Tim, Maya has got at least one kill, but he has died 5 times in the process of getting that kill. You can just see how things are getting a little bit off on this side of things. We always say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Liquid look a bit rattled.
It's worth mentioning at this point as well, looking at the entry stats. So out of 10 rounds, Liquid have had the entry kill in 9 of those rounds. There's Unwanted are playing this practically 4v5. They're on the back foot all the time in almost every single round. They are having to fight from a man disadvantage, and they are doing fantastically well at it. Like I said, we've had so many big individual players that have been able to turn rounds. That nitro there from Hot and Cold could not have been better timed. It's 3v3. Maya's looking to push into sight with diffuser in hand, and bang, dead. Diffuser down. Beautiful stuff.
Great first shot from Nest. I'll give him that one. Dreams. No chance of walking out that one alive. We touched on it at the time, though. The failure to open up that mass wall removes one of those angles that the attackers can work their way in through. They've done no work to clear out ops. Nothing inside the bathroom. So Unwanted just knew where all the pressure was going to come from. And they had the answer. It was Hot and Cold downstairs with the C4. It was the smokes at the ready. It was these longer angles being held. No real big challenge for them in that round. And now they're in with a real chance, Tim, I feel, of kicking on and winning this game.
Definite possibility for them. It is their map, and you put them on the defense, you'd expect them to have a command of things. But this is going to be, again, I know I keep talking about these critical rounds. This one is a really important one for Unwanted. They've done well in the previous rounds where they needed to come out and get a win. I said, you know, at 4-2, they needed that next round. They got it. They went to 4-3. At 5-3, they needed that next round. They got it. And another to level things up at 5-5. This one is the round. The reason I say this is important, it's the site that they've lost previously. They struggled to hold on to the mid floor. They're completely committed to the top floor hold. They've pretty much done the same again. There's only Hot and Cold on site, and that's because he's on the Echo. He's actually going down to basement. Everybody else is up on that top floor. Liquid cleared out the top floor. with such ease last time around. It's something that Unwanted definitely need to play differently than they did last time, and they are. They've got hot and cold on the Echo this time. They've got a Tachanka. They've got all kinds of funky ideas, Des. It's just whether it's going to pay off.
That's the big one. Lots of denial, lots of slowdown. Do you think that's enough to bring down Liquid? I'd probably say yes, truthfully. I think they have been pretty slow so far throughout the game. They are punishable. But at least looking at the lineup from Liquid, every chance that can change, and sure enough, we're finding all this this utility being dumped in early. Plant is going down, but Palu is inhaling gas and is going to find himself taken down. Spirits, again, with a great bit of smoke play, is catching it out. Right time, right place, denying away all that he needs to, and Liquid have completely fallen apart, even with a little bit of a rush. Well read, I think, coming out here by Unwanted especially. They knew that Liquid, after that timeout, would come in at pace after how slow they've been so far. Really good expectation and prediction, and they've dealt with it expertly.
Yeah, really good setup from Unwanted. I've got to call it a bit of an error from Team Liquid as well. Last time we saw that sort of defense from Unwanted, if you remember me saying, everybody's up on the top floor. There's no way that you can attack this site directly. In that situation, you're going to have to clear the top floor. And Liquid did last time around. This time they thought, no, we're going to try and attack this site directly. And I think they've just proven exactly what I was saying. You can't do that when you've got 4 players up above, because you can watch pretty much every inch of that site, and we've just seen it happen. Unwanted have just cut them down so easily when they've tried to push in directly. I think that's a bit of a miscall from Liquid, really, to think with 4 above that they could just muscle a bit of a plant.
They tried to at least affect and influence top floor with a minimal risk, right? It's why you had the Candelas being dumped into R6 room and things like that, but the main problem was Spirits on the smoke. He was untouched actually inside the site itself and was like, all right, you want to drop down smoke grenades so you can't see me? I'll just throw a smoke in the middle of that, and you're dead. End of story. Again, it's 2 rounds now that I look back at, though, and think Spirits has been excellent with his timing and his placement of those smokes and has really impeded Liquid at seemingly every single turn. They now find themselves at 6 and 5. Liquid winning only 1 round so far on this attacking half, and now looking to lose the map. And it's crazy given how dominant they look back in the first half, Tim. But as we always say, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, and Unwanted's defense is coming out just that little bit better.
Yeah, and that was kind of the suggestion, wasn't it? He said it was Unwanted's map pick, so they didn't get to choose the side that they started on. They ended up on attack, got a couple of rounds, but, it was Liquid who were choosing where they wanted to go first, which was defense, and I think we're starting to see why, because they know that this is a tough map to attack. It's going to be their final opportunity to attack here unless they push us into overtime. It's going to be a push towards basement, just clearing that utility out to try and create a path through to site at some point, but no initial push coming in just yet from Team Liquid. Oops. Got a bit of an issue by the looks of things.
Disconnect coming in here, so we may get ourselves a rehost coming in, no problem. Under the rules, that is allowed. I think when it's online, it's a different story, but here, because we're on LAN, we'll get that sorted and get ourselves back in to see how this game concludes. So bear with us while we get the lobby set back up and everything ready to go.
Yeah, it won't take too long. We will just get that problem ironed out. But yeah, for me, I think Team Liquid have let this one slip away a little bit. They've had opportunities. I think they've made mistakes. Like I say, I think whilst it's easy in hindsight to say, oh, it didn't work, this is why it didn't work. But I think when you've got, 4 players, 3 up above on that site, with the amount of verticality they've got, it's always going to be difficult, whether it comes down to a well-placed smoke canister, whether the point is they're just going to know everything you're doing because they're watching every exit and every entrance. They know if you've come into the site. They know, because they're monitoring it all from above. And yeah, a couple of Candelas thrown in. Whilst I get it, it's not really going to be enough, and we've just seen exactly that. So I think Liquid have definitely had opportunities to close this out, and Unwanted have punished mistakes. They've done fantastically well. Hot and Cold with 2 big rounds himself, and then Spirits, like you say, holding down with the smoke, so solid. Really, really good stuff from Unwanted.
I just like how on both sides we've seen similar outcome. Like if Liquid win this next round, we've had 4-2 halves of both teams on the defense, and it's been the basics that both sides will have lost. And in which case there's not really much between them, but it's a difference in how things have been played out. I think, for example, Liquid's defense have been really good at knowing the right time to stab into the attackers and disrupt them before they can really get moving. And Unwanted looked a little bit static, a little bit too pre-planned on the attacking side, and that's how they managed to lose out to Liquid's more, switch between a slower play and a more aggressive one. Whereas in this second half, where I think Liquid have fallen down is actually their attacks haven't been too bad. I think they've had the right sort of idea, a couple of mistakes with things like the Maverick onto the wall that has definitely cost them. But where I think the real strength has come in has been Unwanted's defense. It doesn't matter what Liquid have thrown at them. They've been quite, stoic in their positioning. They know how they want to play these things out, whether it comes down to the smokes coming out from Spirits, whether it comes down to a little bit of, I don't want to say luck, but risk-taking coming out from Hot and Cold in that closing play with the Skopos. The game could have been done if they'd lost that round, but Unwanted have definitely shown some real smarts on the defense of this map.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, and they're getting the just rewards at the minute. They now sit on a map point opportunity. I think a lot of people might have looked at this matchup and thought, it'll probably be a 2-0 to Liquid potentially, but coming in, I had a strong feeling that we might see all 3 maps. I'm still going to back that. I think, there's a good chance that Unwanted pick this up here, and then we go on, maybe, Liquid get that second map and we see all 3 between these two, because like I said, as much as, yes, it could appear for Unwanted that things could be a little bit messy, they've, had to pick up a couple of players, it's kind of throwing it together, there's no org backing them, and they, coming in here and playing. Ultimately, there is a lot of experience in that side, and you put people in the server, they know what they're doing. Hot and Cold showed that brilliantly. Spirit's Dream, everybody's had their moments on the Unwanted roster, and could they be the unlikely glimmer of hope for NADES?
I think, who was it joked about it yesterday? I think it was Fresh. It was every NA team that played yesterday lost.
Yep.
It was painful. So Unwanted could be that team. And I said it back earlier on, like, if you're coming into this and you don't really see super actively, or you see a name that, in terms of Liquid, and you think, oh, clearly they're going to win. They're an org against a random stack of players that have come together because they've been dropped out of the Beast Coast roster.
Nope.
3 of these players have won a major before. They won it last year back in Manchester. It's not like it's a far gone thing from the past, and Liquid is still chasing that elusive first big win that they're seeking. Keep on asking that question, will it ever happen? Well, you got to beat some major winners to get over there first, guys. I know it's only day 2, but it all starts here. Because as a reminder, if you finish first in your group, you get a bye through the first round of the upper bracket. Finishing second to third, and you start in the first round of the upper bracket. Finishing 4th, you start in the lower bracket. You get no second chances. And the 5th place team, well, they go home after groups, which is unfortunate. So every game and every map definitely counts, because each map that you win is also worth a number of points. You've got to keep a close eye on that scoreline. For Liquid, they might yet still see themselves dropping some points here with how things are going. Unwanted, looking good in the defense. Here we go, round 12, down in the basement once again. And we'll see if we can carry on with that trend that we've seen, Tim, of attackers being able to win down here in the basement and defenders just crumbling when they need that win most.
The Valkyrie cameras are going to be coming back out again once more for Hot and Cold, which is going to draw the IQ pick out of Palu. Just going to make sure that they can get in there and deal with that utility so they're not getting hit with any more vertical nitros, as they did do last time Hot and Cold was on that operator. And last time around, Liquid, I think, again, just struggled to attack this site overall. They don't really, it was close. It was 3v2 at the end. They just didn't keep a handle on the fact there was a Skopos shell on the top floor. Hot and Cold really punished them with it. So the difference that I'm looking for here is that attention to detail from Team Liquid. Make sure you're aware of those Valkyrie cams. Yes, the IQ should help them do that. Make sure you're aware of the locations of Unwanted. Where's everybody playing? What are they doing? Make sure you're ticking those basic boxes.
That they should most definitely look to do at the start of this round. 30 seconds in, it's more about this top floor. No surprises there, Tim. They got bitten off by the Skopos before. They don't want to find themselves falling foul of the same thing again. Of course, not in this round are you going to see a Skopos, but a lot of stall tactics instead. I'm looking at the 3 C4s, the 2 Brow, the Kai, the Smoke that has been a nightmare so far, the Goyo. If nothing else, the Valkyrie is the only non-anchor operator that we have in this lineup. So if Liquid aren't careful, they don't watch the clock. We saw them rush once and it failed like tragically. The other 4 rounds, it was quite slow. This one feels, given it's a full map clear, that it will be another slow one. And I just worry that we'll get towards the execute with 20 seconds left and they'll lose out to utility once again.
Bit of a different defensive approach here. We've got everybody back on site now very quickly for Unwanted. If you remember last time around, there was 3 that played on that mid floor for as long as possible. They lost a couple of lives up there. Liquid managing to get kills as they went. Unwanted, of course, still secured the victory, but it was a big cost for them trying to hold on to the mid floor. So this time they're not going to do that. Gaverni does manage to pick up Maya, so that's a great entry. Again, entry is somewhere in the game that Unwanted have struggled a little bit, but they've improved that over the last couple of rounds, and that is certainly a best foot forward. The question is, can Liquid now do enough with the map control they've been given to break down this defense?
I need this top floor being opened up first and foremost, which is where I imagine we're now going to finally go and is heading to. It's got those RAM gadgets in back pocket. Is used 2, and 2 is still remaining, so maybe not. Instead of saying, right, we're down a man, I've got to try and force a kill here. We can't afford to try and play the same 5-man setup we'd normally look to. Without the Deimos on side of Mai, that's really going to sting too. Here comes the push on through, a bit of a self-flash coming out. 3 players were stacking up here to try and make it happen, and Hot and Cold has gone down too, Tim. It is looking miserable, and Unwanted might be about to take this 7-5.
It certainly looks that way as Gaveni manages to pick up Nesk. It is all up to resets. I've talked about him being a little underrated. Can he prove that once again? He's already had an ace in the game. Can he find a huge 1v4 clutch here? That's going to be 3 kills to bring it to a 1v1. It's him versus Spirit, but look at the health. Look at the health on the side of resets. He is 1 HP and a dream here, just taking down that utility, so maybe they don't know where the push is coming from, but Spirits, he can just keep himself alive here. He doesn't really need to challenge this. He can play the clock, force resets to put the diffuser down, and then go for the kill.
Well, he's going for it now. Spirits will start his move, surely. C4 over the top might be enough. He's got to go for the planting, but no time left. Spirits playing out the 1v1 expertly. A game of 2 halves. And Unwanted walk away the winner.
Fantastic start from them on Lair. You can see the spirits are high in the team. They have come in. Des, I was, asking the questions. How coordinated are they going to look as the game goes on? They really grew into that one. It was a little bit of a struggle for them on the attack, but as expected, probably on the defense, they really showed us something there. Unwanted looking great on there.
I'll always come back to it, Tim. It really was a game of 2 halves, though, right?
Yep.
We really thought 3-1 that Liquid had that one in the bag, but it turns out not. Maybe their fortunes change on map 2. Back in a few minutes.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what Secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry! The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's 1 left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's 1 man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, code it!
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well and gets a lot. Oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one inside of zero. Way! What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, going to get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around. Oh! And he misses his shots. The Plants is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, we praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. The punch! Gavin through the wall! From zeros to heroes! And now to a grand final! KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hot and Cold, looking away after run.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser, but it's Gavin! Dance, Gavin, dance! He's won all 3 rounds!
Everything we knew. They are your Manchester Major champions.
Tale of two halves back on map 1, where Liquid came out the gates firing, and we thought surely this is the start of something special for Liquid. No. Once it got to that second half, Unwanted really started cooking, and Liquid were the ones left floundering, losing out 7-5 to Unwanted, and now looking to map 2 to try and fight their way back into this series, Tim.
Yeah, I think Unwanted looked great. They were fun to watch. You know, we had some big players on both sides. I think there's going to be rounds there that Liquid will look back on and think, you know what, we probably should have had this one sewn up. We should have locked it down, particularly. I think the one big round that we're going to keep looking back at when we look at this is the Scorpos play. Yeah. It has to be. Hot and Cold absolutely nails it. It's 2v3, him and Dreamer inside a site, and obviously there's goal there of, I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to top floor. I'm leaving you on your own, buddy. Just hold on. Support is coming, and he switches off to there, drops down through the hatch, gets Nest, holds the verticals. It's just great stuff from him. But ultimately, you've got to say it's a Liquid mistake as well. They've got to be aware of that shell. It's got to be dealt with. They've got to know that that's potentially coming, and it was a bit of a slip-up.
I mentioned quite early on as well, we had 3 players on Liquid who were sat on 100% cost right up until the start of round 6. Myra player will look up there and say he was 8-1. Where the hell did he go? Getting 2 more kills throughout that whole time whilst dying 7 is not a good look for how that second half played out, but really does tell the tale that Liquid could not keep up those early performances. On the other side, I'll give a big shout out to Spirits, especially for me. I thought his smoke play was absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. Like you say, inside of sight really helped to lock it down. Hot and Cold had some big plays as well. Everybody had their moment. Dream was really solid inside of sight throughout in that support role. Just all coming together, and it was the big question mark I'd written in my notes. How are Unwanted gonna look when it comes to coordination, when it comes to team play? And for me, they backed each other well, they covered each other well, they used intel well, they were looking good.
Now we got ourselves heading into Consulate. It is Liquid's map pick, and obviously, if you're quite confident they've got a chance of walking away with this one, given it was their map pick, but I could, honestly, Tim, if I got a quid for every single time you expect the team to win their own map pick and then they lose it anyway, I wouldn't have to be a caster. So I'm looking at this and just thinking, do I want to do the unthinkable and take a 2-0 here? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think Liquid come back and win Consulate.
Okay.
I think Liquid will be very good on Consulate.
They haven't played it in 4 months. They last played it against FaZe and lost. They've only played it once and lost it.
There's a couple of maps that I look at as historically always being Brazilian maps, and that's Consulate and Bank. And if we look at the maps that we've got left, it's Consulate and Bank. So I really expect a good level of gameplay coming out from Team Liquid here. I feel like we're maybe going to see another gear from them. It's whether Unwanted can keep up with that. I'm not saying that they can't, but I feel like there is still, with the maps that are left, a little bit of an edge for Liquid.
I'm a bit nervous because looking at Unwanted as well, they've played this map 4 times over the last 6 months. Of those 4, 3 of them have actually been as deciders in best of 3s. They're very happy to leave it as the neutral map they go to, so it's not the favourite map you want to play. If a map looks too popular to yourself, teams will ban it away from you. So I think actually saying, you know what, that's our middle ground map. We're happy to play there. It's not our best. We won't pick it very often for ourselves to play. However, we'll happily go there and face teams off on it, which is what makes me feel a little bit nervous that this one could be done and dusted before you know it. Still getting ourselves set up. Everyone needs a bit of a coffee break. Tim, you had a loo break in the middle of all this as well. I was sat here nomming on pretzels, I think they are. What are they called? Tiny Twists.
I love a pretzel.
Is that what they call them in America? Tiny Twists.
You know what I really love? The chocolate-covered ones. The chocolate. Have you had them? The chocolate-covered pretzels? Again, we're like covered in like white chocolate. Absolutely beautiful stuff. That might be a little bit of a surprise to you as well that it's not milk chocolate that I'm choosing.
Oh, what is it now?
White chocolate.
Ah, see, white chocolate, if I have too much of it, I feel a bit sick. It's a bit sickly.
Chocolate. Honestly, I love it.
Milky Bar I could eat for all day. No problem.
Any white chocolate I can eat till it comes out.
Other brands are available.
I absolutely love it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I get through half a bar and I'm just
I don't know if they have it anywhere else around the world. In the UK, we do have a couple of brands that do like it's caramel flavoured chocolate as well.
Like Caramac.
Yeah,
That's pretty
similar
good.
to that. There's a few other brands are available. There's a couple of others that do it as well. But that's ridiculously sickly when we're talking about sickliness. But I am partial to. I think I just like sickly stuff.
Well, no, you like vanilla ice cream and margarita pizza and water. You've really
it's vicious rumour.
I'll tell you what, I feel so bad for your missus. You must be a terrible date to take out.
Margarita pizza. I'm a very good date. Margarita pizza.
I can vouch for that.
Exactly. You've been out with me many times there.
Many times. You kissed me once or twice as well.
Margarita pizza it's not my favourite pizza. You're just spreading this rumour.
Right, sorry, it's pepperoni.
It's not pepperoni.
What's your favourite pizza?
I like all sorts of different pizzas, but I do love like a good meat feast style.
I thought you were about to say, but I do love a really good margarita.
I've missed the trick there. No, I do like get some chicken on there, some meatballs on there, you know, a bit of barbecue sauce.
Okay. These bans are legit, by the way. This time around, because Liquid on the blue side are on the attack, they are in the normal order. So Unwanted taking away the Monty from Lagonis, Blackbeard being taken away from Spirits. So still sticking with our double shield ban, but Tim, it does mean that Lagonis' most played operator as well as Spirits' most played operator in the Blitz is available.
And to be fair, so far, I would say on the last one where we saw the Blitz taken away, it was Spirits who adapted better when we had the Blitz and the Monty taken away. So coming in here, we need to see something out of Lagonis. He doesn't have the Monty, but he can use the Blitz. We need to be seeing a little bit more from him. It could be the difference maker of pushing Liquid over the line.
Alrighty. I think also with the mute one, you see that as a ban, you're just like, okay, that's really interesting. You've got something you want to do if you're banning away a mute. We'll see if we see a bunch of gadgetry being used that would otherwise be impeded by the mute, but also in consideration for the map itself in Consulate, it is quite boxy. There are a lot of bottlenecks where mute jammers are very, very effective. Also a bit of a target ban in towards Spirits, his most played defensive operator. I feel like this guy an awful lot today, to be fair. He's coming up with playing great smoke plays. He's now seen a target ban against him on both attack and defense in this map. A lot of respect being heaped on him.
Getting on into it then, round one. We're actually going to start in Piano from Unwanted, and that's going to mean we need a bit of top floor hold from them. You can also hold it to a degree from underneath as well. Sometimes we'll see a little bit of a presence down there, but looking across, we've only got one Nitro on side, and that's hot and cold on the Warden. I wouldn't have thought they'd want to stick him down in basement, so he's likely going to be playing on the top floor, I would have thought, so that he can avoid any potential flashes or anything else that are going to be coming in. There's quite a few, got 4 flashes on the side of Liquid, so definitely could see some use from those Warden glasses.
Sure. Again, for me, it's watching how they play around the mute ban. You don't ban that away and then do absolutely nothing about it. Immediately here, you're seeing the Twitch, you're seeing the Flores coming out. That is a lot of drone work they want to get done here, both for information purposes, but also clearing their way through the map. And I think it's probably a good read from Liquid. Back on Lair, there were a lot of these very util-heavy setups that we were speaking about. It was really hard to break through a few of them, and there were Vulcans scattered everywhere, and we had mute jammers laid down. It was frustrating to deal with. So I actually think by banning one of those things away and then trying to roll through the rest of the utility with gadgetry is a really smart way from Liquid to try and speed up their own attacks. Not by saying, let's move a little bit faster, let's bring a shield and just charge our way through. Instead they're saying, let's actually take away what the other side can do about their pace-slowing abilities, and that's how we'll find ourselves going a little bit faster. Whether or not that's successful, we'll see, because the problem with having so much drone utility, Tim, is that you have to take a good, 60 seconds, 90 seconds to actually use it all. 60 seconds in, still got 2 of those Roteros left to go through.
Great use of the Roteros from Lagonis there, just clearing some really key areas. Top yellow removes the barbed wire, removes anything from bathroom window as well. It's all helping to shape up this push. Maya is going to get himself inside of top spiral as well, just in behind the vending machines. We'll send in the Twitch drone, looking to clear out those Goyo canisters, I would imagine, and the prox alarms. So we're starting to see this attack shape up here. He's actually leaving the Vulcan canister for now. Going to lose that drone as well, but it might just give Maya an opportunity to get a little bit of a surprise attack here, but no!
Shot.
No! Atom is ready! Who can? Cap can!
Atom can as well. He's absolutely eviscerated in there. A second one comes through. Lagoon is stepping around to try and fight his way in, and the Gaveni's also shut another one down. Liquid came with the game plan. Tim, I know what I said earlier about trying to speed things up a little bit. They've just been caught during the very early part of this prep, and I feel Maya maybe went a little bit too far ahead of the rest of his team, and they have paid the price for that one. I don't think Unwanted looked rattled at all in that round.
I think it was too obvious for Maya. So he's on the Twitch drone, the Capcan sees it, and they have this second where he just kind of leaves his drone to be shot. It's like, I know it's going to be shot, but I feel like when you do that, when you play this game a lot like these guys do, and you see a drone see you and just kind of stop like that, your immediate thought is,
they're coming off to get
I'm going to get pushed here. And so Atom was ready for it. It was well read by Atom. Yeah, granted, he had to kind of figure out where the Twitch was going to be coming from. But in the position that he was in, there was only 2 places he could come from. He could come from his left at Spiral, or potentially from admin, but unlikely from admin, because he probably would have known about the fact that they were in admin and copy by that
You know
point.
what the big tell was as to why they weren't coming admin side or Visa side was the fact that he didn't shoot out the Goyo canister.
Yeah, exactly. So
I saw that and I was like, it's because they're not pushing that side of the map. Now, obviously, Unwanted don't know that, but if you're going to put one on one together and go, oh, we're not seeing any utility come from that direction. We've had no drones come that way. They're not shooting out the Vulcan canister. Oh, it's going to be a yellow take.
Atom's had great speed of thought there to think, that Twitch drone's just seen me and stopped. He's probably coming off it. The only place I can be pushed from really is top spiral, realistically. So I'm just going to watch that angle for a couple of seconds. And he gets himself a kill on the back of it. And then the rest of it just falls like dominoes around it. So really well played. Nice defense from Unwanted once again. And Liquid might just be sweating a bit at the minute, Des.
I could definitely see the bees starting to fall down their faces. Maybe not Lagonis, that extra like far forward headband of his for his headset. And then catching some of those sweat beads as they start to build up. But if nothing else for Liquid, it's round 1. You can afford to park it there and say, cool, guys, look, realistically, 2-3 rounds here is all we need. We found that back on the last map. I'm sure we can rinse and repeat here and get ourselves going. That reminder that it is their map pick. You would expect them to see them being the more proficient attackers here. That first round, right idea, just not great execution in the final 60 seconds.
And what a steal from Unwanted that they've just got piano done. That's usually your third choice site. You know, they've gone in there, they've taken potentially a little bit of a risk. We're going to take the more unpopular site. And now they're looking, honestly, a big step towards the 3-0 start here. You know, you'd look at this and say, right, top and bottom floor are the ones that you should probably be locking down on Consulate. And there's a real possibility that they do that. We're down into the basement this time. It's going to be garage. We've got Liquid going in there with the Nomad, just preventing those flanks from coming in potentially. I think they're happy now that they've got some control of the map so they can start moving through. And then they're going to look to clear that electricity and allow Lagonis onto the wall to get it breached. So, you know, they're ticking boxes at this point on the attack of Liquid. 1.5 minutes in, that's absolutely fine. They've got the time. They're clearing the utility. They're going to start opening up the verticals as well. This is really good from them on the attack of this site.
Got themselves moving pretty fast on the top floor, and at least the discipline being shown by Unwanted to drop away and get themselves down towards site, meant they weren't going to get stung out by this too much. Right down to that last 75 seconds or so, so Liquid, still plenty of time here to get yourself set up. They've got the main breach opened up, they've got the verticals coming on through as well. They're doing all the right things, but the problem is, Tim, I thought they did all the right things at the start of the last round, and then it all came back to bite them. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Unwanted could well spring a trap here at the last second. And look at that. Almost on cue. Hot and Cold is there above them, like he was on the Scopus, but this time it's the Vault.
Surely he doesn't get away with this. There was air jabs that were placed out. I'm not sure exactly where up on the top floor, but they can't allow this again, can't Liquid. Somebody's up there with him. The question is, are they aware, or does Hot and Cold get away with this one? Really, Liquid need to kind of, if they don't know about it, they can't do it, but they need to start moving quickly here, because it could leave Hot and Cold out in the cold, quite literally. Nest manages to find one as well. Read. There we go, 5v2. That's the Valkyrie shutdown. This should be a Liquid round from here.
They're pretty conscious and knew that he was there. Liquid definitely playing this one super safe as well. It's looking good, and they're winning their gunfights. 3 sets, finding himself 2 in the round. It's all down to Dream. Without a C4, I think his name really tells you what it is that he's riding on right now. Hope, a prayer, and a dream of getting anything. Can't find a kill. Plant now going down. This round is cooked. Gets a free kill through the flash. Not too bad to walk away with a bit of KD padded. But Liquid looking very, very convincing in round 2.
Yeah, way better attack from Liquid there. And what I like is the use of that Nomad. Bringing the Nomad along says that they are recognising the problems that they've had previously when they've been hit on the flank by Hot and Cold, when they've not really had full control of the map, and they've been punished for it. This time, that wasn't the case. We've got the Nomad. We're going to lock off those flanks. We're going to be aware of it as soon as Hot and Cold pushed. He was dealt with by Palu. Really, really better from Team Liquid. The question is, can they keep that going? Because top floor attack is going to be a little bit different, and I think that's probably where they're going to be heading. I can't see Unwanted doubling down on that basement site, because that was pretty easy for Team Liquid. There's just a little bit less movement space here for Team Liquid. They can't kind of get into the map and have all that space and use the air jabs and lock it all off. This time, they've got to go a little bit more route 1. You can get into top yellow, you can get into admin, absolutely, but you can't really do much to control the map outside of the site beyond that.
Might change your opinion actually on some of these sites. I was looking at the numbers over the last 6 months all around the world for Consulate. Our most defensive site actually is Piano. It's 63.5%. Second floor then comes in at 58.9%, and the basement comes in at 56.2%. So if you're looking at the weakest side to defend, technically, they are, yeah. That's where they wanted to start and play things out based on what they've observed themselves, probably either in their region or around the world itself. But either way, 1-on-1 is how things currently stand. No repeat on the downstairs, as you said, up to this top floor, which, again, makes sense given the numbers and how things have shaped up so far. No mute on side means they're playing into the Mozzie instead, and we saw a few teams do this. In fact, we were casting W7M. They played a hell of a lot of Mozzie yesterday, and there were a few questions around, is it really the best thing to be playing when you've got shields constantly bearing down on you? It doesn't really offer too much. Yeah, sure, brings the C4, but they weren't always playing the C4. Hot and Cold here, I think, more looking towards saying, well, we know they're relying a lot on information. It's why they've banned away the mute. We've got to at least have a response in towards that to try and offer up an alternative to keep them at bay.
Veto drone going to be sent over and in to just try and get that wall opened up. As it's been left soft, it's just going to give everything that's needed, really. It's just going to be that line of sight, that phantom pressure, and we're going to see Lair just moving away to get onto that connector window. Again, open that up, and it's just about making it uncomfortable for those defenders inside of sight.
I don't know where this spare 10th reinforcement now would have gone, but I think it's quite a smart play, just to touch on this for a second. You always have to always bring some kind of hard breach as the attackers. It's why you've got the Ying with those 2 hard breach gadgets in back pocket, because reinforcing that cubby wall is like standard on this map. It not being done now means there's a spare reinforcement to go elsewhere, which might open up a new place for Unwanted to play. So be mindful of that. That's what Liquid probably now thinking, okay then, how have things changed up a little bit here? What have Unwanted got in mind for us?
It looks like it's going to probably be out on the admin side. There's the double reinforcement from Copy into admin itself, but then there's the reinforcement from Copy out into the corridor.
Oh,
but I tell you what, it is giving them a little bit of space as just kill after kill after kill comes in. What a collapse on the defense coming in from Unwanted there. One after another, they piece it together and get another very solid defensive round 1 up on the top floor.
It's almost a total reverse of what we saw back on our previous map, because for Unwanted there, as soon as they saw the first Sense light screen come down, you see almost every outline just immediately start moving. They aren't sitting on the laurels waiting to see what comes or looking to play behind C4s. They were being active in that defense. It was fantastic to see, and now Liquid. An early timeout after 3 rounds. You do expect this. You've played through 3 different sites. You've seen what's going wrong. It's a good chance for the coach to weigh in and suggest some alternatives or improvements that can be made. But I think it's fair to say Liquid are probably feeling this is not going according to plan, guys. There are issues here that need to be sorted.
Not at all. They've got problems. You can see Hugzord very animated at the moment. He's I'm sure been itching for the last couple of rounds to get into the ears of the guys and say, look, this is what's going on. This is what I want to see more of. And we'll see whether we get any change from Liquid. It's worth pointing out as well when we look towards potentially if, Liquid do get this map. When we look towards Bank, I say it is a good Brazilian map. It is always a good Brazilian map. But Beast Coast, as it was at the time, in the semi-final of Manchester, played against Liquid on Bank, and then they won that one. It was Skyscraper and Bank. They won 2-0, 7-5 on Bank. So maybe not the best history in the minds of these Liquid players for a decided map on Bank either.
No, well, they'll be hoping if they can get there. That's the most important part, first and foremost. Else for Unwanted, a 2-0 dream start against... I don't want to say like a tournament favourite, because honestly, I asked like 15 of the 20 teams here prior coming into it. Other ones wouldn't reply to me. Screw you guys. The ones that I did ask and replied to me, I said, who are your favourite teams to win this? Your top 3. Not a single person said Liquid.
I think, to be honest, on name alone, it's a team that we always look at going, possibly. But in reality, looking at the last few years, and particularly at their international results, I think we are, well beyond the point of saying, yeah, this is a likely to, at best, they're generally considered an underdog side that might do something, a dark horse.
A dark horse. Funny because the logo's a horse.
That's why I went with underdog. It's the kind of position that they're in realistically, that you look at them coming in and you think, yeah, maybe they can do something, but the expectation isn't really there.
No. Obviously, as said, there are 5 days of groups to play through. We've already seen one close out. Liquid, of course, now trying to fight their way through to not be sat at the bottom of those standings from the conclusion of today. Still plenty of chances to get things back on track, and truthfully, looking at the group, like you would expect them to come out and make it into one of those top 4 spots and have another chance to fight on, but I'm more worried when we start getting into knockout territory, Tim, that they could find themselves in real hot water.
It wouldn't be the first time, Des. It wouldn't be the first time. Maya is going to be on the drones, just trying to get that intel, send it through, using the Deimos as well, potentially. Could get a couple of scans and just start getting a little bit of availability for those tracks to come on through. Palu on the Grim has taken a little bit of ground out in the admin side. Liquid feels like it's just a little bit slower from them this time. Palu sends the drone in, doesn't see the man behind vending machine. I would hope that he would at least expect that, because it's a pretty standard position. Gavini's in there on the Goyo, and Liquid need to make sure they're aware of that and that they're going to deal with him.
Getting behind the mirror definitely makes a bit of a frustration point, though. You need to get that shoot out of the way. This is the same thing that we saw back on Lair, where it felt like they just had really good, well-layered defenses that kept Liquid at bay, despite them looking all right on the attacking side, I thought. More of the same is building up. A lot of things to worry about and trip over, I think, if you're Liquid here. Still half a round to play, so you're not sweating about it yet, Tim, but as we know, there's still a lot more to choose. We've got to get this top floor control and then start worrying about what's going on downstairs. Resets maybe lining up for a backstab. I just saw him outside in the Flores as well towards Yellow Stairs. Everyone else, I think, is focused on this top floor.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, and it's going to be Unwanted wanting to really hold on to this, because you can't get a real top floor defense. You can see everything vertically from up here. If they can just keep it alive, Cavani is still the one up there, just trying to hold on, trying to hold those angles. Resets manages to pick up hot and cold, so advantage Team Liquid, but Lagonis will find himself down again. A little bit of a lack of intel there. Liquid going in, getting caught out by those Capcan traps of Atom, and Lagonis is collected, but is now on 20 HP. The chip damage is coming in across the side of Team Liquid.
Unlucky not to find that one, I think, and they're desperately trying to get this opened up, but can't. The hole just about the right size to stop it. One kill lining up, almost a second, but Spirits takes his one and dips away. Doesn't want to get too greedy, and like that, yet again, Liquid have been shut out in the last 20 to 30 seconds. One came back through, but Myers now down his backside, and Resets has got it all to do. Not a hope in hell. There's still bulletproofs everywhere, and this is what we were saying earlier, Tim. When you're taking 2.5 minutes to clear top floor, you've got no idea what's actually happening on site itself. And the bulletproof ruined them, as well as a very well-placed hole, shall we say, that did not let the breaching charge come into use.
I feel like Resets could have got an angle to just shoot that bulletproof. He's run across site with his back to the rest of site. I don't know what you're expecting at that point with 30 seconds left to go in the round. You know, realistically, of course you're going to be challenged from somewhere inside a site. Again, you know, I don't want to take away from Unwanted by focusing on the kind of negative there of the mistakes that Team Liquid have made, because again, Unwanted a good defense. What I liked about it was the way that they judged that top floor fallback. Gaveni was in behind the vending machine, but as soon as the mirror window starts getting challenged, that's helping him stay in that position, he drops back through long desk. The player on the mirror window drops away, and they go back towards CEO. And it's just that smart fallback, but never completely giving it up. The challenge is still going to be there. Liquid aren't allowed to just take the ground, but Unwanted aren't throwing bodies away. They aren't just going to give up those kills too easily. And it's really good play again from the NI side. And to be honest with you, Des, it is exactly what I would expect from these players. When I said I've got a question mark for the team, it was how they gel as a team, but they have got so much experience across them. It is, especially with a player like Dream on side, it is no surprise to see such a structured and solid approach to the siege.
Beautiful stuff. And Liquid, they've had the timeout, let's not forget as well. They've had that chance to try and figure things out, and it did not go according to plan. They're going to start things off with a couple of kills. They're very quickly exchanged here inside the first 30 seconds. Nothing massive note. We're looking at what's been lost here. Elysian, great. You lose all the recharging goo mines there. Not ideal. And you lose the IQ on the other side. Not the end of the world, but now Hot and Cold must be rubbing his hands together thinking, cool, no one to find out where I've tucked away these drones. Now what damage can we do? I just think that's a bit of a foreshadowing. In 2 minutes' time, I think we'll be talking about those Yokai drones again.
Yeah, very possibly. Gaveni is going to be taken down on the Legion. Big loss, as always, on that operator, being that the goo mines are time generated, so they're going to lose a good number of them by losing him so soon in the round. He will only have been able to play probably 2 at most out into the map. Again, Liquid doing what they did well last time they attacked basement. They've got control of the map. They've got the air jabs out. They work in the verticals. They're opening the hatches. Again, I said it last time. I'll say it again. They are ticking boxes really, really well. They're making it difficult for Unwanted to play anywhere in that front side, anywhere towards the B-bomb chassis. We can see a beautiful view from over there. Nobody on the left-hand side of your screen. Because of those verticals, they've been forced away. They get that wall open. That means the plant spot's pretty much open. If you get in there behind that bomb chassis, there's not much you can do, but it comes back to exactly what you were talking about, Des. The way that you can deny that is those Yokai drones.
Or the Spokesman Spirits, which have done so much work so far throughout the series. Again, just so much delay, and I think for Unwanted, it's like, why change away from it when we can see that Liquid are really clearly struggling to move at any pace and punish us for playing this more dug-in approach where we do give up a lot of map control. We aren't looking to roam out and about. So keep your eyes on this as we get towards this last 50 seconds or so, where you're going to see a lot of that utility start to come to the fore. All 3 smokes still in back pocket for Spirits is what makes me start to worry. We've also got 2 C4s to play behind in Spirits. I'm not too sure about this one, buddy. I'd rather you hang on and sight with 3 smokes in back pocket, to be honest with you. Let's not start paying the price now. They've got the yellow pin coming through. See the oh no! Not quite the right sort of spot. They've got the combo coming in actually of the Yokai plus the smokes, but a plant is now going down. Atom has found one. Here we go. Yokai's online. I said we'd talk about them, Tim, and here we go.
Yeah, this is exactly the point. As I said, this is the one way of denying the plants really in this front part of the site. Lagonis knows that he's just going to keep getting challenged. 15 seconds. He's looking round frantically, trying to find that Yokai drone. He's again prevented from getting that plant down. And are they buying enough time here to find the kills that they need to prevent this? The answer is no, because Team Liquid is able to find them. Palu, Lagonis, one apiece. Palu gets another, and they just managed to snatch that. Almost from the jaws of defeat there. 15 seconds left. It wasn't looking pretty for Team Liquid, but the kills came in and they got the round done. And this one continues to be competitive.
It does. Honestly, on the back of Parley for me there as well. Taking that risk to just march your way down long haul, rounding towards office and get the man who was laid down towards his left.
Yep.
That's going to cause all kinds of chaos in the comms because you weren't anticipating this. Yeah, an extra 5 seconds on that, and maybe we're having a very different conversation. This is the play that I mentioned, and then yes, there was a second kill coming in at the same time from Lagonis, but for me, Parley was the one who really rounded in there and broke the back of that defense. Good stuff from Liquid, keeping it tight. They've got the 2 rounds that I said they might be looking for. If they get 3 here, Tim, honestly, it's going to feel like a bit of a steal.
Oh, we're having the split site, so it is a little bit of a risk from Unwanted here. Archives tell us will be our final one. We could see 2 different attacks here. It's down to the team. We'd always see the same thing. Sometimes teams will try and get control of admin and then just push straight into tellers. The difficulty with that is you've got to be careful of those nitros from underneath. And as I say that, you look across the bottom of your screen, Dream, Hot and Cold Spirits, all with nitros in hand. So they're going to be looking for those vertical denials. The other alternative for Liquid is you get yourself in through garage, you move across laterally, and you try and get a push into archives. Can be a little bit easier. You don't have to worry about those vertical nitros necessarily, but you do need some visa control because you do need to worry about the reverse. The vertical angles coming down on top of you.
I really enjoy when, like, they've got a shield inside here. When you see like a blue push or a box push come through, and that's how they try and work their way in. Not sure if they'll go for it here. We'll keep a close eye on what the exact setup is, but it looks to be, I was going to say maybe a full lateral push, but not quite. If nothing else, though, we've finally got Lagonis. We've finally got Lagonis on the blitz, which is the key one here, and that's what I'm keeping a close eye on.
Neska's just opened up that rear hatch. For a second, I thought they were maybe just going to run in there and try a little bit of a rush to drop that hatch and put a bit of immediate pressure onto site, but that's not the case, as Lagonis is going to head down, and it's going to be that lateral push that I was talking about. Get yourself in through yellow and garage, sweep across, force them to try and challenge you from upstairs. There is some areas that can be tough to do that, especially if you've got some guns in and around sort of Visa area, tellers, maybe bottom spiral. If you can get a presence there to prevent them being able to focus on the verticals. It hangs in the balance at the minute.
Atom's the key one here. Next way you can see through that hatch, and anyone trying to work their way around Yellow Pillar can get tagged out by, and the problem is, it's the blitz, and he also knows that at the same time he's being challenged from on the same floor, so he can't really have the impact needed. Good bit of teamwork and coordination from Liquid there to make sure they can get the march on through. Not in a bad spot here with half the round down. We've now got to start thinking about the site itself, Tim, and as we've seen so many times over, the C4s and all kinds of tactics to delay Liquid as best they can coming out from Unwanted.
Yeah, Spirits is going to get himself back downstairs. He could be on for a big challenge here. Yes, he does. Manages to pick up Nest. Maya did find hot and cold along the way, so that leaves us 4v4. Lagonis goes in. Surely he's going to be able to get the kill. No, he does flush him into the path of Parlu, though, and does start putting that diffuser down. And that's unfortunate. Catching that nitro on the ceiling, and Parlu just cuts through them like a side through wheat. A big double, and that's Liquid leveling those up 3v3, and the Brazilians suddenly seem to come alive on Consulate.
Woo! I mean, the previous round was tight, but this one, far more breathing room for Liquid. They hit the site with about a minute to go. They didn't look like they were rushed or pressured off. It didn't really require a hero play. Even Spirits pulling off this play here was more like a minor inconvenience. Just a beautiful closeout to the round as well. Parlu, yet again, having a big part in the round end. Wonderful stuff. Unlike that, Tim, they've clawed it back to a 3-3. Taking 3 attacks on this map, no easy feat. I believe that actually is our second most defender-sided map across the last 6 months. So Liquid should feel very happy about how that half is gone. And now the pressure moves on to Unwanted. You've got to put on a show, and better that to get this closed out in regulation.
Yeah, way better round 5 and 6 from Team Liquid there, and I think it could be the moment that turns the tide, because like I've said already, Unwanted coming in with those roster changes, the attacks I would generally expect to maybe be a little bit tougher than the defenses, because you've got to play a lot more fluidly, you've got to play with what's in front of you, you've got to know what everybody else is going to do in any given situation, rather than a defense where you've got your printout ready, you know where everybody's setting up, you know what the plan is, you know how everybody's moving around each other. A little bit different on attack and a little bit more unknown, so we'll see how they do over the next couple of rounds. But like you say, Liquid, I'm sure, are going to be very, very confident here that they can pick up 2 sites. That's all they need to do. Lock down 2 sites. Third site is largely irrelevant, and they'll get that 7-5.
But again, that was fun. Information being fed back in terms of where spawn locations are. You can normally glean that from drones and where they come in from. I remember before it used to be a little bit different, but nowadays, obviously, wherever you choose to spawn is where you see the drones coming in from. So if you can count the drones and you can catch them out, as we've already seen 5 falling down in the very first parts of this round, you get a good idea as to what's going on if you can sift them out correctly. Otherwise, it never hurts to have a little bit more information. You can always change that spawn location with the attacker repit that we now have available to us, and just try and confuse things around a little bit further. Start things off, though, I'm worried about the lack of information that's now going to be feeding into the round. You know, we spoke about it earlier with the mute ban being taken away. Well, mute being taken away because of the ban. It does mean things like Mozzie become that little bit more powerful. But without any kind of drone denial here, Liquid have chewed through pretty much all the information available to Unwanted. We've seen this happen to teams yesterday in some of our series, Tim. Things start to look real messy when you've got nothing left to feed you in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Twitch and the Roteros, so maybe a couple of extras there, but very little left. This is the last Rotero, so they're not going to be able to really gain any info from them going in, and they're time limited anyway. You've got 1 shock drone left on side. So still, yeah, absolutely, there's very, very limited in terms of intel here, especially when Unwanted haven't got themselves established inside of the building yet. As I said, on this top floor attack, it's very difficult as attackers because you you don't have much space to work with to gain a beachhead, you've maybe got top spiral, yellow, and admin at an absolute push, it can be tough. In goes the blitz. Spirits, we've already talked about his ability on this operator. He's going to see himself stunned by the Echo drone.
Oh dear.
I tell you what, Unwanted are going to be stunned by Nesk as he manages to pick up a double. Hot and Cold and Gavaney go by the wayside. Atom picks up Maya. 4 versus 3, but it's looking good right now. The blitz is trying to push into the Warden. It's not going to work. Those glasses are going to make it so difficult, but Spirits finds Palu with a beauty.
They've still got time to work with here as well as the key thing. Let's not forget that. He's taken out one, done the dance with the Warden, pushed him back. He's gained them a lot of ground, and they've now got the scan coming in at the same time from Atom onto resets. It's still winnable here for Unwanted. They've got time to play with.
That's a beautiful nade there. We just see Lagonis able to dance around and get out of the way of any potential damage, but it was an absolutely fantastic throw over the top. Spirit kind of seems to be caught in sight here, not really sure exactly what to do yet. They need some support there coming in. It is going to be Dream who walks in with the case. He's going to try and put this down. My question is, can Liquid really do anything to impact on this? Atom manages to pick up Nesk as they try to do so. The kills come in, and they're all in favour of Unwanted, and it looked unlikely, Des. It looked like Team Liquid were in the driving seat, but no. Unwanted managed to grab just enough real estate to get that diffuser down and to get themselves a win.
I mean, despite losing so many drones, they knew exactly where every player was in that execute. They'd seen the Warden get pushed back by the Blitz. They knew that one was tucked in by that cubby window. They knew that one was going to be tucked in backside as well. As long as they could keep those angles safe, and the Blitz definitely helps with that. There's not a lot that you can do about giving control of meeting and letting a plant go down. Really well played, and Atom in the back as well, being the sharpshooter on the Deimos. 2 kills for himself. Really well-positioned executing. This is what happens, Tim, when you've got a lot of time to play with. And I'll give a nod to Spirits again. I've shouted him out a lot during the series, mainly for his smoke. But here on the Blitz, you see him why it's his most played operator. He did so much in that round. Not straight in the way of kills, landed a great pistol headshot, sure, but it was more about the space that he made for his team. Without him there, I don't think they managed to get control of Long Desk and then push their way in towards meeting for that execute.
Let's go then into round 8. I tell you what, if Unwanted come away with a win here, they are seriously looking like they get this one won in 2, which I think it's fair to say would be a little bit of a surprise for anybody who didn't, question the ability of this Unwanted roster. But given that they're going against the Team Liquid, who looked very good yesterday, in terms of their result, they look very, very solid. They've been playing good Siege again today, but Unwanted have just found another level, honestly. I'm loving watching them at the minute. They're fantastic.
Obviously saw Liquid 2-0 Team Joel yesterday as well, so they came into this, at least warmed up. They played an official yesterday already. For Unwanted, it's been a bit of a wait for them. They had to wait till today to get their first game in. At least already guaranteeing themselves points, and given Team Joel are 0-2 in this group, they haven't taken a single map so far. A win here might actually turn out to be enough to get you through.
Yeah, that's the top and bottom of it. Generally, 1 or 2 wins within these groups is going to get you into the top 4. And that's what these teams are looking for as an absolute minimum. Obviously, the higher you can get up, the bigger the benefit it is going through into those later phases. But that's got to be the focus. So, Team Liquid, I'm sure, are going to be looking to get a win here against Unwanted. But at the minute, things are just not going their way. Unwanted still kind of in that droning phase, looking to see exactly what's going on above. The Grim Bees going in is probably going to signal that we'll get some movement out of them. They're just looking to try and force Team Liquid around into those lines of sight. They managed to do it. Spirits is the one on that blitz. We said that he had it available, but he's going to just get a little bit overconfident maybe. Taken down from resets above, but Hot and Cold picks up Nest. 4 versus 3, and it's looking good. Unwanted keep going. Take down Palu, and they are charging through this one. Maya manages to find Hot and Cold. Can that stem the flow?
More about looking for the plant though, and Atom's now recovered the diffuser. He's got himself another 2K. He is lethal on this Deimos, and Unwanted, Tim. They're pulled into the lead. They're up at 5-3. Let's not forget, Liquid had to fight tooth and nail to get their 3 rounds back in that first half, where Unwanted have already found 2 of them.
Honestly, it feels like Unwanted might have already won this, Des.
While getting how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 entries across the whole series.
You know as well as I do, we watch an awful lot of Siege, and sometimes you get this feeling, you watch it and you think, I've seen this before, I've seen teams react like this before, and right now Team Liquid are going to have to dig very deep to turn this around, and I just get that feeling that I get sometimes when I watch matches and I think, you know what, they're not coming back on this one. This team is just too hot right now, and they're going to run away with it. And that's the feeling that I'm getting from Unwanted. Let's see if Team Liquid can prove me wrong over the next couple of rounds. We're going to be back up to the top floor. They're, of course, preparing for the potential of the plant inside of the CEO window. We don't actually see that one too often, I think it's fair to say, at a pro level, but it's still something you've got to prepare for. Open that floor up, get your utility ready. They'll likely open the hatch as well so they can drop into Piano if they need to make that kind of challenge. But again, it was a good attack last time from Unwanted. They're using that blitz. We can see Spirits bringing it along again. You picked up on it, Des. You know, he's a fantastic user of that operator, and he's really showing why. I say maybe got a little bit overzealous with the challenge onto Spirits vertically last time around. It's always going to be the biggest risk is a vertical fight for a blitz because you can get the angle in behind the shield quite easily. But Spirits, again, another round where he can do some damage. Maybe get him into top yellow, get him into admin, one or the other, and just let him run at people, let him push them out of position.
He's been playing it so well too. He's at 20 and 11 across the series so far. Atom not far behind at 18 and 14, having a blinder of a map here as well. He's looking absolutely fantastic. That Deimos really doing work for him. Had a 3K back in round 7 as Captain picking up kills every single round, really making himself a known presence in the server. But my eyes in this round, Tim, truthfully, they turn towards Gaveni. You see a Glaz, you got to talk about it. You've got a Warden that you got Contentment on the other side still, which is one consideration. But it's more the fact that you've got quite a few smokes to play behind. 4 on the team in total. Where are they going to plant him? What's the game plan?
Ali's going to take a lot of damage there along with Maya. Dream does take a tickle as well, but I think we'll be happier with the outcome. Team Liquid certainly need to be careful here. Could be on the back foot. They've got 2 players that really don't want to be going into head-to-head gunfights. They're going to want to pick those battles. They're going to want to pick their moments that they can just find that guaranteed kill, because otherwise they probably lose out. We're going to see Ness just having to dodge away from that nade sent up by Atom from underneath. He's been doing some great work on the Deimos as well. Let's not forget Atom in all of this.
No, for sure. Like I was saying a second ago, he's like coming up real tight. 18 to 14 overall, looking great. For me, nothing else. Him being below, he's like the piranha pit, isn't he, for this side of Team Liquid? They can sit there and think, yeah, we're safe here. On soft flooring, you're never safe when there's a Deimos hunting you down. Now they're having to back themselves away as the Grim Bees start raining on through too. The pressure just getting a little bit too hot in the kitchen. They've had to evacuate. That's not ideal.
No, losing Spirits is a big blow there. Lagonis manages to pick him up, and Liquid now should really be pushing on towards winning this round. Atom is going to get the track out on to the Legion, but Resets manages to find Gaveni, and it's starting to fall apart here for Unwanted. Those Glaz and Blitz are going to be your real focal points of the attack. They're the ones that you're building it around, and they've gone, so what do you do now?
And all on Lagonis as well, who went untracked down in the basement. He's now worked his way up Yellow Stairs and is back with the team on the top floor. He's done his job there, Tim. He's disrupted them, he's slowed them down. They've got rid of 2 critical operators in this execute, and there's not really much left, I think, for Unwanted in terms of bite. Like, sure, Atom has been playing well, he's been getting the kills, but I think without the assistance of Spirits on the Blitz, he's going to struggle to have the same impact.
Hot and Cold is going to be looking to get that diffuser down. The challenge is there onto the Yokai, but not in time. It does stop the plant going down. Has to move forward here, knowing that the challenges are going to keep on coming. Hot and Cold does manage to get the plant, but it's unlikely. He holds on to the afters here, and he can't. Maya resets, get the 2 kills. Liquid shut it down. It was a little bit of a Hail Mary play in the 2v5 there from Unwanted, and that is going to be end of round 9. Liquid just holding on for a little bit longer. 5-4 to Unwanted.
And full credit to Lagonis as well for slipping the net there. Like, when you think about the playmakers on this Liquid team, Lagonis is very rarely the player that you think of. Normally being relegated to playing shields almost exclusively. But there, I think, getting rid of that blitz, we've spoke about Spirits and the impact that he's been having, so critical, and maybe somewhat lamenting they didn't ban that away from him. Blackbeard's a problem. Well, his blitz is certainly looking even more problematic. But with that, I look across the series, to be fair, and just think, you know, there's been a few rounds now where little plays like this have just completely upset things. We spoke about the Scott Boss earlier on. We spoke about the Maverick not being able to get the wall open. Little things like that, they're quite defining moments that have definitely thrown around one way or the other. I feel that was a moment for Liquid. Such a key one to get.
Yeah, definitely. It might just be the spark in the powder keg that's going to set off the chain reaction that they needed to get them through this and start getting those rounds won to lock out Consulate. But honestly, I would not discount Unwanted yet, because I think they really do have this one in the tank potentially. We've seen Basement defended a couple of times. It's been a tough sight. the attackers have had a lot of joy there. Liquid are now down in the basement. Can they do any different here? When we saw Liquid on the attack, they did a very good job of going in and ticking boxes, and the boxes you want to tick on this site are getting top floor control, getting mid floor control. You want to be able to prevent any flanks and start doing a little bit of vertical work. I see that's a little bit limited potentially for Unwanted. This could be a backside push. They do have the hard breach of Dreams, so he could go to the front side, but otherwise they're kind of struggling to get anything done vertically. They're kind of struggling to hold down the flanks. It's going to be a big ask, so for me, maybe you look at that backside, get yourself in through archives and try and make a nuisance from there.
Probably more of a concern here about resets on the Maestro. They knew that it was on side. Normally you see a Maestro, the expected response is you see a Brava coming on the other side. Because he's got those cameras that you can seal away, 3 of them now as well, it's worth stating. They can be so impactful just having them inside of sight because of where they often get placed by Maestros. But they've largely ignored it and said, nope, we've got our game plan and we're sticking to it. Lion and KB, the combo of old alongside this blitz with the Deimos to give even more information. You can kind of see him as like a Jackal replacement in this setup. So there's not really an opportunity there for Liquid to be able to capitalize on a really aggressive roam, I think, or another backstab like we saw from Lagonis. It's very much Unwanted looking to control the enemy team here and ensure there are no nasty surprises.
Not sure if Palu knows that he was drawn out there on the Echo or not. He was on his cam at the time, but I think he probably came off maybe just in time to see that drone heading away. But this is smart use of that Deimos scan here, because what it's going to do is force Palu out of that position. So it is going to be a rear-sided push. As expected, Unwanted doing everything they can to create that space so they can get themselves the beachhead in archives and start pushing forward from there. It's going to be largely reliant on Spirits to go down and start creating that space. He knows that there's one at bottom spiral that could potentially challenge. Lagonis finds a critical Nitro. Palu with a kill onto Dream, and all of a sudden Unwanted start crumbling on this attack.
And they managed to get rid of one, but look who's behind. It's Maya swinging around, and Gaveni is down. 1 left standing. It's hot and cold. He's been here before. It's in the poor sod. He's off on the 1 left, and these 1vx's. I spoke about it back previously. He's the one having to fill the gaps when they open up on his team's lineup, and so often he is the one who will be stuck in a 1vx to close out a round. Liquid, it feels like they're starting to get Spirits' number a little bit here, Tim, to where that reliance on the blitz has shown to be really, really effective. Liquid are finding the answer.
Yeah, they absolutely are. We're going to see the timeout called in by Unwanted as well. Losing a couple of rounds in a row, having things leveled up. They know that things are hanging in the balance now, so they've decided to take that time so that Mint can now interject and just give them a little bit of direction potentially to try and close out these last 2 rounds. Like I said, they did, or at least the 3 that were as the Beast Coast roster previously, they did beat the Liquid roster on Bank back in Manchester in May. It was 7-5. It's a long time ago. Unwanted will not really want to go to Bank here, I think. Get it done now. Get it done in 2. Don't allow Liquid onto that map.
This music is just a little bit too like Jazz Cafe vibe when there's a really intense competitive game going on that's nearing its end. I love it. Mate, honestly, my favourite thing to do in an evening generally, if I go to a new city, is find a jazz bar of some kind. Yeah. Blues Kitchen in London, like, I will spend days in there. I absolutely adore it. So this is my vibe entirely, just a bit more mismatched to the entertainment that's on offer. Yeah. I need to go and find one in Boston, to be fair. It's on the agenda.
Be like a little speakeasy sort of like type vibe.
It's really cool, really nice. We found one when we were out for Copenhagen for the major, actually. Me and my missus, when she came over, went and found one, and it was like €10 to get in, and I thought, when else am I going to go into a jazz bar in Copenhagen? I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
We got in there, and there were artists playing until like 3 in the morning. I was like, this is just amazing.
€10 well spent.
Oh, incredible. I love it.
I got to say, as a city as well, I've spent a bit of time. I like to get out for a walk in the morning. If we work in the late games, a little bit behind the scenes for you whilst we're in the prep phase. So this morning I'll get up, because I'm very conscious when we, when we're working in the group phases, the days are so long for us generally, it's easy to not go outside.
It is.
Unfortunately. So I always try to get
Stick to our game of roots.
Exactly. With a little bit of jet lag, I kind of wake up early, so I think I was up at about 7 this morning. So I got up and I went out for a walk for a couple of hours in Boston, and I really like it as a city. I'm really enjoying it here. It's dead quiet. Is one thing that I've noticed. So, compared to a lot of cities, that I've been to around the world, it does feel quite kind of chill and quiet, and I really like it. And I had a little walk around. I like to go and see like movie locations and stuff, so I went and had a look at a few places where stuff's been filmed around Boston, and it was a nice little walk for an hour. It's been a very pleasant stay so far, so thank you, Boston.
I'm sure plenty more to come, helped of course by the fact that there's a tournament that's going to get very, very competitive the longer it wears on. Having a 6 Invitational here is not a bad thing. Can't wait till we get into the venue next weekend, so you can look forward to that one. But now we've got to see which teams, of course, are going to join us, and that is why this game before you is being played out. That reminder again, if you finish 5th in your group, you're going home. Finishing 4th, you start off in the lower bracket. You finish 2nd or 3rd, you start up in the first round of the upper bracket. You finish top of the group, you get a bye into the 2nd round of the upper bracket. And Liquid, well, they started off strong yesterday. Unwanted didn't play yesterday. I'm sure Liquid want to try and make it into a 2nd win to guarantee, or at least get very close to having a chance at making it into that first place spot. But Unwanted, they want to start the campaign off strong and either be themselves in with a good shot to do it. They've already won a major before. Why not do it again and win an SI?
Absolutely. I was wondering whether we were going to see a little bit of a top floor clearance coming across there. Dream, of course, working up Visa stairs, takes out the meeting door barricade, but doesn't really push any further forward. And that's where we're going to see a lot of manpower from Team Liquid. 4 of them are up there. You've only got Lagonis playing currently below. He's around yellow stairs, so he can kind of float between first floor and basement. He's got that nitro in hand, so could potentially look, to cause a little bit of a nuisance. But right now, sending in the Candelas, maybe looking at going quite direct towards site here, but it's going to be a tough one if you don't have that top floor control.
Spirits again dealt with, man. This keeps on happening.
Big problem.
It's a real issue for them as well. Like, here he's by himself as well, no support, and we've seen teams play off the back of a blitz with the gunner in behind it. There's no one here doing that. Spirits is literally solo, and they have paid the price. Down goes Dream on his vault-in, and it is not looking good for Unwanted, Tim. I say that.
They managed to pick up a couple and get back to 3 versus 3, but Dream is down, so it's effectively 3 versus 1. It's all up to Hot and Cold here, realistically. He's fighting on the vertical. That's an absolute beauty. He has slid Parlu there up through those metal beams, manages to find one, and it's never an easy pick to find. Wondering if he has an opportunity to pick up Dream. He is going to go and give it a go. There's always the risk, of course, of the verticality from CEO up above, but that is a nasty smoke. Dream somehow gets away from it.
Don't know how, but a hard rotate away. Not forgetting they've got 2 smokes to play behind here.
10 seconds.
It's looking rough in terms of timing, but they're in as well. And Myers now dangerously low, and the plant is going down. Hot and Cold's guns up at the ready and holds on for it. Myers got rid of Dream, and like that, it's done. It's cooked. It's over. Liquid will hold on, and Tim, they pulled themselves back in the lead.
3 rounds in a row gives them the opportunity to close out the map, and Liquid really feel in those last 3 rounds like they've really woken up, Des. Couple of little mistakes that were being punished seems to have disappeared now. The gunfights are heading in their direction. They've dealt with the blitz absolutely fantastically. Lagonis getting the kill that time, and I wonder what's happened there. Have they droned out Lagonis and sent Spirits to kill him, and he's lost the fight? Or were they unaware of the Capcan's location playing down in basement? It's one of the 2 things, but either way, it's a little bit of a misstep from Unwanted. They have to get more value out of that blitz if they're going to keep bringing it.
3 rounds in a row, as you say, where it's been completely useless for them. It's just been dealt with, and Unwanted are the ones who need to adapt on that. Is Atom playing on something like that not going to be the answer? I guess we'll find out when we get into it. But now for Liquid, I'm looking at, Maya being on the Janker is certainly a little bit of a new one. Not an operator I'd ever expect to see him on, but that's what we're getting. That plus the smoke, plus the Legion. Lots of stall opportunities here. And of course, a lot of capability to waste time for Unwanted here, to see them lose this map out 7 and 5 and career us into bank to see which team walks away with the lion's share of the points.
Into what could be our final round of Consulate then. Liquid will be on the defense and trying to hold on to the top floor once again. They've been in the driving seat for the last couple of rounds. That much is absolutely for certain. If we look at the last time that they defended CEO, they were able to hold on to it. And they're going to be trying to do so again. Where is the push going to come from? As I've said, that's always the difficulty for the attackers. Where do you take your ground? Where do you try to brute force your way into the site from? Spirits is currently hovering around the skylight just above spiral stairs, so we could potentially see him moving towards bathroom or yellow stairs. We're going to have the wall opened up there. That might be the access point for the shield, but we will keep our eye on that as we move over the next couple of 30 seconds to a minute.
You've seen them put a lot of focus around here before, and to give Hot and Cold some credit as well, one thing he has done very, very well is chew through these Roteros in quick fashion. Both times that I've seen him on this site playing this operator. Teams often get hung up when they'll spend 2 minutes making use of all that utility, and it's a little bit slow and laboured, whereas here inside, what, 1 minute and 15? He'll have worked his way through the lot. So good stuff, moving at a pretty good pace, where Liquid's a team that I'll look at again and say they're the ones that I've seen get a little bit stuck on the clock in several occasions.
Veto just looking to clear out that hiding position behind the long desk. That's no longer going to be available. Dream peeking around that corner, just expecting with the Grim Bees that maybe a push would be coming along with it, but that wasn't the case. We're going to hear those fire canisters coming out from the Schumacher launcher of the Chanka there, just again trying to prevent that movement, just trying to lock down this alleyway so that they can't move through from the admin side. But how about this, Des? This is going to be a rush into sight from the Blitz. Surely Spirits just waiting for that door to be opened up. He's going to push in directly through the closet here. Will Liquid be able to deal with him?
They've got to worry about the utility. I said that there's a smoke on the other side. The Chanka can rotate over here, but he's not moved his way across a little bit. There's a smoke, and that's it. He's in, but he's gone the wrong way. Super unfortunate, but they're not going to get away with what they wanted here. Down to a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Actually, Ness getting one back, but a player is down. Tim, it's a 2 versus 2 here with 45 seconds to play.
Yeah, but the real key factor there is that Liquid have dealt with that push fantastically well. So now Hot and Cold and Dream once again are on the back foot. They're having to scramble. They're having taken out, leaves Nesk and Lagonis now able to just sit and hold those angles. There come the Capcan traps, the EDDs do the job. Lagonis gets the kill onto Hot and Cold, 2v1, and surely at this point Team Liquid will walk out, but surely is not always the case. Dream, he manages to find Nesk. He needs one more 4 seconds. Lagonis is just running away. He knows that he can just burn the clock down, and that is going to be Liquid taking map 2. We're going all the way to 3.
Feels like it deserves it as well. Both maps have been really close, but ultimately a 7-5 and a 7-5 to send us into what could be an explosive map of Bank. Close one on a couple of occasions, I think, across both maps, with both teams showing they've got the nous here to compete for the lion's share of the points. Good news is, Tim, both teams walk away with something here, at least. They on the fact it's going to map 3, but it also means someone has to lose out. Even if they do win, but they're not grabbing all 4 of those points.
This has been a brilliant game so far. I'm absolutely loving it. Both teams having real spells of being in control and really, really aggressive, and great play from both. Liquid just able to grab the reins towards the end of Consulate there, but I cannot wait for Bank between these two.
Well, neither can I, Tim, and I feel like it'll go a little bit faster if we go out to a break, so we can speed this up. Back with you guys in just a few minutes.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Lair has to make a deep rotation, finding Wando on the J1 a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Lair finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the presser show. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bowen. Getting that plant down. Alum out to the bottom. For the yellow pig as well! Yay for Alum!
The Psycho Kid as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with a demon!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give him the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. Do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace. 2 people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Comes down to this then, Tim. Bank to beat our decider map between Liquid and Unwanted. We started out with a 7-5 on Lair, where Liquid came out strong and Unwanted battled their way back. And it looked to be the same story was carrying on here onto the second map of Consulate, where Unwanted started strong, but Liquid showed a little bit of extra grit when it really mattered. Tim winning their own map pick, and now we get a decider to settle things.
What a great game it's been as well, genuinely. I've watched pretty much every game so far, but the only games I haven't seen so far have been the B-Stream games when we've been casting. Otherwise, I'm able to watch both at the same time. But this has been genuinely one of my favourite matchups so far. It's been absolutely fantastic. Unwanted have come in, and I don't want to say surprised, because they are a team of fantastic players. But you know, coming together as a 5, we didn't know how it would look, and they've shown us it looks great. Their attacks have been fantastic. The defenses have been solid. They've been structured, and I've enjoyed watching them. But Liquid just had that turn of class at the end of Consulate there to keep themselves in it, continue fighting. I think it's fair that both teams will get a little bit of something out of this one way or another. Whoever wins obviously will take the lion's share, but I think Bank's going to be an absolute belter of a map, because there's a lot of space for these two teams to get active and really go for each other.
Little stats just take a look at as well. Palu back in that first half, we're giving him a few nods as well for his late round plays. Liquid have been a bit slow on their attack so far, but where Palu has got in there and just grabbed the ball by the horns and made a difference, it really has changed the outcome of rounds. It was fantastic. You want to give a nod towards Atom on the other side as well, Tim. His Deimos in the second half of that last map, absolutely excellent.
We've got to say, I think, you know, on the side of Unwanted, they need to make a decision around that blitz. They need to make a decision around that blitz. Spirits have been using him a lot. Liquid have just completely shut it down every time. They tried to push him through the closet on that last round, shut down by smokes, shots were fired in. They seem to, Liquid have a real knack of reading where that blitz is going to push from and dealing with it very quickly. So for me, if I'm Liquid, I'd just leave it up again.
Yeah.
I'd just leave it up again after what's happened on Consulate there. I wouldn't really be too worried about it. And I think Unwanted have got a decision to make as to whether they double down and stick with it or whether Spirits moves away. Maybe if he wants a shield, tries a Blackbeard if it's available or something. You know, maybe just does something a little bit different.
Found the answer and found the solution, haven't they, right? And that's my main concern. I mean, despite that, Spirits is still topping at the leaderboard for his team.
Oh, he's playing great.
107 EPS, currently 20 to 15. It's not looking bad for him at all. Definitely took a bit of a battering on that last map. I think his entries just really fell off the cliff at that point. On the other side, Resets is still top dog. After a great first map, I'm not at all surprised by that. Bank for me is really going to come down to seeing, though, how the objective focus goes, because fun fact for you, Liquid have not planted once so far in this series. This hasn't been a focus of their game at all. No. And I'm wondering if that's going to change here. For comparison, 4 have been planted by Unwanted on the other side. This is a map going into Bank where I think objective focus really comes to the fore. It can't really be a run and gun map. Think about the basement, for example. It is going to command executes. So we'll get to see how Liquid do in that situation, but we will have to wait for the second half. They start on the defense, Unwanted on the attack.
Yeah, I think I feel like that maybe suits Liquid. I think, like I say, we kind of expect Unwanted maybe to be stronger on the defense than they are on the attack. So Liquid have got an opportunity here to maybe come in and grab a 4-2, 5-1 half potentially and really test Unwanted, really put them under a little bit of pressure. But honestly, I'm not going to write off Unwanted at all at this point because they've shown you know, a real knack for turning rounds that maybe they shouldn't win into a point on their board. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more surprises coming out of them.
Well, for sure, we'll get ourselves started in just a moment. I believe all our teams are almost ready to go. All our teams, both of our teams. I say all like there's actually dozens of them all raring and ready to play at once, but it is just the 2 teams in the server. All of our players are pretty much ready to go and lined up. I mean, looking back at Bank, actually, because it's worth touching on how the history for these 2 teams stacks up here as well, Tim. At least looking at it for Liquid, played it 3 times over the last 6 months. It's always been in a decider as well. They haven't picked it. Again, one of those maps they're happy to leave until the end. A 1-2 record on it. But Unwanted, Bank actually sits down there as a map they have perma-banned away. They have not played it once. In fact, they played it once and they lost it. But they always ban this away, given the opportunity to do so. Only once they'll it through against CL4L, and they live to regret it. Yeah. So I actually think here, they've been doing a bit of work on this behind the scenes. Maybe with the addition of Atom and Dream, they've been saying, you know what? We've got some ideas of Bank. Let's now make that a part of our map pool, because that will spice things up. That and Clubhouse, the 2 maps they absolutely loathe, so I think adding Bank in there will definitely give them a stronger position moving forward. In best of 3s, you have to have a stronger map pool.
Yeah, of course you do. You know, you've got to have it as broad as possible, realistically, these days. Just, we look at the best teams in the world. What are they always capable of doing? And that is beating anybody anywhere. And that's how you've got to be. If you want to be aiming towards, you know, potentially winning something, having a good run at something like the Invitational, you've really got to be able to just throw down wherever you need to. So, Team Liquid versus Unwanted. It is 1 apiece. Lair and Consulate have already gone. We move on to Bank to close things out. We've got a 60% community vote in favour of Team Liquid, which shows a lot of respect for me towards Unwanted there. I'd maybe, you know, Team Liquid are very well supported. I'd maybe expected that to be high because they've got a lot of fans, but there's a lot of backing there for Unwanted as well, and I think that doesn't surprise me. Unwanted, I think, could be one of them teams that like neutrals really get behind as well. Yeah. Obviously, they'll have the core group of fans that have come across from Beast Coast and, you know, are still following the chunk of this roster that has come through. But I can see Unwanted really being liked by the neutral as well, because they've been fun to watch, they've had some big plays, and there's a great story to the team.
Yeah, again, reminder that the bans would have flipped here, so Liquid's bans would have been the Buck and the Vigil, and the bans coming out from Unwanted would be the Echo as well as the Monty. No big surprise there, we spoke about the Monty already. The Buck are a really interesting one, to be fair, when you look at it and how it would have shaped up. Both teams have got Buck players, it's probably the consideration. It's Gaveni on the one side, and then over on Liquid, of course, normally you'd say Palu, but it's actually Maya who's been the main go-to Buck player for them. I think more largely this map has got a lot of soft flooring and a lot of comfort picks for either side who's leaning towards playing on that Buck. It taking it away, again, just throws the cat amongst the pigeons, makes things a little bit fun.
Okay, we're going to head down to the basement then. Lagonis is going to bring on the Kaid. That's going to be to protect those 2 hatches particularly. But Atom on the Twitch may just be able to deal with that. They're going to need him to, because there's not really much alternative. They may well have, I would expect, some impact EMPs on side, but the Maverick, there we go. That's the switch. I was going to say, otherwise, you're kind of reliant on getting those Twitch drones in to take the electroclaws down. You don't always know where the placement is. The impact EMPs need to be very, very specific, so I think the Maverick probably a better option there to deal with those hatches. Interestingly, Liquid, I was going to say, Liquid's still a little bit behind here. Maya has got that hatch, but I think they're going to be opening the other one maybe. Nesk is there now to get the site hatch done, but the open area one, I think maybe open that up.
There's a lot of noise coming from the other stream right now. In case you haven't tuned into it, I think BDS and Darts here are currently playing out overtime over on Chalet. It's getting pretty spicy all the way to round 15. We haven't yet seen that, Tim, but we have seen every round of regulation possible so far in this series. Bank could be one of those maps that just seems to run all the way down to the wire, and it could come down to some real classics in overtime to determine who walks away with the lion's share of the points.
Okay, then we've got Gaveni already in on that top floor. Unwanted looking to go top down. No surprise, given that we've got the Tubarão and the Azami of Nesk inside of open area. Azami going to make it very difficult potentially to approach that position. We're just going to have a little bit of attention out towards servers as well, just to prevent any push in through dirt. Maya has dropped away now, was in open area, so I think that's going to give control of the upper floors. I'm pretty sure that Nesk had already dropped down as well. Yes, he has, you can see just out there in CCTV. So open area now is going to be clear. Resets is aware of any potential garage push coming along, but right now, Unwanted, they've got what they needed, and they can start looking at shaping up a push towards that bottom floor. They do have Spirits on the blitz again. We did question this stairs. Wasn't particularly impactful back on Consulate. They are sticking with it. Could be a good way of dealing with Palu out on blue here.
About half the round it's taken to make sure they've got the entirety of the map cleared out, which leaves them literally half the round, the other half of it, to get the execute pulled off. Main concern being, Tim, that as we've seen from Unwanted throughout the series, there is a lot of stall available to them here to chew through things, to make Unwanted really start to sweat in the dying moments of it. They've got a lot of great tools to execute with, but I'm more concerned about them getting ready in time and having all that utility out the way to actually make the execute happen.
They still haven't dealt with Palu. He's going to play his life on those blue stairs now. Dream manages to find Nest. That's going to help them unpick the puzzle of blue stairs potentially, because he was helping to support Palu stay in that position. We see the Zoto canister come out just to give a little bit of backup on that hatch, and Maya has stepped up into the position that Nesk was playing. Actually, we hear the Candelas coming in, so we would expect to see some manpower coming along with it. It looks like it could be a drop into red here as they go, but taken out by Maya as they drop. Gaveni goes, Lagonis finds Spirits. That's the blitz dealt with once again, but look at this, Hot and Cold and Dream. How many times are we going to say it? They are a dream team, a dream duo. Dream finds another, and that is a brilliant closeout in the last 10 seconds there from Unwanted.
It really looked like they were screwing things up, because when Hot and Cold failed to get the hatch open inside of sight, I was like, no, you can't have someone covering the plant from above. This is a little bit short now. It gets really risky to pull off. But I think they actually read into that, Tim, and that's why they start throwing players down towards main stairs, why they try and go more for the gunfights, and why they come away on top. Really good adaptation there to a bad situation from Unwanted, and Liquid just couldn't deal with the pressure.
No, they couldn't. I think, you know, they had Palu still out on blue stairs. Never really got too much value out of that. I thought he'd wasted a lot of time, and Nesk was helping him stay by playing on that CCTV door in behind the keeper barricades, but Unwanted just managed to find the answers. Like I said, interestingly, Des, if you remember before we came into this game, I questioned Spirits on the blitz. I said it's not really done the job. They've shut him down again there in round one. I suggested Blackbeard might be a slightly better option for him because the blitz isn't working, and that is the change that we're going to see. So keep a close eye on Spirits through this round. Does he have a little bit more value to add? Spirits, what are you doing to me? He's changed the way back to the blitz.
And it's Dream going over towards the Blackbeard instead, so it's still a dual shield setup. We saw them try this once. I want to say back on... Was it back on Lair? It was a while ago, Tim. It feels like the series has been a bit of a long one already, but we've seen them try the double shield, and it wasn't very effective for them back then. Clearly thinking here things can change up, and I don't blame them in the slightest. Also seeing Sophia coming along, and I think it was Pengu speaking about this on one of his games yesterday, where he kind of rated Sophia as one of the worst in the game, but you're trying to bring her along for very specific scenarios. And here where I think you want that range destruction of those castle barricades, Zofia is absolutely perfect for that. We'll chew through quite a bit of utility. Of course, very good for concussing and almost using as a bit of information to know is there a player tucked in a certain part of the map. That's what they're looking towards for here, I think, to at least get themselves set up and chewing through a lot of the utility stacked up on the Liquid side.
Yeah, they've got the Claymores out, which would suggest that they're going to have somebody sitting on the windows. Not too much of a surprise. It's going to make it difficult for anybody inside of sight. For the time being, it looks like it's going to be Dream. He's on the rappel with the Blackbeard. Not too much of a surprise again, really. You know, get him up there with the shield. He can just drop that face cover when he wants to attack. He's actually going to go flying straight in here. This is bold. Manages to get his kill. That's a great entry from Dream. We managed to see a kill come in from Gaveni. An absolute flurry of kills. It's difficult to keep up, but Palu and Nesk, they keep up with the push of Unwanted. 2 versus 2, and it leaves Gaveni and Atom just having to maybe put the brakes on here and go back to the drawing board. It hasn't quite worked out for Unwanted.
Oh, Palu just kind of like dismissing there with a swat of the hand. It was an interesting one to say the least. Still a few bits of utility to play with. The flashes, you've got the Grimbees coming out. 2 smokes in the back pocket, of course, of Palu here. And in the 2 versus 2, I'd still say it's winnable. There's also a phone call online. Let's not forget, this all happened before that 90-second mark, which means another one is available. There's every chance they can win it, Tim, but I think with Atom going down now, Gaveni might be left with a bit too much to do. He's perfectly capable of it. You are against 2 of the best players on this team. Resets, as we've already said, having a fab series, and Palu, well, it's Palu, isn't it?
And they know exactly where he's coming from, realistically. There you go, Paul. We're just going to shut it down. Gaveni with a lack of intel as well, unable to really know what he was pushing into. And I like that start for this map, Des. It's been a great matchup so far. We want it to be close here on Bank. We've had Unwanted have a great finish to round 1 and get a tough site locked down, but then what a response from Liquid coming out. Unwanted maybe feeling themselves, thinking they can get in there, thinking they can rush it a little bit behind the Blackbeard. It almost went right for them, but again, I picked up on it, Des. Spirits is being dealt with on the blitz. What happens? He rushes into Janitor, and he gets dealt with. Melee kill onto him. I think it was Paolo.
It was such a weird kill.
It was. And again, he's going to line up on the Blackbeard this time. Please stick with it. The blitz hasn't worked out in the last 5 or 6 rounds that you've played it. I get it, but it's just not bringing enough value for the team, and I genuinely think Spirits will do a lot better with the Blackbeard.
Well, fingers crossed. We've seen him having a bit of success with the back on map 1. It feels like now the blitz has been figured out. So I think playing a little bit slower here, a bit more deadly.
Been figured out about an hour ago, Des.
That's the problem, right? Now that it's been figured out, changing away, not a bad thing at all. We'll see how it plays into things and how it works out, and of course how Liquid then adapts in response, because they've had to learn to deal with the blitz. Now they've got to face off against that Blackbeard once more.
It's just a different threat coming out of the Blackbeard. You know, yeah, I know you've got the flash capability on the blitz, but you've got to be so close in terms of range, and that's what Liquid have done. They've just drawn him into locations and been able to deal with him, whereas on the Blackbeard, you don't have that luxury. You can be shot from across the map. He's got, you know, a proper rifle in hand and can really do some damage. So I think, you know, have a look at Spirits, keep an eye on him. I think he has a bigger impact in this round. And we know he's a fantastic player. He's got much more to bring, so I think it's a little bit wasted having him on the blitz repeatedly if it's not working.
Problem is, if he's finding success in kills on shields, what's going to happen when you take him off? Is he still going to be the hot gunner that he is when he's using them? You'd expect so, but I think it's quite guaranteed, unfortunately. First call now available to Atom. You can see in the bottom right corner of your screen. Holding on to it for now. Maybe now debating popping it off. There we go. Of course, helps his team march on forward. More concerned if there are any roamers, of which there are. You can see 3 up on this top floor that we need to really see the side of Unwanted deal with, or don't take the risk of ignoring them entirely. Spirit's just poking his head in here, seeing one sat inside of admin. Very much boxed in here, and there we go. Atom has found his man. Down goes one, but Dream falls elsewhere. They might just try and ignore this one, Tim, and go for it.
Absolute beauty of a start from Atom there. Really nice kill. Just using that angle against Team Liquid, but it is leveled out, but we've still got Spirits on that Blackbeard, able to make an impression. It's interesting, both of these teams, when defending sites that have got a strong vertical potential, they've really leaned into it. We regularly see them with 3, 4, even 5 playing from up above, whereas some teams don't always play that much into that. They're happy to kind of hold it laterally, but neither of these has that been the case. And again, Liquid really trying to keep themselves in that position across the top floor. Hot Cold is going to continue pushing forward.
So frustrating. If they got rid of Paolo there, it could have been a real big opener for them, but instead they've lost everything around the map. Atom doing what he can here with the secondary, but I'm just concerned that there are 3 players left. Yes, there's 60 seconds, but I don't see him pulling off a miraculous 1v3 here, Tim.
No, it's going to be tough. You know, he's got the SMG in hand as well, rather than the primary. Cut down by Maya as he goes into small office, and that's going to be Team Liquid closing out their third defensive round, which leaves them now 2-1 overall. Open area lockdown, and honestly, I think Liquid have probably got a defensive win in basement in them, and I think that's
so as
what,
well.
yeah, I think that's what they'll expect. So right now, I suggested potentially a 4-2, 5-1 half maybe for Liquid, and I think they're still on course for that.
It took a bit of a flurry back in round 1, remember, where they failed to get the hatch opened up as well, which is my main concern. I was just like, oh, it's surely not like this. But they managed to get away with it. Dream netted the 3K that he did. That's not going to happen every single round. No offense, of course, Dream. So I do think I'm with you. Liquid can get this one closed out, I think. Just tighten up a little bit. Note for what happened last time round in terms of the craziness that ensued as things started to settle down towards the end of the round, and they'll be absolutely fine.
Let's see then. It's going to be one of the big differences. Spirits coming along again with the Blackbeard rather than the Blitz, which didn't pan out last time. We've got Atom on side with the Thatcher this time. I'm not really sure that they struggled too much. They've got the Maverick. That's kind of a funny change there, because you've got the Maverick and the Thatcher, which both kind of enable them to do the same thing, which is deal with any electricity that gets brought along. I think they've done the drone, and they've found that there's no denial on side that they need to worry about. So instead, they've made that swap away and said, you know what, we don't need the Maverick and the Thatcher. We can bring the Twitch and the Candelas of the Ying. That's going to give us a lot more value when we try to get onto this push. So it's smart play from them, really, just using that preparation phase well. What are we facing up against? What utility do we need to deal with? And then adjusting accordingly.
We have a sniffing on the drone up here. He spots one out. I think he must have known about the one below and 2 based on sound alone, so they know that at least there's a couple dug in below that they're going to have to worry about a little bit later on. That's where we saw Dream get the big drop in last time round and netted a 3K from Elevators, so no doubt more of the contest around that part of the map is on the agenda for Liquid. We also have to be concerned about this top floor at the same time. Is anyone still lurking up here? Same for the first floor. They're playing around the open area hatches. The answer right now is no. In fact, the only one that I just saw hovering up towards that first floor was the one out towards blue. No doubt Lagonis here with a shotgun in hand. In fact, it's Palu. So not chucking the Warden in here, which is normally the way to go. Sort of surprised that they aren't, given there is a Ying on the other side, and they've seen this Ying now 3 times across the 4 rounds that we've played, so they must anticipate it. Could be a mistake that bites them.
Yeah, I'd expect to see Palu having a very difficult time of this in the next minute or so, and I'd like Unwanted to get in there and clear him out quickly. Don't let those seconds burn down. Don't leave it to the final sort of 30 seconds to be making a move again. So Ron will go in. We'll see the smoke. And now it's all a dance. It's all a game for Palu as to how long he leaves it until he starts burning through that utility. He's got the Vulcan canister ahead of him. He's got smokes in pocket. He just needs to try and leave this as long as possible.
Now at least they're burning through. It's all about that time, let's not forget too. The more they can run it down, the more it's only going to help them when it comes round to the end of the round and the execute itself. It's not in a bad spot to watch if he does try to skate down the bottom. They've got flashes ready. They know that it's a smoke there, and they know they can punish him with this, Tim. But how long can he hold on for? It's been a good 30 seconds so far of all this utility being dumped on through. They've got everything. They're throwing the kitchen sink at him, but for now, he's still unmoved.
Yeah, Palu's doing a great job. He's actually stopped himself being flashed. He manages to get the kill. He goes for the second smoke, but can't find it. Hot and Cold is taken down, but 4v4 now. The Blackbeard at the bottom of the stairs can start this push forward, can maybe grab a bit of ground inside a site, just busts open the wall, and that will create that plant spot for them.
We saw teams using the Blackbeard for that purpose yesterday as well, but more the wall off towards the left that faces in towards the server stack just gives you a lovely long angle that you can sit down and hold, and it's really difficult for the defenders to do an awful lot about it when that shield's up and you drop it at the time you feel it's most appropriate. So not a bad spot for Unwanted, but Tim, I'm more concerned about time. Atom here is rotating with 20 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure he gets away with this. Maybe he gets rid of resets and makes this a little bit easier for them, but they sorely need that kill.
Yeah, I think they've maybe just run out of ideas a little bit. They're going to get cut down here. Dream just, whilst he's waiting for other things to happen at him, does nothing. Maya finds the last. Really well held by Team Liquid. I felt that they had a basement win in them. Unwanted, a little bit unlucky. I felt like they dealt with Palu pretty well there. They got him cleared out. Yes, they lost the body doing it. But when you're up against a smoke with a shotgun on blue stairs, you know what? Sometimes you're going to lose somebody. It wasn't a terrible trade to take. It also left Team Liquid without much denial. With the smoke canisters gone, they were completely reliant on at most 2 Vulcan canisters. One of them we saw popped. but they kind of just stalled out at that point because they didn't have any pressure to be able to drop and deal with red because of resets in garage. They hadn't sent anybody. It was too late for the rotate. I feel like had Atom gone to garage sooner and maybe got that kill onto resets, they could pressure red then, and that would have allowed them into the plant spot. And so Unwanted just didn't really pick apart the problems that were in front of them.
Right idea, but spent a bit too much time around blue, I think, trying to worry about the smoke.
Yep.
And of course, you've got to clear him out, but it was the amount of time spent. This is very reminiscent of back at the start of map 1, though, Tim. It was Liquid up 3-1, if you recall, back on Lair, and Unwanted called an attack timeout. Things did then start to turn. In fact, they went on to win the best part of what? Of the next few rounds, I think it was 6 of the 8 they went their way, and they won the map out 7-5. So hopefully we see similar fortunes being offered. I'm a little bit concerned, though, with how the nature of these rounds has gone so far, is that, again, outside of a flurry in round 1, it doesn't really feel like Unwanted have been close, despite taking 3 of the 4 entry kills so far.
No, you did. I mean, you did question Bank as a map, for them. Not necessarily a choice. It's been left in the pool and has come out as the decider. But at the minute, it really does look like Liquid are starting to run away with it. Like I said, coming into it, I do always kind of in my mind think of Bank as a classic Brazilian map, really. It's a map that Brazilian teams have always generally been pretty proficient on. And Team Liquid are starting to show that now. So heading into round 5, 3-1. They've got themselves a good advantage on the defense. A 4-2 half is, for me, a minimum for Liquid. And a 5-1 would be a fantastic start. They only need to find the off-site wins then, really, to get this one locked out and take the lion's share of the points.
I'm kind of surprised because for Unwanted, they love playing Labs, and that was the map that they banned away after they'd gone through the 2 picks, right? And it was Liquid then banned away Border, and so we ended up on Bank. And I just kind of feel, given Labs isn't like a massively popular map for Liquid, it probably would have been the better place to go to. But clearly something said, nope, that permaban that we've had for so long, let's wheel it out now, boys, on our first game and see what we can do there. So I don't know if it's going to come back to bite them a little bit. Clearly there's a reason they chose to come here, but they have looked a little bit outclassed so far by Liquid.
You can just see the work being done here to open up the spot at the top of elevators. That's going to be successful. Beautiful stuff. So they've opened up the soft wall a little bit above. That's allowed the Capitao of Hot and Cold to fire in an asphyxiation bolt. Means that Lagonis can't sit in there. And Bandit Trick, just really, it's simple stuff, but it's the stuff you need to do, and it's being done well by Unwanted. They are making sure that the default stuff is in their control, and they are getting that job done. Nicely applied little Selma charge to the outside of the wall. Doesn't matter that it's been taken out. They're not really looking at that as a point of entry. What they're looking at is an angle. They're looking at it as a line of sight. Again, a little bit of phantom pressure. They may put somebody on the window that can watch that angle. They may not, but it just means that Liquid again need to be aware of it.
Hot and Cold diffuser in hand is heading his way up the lobby stairs here as their entry almost. A little bit concerned about that, and you're also the Capitao. All that utility that you have stuffed in back pocket is not the thing you want to be losing too early on. Fire comes up, they now start their move on forwards. One off towards his left is the right idea. Steps out for a second, but immediately back into cover and has one to his right too. But Liquid showing the right respect here and backing away when they can feel that pressure building.
They are, but I feel like they've backed themselves against the wall now. And the problem is, can they win the gunfights? Can they push back? Gaveni manages to get Nesk, and Maya is on to Spirits. That's the Blackbeard gone. And we see now Lagonis down, taken out. There's the use. Atom on that. Deimos again has been fantastic so far. 4v2, and like I said, Liquid had backed themselves up as far as they could go, and they haven't been able to get a foot against the wall and push back here. Unwanted finding kill after kill. They've got plenty of time. 40 seconds left to go. They don't need to rush this. Palu currently being tracked. This is going to be a tough finish for Liquid from here.
Right idea as well. They know where he is. They've had the ping coming on through, yet he's still stood here trying to challenge Hot and Cold on lobby. I'm surprised he hasn't been finished off yet, but Maya's down. Palu's the last one left alive. They know exactly where he is, and he is dead to rights. Hot and Cold showing a lot of patience on the lobby stairs, collecting the last 2. Unwanted are back on the board.
Yeah, I like that attack from Unwanted. Again, it was multifaceted. You had elevators wall opened up. You had site wall opened up so that they could pressure from windows. It just was this ever-closing circle for Team Liquid of safe areas that they could play in. And then once they had them there fighting back-to-back, they were able to just go in and cut them down, essentially, because majority of angles were then in the possession of Unwanted. and it was just a case of closing the net, and they did that fantastically well. So that, for me, is a minimum for Unwanted. They've got those 2 rounds. It forces Liquid to have to win on the attack when they get past this round. When they move on to the attack, Liquid now have to win something other than the offsite if they want to get this done inside of regulation. So that's big for Unwanted. If they can get themselves another win here and go 3-3, honestly, I start looking at it and thinking, you know what? Maybe this is winnable for them.
It'll feel like a real comeback because those first 4 rounds, you could sit here at 4-0 to Liquid prior to that last round. I'd be like, yeah, I feel like how they played, they've deserved to be 4-0 up. I'm not going to say Unwanted were lucky for having the 1 round they did. Of course, it was down to their own play that got them there, but it was definitely a smash and grab operation to get that first round over the line. Either way, I'm with you. If this goes 3-3, suddenly you start really thinking Unwanted can actually get this one done, then get it over the line. Of course, question marks around how good Liquid are on the attack, as we saw back on Lair, Tim. 2 hours to a game of Siege. Plenty more still to come.
Of course. This is going to be the final attack then for Unwanted. Looks like they're going to be looking for some top floor control, I would imagine. Once again, get themselves up there and get any Team Liquid players on the roam cleared out. Just having a look. There's nobody actually up there at the moment from Team Liquid. They've kind of foregone that second floor, given it over. Nesk could be the one down in basement. He's on the Valkyrie, so he's just going to be watching those cams. He's just trying to get that intel. Interestingly, we are over in tellers and archives as well, rather than open area. So they've taken the often overlooked site, I think, of tellers and archives. But the defense is going to be largely similar.
Well, just don't want it to come down to time again, like spending too much time worrying about this top floor. And of course, you have to clear it out. You have to deal with it. But it's already largely clear, like, as you can see, Liquid are pretty much scattered around this first floor. So Unwanted should know that and very quickly look to take the ground that they need to start getting these vertical angles opened up, to start restricting the movement of the defense on the downstairs. And they know where 2 or 3 of them are. They've seen them out on drones at this point, Tim, so there should be no nasty surprises. Let's get a wiggle on, boys. Let's make it happen.
I'm just keeping a close eye on Paolo. He's in and around the elevators, but of course playing on the Oryx gives him the opportunity to potentially get all the way up to the top floor, and that's where at the minute Unwanted are pushing. They know that there's nobody from Liquid up there. We saw back on Lair, all the way back on the first map, how effective it was for Hot and Cold to unexpectedly appear on that top floor. It was Skopos that time, but there is the potential for Paolo on the Oryx to be able to do the same, be able to maneuver himself, but he will have to get out of the elevator that he's in at the minute if he wants to do that. Resets, manages to find Gaveni. It looks like the Oryx might just be in a little bit of trouble here as Spirit's back on the blitz, desperately wants to push him.
He knows it's here, but it's the Oryx, let's not forget as well. The charge misses! Great bait from Spirits. He knew what was coming and still manages to get the kill. Drops down to safety to now be able to rejoin his team. And Gaveni lets another man advantage now to Unwanted with 40 seconds to play.
Way better blitz play from Spirits there. We've seen him struggling with it. Liquid have always had a plan, and this time the plan failed. Spirits took full advantage of that. Dropped away as well, smart, to get down to basement, because it's going to mean that he's coming at them from a different angle than they might expect. Hot and Cold, he gets Lagonis on the drop, and all of a sudden, it's left up to Maya. He's going to be cut down by Dream, and that is a Dream outcome, really, for the first half. 3-3 as they move on to the defense. Unwanted might just be able to get a win here on Bank.
Really good turnaround in that second quarter of rounds to win 2 of the 3. Much better from them. And that last round really for me was the epitome of it as well. Look at how they started versus where they ended. That timeout really having a massive impact for them is the key thing. It's worth stressing. Spirit's a little bit of flair as well, because I can think of so many blitz players that would just charge in there, go for the flash, I think, yeah, I'd kill him, no problem at all. Just smart play, very, very conscious of what was going on. Things that you love to see.
That's it. He'd read into it. It was a bit telegraphed from Palu there. It's obvious, you're trying to bait that blitz in, and the first thing you're going to do is try and hit him with that dash, and it was just really well controlled by Spirits. Like I said, I've been a little bit critical of the reliance on the blitz, but that time at least, absolutely got the job done. Really well played on the shield. So 3-3 in our first half. We move in towards the second half of rounds here. Unwanted will move on to the defense, and we're going to see now whether they can hold Liquid at bay.
Alrighty, what are we looking at then? Any shields on the other side? No. Liquid sticking to that trend of not wanting to play them. I think they'll lean towards Monty when it's available, as we've already seen, but it has been quite consistently banned away by Unwanted against them. That reminder again, little visual bug, the bans are actually reversed. It was the Buck and the Vigil taken away by Liquid, and the Monty and the Echo by Unwanted. But I'm looking at everything else they've got, Tim. If you thought Jackal, Dokkaebi, and Lion was a nightmare, how about you add Deimos to the mix as well? That is a lot of roamer hunting capability they've got, and Unwanted, to be fair, I've got a few players scattered throughout the building here. They've got to be really careful they don't get hard punished by this.
Yeah, I think, you know, we do see Liquid quite often leaning into those operators that, you know, that are particularly powerful in the meta at any given time. Liquid are quite happy to kind of abuse them and make the most use of them, and I'm not sure we've really seen too much of that from them so far, but this time, like you say, it's just gross, isn't it? You've got Jackal, Dokkaebi, Lion, Deimos. There's going to be absolutely nowhere for Unwanted to hide here. This is going to be a nightmare for them, and it's no surprise to see Liquid come away with the entry, and it will be no surprise to see them take an absolute ton of map control quickly.
And Research is the one who got into a very sneaky spot to get away with that first kill, and now Garage is basically off limits to Unwanted. They know they can't play upstairs, they can't play on the second floor. My main worry is that surely at this point Liquid know most of the players have been back on site for a while, still playing it ridiculously slow. It's been a good, what, 45 seconds since they were aware of that? And they're still trying to sniff all these players out, expecting to find someone up on this first floor. There is no one there, so again, Liquid could start falling foul of the clock here if they're not careful.
Yeah, they're certainly wanting to be cautious here, and we've seen them be punished. You know, it's no surprise against Unwanted to see them playing it safely, but like you said, they just need to make sure that they're not burning too much time. Gavini, absolutely beautiful reverse angle up the hatch, takes down Maya, and that is going to be the Deimos off the board. But Liquid have still got so much that they need to be able to execute here. Jackal, Dokkaebi, Lion, all that utility comes in at once, and there's very little Unwanted can do for that 5 or 10 seconds.
Problem is, a lot of it has been used, Tim. Like, they've got no calls left, for example. They've got a single scan. The Deimos is dead. There's a lot of stuff going their way here. That certainly doesn't help, though. Dream falling down to Lagonis, who drops in, steals away the gadgetry. There is one bulletproof cam, at least a nick away for now. In fact, there's two. One still alive, one destroyed. So not a bad spot for Liquid, Tim. They can do this with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, they absolutely can. They need to find the next kill, realistically, and they're not going to. Gavini gets one at him on the response as well. Unwanted, they're digging deep. They've dug their heels in. They won't be moved, and all of a sudden, it's looking bad for Liquid as Nest goes down, but not out. Lagonis cut down by Spirits, and that is going to be the round. 4-3 now, and Unwanted, all of a sudden, could just be on the path to a victory.
Looking good. It's a start. I'll give Liquid a bit of time to cook themselves. Don't forget they've still got attack timeout to make use of their own. I'd rather see them use it sooner over later. If they let 3 rounds slip away here, they're down 6-3. It's a bit too late at that point. One more round goes against you. You've got to get in there and have a few words because things can get very slippery very, very quickly. It started good for Liquid is my main thing I'd say here, Tim. But I think once they stacked up 3 players around elevators, it became a little bit too readable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, they had...
And Gavini hitting some unbelievable shots. 2 of his kills in that round, I was just like, how on earth
the
does
one
he
up
hit
the
that
hatch
one?
onto Maya was absolutely beautiful, taking
fab.
the Deimos off the board. But yeah, you know, Liquid pretty much did exactly what I would have expected of them easily, which was take all of the map because of the operators that they had. But Unwanted played it well. It's kind of like they recognised what they were going to be up against quickly in the round and said, you know what? If we pretty much play on side, the Jackal, the Dokkaebi, the Lion, it can't really hurt us very much until it comes to that execute point. And the point is that Liquid never got there. They never got to that execute. Yes, if you've got diffuser in hand, if you've got access to sites, if you force them out of the site and you can get into a plant spot, then that combination of operators is going to make it an absolute nightmare for a defender to challenge onto a potential plant going down. But Liquid just never got there, and that is something that you know, a part of what cost them the round. So on we move into round 8. Unwanted will continue the defense. They've got the mirror on side this time. Very powerful operator, as we know. Going to make things very difficult. Liquid need to deal with that.
What about Chintra? A lot of the utilities stacked up, and no big surprise. I'll come back to what I spoke about in the previous map. I am concerned when we see Liquid taking things that slow them down. The Flores being one of them. Ivana's got to go and shoot through a bunch of these castle barricades, for example, the mirror windows, the Zami Kiba barriers. There is a lot to work on through. Of course, having resets here on the card is going to help on one side, the Zofia on the other. They've got the tools to work through it at pace. I just want to make sure that pace actually happens. If nothing else, your eyes are going to be on Lagonis. I mentioned earlier about just how hot he is as a Monty player. Well, you think he plays a lot of Monty, he plays even more Blitz. Him and Spirits both go to Blitz mains. I want to see what he can do in this round with it.
Gonna have the Kali on side as well, opening those up. That's going to help deal with the mirror. And so that's likely going to be the plan there. Get on the windows and deal with any utility facing them. Couple up to the roof as well. Keeping a close eye on Lagonis and exactly where he's going to be pushing from. For the time being, it looks like he's just on the drones, just going to be sending them in. But I think the idea is potentially to push him in towards Janitor. We'll see if that's what transpires.
You know, that could be a real sticking point in towards stock as well. I think for the most part, Liquid don't seem to want too much map control just yet. As you said, it's more about the utility clearance, and that is what they're doing at range, as you can see here. Look, making sure this room is cleared out. Indeed, can confirm, boys, it is empty. They are out of there. Unwanted fell back a long time ago. And now I'll ask the same question as last round when we had the second and third floors clear. It took them a long time to really get moving towards things like elevators. And I'd like to think now that they know this, they can start taking control of some ground. This is good. Lagonis is in with 60 seconds still to go, and he wants to get control here inside Janitor. Won't get away with it. Donked on the head. Goes down to Dream. It's like an exact reverse of what we saw between Parlo and Spirits earlier.
A little bit of a mistake, you've got to say, from Lagonis there. He closed the ground too much, and he allowed the potential for that melee strike even after the flash. Dream doing fantastically well, make it 3 in the round. Cuts down Parlo and Nesk as well. And Unwanted right now, they smell blood in the water, Des. They know that this one is there for the taking, and this is going to be another round going in their direction. Atom is the man with the final kill. It's 5-3, and Unwanted are on the road.
And then Liquid are on the ropes, Tim. They're not looking like they can fight back into it. As I mentioned, this needs to be attack timeout in my view, and given the coaches up and that headset is down, that is exactly what we are getting, because they have not looked coherent at all on this attacking side. Something has to change or they are dropping points.
Yeah, Hugzord's really got his work cut out for him here. They're going to have to try and turn this one around. Of course, we're still in a group phase. It is not, you know, the end of the tournament or the end of the world for Team Liquid here. They will come away with a point at least, which will, you know, with tied on with the victory they had yesterday. They're going to be pretty much guaranteed of going through. But still, it's like I always say, Des, winning is a habit. Winning is a mentality, and you need to be fighting. You need to be getting a result in every single game in a tournament like this as best you can, so that you're keeping that mentality intact, so that you're not letting that negativity potentially creep in of knowing that you are beatable. And right now, Team Liquid do look beatable here. Unwanted just have the answers. They've been structured, they've been solid, they've played good siege. Dream has had a fantastic game today.
He's had 3 3Ks this map alone.
Deserves a big shout because he has been a driving force, whether it has been as the support player inside that's giving them that structure, that's probably, you know, directing things a little bit as well and just helping to get them through those rounds, or whether it's been picking up those kills. He's been doing it all over the map. Fantastic stuff.
We spoke about a lot of the players on Unwanted today. Gaveni's incredible shots down in the basement earlier. Atom and his Deimos on the last map. Spirits running amok on the blitz at points and being figured out a bit later. Dream we spoke about earlier on today as well. But it's Atom who currently sits as top rated for the team, and Dream in second. The 2 players that have joined this original core coming out from the Beast Coast roster before it was bought out and acquired, and 2 players left. It is always a good sign when you're picking up players that are able to have such massive contributions, because you still retain that major winning core from before, and you add on some upgrades, some more weaponry to the team. It's looking good. Now, I'm honestly feeling quite optimistic about Unwanted this tournament, Tim. Go as far as saying they can win the whole thing? No, I've seen teams that look better so far across the last couple of days. But promise is there, and you could see them going far.
They'll upset a few people along the way,
That's
I think.
horrible.
Absolutely. You know, Hot and Cold deserves a big shout as well. He's had a fantastic game. IGL in for the team as well, and he's been, you know, putting up numbers in terms of kills. He's had some really big plays that have been round-winning plays a number of times, and, you know, absolutely fantastic from him. And I think at the minute this has been one of the best NA performances that we've seen. You know, I think a couple of the NA teams were a little bit unfortunate yesterday. OXG and Shopify Rebellion particularly, both of them I think put up actually really good performances. But
OXG were great,
yeah, just didn't get the, you know, the outcome that they might have wanted. But Unwanted, yeah, absolutely stacking up alongside them at the minute.
I'm sure there'll be plenty more twists and turns in the story of SI25. It's always the way, Tim. It never follows the script. It never looks too predictable. Heck, look at the outcome yesterday against Fury for CAG. Crazier things have happened. Let's just walked in, got it down for free, And it looks again like Liquid are still collapsing at the seams.
Just beautiful bait there. They've got the man being tracked. We're going to leave him in position so that you're going to come in and try and challenge onto him. And we've got the doorway locked down, and they've got the round locked down. It's 5 versus 2. Lagonis and Resets are scrambling. They've got time to think, but that is about all that they have, as Unwanted are just going to sit and hold the angles now. There's really not very much more that they need to do. They can just wait for the Liquid push to come on through, cut them down, and they'll be heading not only to map point, but to series point, Des.
Tries they might here in a 2 versus 5. It is a tall ask for Lagonis and Resets. Right idea, just not quite the right height. There is a castle on the other side. Lay well down. You can't do anything about that, I'm afraid, for now. The minute still to play, sure. There's time to figure things out, but no utility to play behind. This one does feel like it's going to be an unwanted round, and Liquid have got to find 3 rounds from somewhere, Tim. Well, this one's done.
Flash will come in and make things even more difficult for the defenders, but I don't think it's going to make it difficult enough as Atom is able to wait for the effects to wear off. Spin round and get a double, and that is going to close that one out. Series point coming, and they've got a couple of them as well. Unwanted just absolutely cruising towards victory, and Liquid look a little bit broken, a little bit defeated at the minute.
It's hard to lose 2 rounds, have attack time where you feel like you've got the answer to the problem, and then you have an even worse round following that where the basics are missing. The bait that we saw, the early kill through a drone hole as well, just everything working against you no matter what you might try and plan, and Unwanted again look ready. I look back to map 1 actually where Liquid after attack timeout came in for a rush and Unwanted had the answer. They dealt with it really well. That of course wasn't a rush, but you just seen that they feel so composed on the defense. They look very, very comfortable, look very, very happy with whatever it is that Liquid throw at them. And a lot of that does entail sitting behind quite defensive compositions. I do think you might find some more fast-paced teams that are really good and executes might punish Unwanted for that play style. But against Liquid, who are a slower attacking team and look a little bit lost at points, they meander through rounds. It's easy to figure them out and get the solution you need. One more round down here in the basement, one of the harder sites to win, Tim. I think Unwanted can do this here and have a 7-3.
I'd agree with you. I think it's going to be a really big ask for Liquid to get a win here. If any site on bank that you really have to come to and get a win, the last one you want it to be really, I think, is in the basement, because you know that it's going to be tough. We've got the Tachanka on side for Dream, as well as the Smoke of Spirits. That might just allow them to play Smoke out on the blue stairs like we saw with Palu. I'm not sure which way around they'll do it, but Dream could then play a little bit deeper inside, and they've still got the denial for the plant, even if they do lose the Smoke on blue stairs.
I think back to the old days of BDS making use of Brede on this operator. It was like, why is he playing that? Like he's a Smoke player, what the hell? And he'd just sit in backside and just constantly ping it over on the default. However, we did also see a number of times where the fire would miss and they'd still be able to get the plant down.
It is tricky because it's quite a small area of effect, so you've got to be right on your shot. It can be a tricky one to do, but let's see how we go. 30 seconds into the round. Progress being made by Liquid as Palu gets the hatch open in main lobby. So that's at least going to give Unwanted something to look at down inside. They're going to need to be aware, potentially a vault, and Liquid will continue their movement through the map. They've got the top floor. Get that hatch open and start the push towards open area.
Sure, there's surely not a hot drop coming in here. No, it said, well, you screwed that one up. I think Maya was really hoping that would open up and he'd get the chance to have that angle through to the hatch and maybe catch someone off guard, but no. Have to return at some point and open that up unless you're convinced that it is clear. And as said previously, it took them a bit of a long time to get this third and second floor clear. And when I say clear, I mean more droned out. It was already clear. The players of Unwanted were still back in the basement, and Liquid just spent a lot of time dancing around this top floor. At least here they're starting to make a bit of a work of the actual getting hatches opened up and starting to think about the site itself. There's a lot of utility still going, and my eyes immediately now go towards resets. Let's get those shot drones out. Let's get that fire burning. Let's heat things up in here a little bit, Tim. Otherwise, it's going to hurt them later in the round.
Hotcall doing some real work there on the Tubarão, using the Zoto canisters just to keep that hatch closed for the time being. And again, it's just all about delay. Burn as much time as possible. Shock drone is going to go on in and look to start clearing some utility. Manages to get the first of the Vulcan canisters. Can it get the second? Needs to get up on that table. That is a big pickup from the Twitch. Will that be enough for Liquid though? Will it be enough to create the space they need to get the diffuser down?
It's the necessary prep work, I think, to start getting things opened up. We spoke about the Chanka, we spoke about the smoke. There is still so much stall in the back pocket of this Unwanted side. Liquid are now making their play. Palu's going to get first blood. Traded out. Atom again will not stop frying in this series. As C4 comes out, but the man's been found. It's a 3v3, Tim.
3v2 as Spirits manages to find resets. Unwanted, they just need to hold on for 30 20 seconds, but Lagonis, he's in position. He's getting the diffuser down. Nesk is on the cover. He will be successful. I don't think Unwanted were aware, and now Liquid, they can reposition, but there's one coming from above. Is he able to drop down the hatch here, potentially? He needs to have a think about exactly how he plays this, but Spirits will drop. Are they aware? Lagonis finds one. Lagonis finds two, and Nesk keeps Liquid holding on.
Beautiful play from the two-man side of Liquid there. When you see that 3v2 flash up, you just think there's no way they get away with it, but a nice little cheeky plant tucked in the corner, a good bit of cover being provided, and a bit of a scramble from the side of Unwanted, who seemingly were unaware of what was going on. Great stuff, but Tim, they're going to try again down here in basic. They feel that, you know what, that's a one-off. We can still win this. We haven't got to step away from here and try different sites. Let's make it happen again.
Yeah, I can only assume that Unwanted had absolutely no idea the diffuser was going down, because Nesk was only holding one line of cover. He was just holding through towards server door. And so there's a number of ways that you can get around to that side, you know, without crossing that line. So ultimately, I think, yeah, Unwanted probably just unaware of the fact that that was going down. Really nice little sneak play from Liquid in what could be a difficult situation there. So 4-6, they've got 2 more rounds that they need to fight back here, the Brazilians, to keep themselves on track, keep themselves looking for that unbeaten record in the group stages. But I'm sure Unwanted are going to have something to say about that. I think Liquid took the map a little bit easily for me last time. I'd like to see maybe Unwanted, you know, burn a little bit more time. We've spoken about time. Get out there in the map. Make things a little bit difficult. Make them worry a little bit more about just wandering in. This time they're going to open the hatch. That's exactly what I want to see. Gaveni is in there. He's got his Kiba barricades. He's got his escape route. He's going to, again, make it as difficult as possible for Liquid. They've spread out this time, and they're saying to Liquid, that's fine. You're not going to have the map as easily as you did last time. Here's a few problems to solve, and I think it's the right choice.
You just got to be careful about the direct hits that can come from this. You can flood in through that lobby hatch is a great example and cause real bother. But Tim, they've even got that covered off. Look, sure, they've had a couple on there, but there was one hanging around inside of Archives that has chewed through a bunch of those Havana gadgets. Problem now when you start stretching out around the map is you do risk getting caught like this. Dream, phenomenal map so far on the Warden, has now been figured out. That means that at least on terms of the sense, that gadget's going to get even more spicy.
3 still on this mid floor. There's only Spirits inside a site at the minute. You know, the predication really of like going for a full map hold is that you have to hold it. I'm glad I wanted to see Unwanted try it to get in the face of Liquid and not to give them everything like that, but ultimately you've got to win those gunfights. They've been chased back to site at this point. Liquid have still got the same ground that they took last time. However, they've also got a kill along the way as well. So this round is probably about to get a little tough for Unwanted.
Yeah, Liquid have moved at a much better pace, and I think it's because Unwanted have played out around the map that actually lets them move with more surety. They know that the Azami was hanging around stock. They know they could find out Dream on the Warden, which is fantastic because you'll want to see him playing around blue potentially. Stacked up something like Vulcan canisters you would normally expect. That's not on sides. The Spirit would be the person you'd expect to be playing on blue instead. But it just means life gets a bit easier for Liquid. It's more of a typical round for them where they aren't having to double check things over and over again because in case someone has managed to slip the net, they know that there are players out on their own. They've cleared one away. They've forced the rest back in towards site. It's looking good.
Where does the final push come from? That is going to be the question. Nesk manages to walk out main
snuck away this one.
Got away with that. They took a few pot shots up there. I think if he goes to the right-hand side, he might even be able to just walk under that Kiba barricade. But Gaveni is watching it at the minute. I think they are aware of his position. He knows there's one there. He gets a second. Gaveni! What a 3K. No, it was Hot and Cold who picked up Lagonis. But if not, Gaveni would have got it. Resets, walks in, gets a big trade there. 2v2. It hangs in the balance right now.
And one tucked in as well. This is the danger. They've got to find this kill, and indeed they have. They knew he was pinned in. Hot and Cold was never getting out of there alive. Spirits have commended his smoke play all day, Tim. He's got 2 in back pocket still and 20 seconds on the clock, but it's him versus 2.
Likely going to be a plant in the same position, I would imagine. They've gone into lockers. Maya is putting it down here. Resets is on the cover, but like I said, there's multiple angles that you can come from here. Spirit somehow gets the challenge after the down, closes it out. Unwanted, they're almost unstoppable. They close out Bank and a 2-1 win against Team Liquid.
Liquid just cannot hold on there. It looked a bit promising in the previous round, but Spirits, as I said, I've commended his smoke play all day, Tim. He's pulled it out there when required most thought for a second he'd whip it up. He didn't get the kill, but he did get the down. Straight to the shotgun and a blast to the face to crush Liquid's dream of a success here on day 2. Unwanted, showing a lot of promise, and I'm pretty sure after this tournament, I'll be wanting to think keep playing like that.
Very, very difficult finish for Team Liquid to take there, I think. But it's like I said, if you remember, when Lagonis planted in that position previously, I commented on how there were multiple routes to go and challenge that spot. This time Spirit shows why that was an important factor, because you could just see that Liquid were unsure, I think it was Resets, was unsure exactly where that challenge was going to come from.
All right, well, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down what has been a banger of a series. See you in a few.
Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, ouais, choque-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns the answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother! Into red time we go. Where's the response? The gap was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover, Jane. I know it's not a bathroom, it's killed 4!
This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Des. Make it a third. It's a 3-kill.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best Consulate that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees! He goes in, shotgun!
And he swings on to Dodes! Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it, Nath is there!
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. What a swing and a quad! Disgusting quad!
He and Rams with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
When he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reeps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
Pretty fantastic end to that series. Tim, it was back and forth throughout, but ultimately Unwanted just had what it took to get the job done.
What a game to watch. Absolutely fantastic Siege. I mean, I'm always excited coming into the group phases, and yesterday was a great start to it, but that one's just really revved me up for the rest of the day. Absolutely brilliant.
Yes, there were some games that were a bit one-sided, but yeah, I completely agree. This one has been back and forth, and I think it answered a lot of questions about both teams. For Unwanted, you know, okay, only 3 players left over from that Beast Coast side. You'd arguably say, you know, the weaker of the 5 players that were there before, because 2 got taken over to M80. They called themselves Unwanted for a reason. It was like, okay, they're the rejects in a sense. But they picked up 2 players here in Dream and Atom who have absolutely performed beyond expectations today.
Atom's had a great day. Like,
they've both had brilliant days.
So has Dream.
The whole team as a collective is the most important part. And there's now a lot of hope for these guys. You know, we looked at yesterday and we were all saying NA haven't won a game yet. Unwanted have come in and delivered just that there at the first time of asking. But for Liquid, it will ask the same questions that we always ask. If not now, when? And are the wheels already starting to come off?
What a finish from Spirits at the end there as well. That 1v2. Reset's just got caught out. He didn't know where he was going to come from. Is he coming from Vault? Is he coming through Red? Is he coming from bottom main? Where is it going to be? He got completely and utterly caught out. We can see our stats there for that last map, and again, Dream topping things there with Atom. 22 and 11 between the two of them. Absolutely fantastic stuff. 82% cost on the side of Atom, and absolutely no surprise to see Atom up there at the top of the pops in terms of EPS on the side of Unwanted. Top player, 30 and 23, 4 and 1 on the entry. He's really, really impressed me today with his step up to this tier 1 level.
I think they'll start drawing some Deimos bans. In the same way Maya used to draw it for Liquid, I think you might well see Atom being taken away from that operator, because it's not even just needing the utility to get the job done. It's with the pistol. It's also a mean piece of work, looking absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to see them play the next game already.
Honestly, exactly the same. It's like, right, let's get to tomorrow and watch Unwanted again. Absolute pleasure to watch.
Well, let's take a look at our standings so you can see how things are currently shaping up in this group. Unsurprisingly, Team Joel are right down there at the bottom. Haven't won a series yet. Did win a map, which is a nice little takeaway for them, but it still puts them in hot water down here at the bottom of the table. Liquid, because they've played 2 games, do still currently hold up at the very, very top end, but Unwanted are now starting their rise, and that's what you've got to keep a close eye on. G2 and M80, I probably will look at that game and think, right, there's actually some really hard games here coming up in this group.
Got a schedule as well, of course, plenty more fantastic Siege scum for the rest of the day. It's mouth-watering. We can see what's already gone by on the B stream. We've had the 2-0 for M80, the 2-1 for Unwanted. The rest of the day shaping up with an OXG VP matchup that I think is going to be the tastiest game of the day, potentially. And we've got Scars versus SSG to round us out towards the end of the day as well.
It's going to be some fantastic games. It's only day 2, and that means the stakes only get higher the further into this we go as well. I can't wait to see what comes next. We know, of course, that BDS versus Dark Zero have been playing out now, but there's still plenty more to happen here on the B stream. We'll go to a break. When we come back, your next series awaits. See you soon.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
I might lose a lot of channel points soon. The pressure starts here once again. Now, as long as BDS can keep Dark Zero off of map and series point, it won't get itself any more intense than it currently is. And obviously, we point towards the map that just happened, a 5-1 that was pulled back towards the team actually winning it at the end, but that is
how
how
Green
you
died
want to
on the spot this early in the round. I mean, that's unforgivable. That's a role that you need to be alive late round.
Shaika gets one back onto Kobe, but there's Bolo over the cover of the shield. There's a swing from Wedding that's about to happen, and Bolo almost got caught out by it, but he's between the fight, and Shaika does actually get one, but gets dropped, but the support from Prep is not enough. NJR does get it locked down. Everything has happened in the opening minute and 20 here.
I mean, they're just basically walking in the front door and saying we're just better, and that's the case right now. Nate, good information onto Solotov. The Warden thinks about maybe wanting to pull the pistol out. Liquefact rotating back through Small Bake in towards Bake, so they now have information on where the remaining 2 players of BDS are. 1-for-1, they trade each other, but that's a win for Dark Zero, Emmy. They keep the numbers advantage. NJR will finish it off. 6-1 in favor of Dark Zero, and BDS firmly on the ropes.
Yo, user, stop fucking shaking! Come on! Just rush every round, rush the weird thing. We can do the Intel, the Kate strat, no? What do you think? Kate strat with the strat. I can play recruit.
It's tough. It's tough to be in this position. As I said, pressure is everything,
I
right?
think as well, when you get a result such as this, if you're Dark Zero and you finish it off and you get the win, you're beating BDS after you've just lost to Razar Company. How bipolar could you be?
If you would have sort of, there's somebody that like probably posted with the like blast predictions we can do, went on the Reddit and was like, ha 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 guys, look at my fun predictions. And they're sitting there like, am I an oracle? Can I see into the future? It's impressive. One of the things that I quickly want to highlight, I love, and you said it before, Kangaroo Kenny specifically is going up to the people that matter in the round or have done big things in the round, every single round, and he is 150%. You are the best. You are the sixth guy. You are doing all of this stuff. It ties into the things that Fresh sort of said that previous players have said about Kangaroo Kenny as a coach. What he does is elevate players individually. He takes them, he makes them feel better about themselves, and it's so blatant in his actions when you truly get to see him on the make or break line. Is it the biggest difference factor? Yes, no, who knows? No one can tell you apart from the players themselves, but you can see how happy they are and how excited they are. And yes, he might not have a voice within 3 days. That's him.
He's not going to have a voice by this afternoon.
That's his worry. 6-1. BDS have to play flawless from this point onwards, or they will leave today, or their first day at SI 2025, tournament favorite, with only a single point.
Yeah, and they'll be in the bottom two of their group, which would be lower bracket. I'm not saying they're going to finish there, and I don't think they will, but I mean, this is not the way you want to start your tournament. But hey, you know, if there's ever a time, I think we said it a little bit on the B stream yesterday, Emmy, if there's ever a time to lose, get that little kick up the butt, it's now. It's in the group stage, and it's also apparently for BDS, their first series. This is going to be that wake-up call that we are not invincible. There is a reason why we failed in Manchester. There's a reason why we failed in Montreal. Let's not fail here. Let's actually pick things up a bit because everyone else is improving and we can't stay at the top forever. 6-1. I mean, that is also the damning statistic. It's not as if this is just like Dark Zero scraping over the line similar to Chalet. This is an absolute dominating performance on Cafe by the North American team. Liquefac, Solotov, already a tiny bit of damage. Dark Zero on the attack though, of course, now in this half. Already 1-0. Can they make it 2-0 and go 7-1? And the push now coming from Bolo. The rappel in towards the white corridor. Clears out washrooms. One. Over towards Freezer, which is users.
A minute left. Now at this point, Dark Zero obviously have the pressure of trying to get the kid in. They've been able to get sort of narrow grasp on the top, but 2 kills make it feel a lot more strong. NJR does find Liquefac in the meantime. Not the biggest removal of operators, but as Nath gets users, the retake on the verticality. They get the ground into sort of their favor. They're able to battle it back and forth. At least the defenders now still with the site itself, but the fact that the battlefield is over there, not quite getting the catch. The drop into Laundry is well predicted, but Nath somehow wins it out, and NJR gets another, and it's all down to Solotov here. A slow start, but he's got to have a lap finish. He cannot. Dark Zero have done what many say impossible, but as we prove right now, nothing is impossible.
No, nothing is. We saw that last night. It's reaffirmed immediately today as well. Dark Zero 2-1 winners over BDS. Huge points, huge map wins. It was a bit of a slow burn on Nighthaven Labs. They lost that one 7-3. Chalet was a battle, a war of attrition. They win it out, and then they stomp BDS on Cafe. A resounding 7-1. Stomping demolition of EU's premier powerhouse team.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that back. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry! Onto the map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, code it!
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets a lot. Oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the...
What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around. Oh! And he misses his shot. The box is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, he praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. Punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final. KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Huttenko looking away after Remarkable.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser, but it's Gavin! Dance, Gavin, dance! He's won all 3 rounds!
Everything we knew. They are your Manchester Major champion.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou para mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu estou entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou para mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei para ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando, e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis, e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu tava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, eu tava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu tava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame, porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso, se um dia ele vai precisar ter uma profissão, né? E hoje eu até me arrependo, porque eu devia ter apoiado o sonho dele, entendeu? Porque antigamente eu pensava muito nas carreiras profissionais, sabe? As pessoas têm que ganhar dinheiro para se sustentar. E eu não sei se é muito bem por esse lado o caminho da felicidade. Eu acho que o caminho da felicidade é você fazer o que gosta. E se ele gosta de fazer isso, meu papel como pai é apoiá-lo. Então, hoje, Juan, se você quiser virar um profissional de um jogador, eu vou te apoiar. Pode apostar nisso, tá bom? Eu não sei como é que se faz isso, mas se você quiser, eu vou estar...
Eu desejo tentar ser o primeiro que atravesse a porta do Invitational. Eu não vou dormir, provavelmente. Eu vou ficar pensando em que horário que eu vou. Eu só sei que eu tenho que pegar o metrô às 4h40 da manhã, um pouquinho mais cedo e vou. Não pensei que ia ter uma oportunidade como essa, principalmente no Brasil, né? Ver jogadores que já possuem títulos mundiais, como o Canadian, o Bolo.
It's G2 versus W7M!
Uno tentou desativar, tomou a bala, Neide garante, Uno, somente ele vivo!
A experiência presencialmente é incomparável. É incomparável. Você ouve a plateia, você ouve os tiros varando a parede, você ouve o grito dos jogadores.
Calma, Casey com mais uma! O Ibirapuera incendeia! É 4-1 agora! Olha a pressão! Beija!
São pessoas que jogam esse jogo. Cada um tem uma vida. Às vezes tem uma pessoa muito bem sucedida que está ganhando todos os campeonatos, que está ganhando milhares de dinheiro, mas também tem outras pessoas que estão iniciando nesse rumo. Pode ter entrado por causa de uma depressão, pode ter perdido o pai. Milhares de pessoas jogam e todas elas acabam se conectando dentro do jogo.
Não sei dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta, então a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, amigo, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse Invi aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser difícil, né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. O Canadian lá é um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe que acompanhar esse pessoal, um cenário desse jeito, põe todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco. Cara, a gente estava assistindo o Invi de 2023 e aí quando apareceu o anúncio, tava todo mundo em pare, ouvindo, conversando, e quando aconteceu o anúncio, era gritaria, era eu me tremendo, e era a gente chorando, e a gente foi à loucura. Então, desde o dia do anúncio, a gente falou que iria. Eu não consigo nem explicar porque eu sei que vai ser uma experiência única. Eu espero que seja algo muito incrível, que eu vá ver os meus amigos, conhecê-los finalmente.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only three-mapper. He's looking out the window, FaZe playing patiently. 3 seconds to go, they know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe Clan.
Olha o Vita, olha o Vita, olha o Vita. Consegue fazer o punch, o Vita King. Vai se proteger. Tem cobertura da FaZe, muda completamente o jogo. Acha, consegue eliminação. Mas o Vita atrás, no escudo. De um lado pro outro, chama o Vita King pra dançar. Ele se protege, 20 segundos no relógio. Vita King não vacila, vai dançando de um lado pro outro. Colocado no pulso, a Virtus Pro, mais calma. Tem jogo ainda. 10, 9, 8, 7 e
Chama pra samba, chama pra bailar!
o Brasil está na final do Six Invitational.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque realmente é a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma.
Welcome back to the Six Invitational. We got a little dance out of here.
I thought it was a quicker transition than I thought it was going to be. It was a little...
Yeah.
Why not vibe it out?
Totally.
Got
We're here
jazz.
on the B stream for SI. We've just had a huge upset. Unwanted
We
taking down Team Liquid. A lot more.
We had 2 upsets.
True, actually. On the A stream, we
Spoiler
had...
alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. On the A stream, we had DZ taking down BDS. You were actually talking about this. We were saying, can we get a replay of the meltdown that Leakafak had at his team after they threw that 3v5?
Yep.
What a game that was.
Spicy.
We've got another one coming on up, though. Virtus Pro, we casted them yesterday. They're taking on Oxygen, who looked a lot better than expected against W7M yesterday.
Yeah, they look better, but I still don't think they've passed the vibe check just yet. While OXG did look good, they also just had W7M like run over them with like rush strats with Blitz. They're planting way too many rounds in a row. But I will say my expectations were low. OXG did impress me. But Virtus Pro, like you said, we saw them yesterday in action. They had a slow start, but they really warmed into that best of 3.
Yeah, but we're about to get into this one. Oxygen, of course, have a lot to get through being the LCQ team, being from North America, not having been to an international event for 2 years. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, it's been a bit of an up and down, topsy-turvy couple of years for them as well. They've had huge peaks, being right at the top of the SI last year, the best team that wasn't from Brazil. But of course, here they are against OXG today, and a lot to work through. After bouncing back yesterday, they got pretty spanked in their opening map against Team Liquid, and then managed to come back and win too. Oxygen, though, I feel like the pressure is on them in this matchup. They don't have any significant points on the board yet, just the one that they got in their match yesterday. They got to get to it.
Oh, they do. I'm very curious on, like, I guess what their angle is today, like, we're going into it, because I think OXG, they have more than one way to play this. They can play the frag game, they can play the utility, they can play for counterplay. Because they've been made an international tournament since like 2022 by qualification, only by invitation for like EWC, they don't have a whole lot of international experience in recent history, which means, is there a lot of pressure on them to perform and show up and spend the time here effectively? Or is it like, hey, we're here, let's just kind of take it as it goes and take this as the experience route?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, a roster that's been through lots of different reiterations as well. W7M, their match yesterday, they definitely surpassed our expectations. We thought W7M, the reigning major champions, that Oxygen wouldn't give them much of a run for their money, yet they still found the first map. VP, on the other hand, like we've been saying, topsy-turvy have they been. Stage 2 was a little bit of an upgrade from them compared to Stage 1, where they didn't make it to Manchester. They came 8th in Europe. It was a real rough slog. Stage 2 looked much better, got top 4 in Montreal. Let's see if they could deliver come SI. These guys tend to always perform better in SI. Kicking things off, Chalet. Now, we saw VP play Chalet yesterday, and it was not too hot.
No, it was not. I love the fact that OXG's playing into it, saying, hey, we saw you guys play SSG. Didn't look all too hot. We're going to try as well. OXG, SSG, both being from North America, might have a similar twist to how they want to approach it. This could work out really well. Or VP said, we know what the issues are, we fixed them, we prepared that, and we can actually play it again if it came down to it. I'm curious though, where VP they want to... Oh, there's no chance they left Clubhouse open for VP to pick. That can be very scary for XG, because VP, they're so structured, they're fundamentally sound, and Clubhouse is that kind of map where the 1-2-3s, the ABCs, is massively in your favor.
Yeah, and we've seen Clubhouse a few times, not for a little while out of Virtus Pro. They did play it at the Montreal Major, they 7-2 Chiefs. Since then, they haven't played it a single time. They played a hell of a lot of Chalet though, and it's been a bit up and a bit down. Where are we going to head to for our decider? It is Border. Now, a map that you and I haven't cast yet, but I've been very excited to see. A very chaotic map. One that Virtus Pro actually don't mind too much. They played BDS on it at the Montreal Major. It was a very close 7-8 loss. Of course, we saw Oxygen play this very map yesterday against W7M, where they did lose 5-7. So a pretty well-balanced third map should we get there. Yeah. And I'll be honest, if you'd asked me before this tournament started, would we be going to 3 maps between VP and OXG? I'd tell you you're dreaming. Like, there's no way that VP concedes a map. No. Then we saw them concede to SSG yesterday, and we saw Oxygen look red hot against W7M. Yeah. And the story is starting to change. Oxygen have a real shot in this match.
Yeah, and it's one of those, like, this is day number 2, so we've kind of set expectations between the meta, the operators, the approach to these teams. We gonna start having less excuses for, like, oh, it's like the first day game jitters and VP back on land from playing high ping normally in domestic play, yada yada. It's like, this is the final test, and tomorrow is like the real deal going forward. But of course, teams want to get ahead immediately, so Virtus Pro can get a lot more comfortable for their future and their safe patches throughout this group if they take down OXG with a clean 2-0.
100%. So the Veto is out, the stage is set. We're kicking things off on Oxygen's map pick, as you can hear OXG getting to it in their cameras. Time to sit on down, time to get started. VP, very cool, calm, and collected, as we expected. That said, we did see a little bit of humor out of them yesterday.
We saw smiles.
We saw a few smiles here or there. Pasha had a hell of a lot of energy. But if there's anyone in this match to talk about, it's going to be MVP of Playday 1, the top-rated player at 6 Invitationals so far. Always. What an unreal player. It's not often that you see someone go a 2.0 KD,
no.
especially at this level, but he had 30 kills and only 15 deaths, 80% KOST. He was insane, and I want to see if Always can keep it up today.
So that's like the hype of VP, right? I want to see a little bit more from Joystick and Dan, because their names were barely mentioned outside of a single round where Dan had that 4K on Cafe. And for OXG, Newers. I love watching this guy. He's a mechanically gifted talent. I think he's one of the best entries in the game when it comes to room clearing and clearing all of those angles. He does the method that's called slicing the pie. You go like hop, 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 hop from left to right or left to right, left to right or right to left. And he's just so clean with it. So definitely watching out for him if you can pop off this game.
And we get into the operator Veto here on Chalet. Let's have a look at what we saw VP banning yesterday. If you can bear with me a sec. VP's going to get rid of the Monty. Yesterday against Chalet, they banned out the Blitz and the Azami, and it was Twitch and Fenrir banned against them. Now it's OXG's map pick. Do they leave the Blackbeard in? Do they try and go for the target ban of the Twitch like we saw from SSG? It's actually going to be a Capitao target ban. Now, a lot of teams are bringing their Capitao these days. Quite a utility behemoth. And VP are no strangers to using it.
No, not at all. But the big thing for me in Chalet is always going to be the defender operators. It's the Valkyrie, the Mira, the Asami, the Fenrir. Not that commonly banned. Also not actually that played on this map as of yet. Same thing with Melusi. I feel like we've almost seen more Ella in our matches at least.
Yeah.
Those trap operators. Of course, Legion's always present. Asami, there it is. More of an expected operator. It makes library so much more difficult to hold with that operator being banned away. And it's going to kind of peel back the first layer for most of those attacks, making the entry that much easier.
It's interesting. VP left that Azami open and instead went for the Fenrir, which is what SSG banned yesterday. VP banned that Azami. Oxygen don't want to play against it. Wonder what the reason is that VP wanted to leave that Azami in, but regardless, it's out. And we're getting into it with a Castle Frost combo in this first defense.
Okay.
As we go to Master, yeah, look, I'm actually honestly here for it. That Frost tells me that they're expecting aggression, particularly from the windows of Bathroom and Piano. That's the main areas where you're going to get value out of that Frost. And if I'm OXG, I want to be playing a little bit of slow and methodical, because that's how you need to against any team that's running trap operators in particular. Like we got the Frost, we got the Mirror. But I also want to see a little bit of energy as well, because VP are a team that they know how to set up a good setup. They're going to measure twice and cut once. OXG need to match that with a little level of spontaneity and unpredictability.
I really admire this like 4 shotgun setup, which is fun because there's the shield we see on the Piano hallway. This is the old school W7M strat on Chalet, where instead of closing off the walls, you're opening long lines of sight, deployable shield. You can hold library all the way from office soft wall and just have this very front forward heavy kind of setup. And this is genius because with Asami being banned, you cannot play inside of library itself. So what do you do instead? Well, step 1 is the mirror window. We see that here from Dan's position. Step 2 is going to be all those long lines of sight that we're seeing being created right now. If OXG want to challenge library, the first step of clearing the room itself, the second step of entering the room will all be extremely difficult. So Virtus Pro, they might try and force him to go for a Solarium tech. We do see 2 attackers right now, but of course, they'll be expecting to be ready for that as well. So this is VP trying to dictate the pace and the route of OXG, what kind of attack they're going to be going for.
I like this from Gomez. Immediately on this side balcony. He did miss an opportunity, and Newers is actually the first to fall. While this mirror window has been taken out by the Ash, Newers lost his life in the process. A little bit of an over-peak as he attempted to clear it. Now the smoke comes through. This is a very early repel in from the Glaz of Hat. Newest player onto the roster. He makes his way on forward. The Castle Barricade assisting him for a brief moment before he decides to take it out. Oh, this will be a free kill, surely. He's waiting for someone to peek. He's feeling the pressure. A good swing from Joystick. However, Yogg does find Dan as he tries to come in from the other side. The spray down on display, and Yogg is on the ground. Shepard will be able to finish off that kill. Meanwhile, Joystick's found the last one. Quite a haphazard round, but a comfortable one for the Russians.
Oh boy, I mean, this is again with Virtus Pro. You force them either to take library, which is extremely difficult, or take the easier route, which is Solarium. We saw the Castle Barricade, the Echo Drone, the second mirror window. Again, they're primed and ready for both situations to arise, and I feel like OXG, by going for either of those default attacks, are not going to win. You need to do something kind of out of your pocket, being like, okay, we can do this, do some verticality, play a block below, clear the mirror windows, attack from bar, kitchen, trophy, dining maybe. But OXG kind of went for the default approach, and that's one of my big push marks for them throughout this entire tournament. Do they have the strategical depth that they can reach to say, we can problem solve things out of the conventional ways and catch your opponents a little bit by surprise. Because remember, you're up against Virtus Pro. If you do normal, standard, expected stuff against them, it's not supposed to work. That's what Virtus Pro excel at.
Yeah. Yeah, and yet OXG really couldn't even begin their strat. They had just started a repel, started using the Ash to clear those mirror windows, and already they're losing players to aggressive peaks. VP, credit to them, they're not sitting back and waiting for the round to happen to them. They're getting around it, they're getting active in amongst these setups that they've got. And it looks like they are keen to play a little bit loosey-goosey. We've got Capcan, we've got Frost. They're trying to get into OXG's heads, going for a loose roam. This is not what you typically expect out of a VP. I would rarely expect to see a Capcan always roaming across the map, but when you're the highest rated player at Invitational so far, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Oh, is that how it goes?
That is exactly how it goes.
Until it stops working, right? And that's the big dangerous part. If no one can shut down a player like that, it's just a matter of like how long can you keep that streak going for. Bit of a different way of opening up a soft wall.
I read it.
Pistol. I mean, why not? You got so much ammunition. Only need a few bullets to get a kill. It is a lot of work though for what it is, right? Just an entry pathway, but there we go. Back when you could cook the grenade, you can actually open up a rotation hole if you perfectly timed it to destroy both layers of the wall. It was super cool to do. You can't do that anymore, of course.
Sad. You can shoot open half
One
the wall
layer,
and
yeah.
throw the nade in between, and
That
it will
still
make a
works
rotate
properly,
hole.
actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Touché. Very quiet second round compared to the first. The beep boop going off. Look be cool as well. Basement stairs. Den hears it, knows about it. What's it gonna do though? Is it time to fall back then, or do you stick around?
It's quite a bottom-up lurk here from OXG. Two players making their way up from the basement. Dan's vert is really going to enable him to have a cheeky angle onto this player should Yogg decide to go into bar. He is vulnerable. Nade gets tossed on out. That's a very good bounce and timed well with the flash. Dan feeling a lot of pressure. He can prone back, but eventually he will expose his backside to Newers on that library balcony. No response. Always wants to get active. Meanwhile, Pasha has hit the dirt. And Hat's found his first kill of the match. OXG sustaining quite a powerful advantage early in the round.
Small shame that Dan actually died from just like sticking his back too far out the door itself, but regardless, he should have died a lot earlier in my mind. The grenades, the flashbangs, the 4 different attackers trying to take him down. Pasha following suit afterwards. Bit of an unfortunate one. I think he was trying to help out his teammate, but this 3 versus 5 isn't all that bad. Time is in the favor of Virtus Pro. They have upstairs control. They have a side anchor of Shepard, but Shepard cannot die. He has to stay alive for as long as possible. If he falls, it applies that much more pressure onto Joystick, and now always who's dead. This is kind of falling apart.
Oh, it goes from bad to worse for VP. OXG have come out swinging in this round. Great start and perfect cover as well.
Flawless.
They have got the whole round, the whole map on lock. Beautiful work from OXG. Flawless as they get their first round on the board.
And that is actually kind of doing things differently. They actually went downstairs, as we said, like they went bar, they did verticality. They didn't worry about the usual approach of this, let's just walk in library, jump in the windows, take the gunfight. They were patient, they were waiting, and they weren't afraid of, you know, falling low on time. When you see Yogg spend 45 seconds to open up a soft wall with Deimos pistol, it kind of shows the picture that, hey, we're not rushing. That's a great thing, because they were a bit fast in that opening round, and it didn't work out for them. VP, though, they've always been trying to dictate the pace against SSG yesterday, and I feel like they're trying to keep that trend going now as well. They go basement. They got Kai, Tuperao, Smoke, and the Goyo combined with the Clash. These are all, let's slow things down, let's relax, let's burn time. You gotta kill this drone. They got it. Okay, they're still hiding the Clash here. Why teams do this is if you play the Clash, or Kite, just hide in the corner, your teammates shoot the drones, and they want to have the information to pick the correct attack and operators to deal with the Clash. Now, they got the Nomad. But there is a world in which they did see the Clash or hear the operator,
I don't
maybe.
think they did.
I don't think so either, but the Nomad makes perfect sense for if they did hear it.
Yeah, I think they just went for a full operator like revamp. They were teasing the Sens there for a minute. They were teasing a couple of different ingredients. As you said, Tuberao Kai, that's a real challenging thing to deal with. I expected maybe they would bring a few little special elements. What is that shot from Pasha?
All right, all right.
Goodbye, Nomad. Forget about it, countering the Clash. Gomez deleted at the start of the round as Pasha was just making his way back towards the site. Oh, wow. That is a rough pill to swallow for poor Gomez.
That's best case scenario. Opening kill. Most important operator taken off the board for this particular round. You only have a single heart breacher in Ace as well, so you can get the front walls and the back walls. If you fall to the wayside of like a kite call 2-brow trick, you don't have a second set of heart breaching gadgets either. So I feel like OHG might have stretched themselves a bit too thin here with both the Nomad and the IQ for a basement attack. You have almost no utility. Twitch would have been great here. A Brava could have been good here. Something like an Osa.
There's a clash.
Yeah, there's the clash. Really kind of the pop, but won't make a whole lot of a difference right now. Sure, you save yourself 20 seconds later on, but you're not going to remove the clash from these positions with the operators that you have. What can they do? They can throw an EMP at the problem, but that's really it.
And the problem is those EMPs are very hot commodities with the Tubarão in play.
Yep.
The Kaid. That combo is going to make this nigh impossible. And even though this boiler wall's already breached, it might not matter. Okay, here comes the Tubarão. Joystick throws out that Zoto, and that denies this ball. I'm not... Oh, okay. Nade has destroyed the Tubarão Zoto canister, and the breach will indeed detonate before a second one is thrown.
Okay, so now Virtus Pro is going to hold on. Always can give so much information. As long as he doesn't like too far left or right and get shoved from the side, he's going to know exactly where 2 or 3 attackers are attacking from.
Oh, here's the opening pick. They're getting eyes on Always as well. A lot of damage done to that clash. Always is going to have to fall on back. Less than 50 seconds remain, and perhaps there is an in here for Oxygen.
I think maybe you can just wait this out. They want to try and get Ocean to a plant position with Toxic Babes and C4s, etc. They're in no rush to get those kills.
But Hat's coming in from blue.
Injured.
And somehow, as you said, has been injured. Always is low. HP still. There's the injured player finished off. It's going to come down to Shepard here to have an impact. The Thatcher in the perfect position to counter that clash. And Shepard doesn't land his first spray. They know exactly where these last 2 defenders are. And Newers goes in for one. Looking for the last one. SMG out for Always. As Diaz is forcing that diffuser down on the ground. No need to push. Newers goes down. Maybe there is a way that he can win this.
No.
Always has found another. The best player at Invitational on Playday 1 goes for the defuse. He fakes it. He looks for the fight, but the newbie gets him. Big round for Hat coming in from blue for the flank. Always made it close, but Oxygen finds space to breathe.
It's impressive they find those scaps, but I gotta say, a bit of a toss-up there from Virtus Pro. They had Always and they had Shepard playing very, very sheltered roles, not swinging, not risking anything, and the other 3 players are happily taking these long-range fights, breaking swings, peaks left, right, and center. Super unnecessary in my mind. I mean, Dan getting injured from what was a safe position, none of it really makes sense to me. But I gotta say, OXG, great adaptation, flanking down the blue staircase, realizing that, hey, we can't get all the breaches, we gotta go for backstep elsewhere. They could have maybe done a roam clear and done like vertical damage with like breaking the 4 apart, but again, they didn't have the right operator, so they're working on almost no resources, and they made a really good situation happen with those limited resources.
Yeah, a lot of credit to OXG. A player down, not a lot of util that would be typically applicable to that push, and yet they made it work. The highlight for me was the nade onto that Zoto canister. That was really nice.
Yeah, it makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, and we saw earlier today on Consulate how impactful those Zoto canisters can be, right? Like, if you know how to use them, there's no way that you're going to get a wall open. So credit to OXG for finding a response. Also, don't mind this, by the way. This is a cheeky castle barricade we see sometimes.
Yeah.
Creating a real fortress of this mirror position, and yet it's been hit 8 times. Oh, it's 9 hits, right?
Oh, it's 9 to break, 8 to prep.
So it's been hit 8 times.
Yes.
I got it right.
Yeah,
it used
you
to
got
be
it right, yeah.
I was gonna say 11, but they
11, 12.
It was used to be an 11 hit, but yeah, it's been hit 8 times, prepped. So 1 smack will allow the defender to get through it quickly.
Oh, it's a very nice one. And it's hard to break in the current meta because it's hard to nade that castle barricade. You can't need like a Sophia or an Ashe, which isn't currently super meta game, and it's expensive to spend an Ashe breach against the castle barricade.
Yeah.
That nade is easy. But
Nades are usually pretty terrible. They need to be like touching the castle barricade. Yeah. So if it's on the like a doorway, it's really hard to get it close.
They're gonna rush this.
Yeah, this seems to be it. In goes the Blackbeard, immediately responded upon. Pasha's good for one. But in the building, Hat finds his. A second one for Hat here on the Osa.
He can plant the store.
He might be able to set up this Osa shield to try and go for a plant. He's worried about the mezzanine position.
What?
as VP start to retake. But this is a great waiting game played by OXG. They're just baiting VP into moving into these positions. Gomez, safe as houses, on the roof will find one. Yogg eventually goes down to Dan. Nice long angle. And the plan's still not confirmed. Hat has lost his life. That was the player that was going to save it for OXG. He was in the perfect position to plant behind his shield and yet fumbled. OXG now 2v2, and they're the ones in the hot seat.
I felt like they were trying to make the right play by waiting for the second Dogebi call to come up, have Newers rotate over, but by waiting all that time, they also risked themselves just kind of falling apart, which is what happened. VP got 2 picks down to a 2-on-2. They know they got diffuser. Last call comes up. Look at the attackers. Very spread out. One in office, one library balcony. They can't help one another.
Nice. Might not matter if they can isolate these ones and win them. All up to always now. But you never want to be taken on this guy. Not in his current form. He almost clutched up a 1v3. Now he's going to do a 1v2. Sen's light screen is going to cover off the position. Drone comes out, sees him, and he doesn't get it.
Well, the ACOG is blocking it. Actually, can't see the drone.
But he might be able to take this fight. Newers, it's up to him if he wants to reactivate that screen. Oh, there's information. Was this a default camera? It must be. How's that injury gone by? What? It's the frost mat. He's going to have to pick himself up again. That could be a fateful blunder for OXG. As Newers loses his life. Find another one! He is and always will be the best at SI. At least in the first 2 days. He's continuing his form. And he's clutched up massively for VP.
It's such a casual clutch. He's just vibing a master bedroom, not taking any risk. And I checked, it wasn't a default camera. VP had put a bulletproof camera in the library hallway somewhere that is just gone unnoticed, I guess. Could have been on the floor by the plants, maybe something like that. But that entry from Hat, the 2K, if I'm Hat, I'm instantly going for the F on my keyboard, holding it down for 7 seconds and pen down that diffuser. If Hat dies, you're playing 4 versus 3 or 4 versus 2, it's okay. But by sticking around and be like, okay, what are we gonna do? You're allowing VP to think about their next move and get away back into the round. Remember, VP are great when they know what's going on. When you get rushed like that, you have no clue what the case is. You gave them 20 seconds to think it through, and they had their answer.
Yeah. VP are chess players. You don't want to be playing that kind of game against them, right? You want to be being spontaneous, being quick, keeping it pacey. The more time you give to VP, the more they're going to be able to get a handle on things. It's funny, Siege really is like, it's like the chess of FPS games, but it's still an FPS game. So if someone's good at playing chess, you just have to FPS them.
So is it like classical chess versus blitz chess kind of vibe? Yeah, you got your 2 paces to it? New meta, TDM meta, blitz. Old school Siege, classical chess. You get a week to make a move.
That's actually it. That's exactly right. That's VP in a nutshell.
I do like watching their transition to trying to play this new modernized style, and I think the most impressive part for me for VP is they didn't do it by making roster or coach changes. They've kept the same core for so long, the same players and support staff for a long time, but they've evolved together with OG old school players, plus Pasha, because Pasha's still kind of new.
Well, the last time that these players, 4 out of 5 of Virtus Pro, all of the roster except for Pasha, they actually played Oxygen in 2021. Yeah, that's right. 5 years ago at Six Invitational, the one that was in Paris, actually.
Oh, yeah.
During COVID, these guys played as Empire and actually lost to OXG, funnily enough.
Ooh.
There's no players from that old OXG roster that's still here. It was actually Fox and Laxing.
I was going to say, yeah. It's funny, if you go even further back on Reciprocity Elevate days, I also played them myself back in 2018, 17, 19, whatever. A lot of history there with those 2 guys from North America. But OXG, they've struggled finding their way since then with leadership roles and whatnot, and now they finally make an international tournament. Doing okay so far, not sure what to expect of them just yet, but they're kind of making the picture in front of us as these rounds are unfolding. 2-2 so far, not bad at all. They gotta struggle with this next upcoming task most likely though. This is one of the hardest attacks in my opinion. It's that bar chalet, top mezzanine, top blue staircase clear. It's a utility game, it's an FPS situation, you gotta hit some nasty headshots, and it's everything against you as the attacking team.
Dan's holding position with the Warden, but he can't see through the light screens from the Sens. Oh, but it doesn't matter, he'll pre-fire through it anyway. He's dialing back the clock on the patch. He's being a Supreme Warden player now. Everybody seemingly falling for OXG. Dan eventually goes down, but not without dealing the damage necessary. It's all up to Yogg now in a 1v3. Got a lot of time to work with, about 45 seconds. He's going to need to isolate these fights. At least he has that diffuser and one projector left in pocket.
Half health though, all alone. No real information, I believe, either. They have a Jordan piano and trophy, so he's on his lonesome. And I mean, you got captain traps to worry about as well. No easy avenues in. I hate to say it, but I just don't see a way where this happens.
Oh, VP played this perfectly. Here comes the last projector to try and cover off his position. Yogg biding his time, baiting things out, and he'll jump straight into Shepard. Easy lockout for VP. MVP of the round, definitely Dan on that Warden. Supremely holding on to that big pillar mezzanine position, and OXG falling a little bit flat now. After that clutch from Always, they've gone quiet, and now they will take their tactical timeout.
Ooh. Okay. Can we hear anything?
Someone needs to move the microphone closer to Redeemer's face.
Yeah, I know.
I want to know, why is there a tape measure on the desk there?
Oh, dude, don't get me started on that.
Has he, like, measured, like...
Yeah, he's like, I gotta be 13 centimeters from the ground. I gotta have my mouse mat 4 inches to the left. I gotta... Dogi has the same thing from G2. Dude. It's ridiculous.
Have you ever watched tennis?
Sure.
It reminds me of Rafael Nadal. He used to...
That I don't know.
He used to... Well, he, you know, former one of the best in the world. He used to line up his drink bottle and everything in, like, the exact same spot to the millimeter before he started the game.
As if the drink bottle position matters for his play.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's such a... I feel like in regular sports, you have so much... habits, routine, and kind of left shoe on first, then right shoe, it's bad luck and stuff like that, superstitions.
Yeah, sports players are the most superstitious people in the world.
I feel like esports hasn't gotten that at all, but there are some players that will absolutely like crash out if everything isn't exactly like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
My first interaction with that was when I teamed up with Citizen in 2020 after SI on that G2 roster. You gave him a different mouse, changed his sense by like 1 point on the sensitivity slider. The chair was a different height. He would be the worst player in the lobby. But if he gets it his way, he was literally Shaiko's son. Like, Citizen owned you back then. Some players are like that.
Yeah.
Change can be hard.
Very much so. You really get used to one thing. Well, let's theorycraft what OXG were cooking in that tactical timeout. It was definitely needed. Like, it was a good start to this game, but they fell behind a little bit. You know, they were up 2-1. They've lost 2 rounds in a row. It's their last chance to lock in an attack on what is traditionally an attacker-sided map.
Yeah.
Time to go 3-3, and I thought we were going to see the Glaz, but they've picked off of it. What are they cooking in this round? They've got the Maverick for some reason. I'm a little bit confused. But
with Hibana.
Yeah, for dining, by the way. It's not it's the basement, you'd get it.
I don't really see the vision either here. Plus, again, they have almost no real clear, no execute. They just got counter utility, which, again, if they just want to get the walls opened up, this roster can get the job for sure. I assume the tactical timeout from Redeemer was a lot about what's ahead of you. Not just this upcoming round, but a playstyle thing, things to keep in mind, things that he's seen and noticed, maybe the communication from these players for XG. Because I love when coaches take a timeout before the problem gets too big. And a 2-3 scoreline isn't a huge steal, but they gotta start catching up. So I expect a slow round, I expect methodical. Again, try and reach step A perfectly, which is gonna breach open those walls, before initiating step number 2. Because if they actually get ahead of themselves, they want to achieve the first step. But they gotta stop reaching. So I guess a Maverick up here. Then they can IQ Thatcher, Hibana downstairs maybe, or something like that.
I guess the Tubarao Kaid combo has kind of forced the Maverick pick here. Yeah. It's very unconventional to run it, especially on this top floor. You're just so exposed when you have that torch out. So many flank opportunities. That was a little bit of a strange job there with the Hibana. But this position from Dan, though, with the deployable shield on top of the piano to try and support him. He's got a very much winning position.
It's a good nade. Oh. It's a bad C4.
It's definitely a bad C4. He's got the outlines on that one. That's inexcusable. Still, this is not a perfect solution for OXG. VP can still play here in office.
Yeah, they can, and time is getting kind of low. Danfax was injured once again from bathroom window, I suppose. It was see out here from Yogg.
He might be savable.
I don't know about that. I mean, maybe, but if they know about the Solarium Repel, they can't risk it, but now they're just falling apart upstairs.
Oh, no.
That's good.
That's unfortunate for Yogg. There was a frost mat waiting for him and a player on the line of sight below. Hat, though, from the double window, replied with a C4 through the floor. from Shepard. Dan still on the ground. They'll finish him off eventually. And now it's a 2v2.
Anybody's round still, of course. No C4s in pocket, so it's down to a clean 2v2 with gunfights. Almost everybody full HP in the server as well. The thing is, the attackers no intel to work with on the drones. The defenders, same story. They have one Westman cam alive right in front of Diaz. That's it. So they gotta go in, just try and trade each other out in these 2v2s.
Ooh. Couple of spray bullets. There's Shepard, traded by Diaz. But guess who's on the other side? Again, it's always... VP have relied on this man time and time again! He clutches it with a Kapkan trap! It's just too easy for this man. He doesn't even have to stare him down. He doesn't need to take the fight. The trap will get the job done. And VP have locked in the 4-2 split.
If I'm OXG and I see that first Kapkan trap on the initial door, I'm going, there is no chance there's another one, right? On the following door? Surely not, because you got 5 of them. And this is a big map. No, there was a second trap. And maybe even a third, who knows? And because he was low on HP from getting shot earlier walking down that staircase, he was low enough to die to a single Kapkan trap. Sometimes it's like that, man.
And
it sucks.
OXG have already taken their tactical timeout as well. As we move into the second half, they'll have to hope that they can find some more success on their defense, because that's 3 attacks in a row that they stumbled in that first half. VP have really built up that momentum. And you know what's the scary part as well, Nick? It's that this is the map that VP got slapped on yesterday by
it's
SSG.
OXG's map pick.
And it's OXG's map pick.
Yeah.
Like, this is just going to get worse as we get through the series.
And I gotta say, for Virtus Pro, if you were to, off memory at least, without having every single node and you know, perfect memory of this is not the same defense stretch we saw from VP yesterday, from my memory.
No.
They're playing much more versatile, they're long lines of sight, they're moving on the map a lot more. I also think they're just fighting for map control a lot more than against Space Station.
Yeah.
So, not only did OXG risk it, like, they sucked yesterday, we gotta pay into them, but VP are showing us adaptability, flexibility, and strategical depth, which we've always criticized them for not having. So I don't feel like OXG... It's a slow start. I have to see the approach there. Opening kill for Gomez until always. So sometimes you do shut this man down. He was 8-3, or 8-2 rather. Now he's 8-3 on the scoreboard. And I think if Virtus Pro can find opening kills, I start fearing a lot for Oxygen. But that's the benefit of defense. You set up the bomb site, you set up the map itself, you play against your opponents on your terms. So this side swap could heavily favor Oxygen if they can hold on and not give up those free bodies.
Here comes the Blackbeard. Dan is making his way forward. He's worried about the vert. No need to worry about that at the moment. And all of the setup, castle barricades, etc. has been cleared. Bash is looking for something to destroy with his Flores drone. He's not going to find much as of yet. He'll just leave it on the floor, make a bit of inconsequential vert. Gomez is still all the way downstairs in dining, perhaps on for a flank in the late round. Oh, he's actually all the way down in the basement. Not sure what the idea is. Maybe eventually to go for a flank, but he's so far from home.
That he is. And this is the issue. If always dies early and no one's going to become the entry... I mean, I feel like Dan used to be that player, but so far this event has been a little bit more in that middle zone. Not quite entry, not quite support, but he's waiting for someone else to make the first move. And same when Joysticks and Gridlock, he can't be the playmaker. So they kind of relied on always, I think, a little bit too much in this round. And the fact that he's dead could be a troublesome one. 50 seconds left. Gotta clear library. Gotta take top floor control. You can't just push the bombs out here because there's too many things against you right now.
Well, this is not a very convincing way of clearing this dark corner. Nade goes through. Oh, maybe. Never mind. I think he managed to bank that off just perfectly. Maybe. With the Flores drone as well, it did the job. And now they've got control of library. They've got the numbers. At least seemingly. Dan did fall, however. This is still quite winnable. 25 seconds. As Pasha is making his way down the library stairs, there's still information for the defense on where these attackers are coming from. And I don't think we've got a solid plant spot available. Guys, there's 10 seconds to go. You need to start getting a move on. Diffuser in pocket for Shepard as he looks to try and drop. A flashbang may enable it as Diaz, full white, a C4 pulled, but misses. And now into red time, onto the zero. Shepard forcing that plant down. The cover's there, but Diaz can swing and find the angle, thread the needle, deny the plants.
The really awkward part is that the angle he used to kill the planter was from the Selma charge of the ace of the attacking operator. So Virtus Pro gave them that angle, if you will. But I mean, time was running too low. They barely got library control, and I want to say OXG made a very conscious decision to sacrifice library, just keep that player in the corner. Everybody else was way gone. You see that right now, 40 seconds, he's completely alone upstairs. I think Yark was thinking the nade would kill him because he was already like low on HP.
There was a Flores drone on top of him.
Oh, there's a Flores drone as well. Oh, nicely caught. But yeah, so they
Can't
said,
believe they won that.
we can solo out library, everybody else run away, chilling.
Yeah, I mean, that was very lucky that Oxygen won that. VP looked like they did not have the time or the means to make that happen. And then they looked like they were close. Yeah, and then it got extremely close. And I was like, wow, Oxygen have no way to deny this. Luckily for them, as you said, Shepard had already called previously and enabled an extra line of sight for them. Oh, well. Good start for OXG to try and bridge this gap as they continue their defensive side. Go up to Master. I'm liking the Goyo pick. I'm liking the Valkyrie pick. I feel like I haven't seen nearly as much Valkyrie
We
recently.
haven't been, no. No, I think we've seen almost more Echo to the Valkyrie in the earlier games. It was banned in the Liquid Unwanted game, actually, map number 3, I believe. That's how present that it was in that match. For Virtus Pro, what we saw yesterday, they had not the cleanest first half, but their second half on the rotations. What I mean by that, the first 3 attacking rounds, you see your opponents play. The second rotation, so around 4, 5, and 6, you can adapt to everything that you've seen so far, and that's when VP they start getting fired up. So you're still testing the waters, seeing what the vibe's gonna be, how they wanna approach these things. OXG, much like Space Station, they like to move around quite a bit and have those deep roamers, so VP will be familiar with this playstyle.
There's a shield in the bathtub.
There's a shield in the bathtub.
That's cheeky. I love
I
to see
love
that.
that.
Also,
Why
the
not?
frostbite in the closet is nasty. Ooh, always is in. He's actually going to try and get some vert. Is he going to try and nade up this guy in the bathtub? This is so good. Out goes the nade. Joystick from outside. That is beautiful.
Gnarly.
What a great way to clear that position.
That is actually beautiful. That reminds me of like old school Siege problem solving skills. Gave me some Buck with grenade vibes. You buck the floor, nade out on coastline, happened all the time. And VP/Empire back then, they were there for that meta. We've seen that before. And you see how they get that first kill, and they're not speeding up. They're keeping the pace the same. Getting the kill as easily as that was, it buys them like 20, 30 seconds of time that they should have dealt with otherwise. Aggressive run out. VP, they repelled all the way down the master bedroom window. Again, not expose themselves as they're droning. They know what this is all about. They cannot afford to get flanked. They need to be actively watching because Gomez is looking for it.
Oh, Dan's also found a nade kill
Another
onto
nade.
Newers. Yeah, these nades are having quite an impact. Meanwhile, this retake downstairs as the pressure is mounted, and somehow Pasha wins that fight onto both of these players flanking him down below, leaving poor Diaz in a 1 versus 4. He spots one player and just takes a hell of a lot of damage out of the result. He can't even find anything. Shepard outside on the bathroom window finds a beautiful shot. And, I mean, what can we say for OXG? They need to fire up. Redeemer's trying to give them a little bit of energy, but they're so distracted. They're so in their heads. VP have started to run away with this game. It's 5-3.
That's a classic VP round. Like, if you ask me, what does VP's playstyle, like, what is it? I think that's a really good showcase of it because they didn't do a whole lot. It was the Waste Main, the Grimpies, the nade up, and then joystick from library balcony rappel holding the angle, hits the one-tap head from the vault prompt, and then we saw a nade off screen get a second kill somehow, and then it's just flank watch. They barely moved an inch from their starting positions. They're playing Solarium Rappel, Solarium Stairs, Library Balcony. That's the 3 wing positions on the entire map. Round is over.
Yeah.
They barely worked for it. And again, you asked the question, what should OXG do? This is the issue when you go up against Virtus Pro and they're beating you. It doesn't feel like you're doing anything wrong, but you're still losing.
Yeah, it feels like OXG is really forcing the issue. Like, they keep having these ideas. Let's run out lobby. Let's have a second person cover. Let's hunt this guy in trophy.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's just not working at all. VP is so patient. Like, they don't stress out. They're like, oh, they're trying to do this. Okay, let's just wait for them.
Yeah.
Let's cover this angle. Really, the only thing that it looked like they kind of deliberately did was that bathroom clear.
Yeah.
Get in a player down below really early, quickly open the floor, get that nade, the cover from joystick, easy as you like. And then it was just about replying to whatever OXG started to gesture.
It kind of starts off with OXG, they're playing master bedroom bomb side, but all the roamers that are being aggressive are playing like bar, library, basement, where if you're going to play that bathroom position on a master bedroom defense, well, you would think that you want a roamer in like trophy or kitchen or west main to support that setup. And that's the thing. As a defending team, you have two decisions to make. One is, do you do the deep roam and play the entirety of the map and then react to what's happening? Or do you just say, this is what we care about, and if you don't come for this, we know you have to go for this other portion, library for example, and you know what's going to happen. If you go all the way back to the first round of defense of Virtus Pro, they did the same thing, right? It was master bedroom defense with a heavy setup towards library, and they knew if you don't come library, you have to go trophy, and we'll know what you're going to do because you're not going library. So I feel like OXG don't quite get that to the same level, but then again, VP are the kings of this, so of course you wouldn't. Nice!
Dude, Pasha always has the best response.
Love this guy. Especially because Virtus Pro, back on Empire days, have always been known as like a super, like robots.
Oh yeah, they have no reaction. They'll be in the middle of an SI grand final.
Yeah,
They
it's just Tuesday for them, or Sunday in that case.
The joystick got the Russian cyborg name for a reason.
Yeah. And Pasha, I mean, I think Dan was a little bit of like a difference maker there when he first joined from Forza. And then when Pasha joined, he was just this emotional, like he took the losses very heavy, took the victories very heavy. He's the kind of player where it's his dream to be a pro player, which to be fair is for most people. But I feel like he's living and breathing it so much more than your average pro player.
It's a high passion player.
It is a high passion player. And I will say it can be very emotionally taxing to be that kind of person because there's a lot of ups and downs in this esports world.
Oh yeah, and VP know that better than most as well.
Oh boy,
yeah. What a turbulent couple of years it's been for them. I mean, last year was rough. They didn't qualify. Copenhagen and Atlanta, they were both just outside of making main stage. Then this year they didn't qualify for Manchester despite becoming 3rd place at Six Invitational last year. And then EWC they didn't qualify for this year either. Suddenly top 4 in Montreal. And it's like, oh, maybe they can gun for a top place in SI this year again. In a top 3 last year, why not achieve the same again?
Yeah.
And at the moment, honestly, they are looking like probably the best team that we've casted.
Well, definitely the one-off, for sure. Matt Ryan should be the best team, you're right.
Yeah.
But you are correct, it's been turbulent.
I'd love to see VP against a Shopify or a FaZe.
Oh, yes. Give me VP Shopify in quarterfinals on stage, honestly. Inject it into my veins. I would love that. So far, though, it's more of the same. And I don't mean that in a bad way, it's just this is how it's gonna go. I was actually thinking to myself before the small tech pause we had, Flash would be excellent for OXG, but I didn't think they'd be comfortable playing it on Chalet. But for basement, it makes sense. And they start off a little bit differently. Most people play Clash in the basement, you're AFK, you're waiting for your opponents. They start Clash as a roaming operator, with a deployable shield in Boiler instead. And now that the pressure is being applied, they know what the tech's gonna be. Flash rotates back down. Clash could try and escort this player out. This Nate might kill him. Oh, he's fine.
No, okay.
So Clash could try and escort Hat out of that corner if they feel like it.
This is actually kind of awkward now for VP, especially as Dan has been flanked from above. I think Newer's teamed up with him. Hat's found one. Good trade. But this is super awkward. Yogg is putting hell of a lot of pressure here on the Blackbeard. Always isn't covered. But with Pasha taking down Newer's, maybe the script is flipped. OXG have to pull back. Here comes another breach on the wall with that Selma. Goyo spotted for a brief moment. I'm not sure if Pasha saw him.
Where is the ball?
He's struggling to find it.
Could be in dining. That's the awkward part as well. Air jab goes soft. Don't see exactly what's happening, but VP got to stack inside the bomb side.
Diaz has found his as well. Joystick is out. Always is further back, and he has no utility left.
Oh boy.
Gomez standing behind Pasha. He does get traded, but Diaz is there with the slug shotty to close the round. OXG starting to build a little bit more momentum here, a little bit of comfort on their defenses.
Yeah, you're right, but I feel like that's... I feel like the word a cheese strat is like a negative thing, and I don't mean it negatively, but that's the kind of round you can only do on Basement Chalet. We play like, you do the clash stuff like with the kite or two-brow, whatever. Like, you make things just difficult. They can't do this kind of defense on any other bomb set on Chalet. If that's how they're going to win this game, well, they're going to lose 7-4 before they can go basement again.
Look, dude, you can't have a go too much at them for using a winning strat.
No.
Even if
VP
it's,
did it themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Look, even if it's just a one-off, that's how we win basement and get our momentum back.
Sure.
That's nice. I mean, you've just staved off map point.
100%.
Well.
It's a huge round. Don't get me wrong.
And there's a huge amount of pressure on Oxygen to win this map, right? Like, we're going to Clubhouse next. You don't take VP to Clubhouse.
You don't.
And Chalet should have been the weak link for VP, right? They got 7-2'd on here by SSG yesterday. OXG need to take every advantage that they can. Maybe that win on the basement, cheese or no cheese, will give them a little bit of confidence to now switch and flex onto a different bomb site.
I'm going to call it a pocket strat because people think that's such a cool term. Oh, that's a positive thing. They did a pocket strat, Dev, and they won.
One person's pocket strat is another person's cheese.
Strat. Yeah. Well, no, the only thing that worries me about it is that if that's what it takes to win out those rounds, how can you apply it elsewhere? And I actually like what OG's doing now because, sure, the Clash isn't going to work as effectively in other bomb sites, but the Kite 2-brow certainly can. And we saw OG themselves struggle against that very operator on this exact bomb site only a couple of rounds ago. So now the real test, VP. They've done this shot themselves. They know what it takes to win it. They know what it takes to break it apart. Can they break it apart? Because they've brought very different operators. Blackbeard and Glass. That's going to be for executed map control, of course. Double Heartbreach Stature. They don't have a clear way of dealing with the 2-brow canisters freezing up those walls. So if they want to brute force that on time, they got to start working these walls very soon.
Yeah, I'm liking that we're seeing more Heartbreach for once because I've seen so many rounds where Heartbreach has failed. But as you said, neither the Hibana, the Thatcher, or the Thermite are answers to that 2-brow.
See it. There's nothing on the wall currently, but again, they're just waiting for the... Actually, both Kite Claws have been placed down. Maybe they've Kite Clawed the wall downstairs instead of upstairs in dining. Because there's nothing on the exterior opposite wall. They can just Thermite it. Sure, they can start 2-browing it, but they can't get rid of the charge itself. Just delay it inevitable. It will pop after this, for reason as you stack them. Interesting. That's all 3 canisters.
That's a very curious wall to use that on.
Yeah, and also the door. He used it outside. So that's all 3 canisters spent on 1 minute 25. This one to pop. Warrior fires there for 20 seconds, but VP are on pace right now to be fine on time.
Yeah, that's nullified the impacts of this operator completely. I thought that dining was going to be the challenge, but yeah, now this is going to be pretty easy. I mean, a nade over the top will clear the claw more or less. Yeah, it's not
careful now. It's never that easy.
Not a surefire. We are out of EMPs. That's the concern here for VP. They overcommitted a little bit on those EMPs. The Blackbeard needs to march on forward and get info on where this claw is so they can guarantee that this one nade that they've got will land.
Oh,
Oh, no.
This is close.
The guns have come to life for VP out of nowhere. Everyone from OXG seemingly falling. Hack goes for a retake upstairs and he finds nothing. Diaz shut down. It's perfect for VP. And with that, map point is on the cards. The Russians seemingly unstoppable.
It looks so difficult and it looks so easy out of nowhere. And sure, VP, they had again all their things covered. They're very good at multitasking the roam clear into the setup, into the execute. But also, again, OXG spending those 2-brow canisters a little bit too early and thinking, hey, these don't matter all that much, but I really think that they did. Would have loved to have more in pocket to actually trick some of those walls because they didn't trick anything. They're just stalling for time.
I mean, if anything, Oxygen are lucky that that wasn't easier. Virtus Pro wasted all of their EMP so earlier.
You're right.
If there had been another EMP remaining for VP, they would have just opened that dining wall, no worries.
They also had a player, I think it was Kite actually, inside of dining itself, and Blackbeard pushed up, and Kite ran away through a C4, which doesn't kill a Blackbeard because his shield resistance is explosive resistance, which you live. What if Kite sticks around and protects the Kite Claw with his life? Because Blackbeard has the ADS naded. I feel like they made it a little bit too easy with VP, thinking, guys, we got this in the bag, just like play safe, stay alive. But if you let Virtus Pro execute, it doesn't matter if you're 5v5. You need to have some sort of win condition advantage, and they didn't have that in that round.
Exactly right.
Like when they killed Always on the bar defense, then they played Sheltered Roles at the 5v4, that's an advantage.
Yeah.
But in the 5v5, you ain't got no advantage.
A little minutia here for OXG is letting it slip between their fingers on such an important map, and now Yogg's gone down early, over peaking. He dies to Shepard a long way outside. Distant shot into Solarium. This is rough. Now Newers can't overstay his welcome on this roam. You mentioned that previous round where Always was taken down early and OXG fell back. Well, now they're the ones who have lost an early player on that same bomb site. And now Newers has to make sure that he gets this call right. He really needs to find a kill here, and he knows it. That's why he's not just falling back.
Now the gig is up. I mean, he's killed, what, 2-3 drones. All the windows can open up. Phantom pressure, Deimos tracker. I mean, this is good. He's burning a fair bit of time utility. He falls back. Gomez pushes up instead because they don't know where his location is going to be from. And the VP just play a classic round of theirs and don't have a massive captain or they get flanked or they die in silly ways. They're looking really good so far. They got Flores to deal with top blue and top Messalin, of course. They got Blackbeard and they got the Deimos for the execute itself. They've seen the frost ships. They actually cleared the frost ship and the shield with one single Flores drone. Massive value. So they're in a good spot right now. It's 2 people library, 1 blue staircase, ES on the bomb side.
There is another shield here.
Also gone.
Damn. That's maximum value out of these Roteros. We've seen great usage of the Roteros from VP, even to clear the player inside of library. In goes nades and gridlock track stingers. That's a creative way to clear that position. Gomez goes down. Newers can at least find something for Virtus Pro. He's desperately trying to hold on to this game. Oxygen struggling, a player down as the Vultures are circling.
Got the Blackbeard, so intel, there'll be plenty of it. And just walks on in, says, hey, guy in this corner, guy in that corner, and Gunsplay. A great shot from Shepard. I didn't think he was going to win that.
Oxygen have seriously angered the bear. Diaz taking damage again and again. He's the last one left. He doesn't last. Pasha closes the final 2 kills, and VP, quite a redemption arc for them on Chalet. They've sprung back into it, and they've destroyed Oxygen 7-4 on their own damn map pick.
Yeah, not just that, but a massive blowout from just yesterday against Spacing, where they got demolished themselves on Chalet. They're showing this new version of themselves, and they're doing it so well.
Yeah, huge ups to Virtus Pro. This is a different beast. The bear really did wake up yesterday after SSG smacked them on Chalet 7-2. VP have won 3 for 3 maps. OXG have got a lot of work to do. Next up is Clubhouse.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence.
the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. What a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
And Rams with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets a headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know. The 1v2.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder um giro no Brasil.
Que isso, cara?
Que isso, moleque?
Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Caralho, filho da puta, mano.
Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo.
Caralho, você achou mesmo que ia perder um giro no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de fusão.
Você
pegou? Peguei, cheguei hoje.
Ai, que da
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo.
And that was a bit of a game. OXG and VP going head-to-head on Chalet, and to be honest, not what we expected. I thought OXG would have a lot more in it, but VP really showed us that perhaps yesterday Chalet was just a bit of a fluke against SSG. They stepped up massively here.
Yeah, that's definitely the story for me, is that OXG, I think they played a game that I was more or less expecting. I don't think they underperformed. I don't think they overperformed. I think they were just right in the middle. But Virtus Pro showed that they could adapt, they could change, they are fighting back always. That was what you were talking about. He was popping off yesterday. Was that a one-off performance? No.
No, clearly not.
He was very strong here as well. He won the 1v2 clutch. He was one of the top fraggers, not the top fragger in the server. I still want to see a bit more from both Dan and especially Joystick, but for now, always is enough.
Yeah, Always and Pasha both hit 11 kills each, only 5 deaths as well. Yeah, big game on Chalet from them. Look, there were some good moments from OXG, to be honest. There were a couple of big clutch moments, particularly that bar defense that we saw a big clutch. I can't remember which player it was. We saw on the replay just there from inside stock. Yeah, good couple of moments there. I was actually just outside filling up some water glasses, and I heard the OXG guys going for their little pre-map debrief, post-brief. And yeah, Redeemer actually sounded really confident. It was like he was really praising them on what they did well, pointed out a few issues, but in a very constructive way, just saying, all right, guys, you got some good ideas. Like I heard Gomez trying to say, let's do this, and then no one responded. Make sure you guys are responding. And then after he talked about that, he said, but don't worry, we have our game plan for Clubhouse. We know what's coming up next.
Solid.
And I was like, wow, that's not what I expected. We thought that VP's club would be too big to deal with, and they had to get it done on the first map for OXG to have a shot. And I don't know, that's at least not what OXG seems to think.
That's super insightful, because especially if OXG has had, we just spoke about VP struggles, right? OXG, they have not qualified for an event since like 2022. This is a huge deal that they're at Invitationals, and they can't get too hard on themselves going, oh, we messed up, we didn't play good enough, yada yada, because you gotta stay mentally in it right now and just take it map by map, round by round, and believe in yourself. So I love that Redeemer is taking that role and almost that responsibility. And they did have good ideas, just some poor execution at times. I think they got it in them, but I also believe that VP Clubhouse is spoken of very highly by everybody in the world for a good reason. If they can break it, massive showcasing from them. They'll definitely, win over me, but I just have a hard time believing that is possible.
Yeah, look, VP have historically been a Clubhouse team, but they have lost it a few times recently. They've lost it twice to Wolves in EUL Stage 2.
Wolves are nasty on Club.
Yeah, Wolves are nasty on Club. OXG also, they love this map. Like, if you just look in recent history during the qualifiers for SI, they played it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
What?
5 times. Six times if you count the NAL as well.
Okay.
7 times if you count all the way back in Stage 2 against M80. So OXG, they're no strangers to this map, but they've never played a team quite as good as Virtus.pro. Here on Clubhouse, we figure out whether we push all the way to map number 3, whether Virtus.pro can take home another 4 points. OXG on the ropes as we switch onto their opponent's map pick of Clubhouse.
Maverick being banned out. I was going to say Maverick, Kaid, or Tubrao, if not more than one of those, will get banned out because of what we saw on Chalet. When you see a Maverick ban, you almost have to ban either Tubrao or Kaid is in response. Otherwise, it can be very gruesome to get through those walls. Capital banned. That's going to be the catwalk is super playable now for both these two teams. Very meta operator here in Clubhouse. He's got can openers. Bok lost him, so he becomes a high priority. There's the Tubrao ban.
Yeah.
Now you get an open flex ban from Virtus.pro. They can say, let's get rid of Kaid so that wall's easy to get through. They can get rid of Bandits or EMPs or King. They can get rid of Hibana as a Harpy or Hibana. What am I talking about? Banning a defense. Like, what am I talking?
Well,
I'm yapping.
The Hibana would be definitely very prevalent if the Kaid ban comes through. So that's the big one I'm thinking of. Mira. Okay, fair. Yeah, so Kaid is still in, which means that you're going to have to run Thatcher, particularly for your basements, because there's no Maverick. It does really force that pick. I thought maybe the Kaid ban would allow a bit more flexibility on the attacking lineups.
I was thinking the same thing, actually, because I do think if you want the most flexibility, I think banning Bandit would be the biggest thing, because then you just play Thatcher or EMPs.
Every site.
Every single site.
Doesn't matter what site you're going to. Yeah.
With Bandit, you might need Sophia below, or an Ash, or a Bog, or grenades, or something else. And normally that will require 1 or 2 different operators. But I think you're right. Like, Bandit or Kaid there makes a lot of sense. But of course, I also think both teams want to play the Bandit, because it seems like a good win condition.
Yeah, we saw some good Bandit play earlier today.
Spoit.
Yeah, Spoit really knew what he was doing on N80. Picked Joel apart. We're here on Clubhouse, though. We're going down to the basement to kick things off, but it's a bit of a roam game. We've got the Vigil, we've got the Cap Can. They're roamers, right? That's the instrumental part of your roam game, your delay time. And let's not forget about Castle and the way that it can really change the structure of this map. Where is he going to be putting these castle barricades? So he's going for the aggressive ones. External lobby, rather than internal lobby where a lot of people put them. Where is his other 3 castles going?
Pool table. Yep. It's the SSG roam. I love to say that. It's the old SSG clubhouse roam.
The SSG roam was internal lobby though, not external lobby.
Oh, you're such a nerd for that.
I am. Okay. You're calling me a nerd, dude.
Yeah, I believe that.
Look at that. Another castle barricade there on the bathroom, but it's the entrance into bathroom, which is not where everybody puts it.
Is it where SSG put it?
I don't think they did, actually.
It might have been old club. I don't know they knew you were with it, but yeah.
You were still playing back then, mate.
I know, it's a long time ago. Also, of course, there's no Mute, there's no Mossy, but they have the roam game presence, they have the castle cutoff, but then they have the Capcan traps and the Goyo fire by the bomb set most likely. So a side rush is not that simple for Virtus.pro, and a roam clear also will not be. So this is actually OXG doing a Virtus.pro did a Chalet of controlling the pace of where they're going to be attacking from. A joystick classic, by the way. Flophouse Jackal. He loves this operator. Oh. Yep. Very nice.
This roam game is good. It can be a peel back roam, especially because we've got those ingredients like the Goyo, as you mentioned. A Goyo means that you can peel back to site and all you're doing is delaying time. Even Newer's here. He's not looking for kills. Yogg, since when is Yogg on the roam as well?
Yep. He just appeared. He spawned in.
Yeah, seemingly so. And it looks like every single player is coming back to site.
Hat's in kitchen. I think he's going to be very stuck. He's Deimos track. Unless third is soft. In the hatch is soft.
Oh, wait. What? Kitchen hatch is open?
Yep.
I mean, that's
that's got to be defenders to open it because all the doors are closed. Okay.
It's very unusual.
And there's no spare reinforcements. It wasn't a mistake, I don't think. So
no, clearly not.
I like this. So I'm a huge... Okay, that's a Deimos. I don't like this much anymore. But I love when you do this roam peel back game and JK, there's another roamer somewhere.
Yeah.
Deimos and Jackal makes it obviously like impossible for Gomez to live in this position. But the thing is, when Empire played, so Virtus.pro, when they played TSM in SI22 Grand Finals, TSM had this strat where Geo was playing castles out of strip. VP has seen this 3 years ago at SI. They know how to deal with this. And because they're not rushing Gomez and strip, what they're going to do is just hold the cutoff and just hit the bombs up instead.
Yeah. That's the thing, especially as you've got that Deimos, you can just keep on tracking him. Focus up on site, but here come the Vulcan canisters. Only going to be 15 seconds left on the clock by the time that fire subsides.
I think there's a world where you just push that barrier or that fire and says, screw it, because exactly, you're going to be stuck in these positions. Gomez is dead, that's the flank done.
But still, breaking the site's going to be so challenging as the fire continues to rain out. Diaz is also taking out Shepard. No more presence in dirt. And now the crossfire awkward for Joystick. He tries to get on forward. Hat's found his. Good trade back again. Joystick somehow surviving. But still, this player inside a church. The stack up. Young finds them all. He holds down the fort in church. He puts on an absolute clinic, and OXG starts strong on Clubhouse.
They put him in the blender right there. Blue became the pressure point because you couldn't go third tunnel. Actually, thinking about it now, I feel like there was a world where they can just do like a default kitchen hatch drop while they go third. Maybe. But I think they felt so pressured by Gomez hiding in strip that if anything goes wrong on the flank, the whole thing falls apart. They're a bit pressured on time, that 40 seconds left, Goyo fires everywhere. I don't blame VP for choosing to go for blue, but it becomes such a blender when you gotta get past the rotate, the crossfires, and it didn't find the initial entry either. A tiny rotate? I heard a tiny rotate.
Tiny rotate.
Not a
we
normal
don't
rotate.
discriminate against rotate sizes.
So the gym rotate that we see by the bathroom double door, this is my favorite thing the whole game. And I want to say
This is
this.
your favorite thing in the whole game?
One of.
That's a big
and
call.
I'm going to say this right now. I'm the inventor of that. I did
Okay,
that.
bro.
So the thing is, that rotate is so cheap because you can just kind of loop in and out of gym without anybody really seeing it usually. And also, the other default rotate gets seen from like connector once they clear CCTV as on the attack. So I don't know why I said that, but it just came to my mind. I love that rotate so much.
It's the most
random.
It's the most random thing to be nerdy about. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's not
We
even
all have
gadget
our
plays.
things, no?
It's not even the only rotate in that room.
No,
it's
the rotate in the room.
Of all, compared to the rotate near the window, that's your fave, is it?
Yeah, like it's just, I don't know, it tickles my brain in the perfect way.
Tickles you.
And I cannot explain it. It makes me really happy to see it. OG, they know ball. Okay, that's what I've seen from this.
They do know ball.
They're going to win this round, mark my words. And it's going to be, they're going to lose one player, and that's it. Almost flawless. Yep.
This is a big
Because
call.
they got the rotate.
I can't wait for the end of the round, and the rotate is instrumental in their success. To VP's credit, they started pretty good, right? They've going for this map clear, and in a minute they've already got pressure. They're getting the breach here, line of sight from Rafters. How do they clear cache though? Because this is a big challenge a lot of teams struggle with. We're going with the Hibana. It's going to get juggled. That's not common these days.
You got Sophia, so you can stun above the... if you shoot the soft wall above, you can Sophia stun, or the drone hole, or go below. This works. Now you can breach the wall opened up and apply that pressure towards Yogg. He's going to have to fall back or stick this position. But if Sophia goes downstairs again, he should not be able to live in that spot.
Still has a lot of ability to move around. Ash has just taken a little bit of damage there. He's gone for the prone shots, just waiting for someone from Yogg to feel the pressure.
Oh.
It's the vertical push, though, I believe. A player downstairs in stock that starts to really force these OXG players out. They still haven't moved as of yet. Drones come through in droves. The swing from Always, but Hat takes him down. Dan will trade. That does bring VP back into it, but still OXG... They've kind of won this. They've fallen back and only lost a single player.
100% they won this. They burned out all Sophia utility, all X-Kyra pellets, one EMP. They killed Grim, which I think is the most pivotal operator when it comes to bombs that execute. And there's 45 seconds left. They gotta rotate across the map and now breach the queues with those EMPs and thermite charge.
Oh so, no, the Bandit's gonna win this.
He has no Bandit. Oh yeah, she has one in pocket. You're right. He picked it up. Whee!
No way. That's surely the round done. But have OXG used that rotate yet? That's the real question.
It's gonna happen.
They lost their one
They've
player.
lost their one player.
Lewis is so close to that rotate right now.
He can go through it at any moment right now and get a kill or something like that. It's crazy. 20 seconds. VP forced down office hatch into windows or up the main staircase. No other avenues available to them.
Yeah. This is not a good look for the Russians.
It's a pog mat.
How do they find their way into it? The pog mat to hold firm. A C4 doesn't find any. And still, they're just waiting. No!
Oh, no.
If he'd used the rotate, he might have survived, but going in the building! How do they make it work?
Time.
Dan forcing the plant down! VP out of nowhere! They have no right to win that round! What the bloody hell just happened?
I don't know. They just kind of walked in. I think it was Stan.
Joystick just farmed everybody.
Oh, he did. It was like a montage clip.
What the hell? You call that slicing the pie?
Man. This is such a... This reminds me of BDS, actually, in Europe, where they failed the breach.
They failed everything.
I know. They literally messed up. Like, they even let Yogg and Bandit sprint back from Cash, despite having the crossfire. I don't know how this worked out. Oh, one guy actually tanked the frost mat. The Thermite tanked the mat, so the other guy with the fuser can plant.
Oh my god, dude. I can't believe
That's insane.
That is the most surprising flip in the last 10 seconds I've seen of this SI so
like,
far.
It was so over.
What the hell? How on earth do you win that? And it was not even like, in the end, it was a 4v1.
Yeah.
How do you go through...
That's what I meant, by the way.
I
meant OXG will only have one player left as VP
Oh,
wins
so
the
that
round.
rotate is actually Doggers.
The rotate worked in favor of nobody. But it could have helped somebody.
Yeah, look, of all the things we talked about in that round, I have no doubt that the rotate was the least relevant or impactful.
I would have to agree with you, unfortunately. But I hope for a different scenario. I love this mini game though between the bandit and the attackers because you can do the Capital, that's banned. You can do the Maverick, that's also banned. So now we see the third option. That means a grenade from a window, from the sewer window, for example, is Sophia downstairs. This is why they've canceled the window, just to eat resources and time because they want to do this downstairs hold, try and challenge Sophia. Because the second Sophia can get downstairs and just destroy the floor, Sophia's done, that means Bandit can no longer trick the wall.
Dude, just Zoph the drone hole. This is... Dial it back to 2019 when everyone was Zophing the drone hole.
I mean, yeah, but that's the thing. They barricade the door, which, honestly, in these days on a land build, I don't know how that works. Back in my day, it worked well. I assume it does because OG is doing it too. But the door being barricaded means it doesn't instantly pop and you can't trick the wall. Then you gotta go through one window, server window, sorry, and shoot the door barricade and then Sophia the drone hole.
Well, barricade's now open.
They're going master side anyway, so...
Why are they not going to this breach?
They're not. They're rotating it. Where are they going, guys? So
what is VP up to?
Joystick started construction, went master bedroom, went back to the roof. Now he's downstairs, and they're gonna get the main wall first.
No, but he's about to die because get chat on Newers. What on earth was that? The double pump here with the Zoph, and the breach is confirmed. Nothing to be said about it. OXG on the ropes now. They're a player down, and one of their win conditions has been completely shafted.
They didn't even shoot the Devo cam on construction site, which just spawned, by the way.
Dude, how?
And I gotta say, I think OXG might have been confused, like, what's going on? Because we were confused.
Yeah.
Surely they were as well.
Yogg fell off the bandit juggle.
Yeah, that too. And I mean, now, if you're OXG, you still have catwalk control. And the thing is, Capital is banned. You have a Sami. This should be a fortress. So I do think VP are gonna feel inclined to go for a master bedroom connector attack. We see the silhouettes, that's where they are currently. That makes a lot of sense to me. The one thing that can't happen for VP, the sole player on the CCTV breach cannot die, and he doesn't. In fact, he gets a kill instead. As long as Dan is here and still stays alive, this round should be almost guaranteed for Virtus.pro.
OXG is starting to feel that pressure, like they need to peak, like they need to prioritize killing Dan on that breach. The stuns go over, 30 seconds still to play. Diaz feels like he needs to make a move. Yeah, Gomez finds Dan, and eventually that CCTV breach player goes down. Gomez looks for a cross, but he doesn't cover off the window, and he gets taken down. Still winnable, though, for OXG, as they have found another frag, and VP are yet to find a plant opportunity. None of these players have the diffuser, and they all come to life on the OXG side. It's up to Always now. He's been hot so far, but can he clutch up big for them again? Always doesn't have the ammunition! He gets it done with the pistol! How is there no reaction to that? This godlike man has just done it again.
It's becoming too common for them. They're not even excited, but come on,
How
guys.
is there no reaction?
Yesterday, they were all smiles and happy faces. Today, it's back to the usual business. Like, what is this?
Dude, you just clutched a 1v2 for the second time in this series.
There is a smile on Always before I sip this coffee.
A tiny wry smile before having a sip of the drink. That's all we get out of Always.
I actually really respect this tactical timeout because I think it's purely called just to calm the nerves right now and lock back in. They're down 1-2, that's not a big problem, but OXG are winning these rounds, and then they're losing them back-to-back, because Jim was the same situation. The Redeemer taking mental control right now, I think.
I can't hear what he's saying, but I do respect that he is so calm.
He calls something around the plant and how they're, I think, low on time maybe, but how they're playing for the plant attempt, we can work around that. And I mean, that has definitely been true. Besides that first basement attack that became a TDM match all of a sudden, it has been very plant-oriented first, bro. So it could be an Echo, it could be Goyo, it could be just like playing more passive maybe, because they were seeking the engagements in that 2v2. Look,
dude,
I
saw that go to 0.1 or less.
Yeah.
Maybe
0.14 or something like that. Maybe less than that.
Dude, I can't believe that. Like, less than 0.2 of a second.
On a pistol wallbang. Running out of bullets mid-gunfight. I mean, it's the small things, man. It really is. It often comes down to these things. Not the 1.1 seconds, but micro decision that you make every single round.
Always hasn't been perfect, right? But
No.
he's currently in the series. He's 14-7. So that's a 2.0 KD. He's keeping up his 2.0 KD from yesterday.
Yeah.
This map's been a little bit quieter, but it's early days, and you can't deny the impact of his kills, especially those two.
That's his
right
second
there.
clutch.
Yeah,
He won a map.
in the series.
Yeah, in
two
the
clutches
series.
in the bloody series.
And I looked at the stats from OG yesterday against W7M, and one thing I did notice was that they were pretty positive on the entry stats, and after map on Chalet, they really weren't. So I feel like OXG yesterday, they were playing a lot of like 5 versus 4 rounds where things are going well for them, but VP don't play as aggressive as a team like W7M, so it's often 5v5s, 4v4s, just these kind of even man count executes, and we just see VP clutch up when it comes down to that. OXG can do two things. Either disrupt them before they get to the bomb site and play heavy aggro like they are kind of right now, or play more around the plant deny and time deny, which the Goyo also kind of leads towards. But this is of course the basement roam game we saw earlier. This time they're gonna stick around. They're doing bird play, but Roamer's next to them.
Yeah, this is really scary though, to imagine that there's someone right in the other room, and Newers goes for an impact grenade and the kill. Joystick to find one and double down. Now Hadas to the side. Does he go for a kill here? Does he try and find Joystick? Because he shouldn't be a third victim to the Russian cyborg. Virtus Pro in a good position. They still haven't finished off this roam clear.
Oh boy.
He finds one here.
Surely you don't swing this. Scan, scan. Whee! That's the castle upstairs. Oh, he went back down now. He can catch him though. Look at this.
Oh, no way,
One
dude.
HP.
I can't believe that. How is Joystick allowed to get another one? Credit to Gomez. He bolts over the stairwell,
smart.
so he doesn't expose himself to that position that Hat died from. But Joystick has just minced this round to a
The
pulp.
damage is done. You get 3 kills like that. You get the roam clear, the verticality. You scan the castle. I mean, and the thing is, you still have one more Jackal track actively on one player, Deimos track in the other. This is where both defenders are continuously, and there's one more track and one more Deimos tracker available afterwards as well. They can stack them. They have full intel. They don't need drones. So all they gotta do now is, again, just use that 4v2, don't throw your bodies, do a 3, 2, 1 execute countdown, just hit the bump out together. The only saving grace, Goyo canisters last for 20 seconds, only 40 seconds left on clock right now.
Well, VP just won an unwinnable round. Let's see if OXG can do the same.
Time to go.
Joystick making his way down the blue stairs. He's about to be met by Gomez. OXG don't need to overpeak, but they need to win their ones here. No second chances.
4K.
4 on the round, looking for the ace. Diaz hiding behind this bar, and Joystick finds him. An ace for the Russian cyborg. And VP are well and truly about to put this game to bed.
It's actually ridiculous. If you'd go back 5 years into the past, and you take up any random VOD of Empire and Clubhouse, you'll see Joystick on Jackal, shotgunning a rotate on Jacuzzi Wall, and walking in room clearing. Fast forward to present time, he's still doing it, hitting 2 kills, tracks the third, gets the third as well, and ends up with an ace. And I actually don't think OXG did the wrong play in this round. I think Newers and Yogg, both playing aggressive upstairs, was a decisive moment for them and said, okay, guys, we're not going to get map control, we're going to fight back. They lost their 50-50s, it happens. Sure, Newers was sprinting, that happens sometimes, but they had a decisive plan in mind, they stuck to it, I respect them for it. It just was Joystick time.
Yeah. You said Joystick and Dan need to step up. Now Joystick is 8-2, out-fragging the rest of the roster. We haven't seen much from Dan, but that's okay. I mean, he's had a huge impact on the Deimos.
He's waiting for playoffs.
He is waiting.
Secret weapon. Or phase 2, maybe.
Main stage, Dan. VP have looked really solid, and if it's not always firing, it seemingly is joystick. OXG, it's such a shame because they surpassed our expectations yesterday, stealing a map in their opening game, and today we thought they could do the same on Chalet, and they could not keep pace. They were pretty confident on Clubhouse, and we just haven't seen it from them.
They're called a tactical timeout, of course, so they're riding on their own. No Redeemer coach behind them to help them out. Also means that if Virtus Pro ever feel the need to call a tactical timeout, do you actually want to go for it and give your opponents breathing room or just stick it out for a while? Of course, they got a 2-round lead right now, so they can just kind of ride it out. But of course, things can always change. It's going to be a roam clear here. Jim bomb site defense with a very heavy setup towards CCTV. Similar as before, right? Bandit of York instead of CC can deny the walls. You got the Asami Q barriers top red with the Warden as well. You got C4s in pocket. Virtus Pro, they need to breach that first element. Get that first kill, open the walls. C4 went down from York, didn't find anything. Oh, got stuck in the ceiling actually. Unlucky. Interesting Sophia charge on the floor by the door.
Unusual position. He was trying to cover off this spot from Dan. Need to go over. I think Yog might have been through the floor or maybe went for a flank, but regardless, another kill for Joystick. That's 6 kills now without dying. Newer is holding this position, getting tracked by the Grimm's Bees. Hat has gone down. Nice shot for Dan. Good entry, 2-player advantage. But look at the flank from Gomez. He's found his 2 needed to bring back the numbers. And even Stevens for OXG. And he's going to get away with his life as well, seemingly. Someone is watching his position. They've got the info. And guess who? It's Joystick moving in for it. Going for the trade, but Gomez gets him. Eventually put back down by Shepard. The damage may be done now. OXG 2v2 as VP have to pick up the pieces and form up to sight in the next minute.
At least then as those 2 Deimos trackers, you can find where both players are. Just track one at a time. He did right here. He tracked one player. Okay, he's by the bomb site. Now they're going to wait. Track the second player in a second here. And then see where the second player is playing from. Okay, they're both side. We can make a play. Either you do that or you just track one and try and go for those kills. You got 40 seconds. You got 2 flashbangs on Shepard. I don't think you planned. I think you gotta get that 2v1 or just outright kill them both.
Keep a barrier. Final one will go out and won't delay much. Dan's in the perfect position. Ewers needs to make sure not to expose himself. Diaz is spotted on the cross. And now Shepard is in perfect position. It's not very safe to plant though. VP are going to have to go for kills. Dan making his way forward. 19 bullets in the magazine. Diaz already low, but he finds him. Newers gets the double. OXG, keep breathing.
Round by round, we got this. Again, motivational coach behind them. Very positive from Redeemer. And it was a very uncharacteristic way for VP to get punished. They got flanked, which almost never happens, but Gomez picked the perfect time in the round because all 5 players of VP were needed for an active role. Either caught in the cross, doing vert play downstairs, using the Grim Bees, following Joystick. I don't think they had anybody who was free to actually watch the flank. And if Gomez was 2 seconds earlier, 2 seconds later, that might not have worked at all. So perfect time picked by him to just get the job done.
Yeah, big needed moment. I'm so obsessed with Redeemer. Like, even though he's already used his tactical timeout, even though OXG just lost 3 rounds in a row, he's still confident in them. They win a round finally on their defensive side, and then he's just saying, well, round by round, guys. Like, it doesn't matter that we're down 2-3 on the favored side. We can still even up this half. Even if we don't, we can still win the next one and the next one. I was worried that maybe the tilt was starting to set in a little bit for OXG. It started to feel it after those 3 rounds, after that clutch from Always. Losing the unlosable round. Credit to OXG. After 2 years of absence from international events, failing to get out of the NAL, they're here and they're putting up some solid efforts at the SI.
One thing to note, Bandit started on Jacuzzi's side, expecting a roam clear over, but VP haven't realized this. If they had droned out the bomb side and just gone for a straight thermite charge on the wall, it would have been completely free. That's the gamble that York took by rotating to master bedroom. But VP, they're a slow team, so they don't do that. York actually not seeming to want to actually deal with the batteries maybe. Again, Fear and the Sophia downstairs. It's too clean, it's too simple for them. They do it so well every single time. Casabear get popped, they're droning downstairs. Only a matter of time now before Sophia will arrive inside a blue window. EMP should go out. And we see Joystick downstairs just a few seconds after, and the wall should be opened up here in 5-10 seconds time.
Well, last time there was a contest from OXG and Joystick managed to find a kill. He was pretty lucky to have done so. Wow, look at this positioning from Always, just waiting for over-aggression. Here's Joystick.
Stun.
Ooh, that first stun, I don't think landed. Doesn't really matter in the end. Yogg didn't go for it. He gets EMP'd. Always is now just waiting for his position, biding his time. Nade to come through.
I respect this. Please work.
If this works, I mean, there's a long lead time here, and the bounce, it might give it the perfect amount of time to get the detonation right on top of the player. And at worst, it takes down the keeper barrier. Out goes the nade. Another nade!
Left, right.
Oh, he's trapped!
Oh, Mike caught it.
Somehow he managed to get caught, managed to survive a bit longer, but now he's seriously under the pump.
Oh my god.
And OXG have brought the guns to life elsewhere. Pasha and Shepard have gone down. That's all the hard breach donezo for VP. How do they capitalize upon this position? How do they find this last kill? It might be desperation time.
Yep.
Always making his way up the stairs, but the Dread Mine forces him back down again.
Two things went wrong. There was two players on catwalk. VP only saw one of them. And then while my Magnet caught the grenade right before it popped off, I get back onto Gomez. And it saves the round for OXG. Now it is times of desperation for VP for sure. That's an odd swing for Neuros. Not necessary, not needed. Very risky. Does not pay off. We see the yellow ping. The info is there. Joystick's farming like it's T-Hunt all over again. 11-3 to his name. And OXG giving VP a way back into this round.
Gomez is still on rafters though. Two players still on rafters.
Where are you going?
VP knew that. He might have an opportunity to rotate out. Always has managed to get up to the top of the stairs, but the rafters player can support. Good trade though. Dan is the last one left. Diaz goes down.
He walked in Garrett's door. He got 2 kills.
They were all looking away from him. At the last second, Joystick gets in the building for a backstab from Garage. And from there, VP have closed out their half with 4 rounds of attack.
So what we didn't see on screen, but I saw it on the other monitor, Joystick rotated Garrett's door, killed the assassin that was walking up the Garrett staircase, not looking at him, then flicks the guy and catwalk by the window, just hits the headshot. It was beautiful, it was clean, and it looks so easy. All these kills is just tap, tap, there's one, and bonk.
The 4K for Joystick.
Yeah. That's Pasha.
Dude,
Pasha's yelling.
There's four quiet players in Pasha. That's this roster.
Balance, right?
But Pasha is loud enough for the rest of them, that's for sure.
This is exactly the kind of Joystick that I've been missing for a very long time, and I don't think VP are dependent on him playing this type of way, but when it happens, it's beautiful. And it's such a throwback as an old fan and player of the game, because this takes me back to 2019 Joystick, where he was the Russian cyborg, the killing machine, ice cold killer, unstoppable on the server. It feels like no one can challenge him 1-to-1. And look at the scoreline. It very much tells the story. He's 13-3. The top gunner of OXG is Diaz with 6 kills. We got a 3K backstabbing people.
Yeah. I don't think only one of the players in that last round that Joystick killed was actually looking at him. I don't know how he manages to always be in the right position to find players that are looking the other way. But he gets the job done. Always seemingly where he needs to be when he needs to be there.
I gotta say though, the first 2 kills, he had yellow pings as well, and maybe that's what makes the story right. And there's the supportive work of somebody like Shepard, a true support player, one of the few ones left in the game who are dedicated, camera, breacher, and not a killer, not a clutcher. He will if he has to, but he rarely does.
Really needs to when he's putting in the work to enable his teammates.
Yeah.
Good progress early in the round though from OXG on their first attack. Hard breach getting to work, clearing out this CCTV position, and then they meet Always on this clash. How do we deal with that?
I'm looking at the operator lineup, and I am at a loss for words because I don't know how they are going to deal with it. They got EMPs, they got flourish drones. I guess Deimos maybe going downstairs could do a bit of damage to Always, but you got a concrete floor on half, if not more, of the bomb site. I do like Oshula. They're getting the main breach on Jacuzzi. They applied some pressure on the CCTV, and that is going to force you to say, okay, are we worried about the bomb site rush? Maybe. So Always going to rotate all the way back towards the bomb site, not playing back to Jacuzzi itself. We'll see at least one player, but there's also a second. So right now, VP just playing the intel game. Where there's the most amount of attackers, they'll put the most amount of defenders. It's 3 in the breach now.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly heavy stack. What's the intention?
I mean, they're kind of stuck.
I was like, what is that slow-mo little dance from Hat?
So this is what I call fishing, where you're hoping VP will make an over-rotation and get caught on a cross like this from Diaz, but VP don't tend to over-rotate.
That's VP, man. That's
Exactly.
going to work for you in the NAL against Wildcard. It's not going to work against against VP on the main stage.
You're so right about that. As we say that, though, the entry takes down Shepard. That's going on CCTV. So I like this. They go CC, they go Jacuzzi, now they go back to CCTV. And Virtus Pro has been caught by surprise. But this is Joystick. No one can shut him down just yet. That has to change for OXT in this round.
Joystick knows exactly where they're coming from.
Oh, he didn't see him.
Gomez moves on through, but Newers to peek the con window. Joystick goes down, and that is the most deadly player on VP taken out already. Always as well, the big clutch king for this roster of VP. He's got a shield in front of his face. He's not able to take fights. Pash is hoping that someone's going to peek him. He's going to get that gift, but eventually finds the shots. And like you said, that's the diffuser. Newers, though, on for a trade. Shotty out now for always. He can find the first one. It's all up to him now in a 1v2. He's got 5 seconds. Diaz hunts him down. He didn't have the time to get the job done. Maybe with the SMG, always would have won that, but he couldn't get it done, and OXG, maybe, just maybe, back into this on their attack.
I think you extend your shield and you hold S on your key when you walk out the breach with 5 seconds left. They're going to be running at you, looking for a gunfight, and they won't realize what you're doing until you get spotted. You can slow them down. I think he wins on time, genuinely. Genuinely.
Why did he have the shotgun? Surely that was an accident.
That's one of those moments where maybe they needed... No, they had two other
Frost
shotguns.
and Fenrir.
You're right. When I saw the shotty, I thought, oh no. Yeah, I
no way you win that.
Oh, I would have loved that clutch though.
Would
just walk away.
Would have been gnarly if he managed to back out.
It's just a further tilt from OXG as well, right? It's like, how do you lose like that?
Well, to their credit, I don't think OXG are tilted. I think Redeemer's words. Yeah, I think they're really putting stake in Redeemer's words.
If you saw the Dark Seer match earlier, I'm thinking of their opponent, BDS.
BDS, yeah.
Kangaroo Kenny, the new coach of Dark Zero, he was the most hype support man, positive person I've ever seen. It was a grueling match with overtimes and everything. And seeing Dark Zero for maybe the first time ever in high spirits, laughing, because they used to be like, it's time to work, they're more timid, they're more like internal, if you will. I love that as a coach. And Redeemer is giving me that same kind of vibe where he's like that positive factor going, come on guys, one by one, we got this, woo!
Quite a contrast to what we saw happening with Alems on BDS in that very same match.
Oh, Leaky Fact?
Not Alems, Leaky Fact, sorry.
Yeah, the new IGL.
Yeah.
But you're right. That could have been Alems, to be fair, if it was like...
It was very Alems coded.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, as a former player myself, if you're an IGL and you're calling a strat and it seems like no one's listening, it is the most infuriating thing in the world, because you see the vision. You're calling the strat, people start swinging the die one by one, you lose a 5v3 or a 5v2, you have to get a bit pissy, because guys, what are we doing?
Yeah. Oh, that
Great
got it
C4.
down onto Hat. I don't think they'll know about it, and there's not going to be a way to confirm that kill, but that's a bit of time wasted.
20 health, he'll die to a single take of Toxic Babes, to an impact grenade, there is none, but yeah.
They might actually have known about it, because there's a bulletproof camera on the central stairs. Speaking of, it's just EMP'd this drone. Such a frustrating little thing now for the poor drone. They just delays themselves.
It's also so loud. Those when I play defense at Ryan, I just sap my team to go, oh, what happened? I'm like, sorry, that was just me and my
you keep thinking that there's like a Thatcher EMP going off.
Yeah,
or something.
that too. Now, Kai-Claw and Basement, not a bandit, is interesting, but the thing is, there are no second EMPs left in the pocket of the Grim anymore. So that triple church wall might just stay intact, and it's gonna force OXG into a kitchen dirt blue motor attack. And I know that sounds like a lot of areas, but it's one less to worry about because church will not get opened up, most likely.
No, OXG do have their little magic bit of spice on the side with that Ying pick. The Grim and Ying together can help with these executes. Here comes the Grim to spot out the player at AKs. Newers prepping his Candela as well, perhaps to follow suit.
Small Ying nerf, even if you cock it all the way 3 times, it will have a 1 second delay before activate, and that happened very recently, so the Ying won't have an immediate effect, it will be a 1 second delay.
We'll see that in action now as Newers is prepared to go and drop towards green box. 3 players in the kitchen, and Newers to be the backstab here from Blue. He needs to land this Candela perfectly and get in and around this action. 25 seconds to go. He spots one player, doesn't get the kill. The Candela punishes him, and he doesn't manage to drop in time. Pasha finds the opening kill, and Yog goes down as well before that diffuser can be planted. Meanwhile, Newers is still up above this hatch. The rest of his team dropping like flies. 1 kill is not going to be enough. And VP are back into it. OXG fell flat. A nice attempt at an execute, but they could not make it happen.
I understand what they were trying to do there. So they want to drop the kitchen hatch and just simply plant. Meanwhile, Newers and the Ying's going to flash spam it, third box and AKs. But then somehow both the plant people die from gun bullets. Not a C4, not a Toxic Babe, just some outright gunplay. And I don't know if they misstepped or mispositioned. Maybe the Fenrir mine nearest side of them so much they had no idea where they were standing at. But either way, it's another frustrating round for OXG.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, what do you do now?
Yeah, now you gotta just break things up. I think it's tough because Clubhouse, no matter how you want to play the map, you have to breach the walls, play around the hard wall, the denies, the executes, the strats. But I feel like OXG, they want to fight Virtus Pro more. It's like 1-to-1. And Basement is all about executing. On CCTV, okay, once you get the main wall opened up, you can then like fight Catwalk or fight Master Bedroom. And funny enough, in this round, there is no Bandit. So they're not going to struggle with the wall, but there's a clash. So Virtus Pro is saying, we don't want to fight you guys. We're going to play Fenrir, Aruni, we're going to play Asami and Clash. You're going to fight utility. You're going to fight walls and soft destruction. And again, they're just stopping OXG from taking those 50-50s.
But what I do like here for OXG is we've got this Kali. It was actually, it was thought about for a while, and then they wanted the Blackbeard, so Yog got off it, and Hat replaced the Thatcher with that Kali. So if there was, not a Bandit, but like a Kaid or a Mute on the wall, then they would have had a solution. But the good thing about the Kali, in comparison to the Thatcher, is now you have a Clash counter.
That is true. That is very true. Obviously, right now, before Kali's known, Always will be playing most likely a very aggressive Clash on Catwalk right now. When you see or hear the Kali sniper, which you might in a second here. Yeah, there it is. Maybe you hear that. I'm not sure if Always does. But now you have to keep in mind, okay, if a Kali goes Garrett's door, will this affect my position? Should I rotate away from Garrett's now in case that happens, or am I safe in this spot? So far, he's sticking around. And it looks like OXG are going towards Master Bedroom right now, doing their full roam clear over. Shepard falling back towards the side with 3 keepers in pocket, cannot afford to die. And Virtus Pro, I think they're pretty happy with giving as much map space as possible because they have Catwalk, they have the bomb site, and they got Plant Deny with the Toxic Babes of the smoke and the Clash for intel. So they're fine. I do think if OXG though can get all this map control in good amount of time, which they're pretty quick right now, they can even do verticality downstairs with the Grim. They can get some damage onto the Clash. They have options.
And now they've spotted that Clash. Likewise, Always has spotted the Blackbeard.
There's the Kali.
The Kali making his way forward. Able to take down these Azami Keeper barriers. Able to threaten the Clash. And that is going to change things. Yog just looking to info peek here on the Blackbeard. As the Aruni gate gets burned. That Blackbeard is so vulnerable to the Clash, though, if he gets electrocuted. And nade, though, likely to be tossed out. And here we go. Not something you see every day. The connector wall opened up into Cash. That Clash is going to keep staring him down. But OXG have a good position. Always takes a lot of damage from a nade. And there's a lot yet to be done now for OXG. They're poised. They have a good position. They just need to start finding some picks and looking for a plant opportunity.
Always dancing in the middle of the side. Red Ping, Grims, Kali, nades, everything. He's 1 HP now. He's going to fall back. 40 seconds left. First bait goes out. Virtus Pro are losing their win conditions 1 by 1 right now. This is good for OXG.
The Grim Bees go out as well, revealing the positions of the players outside on that top of that staircase. Nice shot there from Gomez. Dan down. Another player still inside of the rafters.
They're planting.
As the diffuser is starting to get planted, there is no response. Yo goes down before the plant denied. Always rotated downstairs. He said, my services are no longer needed up above. I can deny the plant from below. And now reattempted by OXG. Hat going for it on low HP. Joystick makes mincemeat out of him. And it's Diaz and Nuez to try and clutch up as the rest of VP are just holding their positions. Not anything for it, as Diaz will not be able to stick that plant. Always MVP of the round with another plant deny. And VP are on match and series point.
That is such an incredibly chaotic round for, I think, a full minute straight, to be honest, and always staying alive, denying the first plant, dropping downstairs, walking back up, the constant exchange of information. And I do want to say, I think the problem solving from both teams in that round, they were excellent. Newers and OXG, they did the Grim stuff, they got into, trying to go for the plant, they shut down the Clash with the Kali, they forced it back. It was so good.
What? Where's the energy, Pash?
I think that's a...
Thank God.
We overcame that round. OXG, they have one very simple issue right now. They are incapable of successfully planting the diffuser, either due to lack of coverage or simply having a gap somewhere. Because everything was looking so great. There was no Toxic Babes, there were no C4, Clash was nowhere to be found. Because Clash walked downstairs and used the vertical self-destruction to deny the planter. They had nobody in lounge, or maybe they didn't even have a drone, I'm not sure. And I will say for OXG, there was so much going on, I don't think they had the full picture, because even I didn't. Yeah. I can see everything.
Yeah, wow.
16 kills for Joystick.
16 kills for Joystick, 8 now for Always, but so many of them so impactful, and playing the Clash no less. He is over on the Clash again on this gym bedroom defense, Nick, but he's brought that shotgun, so clearly it is very deliberate. He had the SMG last round.
Oh, why?
There's just a lot of destruction to do, I guess. Joystick's got other things to do. Him and Pasha together are doing a lot of destruction, always hoping that he won't be in position to have to take any fights, as he already sees people starting to push here in Garage.
It's one of those, if you gotta use the gun as a Clash, you've probably failed the round already. But if you're gonna play Catalog Raptors as a Clash, and you have a shotgun, you cannot fight back. So you have no choice at all. Back to the minigame of the Bandit versus the Heartbreach, and the issue is, right now, there is no Sophia in play for OXG. They're gonna EMP, Thermite, Selma. The Thermite shots gets tricked, the Selma gets opened up. It's a good trade. They hear the Barbardo, the Fenrir. Oh, wow.
2 players there for OXG, and they do find Shepard early on. That's likely going to be the entire control of Cash. Yep. Red Stairs has been seceded now by VP. Always just peeking for information. He's been spotted. OXG can lap up this map control.
It feels a bit weak there from Virtus Pro. They had all these rotation holes, the self-destruction, the 4 reinforcements committed to this area of the map, yet only 2 players, one being in Clash, so not really 2 players, were playing there. So either they were fearing a rush on Master Bedroom and putting the manpower in that spot instead, or somebody forgot to rotate earlier in the round. Regardless, it's a 1-for-0 trade with Newers low on HP. That's going to slow down one of their entries, but this is a massive win for OXG. Getting that opening pick is how they did so good against W7M, and one of the very rare occasions where they get an unanswered 4 versus 5.
Always is still just peeking for information here. OXG have made good time, but it's been a bit of a break in the mid part of this round. And there's not a lot of info here for Newers. He's only spotted 1 player. Hang on. Wait, what's going on here? We've got an aggressive player inside of CCTV. And looking for something is Joystick coming to support. He almost finds one. Eventually gets Gomez. Traded by Diaz. Not a worthwhile trade. However, elsewhere, Pasha's found one. What's going on there? Always spotted in the back. There's players inside the sites. Oxygen have ripped the rug out from underneath VP. And stolen that attack out of nowhere, jumping into sight and taking VP by surprise.
One of the rare times where VP, they play a funky round of Siege where they retake Cash with 2 players, but OXG, no hesitation. They drop CC Balcony, they go CC Window, they take down Joystick, they also get Always on the Clash, and they immediately hit the side at the same time. They were like, okay, you want to play a fun round? We'll match you. And it worked out so well for them. Poor Joystick, and then poor Always afterwards falling looking the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, well played there from OXG. As you said, they made that decision so quickly. So concentrated as well.
The issue is base and bombs. This reminds me of like Oregon back when that was the map pool. You can fail, you know, Kid Storms, you can fail Tertiary, but you got that beloved and trusted basement defense. That's gonna give you that final round that you need, right?
That's right.
It's 6-4 in favor of VP. Basement's opened up. Even if they lose basement this round, they can try it again if that's what they feel like.
It's hard to imagine VP struggling much on basement here where they've looked so good on this bomb site.
Blitz could be a good change of the first shield operator outside of Blackbeard in this series. That screams a third or blue take in my mind. That's the most logical thing to do. And mean, they got a good setup for this. I do think the Twitch is like, okay, in case they bring Goyo or something weird, or maybe for the Kite Boss, they're not a bad shout. But yeah, you can go kitchen, do some vertical destruction, go third, do like a pretty old school Symbol take. Symbol might be what they need right now. They've tried to do the complicated ones. Yeah, exactly.
Don't need to overcomplicate things.
Question is just, how clean can they be? Because if you're gonna go simple, you gotta be perfect. If you leave one small error, one gap, a C4 doesn't get shot midair, that's enough to kill your planter, and then VP will just thrive off of that momentum. Really quick map control. VP also, no roaming presence. And usually when you pick this kind of blitz, double hybrid EMP lineup, no one can afford to die. So going for a roam clear is extremely risky. The fact that VP are happily giving up the entire map control besides the bomb side is massively into OXG's favor, because they too are playing for bomb side execute, not for roam clear.
Oh, but they're playing the hard hold main stairs.
Missed,
what are you doing?
He missed.
Yog! That EMP did not land, and the Warden was able to see you. Easy headshot here. Oh, he's got 3 ADSs to support him as well.
It would have been so good if you EMP the ADSs and the Wamaya Glide, that Blitz gets a guaranteed freebie, but the EMP was like a little bit off the mark, and he doesn't take away the Warden gadget, and they just sacrifice the Blitz.
Yeah, that crucial error could well cost OXG the round, and as a result, the match. Dan can continue holding this position. There's just about no way to clear him.
No, they've no nades. They have flashbangs and smokes. It's a Warden. They could EMP him again and flashbang him maybe. But like, who's gonna take the fight? Can you afford to lose any of these operators? I'm not sure.
Not at all. He's keen to go for something more here with SMG-12.
Oh
Free kill onto Gomez. Information from that bulletproof camera right next to him. Meanwhile, Newers has gone down to joystick. And there's nothing left in it. Eventually, a consolation frag and destroying the bulletproof camera for Hat. But in a 2 versus 4, OXG have just about no chance of winning this basement attack.
It was a great setup from Dan. It was a great counterplay attempt from OXG. But again, one small thing goes the wrong way. Massive consequence, but don't count them out just yet. Hat finds one. He is behind him.
That's a good flash and another good shot. From a 4v2 down to even numbers, as OXG look to hold on to the last thread in this game. And Diaz has found his shot. All up to Shepard now. The support, the leadership figure of the team. Can he withstand in a 1v2 clutch? The plant going down, and Diaz has found him. How in God's name do OXG win that round?
Round by round. That's how it's gonna go. And I agree with you. How does Diaz find flake after flake, headshot after headshot? Had opened it up. Diaz finished it. And I mean, looking at a lot of these rounds, the way that VP been winning, OXG deserved one of those eventually, right?
Absolutely.
This right here was heartbreaking because the vision was there. It made sense. They don't see the move camera. Another player dies. But this, snap, snap, kill after kill.
So many good shots from Diaz.
So important.
Finally, a smidgen of energy out of OXG.
Like, oh, we're still in it, boys.
It's been such a tense game, though. Like, neither of these teams have been making noise for the last couple of rounds.
Oh, they're focusing up. I mean, it has been some incredible last couple of rounds where it could have been anybody's game. And it's 5-6. We spoke about Virtus Pro to lose basement. Do they go straight back to it? I feel like they could have because, you know, the round played out well for them and OXG showed their pocket strat, as did Virtus Pro. They go to CCTV. Historically, in the last like 3 years, one of the worst bombs, maybe the worst bomb site on this map. And the issue is, you're up against the Monty. That can be a problem. I will say, because there is no Capital, taking catwalk control isn't gonna be all that simple, but this Monty has no counterplay. There's no Gumans, there's no Echo, there's no Maestro, there is not even a C4 in play because Ben is playing barbed wire. The only way to stop the Monty is to beat him in a gunfight or a melee fight, or if Pass uses Toxic Blades early to do damage to him.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and we see that Montaigne eventually come out.
Yeah, they're reaching deep in their stat pool right now.
A VP banned this on the first map. Now it's been spotted by Always. He's so confident, though, to contest. He's getting on his camera as well, trying to see when that Monty makes his way up the stairs.
So, OXG, just like last round, they played the Blitz, and if the Blitz died, that should have been the round over, and it kind of looked like it was. This is even more critical. If Monty doesn't play his role correctly, and the team of OXG doesn't play around it as well, that's gonna be one of the only realistic ways to win, given their Arbiter lineup. They have Thatcher, Thermite, Soft Breach, and a Monty. They need this to work. right now in the first phase, right? Get the main breach. That's Sophia below. It's Thermite and it's Thermite outside with the Thatcher. You gotta get this done without anybody dying. You want this 5v5 to happen, everybody alive.
Here comes the Zoph. Here comes the concussion and a second. That's all of Zoph's utility. And the breach is open, right? I didn't hear it explode.
The breach is open.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
I don't know why my ears turned off for a second there.
It happens sometimes, man. The human body just says, yeah. But this right here, it's not all done and dusted yet. There's no Capital. They have frag grenades on the demos. Oh, they actually got a vertical injure on Shepard. This is looking really good. They're risking the revive rather. They get it. Shepard on 20 HP. But we need Newest to work to Garrett's now. We need his frag grenades with the Monty to force always out of this catwalk position.
He's in an awkward spot though. Trying to find his shot onto the Monty. Yogg still hasn't taken any damage. You're waiting for the second one. Yogg just trying to distract. Eventually always goes down, but not without a trade from Dan. Eventually shot back again. OXG are inching closer, but Joystick's not done. He hits 19 kills in the map so far. And in this 3v3, Oxygen still do not have a guaranteed plant.
35 seconds, 3 Toxic Babes, but again, no C4. Yogg is in, can try and go for a plant, but again, there's the first bait. He has 1 point of HP, can't follow through that gas. He's stuck on catwalk rafters.
Second smoke to go on through. Yogg has gone deep, and he's got that diffuser. He needs to find a kill here. He can't overcommit. He needs his team to support him. But as you said, Diaz is so low. There's information as well on site thanks to that bulletproof camera. And here the breach plan looking backwards. Hat has to cover. Diaz! He's the last player left! It's a Diaz versus Shepard final, but the gas clutches it! VP have overcome a 2-0 back-to-back as they easily dispatch with both of their American foes in the group and shoot to the very first place.
I actually think that was a phenomenal map of pumps, and I gotta give praise to OXT. That's a 7-5 meter Virtus Pro, sure. That could have been anybody's round so many times over. 21 kills with Joystick, 17 from Diaz playing hard support. Incredible last like 5 rounds back-to-back-to-back.
OXG kept on fighting tooth and now they would not go down and die. They found a few attacks in that half, but at the end of it, VP were ready to fight and they take it 2-0. We'll break it down after this break.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Era o mesmo que vai perder o Giro Brasil?
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano? Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Giro do Brasil? Caralho, 12 horas de fusão, pô. Você pegou? Peguei, cheguei hoje. Caralho, que da puta.
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Gusta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo, fiz dentro do jogo. E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte.
Ó, do KM ligando.
aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho. Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu tinha falado pra eles que não ia, eles ficaram super irritados, porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos. Tava um preço um preço excelente ali. Aproveita muito, cara. Envie no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única. Aproveita bastante lá. Não esquece de mandar muita foto. Você sabe que eu queria muito estar indo aí. E, pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto. Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou. Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir para São Paulo e ver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, me divertindo. E tá...
Turn back your clocks, it's 2019 again, and the Russian Cyborg is back into it. 30 bomb for Joystick across the series. 21 kills on Clubhouse. He actually exceeded the 2.0 KD that we saw from Always yesterday by going 30 and 14, whereas yesterday Always went 30 and 15. These two have been unreal, and nothing quite like an ace on Jackal on Clubhouse for Joystick to build up the spirits for VP.
You're so right, and while we can praise Virtus Pro, I mean, if this is Joystick dropping 21 kills and VP working so well together, always showing up, Dan showing up, etc., what would happen in this match if it was more evenly matched? Sure, DS also had 17 kills, but there were more clutch moments and some rounds that shouldn't have been won by VP that they definitely took away from OXG. And I gotta praise OXG, they stayed in it mentally, they were there, they were clear, they had a mission, and I think they did really well in this matchup compared to what I expected from them.
Yeah, if anything, OXG, they surpassed my expectations on Club, and they just did not meet them on Chalet.
I mean, that's fair.
If I'm OXG, I want to figure out why Chalet was such a roughie and why they did so well on Club. But, of course, for VP, who are the winners here and are now flawless in their group, they're looking so solid. 21 kills for Joystick, 20 here according to that scoreboard. And overall, just a phenomenal performance. Even Always, like a big clutch for him, a 1v2.
2 clutches overall, yeah.
2 clutches so far in 2 play days. VP are looking very solid. I honestly think these guys are contenders for top 8, top 4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about VP is that you always look at them domestically and go, I mean, they're okay. They go to SI, they're more than okay.
Oh, yeah.
I do think, though, for OXG, they got more fight in them, and I actually could see them doing better and better as time progresses. They get more experience, they get more comfortable on land because it's been a while since they've been here. And, yeah, I wonder what would happen on a third map, though. Like, does energy sway one way? Does VP run out of juice? Does OXG, like, mentally start booming out? We'll never know.
Yeah, we haven't seen VP go to a third map as of yet, but they are at the very top of their group. It's a pretty tough group. You got W7M in there as well. I'm mostly just really excited to see VP play against W7M.
That could be good, actually.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Also, I think from memory, VP, this is so hard for me.
We're never going to get past
We're never going to,
this.
because there's so many players from Empire.
Yeah,
anyway, I do believe that historically they have struggled with W7M, the current Fury roster, and Brazil's region in general. So when VP start meeting those Brazilians, it could start getting a little bit slippery.
It could change, yeah. Well, of course, it was a Brazilian roster that knocked them out last year at SI in Sao Paulo, but things remain to be seen. We've also got Scars in this group as well, and Space Station. And those are the 2 teams that are going to be playing next up, actually.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's actually W7M's day off. Scars and SSG, I'm personally really excited. As we said at the start of the day, Scars SSG is actually a little bit of a rivalry. At Scars' first event in Copenhagen, they knocked out Space Station to make it to main stage. And then Atlanta, Space Station knocked Scars out to make main stage. So it's yet another chance for these guys to have a little bit of a rivalry. And it's Scars' first game as well. Space Station looking to bounce back after losing yesterday as well.
Yeah, and I mean, gotta talk about CAG beating Fury last night as well.
Yeah,
right?
true. It's Japan time, guys.
Yeah, it is.
I brought my Japan jacket. If we get a Japan cast later, I'm definitely going to get that one out. But, of course, we're done for the day on VP. But, of course, Scars and SSG is up after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what Secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry! Out of the map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, called it!
30 seconds left to go. He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around.
Oh! And he misses his shot.
The Pants is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, he praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. The punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final. KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hottencoat, looking away after run. Marlins.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser. Dance, Gavin, dance! He's won all 3 rounds!
Everything we knew! They are your Manchester Major Champion!
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan, Fernando, e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conhecia...
Magnificent.
Yeah, these last couple players on Secret very scattered, one on the roof, one bottom lobby, and one on the windows. They'll try to use their utility here, but feels like the information is all in the hands of Shopify.
Savage was taking some damage as Groovy is now swung in. Ambi dies. Canadian was waiting by the stairs. His patience is not rewarded. Virtue gets him. That was the intended target. Savage finds 3 kills for his trouble. He's still alive. There's more to be had. Rexon with 1 kill to his name. He's broken that goose egg. And he's reduced Savage to ashes, but those ashes still have a little bit of life in them. Virtue swings through stock, gets the kill, and this right now is Team Secret in full control.
Well, it seemed like they had all the information on Shopify.
Do you think they did?
They did not.
Okay.
They had the smell intel. I didn't think they were that level in advance. I didn't factor that in.
They've leaked the new operator, where a device, if you play Rainbow Six, Ubisoft ships a device to your house that you then plug into your console or PC device. And it allows you to smell the operators, almost as if you were a secret canine agent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, non-binary friends, the next operator is a dog. You heard it here first.
You hear the teammates congratulating Savage in that round. He made a really smart call in the 3v4 to get off the window repel, rotate all the way over to main lobby, walk up the spiral stairs, and he was rewarded with a multitude of kills. At the same point, Virtue was just holding the skylight, and I really thought Canadian knew he was there. He definitely had an inkling, but he didn't know with full certainty, and unfortunately, Virtue had a little bit more patience. That paid off. It's 4-1 on Bank attack, and listen, I'll say it, both these teams I think have shown really strong attacks, maybe slightly weaker defenses, at least through map 1. So a 4-1 is not a huge surprise, but this is still starting to spiral for the Rebellion, and they will rely on the least played bomb site to try to claw one more round back before the half.
Teller's Archives is a hell of a thing to see on your screen. It's a deeply unpopular bomb site for a number of reasons. A lot of it hinges on control of this top floor. If you lose this part of the map, it's almost certainly curtains for you and your team. Savage, by the way, is 24-13 through 2 maps, and there is still the back half of Bank to go. Admittedly, if Secret wins this round, there would only potentially be 2 more rounds of the second half, so not a lot of time left. We might be over halfway done with this game. Secret at a read on Rexon, roaming from above. Down goes Surf. Surf still killless at this point. The second half is where he will have to start collecting some frags. Ambi answers back, but it costs him pretty dearly. Savage dies, so most of the kills for Team Secret are now in the ground. June can take over a game. We saw it happen in map number 1. Groovy is also woken up a little bit. Adrian present on a supporting role.
What an arc. He wanted the barricade. He gets it.
He gets it. Ambi firing away, and Groovy re-peeks it. Easy to do with the UMP. Maybe not the best gun in the game, but limited recoil, a very steady pitter-patter. Great for headshots, not so much for body shots. Adrian and Joom find themselves in quite the predicament here with 1 minute left.
Yeah, not a ton of time. They'll pick up the defuse kit, but low bodies as well. They've conceded the top floor. They're going to group up over by square. Joom is already here. His teammate's not far behind. Freebie on an Ambi, you'll take that. Defuse kit's actually going for a stock drop, so these two players are very isolated. Of course, bomb sites, archives, tellers, don't forget.
This will be the third time that Shopify Rebellion rely on the Yokai drones as the sole quote-unquote player in the bomb site, and they've lost one. I don't know if Canadian has one in reserve somewhere on the map, certainly not in back pocket. It's a Nitro cell that goes out. It shuts down the plant in its tracks. Grixer's there. There was coverage from above as well. So Shopify Rebellion had options for when that diffuser went to get planted. An excellent cleanup on the two remaining players, but
You got these attacks, guys. Let's go. Work them.
I feel like in a way Team Secret was baited into a trap that a lot of teams fall into on this bomb site, which is you very quickly go for the throat by taking that top floor. And if you're not prepared for it and you get punished for it, A, you don't gain control of the top floor, but you blow a lot of your gadgetry, you waste drones, you waste your time. Time in particular is very important. And then you're significantly weaker for when the execute unfolds, and that's exactly what seemed to hit Team Secret.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, so good at holding that site too. They played it yesterday against FaZe Clan and walked away with a W in that round as well. So they're clearly fans of archives and tellers, and we may see it even more throughout this tournament if they keep on playing Bank as the days move forward. But now they have to attack, and you heard it from the coach. They believe they've got these attacks. They were very strong on the offense back at Clubhouse. That was a 4-2 half. We've had nothing but 4-2 halves for the attackers. 3 in a row now across both Club and Bank. If that trend continues, then we guarantee an overtime, which is exciting. I know we all want to see that. Maybe less so from the fans of Shopify, but given where the score is at right now, that might be the more realistic chance of a success. 7-5, 7-4, still technically in the cards, though.
Cannot get over how good of a game Savage is having. And yeah, I mean, he didn't exactly have the best first map. He got 12 kills, but over 15 rounds, that's not that impressive. 12 kills through 6 rounds is infinitely better.
Savage, as a rookie, attended his first 6 Invitational 2 years ago on Team Secret. They lost every single game they played. Now he's back as the team captain in IGL, and he's putting up much better performance, I'll tell you that. It's been incredible seeing his growth over the last couple of years over inside of EU.
He and Virtue are leading the way right now in terms of rating and in terms of kills. Savage will ride the pine for a little bit longer as he's the first casualty in the second half. Canadian losing a lot of HP in the process, but still upright, still with the Blackbeard shield and holding on to the defuse kit. The remaining 4 players of Team Secret all assembled in the bomb site now. Just as we saw from Shopify Rebellion when they were on defense. You hold map control for about a minute, maybe a little while longer, hopefully get a kill. No matter what happens, you get out of that position. Get back to the bomb site. Logic bombs will go off. Joom is the only player on Team Secret who's by one of those mute jammers, so he doesn't need to worry about the annoying phone call ringing through.
That mute jammer, of course, top floor as well. They're just now droning him. They know they haven't droned this yet, and they know there's a jammer up there, so they know it's possible, but they haven't seen him. So that's going to be a threat that's looming in their mind.
You have the opportunity, you can retake map control. That's exactly what Team Secret does here. So only 3 players remaining in the bomb site down below, and there we're getting the panel and panel. Does not look like Joom has been found out. He could thrust a knife deep into the backs of Shopify Rebellion if they're not careful.
Timing is everything.
The good news for Shopify Rebellion is that they have one person who can stay on dedicated flank watch. He will work his way from conference now towards main stairs. Canadian too low on HP to breathe in any more of that gas, so in the final 20 seconds, he'll either have to juggle the diffuser or hope that he's baited them all out. Virtue still has one in back pocket. Groovy will retake from above. Rexon is ready for it, controlling the recoil for one, fails on the second. Surf now has the diffuser, attempting the plant, while three other players watch over top. Virtue inside of the wrong bomb site. He has to work his way out. Out-dueling Grixer to start with. They know he's through the soft wall, and well, they can all just fire away. Ambi credited with the kill.
You got some hick ears, boy, to hear that motherfucker.
Shopify Rebellion successful on their very first attack. What?
Sure, we're gonna make that work for us. One by one. Play the IQ, I mean the Vox there as well, Jim.
This is an interesting timeout.
Yeah, 1 round into the half.
And there isn't really cause for concern, I think. Let's listen to what Twister says.
Because they will probably be using like pretty much all the rounds from now on. Also, another thing I spoke to Savage as well about the positionings. Once you guys are rotating for them and retake the positions, you guys need to know that they do have a down. They're communicating a lot onto that. So either we play Solis or we rotate at the time that we know that they will be holding us. So we act properly to that, okay? It won't be a surprise or whatever. We just need to play better onto these rotates to time because they have mental delay. So the thing is, into the reactions, they will access mode. So we can use this gap to just make properly. Okay? Let's go. You guys got this.
Because they have mental delay. What a polite way of saying that your opponents are a little bit behind.
I think everybody has a bit of a delay when it comes to, say you find someone on a drone, seeing someone on that drone, calling out the position, that call out being registered by one of your teammates. There's always a bit of a delay there, and I think that sometimes gets lost, especially for casters and viewers who we see everything top down. We can see everything, of course, with full information. Even with perfect information, sometimes giving that information for your teammate can take a bit of time, and if you can spot that gap, as Twister wants his teammates to do so, you can really get a lot of free picks, a lot of free movements throughout the round, so that could be a big opportunity for Team Secret. That last round, again, I mean, it didn't feel like Joom on the flank was really that impactful, just given the fact that he went towards main stairs and Shopify weren't pushing down main, so the flank didn't actually end up really mattering. I thought the smoke play was pretty good from Virtue inside the site. It stalled out that plant pretty late, but ultimately it didn't stall it long enough. Good clock management coming through from Shopify Rebellion. Again, I just gotta keep complimenting both these teams on their attacks. They clearly know exactly what they want to get accomplished. They're doing it with good time. They're bringing the correct utility time and time again. It's been really impressive, and this is one of those games that if you want to get better at Rainbow Six Siege, if you're a tier 3 team and you just want to improve, this is a great VOD to go back and watch. Especially if we can go back to all 12 rounds, all 15.
There have been some matches here at the Six Invitational where it hasn't been the prettiest Siege that we've watched. But when you get two incredible teams colliding as these two are, just as we saw with Shopify Rebellion yesterday in their matchup against FaZe Clan, who's another top-tier team. And honestly, FaZe Clan might be one of the favorites to win the whole event. It produces great results. There have obviously been some deficiencies here. Both the coaches have noted that with their respective teams. Admittedly, Super talked about what Shopify Rebellion needed to do, and Twister commented on Shopify Rebellion as well. There hasn't been a lot of chatter about what's going wrong for Team Secret, and that's because if you see the scoreline, not a lot has. If Team Secret survives this map, Lair is the decider between these two squads. Lair, the newest map added to the map pool. It is gigantic. It is also in lore, the home of Deimos, the operator that was added longer ago than I care to admit. It feels like he was one of the most recent operators, but no, that's not the case.
Last time we were on this bomb side, I got tricked by these smokes. The goal is not to execute with these Capitao smokes, it's instead to enable the ace to clear out the mirror window. It's a lot of util for something that an Ash could have just gotten done with one shot, but ultimately, I mean, they do get the breach, and that makes it a lot harder to play inside a Jacuzzi, and they still have those firebolts as well.
Ambi eliminating Virtue. That's a big first pick for Shopify Rebellion. They have struggled to draw blood first through this matchup. The first 4 rounds, first blood was all in the hands of Team Secret. They got another in round 6. Only recently has Shopify Rebellion been getting those first picks, and they still lag behind their opponents. This round has flown by. Jesse, only 30 seconds remain. And now it's time for Shopify Rebellion to take the engagement directly to them. Ambi botching his shots, sees the Valkyrie and flicking over. Holy shit, Ambi! 3 kills in a row. A quad kill for him. And he gets the ace as well.
Fucking montage out of you!
Oh my fucking god.
What did he do? Was it a mud?
Who's Papa?
He just aced that. Was it a mud? Told you go gridlock, bro. We told you go gridlock. Good thing you finally fucking...
Ambi's making a fucking montage out of you!
What the fuck's he saying? Was that dog's bollocks?
It looked a little tense there for a few moments, where he missed a couple shots. This is it. This is where things look like they were gonna go bad, but he shrugs off all that damage, goes for the reload, and then collects the final kill. Every single one en route to a flawless round.
I really want to make it clear how impressive that was from Ambi. I was watching the top-down POV that whole round, and Ambi was completely alone at the top of square. All of his teammates were over on the window rappel. He had one guy over by lobby. Inside of square, he was all alone, and he had to fight 3 people at once. A guy coming from janitor, a guy from stock, and a guy flanking up the square stairs, all of whom were solely focused on killing Ambi, all of whom died. That was the clean 3K in the middle of his ace, a perfect sandwich to clean up the round, and Ambi munched it down. Once again, the youngest player at the Six Invitational for the 2nd year in a row, doing it against the team who has both the oldest player in Virtue and the 2nd youngest in Adrian. He's just showing him how it's done. Impressive stuff from Ambi. In back-to-back maps, he has performed, and wow. What a statement to make on the gridlock. I think he'll be playing this op quite a bit going forward. Just a guess for the rest of this map.
They told him to play gridlock. They said it themselves. They said, we told you to play gridlock.
I heard them say that they said that, yeah.
I heard them say that, and then I heard you say that you heard them say that as well.
Yeah.
People sleep on the F90. Gridlock brings an awful lot to the table these days. Gridlock used to be known for the super shorty and the smokes. The track stingers were good for a variety of applications. Originally, when she and Mozzie were released as operators, people liked the noise that the track stingers created because it concealed movement and it concealed the ability to plant the diffuser. Lately, Ram's boogie drones do an awful lot more and make just as much of a racket. But that F90 is deceptively good, and I think people might be waking up to how strong it is. Team Secret burned their timeout, by the way, just before we saw that flawless round from Shopify Rebellion.
That could be the tilter. We're not done, though. Top floor. That's going to be Ambi immediately downed here instead of that ace that he was able to accomplish the last round. He is able to get picked up, most likely. He's bleeding out at the moment, but there's no defenders anywhere near him, so with time, they should be able to recover Ambi. They're very concerned, though, on the side of Shopify. They know how many players in Team Secret there are lurking around the map, and especially Joom. This is a position that seemingly has gone unnoticed.
They're so fixated on that elevator play upstairs that they've let one wander by. Rexon with the very first kill. It's on to Adrian. Gruby is also on a single point of HP. This is back-to-back bad games for Gruby. He started off strong. He got 2 kills in the first 2 rounds. He's had nothing since then. We haven't really focused a lot on Surf because he's been playing those more support-oriented operators, so it's not his goal to get kills, but it'd be nice maybe if he got 1 or 2 for his team. I'm certain of that. Rubber must hit the road here for Shopify Rebellion. As we're down to the final 20 seconds, Virtue on the board. Team Secret also on the board because of it. Joom finished off by Ambi. One is tucked away behind the cubby. It's the Soulless. Rexon saw him. It's just Rexon and Ambi remaining. Gruby with the Nitro Cell takes down Rexon, and Ambi will need to walk in and grab the defuse kit, which he won't be able to do. He comes up empty-handed, and Team Secret wins off of the clock as 3 players across both teams survive to the bitter end.
So slow, guys. We can force them to execute, guys. We also know how to play against execute, guys. If we play our turtle here, we'll fuck them up, guys. I'm gonna play instead of the... Yeah, instead of the Torah, I'm gonna play the Mozzie. Try to play, guys, that it's a ROM, guys. Don't show that it's a full turtle, okay?
I want to give some credit to Gruby that round. he played fantastic on just a sliver of HP. He moved down to the basement and sat there for a very long time. It was his Nitro that eventually killed Rexon with the defuse kit. It came up through the open area hatch to destroy Rexon as he was coming in the door just past Beepers. If he doesn't get that Nitro cell off, Rexon gets into a great plant spot just under the stock hatch. He can put that defuse kit on the ground, and it's a completely different round. With 1 health, Groovy makes all the difference. And nothing is given in this matchup between Secret and Shopify Rebellion. It doesn't matter if you have a highlight hero play. The mental won't be broken. There is no freebies. This game will be difficult until the bitter end, and Secret are going to remind Rebellion of that fact. It just feels like every single round is a new day. Neither of these teams are letting the mental slip. They're both continuing to play at their best.
Every round sounds like a new day. Would you say that it's 0-0 then, Jesse?
If it's 0-0, Parker.
Every round is 0-0.
He was right all along.
Super was right.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the 6th Invitational 2025. We are going into our last game of the day, Scars versus SSG. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, how's day 2 gone for you so far?
Better than day 1, I think, and I enjoyed day 1. Now, it's been really good. We've had some excellent games today. We've had some upsets, obviously. It's not necessarily an upset, Dark Zero winning, but BDS losing, a little bit of a surprise for their first game. You know, there's all sorts going on. We had that absolute battle with Team Liquid. It's been a great day. We've got a little schedule here as well to break it all down.
We do indeed. In case I'm not going to read out every result to you here. You can scan down and understand what's going on at your own leisure on this one. Of course, over on the other stream, we're still seeing that game continuing currently between Team Secret and Shopify Rebellion before CAG versus FaZe. We've already seen CAG bring down Furia. Can they do it against another Brazilian team? We'll find out very soon. But over here on the B stream, BP wrapped up a 2-0 against OXG. And then now we're going into Scars versus SSG, as we mentioned. But before we get into it, Tim, let's take a quick recap of the standings to look how things are currently set up. Same graphic there, Bruno. This is the one that you want. There we go, Bruno's got it. We're working with an old producer we haven't worked with now for a few years, so it is great to have the gang back together. But here are the standings, Tim. You can talk me through this one.
Yeah, we're looking at Group D, Virtus Pro topping that after a couple of wins. Looking very good so far. W7M don't play today, so they've only got one result to go off at this point. SSG, of course, playing yesterday. We're going to see whether they can maybe put a few more points on the board against Scars. There may be the expectation for many, but don't you underestimate Scars. They are a very, very good team out of the APAC region.
I was looking actually earlier on at all the stats and the standings of how things have gone, and they've struggled. You look back at all the events, they've not managed to make it to that main stage, into the quarters. However, look back at the one time they did in Copenhagen, the whole crowd got behind them. So we know they've got that caliber about them. We know that they can do it. By the same token, on the other side for Space Station, almost every event they go to, they make it to the quarterfinals. Yep. So based on history and the way that you assess things, it feels like Space Station do have that edge, but Scars can still trip them up.
Well, that's it. If you look at just like the SI pedigree for Space Station, every SI since 2019, you know, they've won it. They've got 2 winners in Benja and Fultz on the roster that they're playing with today. There's just an absolute abundance of experience there. The question is, you know, can they keep delivering? For me, they've been on a very slow sort of upward trajectory of SSG. We all know about the efforts that they put in behind the scenes, and it's been paying off.
We'll talk more about that in a moment. Here is that Scars roster, in case you haven't seen them. The player you want to keep an eye on, really, is Nina. Nina and Rek, the top 2 players on this team. By a country mile, it feels, as well. 2 of the real talents coming out of this Japanese region. But it is very different once you sit down and get to an international tournament. Again, a stat I was looking at earlier. They've won every stage of the Japanese league for the last 2 years, running 4 stages all in. CAG, everyone gets really excited about, but Scars are that consistent like category above that are really hard to catch up to. But it doesn't mean anything unless you can do it on the international stage, and that is why they're looking to make a little bit of a difference here today. And don't forget, they got to see Space Station play yesterday. They got a little bit of insight on what they can be expecting. But Tim, we're into our Veto, and Consulate first picked up by Scars.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good choice for them. You know, we've got the real question for Scars, you know, aside from the maps, is always going to be Nina and Rek. If those 2 turn
there goes Ashen.
Yep. If Nina and Rek are turning up on a map like Consulate, it could be perfect for them because they can get out on the roam. There's plenty of space. They can really make a nuisance of themselves.
I don't want to check out your production. This is a double check. Is that definitely a Scars pick? Because from the Veto I saw like a moment ago, I think actually it was the other way around. For both teams, though, they do like this map. They tend to have it go through as a decider. So at least as it stands for me, it's actually a good map for both teams. They're both happy to go and play here. I don't think whoever picked it's going to be too bothered either way around. And yes, just had it confirmed it is an SSG pick. which means Scars then pick up on the second map, and we'll see what that is in a moment. But Consulate, at least again by the numbers, pretty balanced. Chalet being an interesting one. We saw Space Station play this yesterday, so Scars probably looking at this and thinking, you know what, that's pretty good by us. We're happy with that one. We're either going back there and playing it again, but for Scars, they saw them playing it yesterday. They 7-1 Virtus Pro. It was dominant. But how much can you take away from a very quick 8-round sprint through that map?
Well, that's the thing is, I was going to say, it's not really a bad idea because you've got some really recent footage of it. You were able to watch it just yesterday. But like you say, how much do you really pick up from that? So border is going to be taken away as well. And we'll work towards seeing what that decider will be. And as you say, it is Skyscraper. So I think that's a good set of maps for these two. I think we're going to have a real good matchup here. Like I say, Scars, they're a team that like to do the unpredictable. They like to particularly Rek. I kind of, in my mind, I think of Rek as kind of similar for any EU fans watching, kind of similar to like a Sloth play style. He's going to do the unpredictable. I think in a lot of ways, he's quite happy to get himself out of a window. He's quite happy to stick his face in a spawn peak and just try and do the unpredictable.
But does tend to get really good results from doing it as well, so you can't complain about it too much.
Oh, no, not at all.
The one thing about SSG I do want to come back to, looking at their game yesterday, Benja is the only player from yesterday that's coming into this game with a positive KD. The other 4 players, they were battered around by Virtus Pro. Losing 2-1 will do that to you, but you'd hope to see a few more like shining stars on that team that do make a difference and do walk away with some big numbers to give yourself confidence moving forwards. At the minute, Benja, I think, is only +1 as well, so it's not exactly like he's a far stretch ahead. There is work to do for this team, I think, compared to yesterday. Barely got a plant down. In fact, I don't think they did across any of the maps they played. So looking at it, they're probably viewing today as saying, look, Virtus Pro are one of the favourites in the competition. People will hate hearing that, but it's very true, I think. And I think against Scars, it's a chance to really kind of get those fundamentals built up before you go into your final 2 games of the group stage.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. I think, the space that you're going to get against a team like Virtus Pro to put the diffuser down is going to be limited because they are so methodical and they are so, rigidly well prepared for anything like, countering a plant going down. Whereas I think they might just find they get a little bit more space against somebody like Scars. That's not to say that Scars aren't going to be solid on the defense. I just think there's going to be more opportunity there.
You agree? A couple of tech issues I think we're working through here before we get ourselves into the game. A little fun one for you on this game, Tim. Looking at it as well, Scars has one of the longest standing core rosters within an org, with all but Nina having been with them for about 4 years now, since the start of 2022. The only core that has been together longer is, you can probably guess who, it's Liquid. Neskin Palu from back in 2018, resets in 2021, so a very, dare I say, storied roster on the Scars side. And SSG, if you're wondering who might have that kind of tenure, it's Fult's been with them since 2018, survived many an iteration, it feels. And this form now, it feels like it's the form that SSG want to move forward with. They're quite happy with how things stand. Of course, we'll see if future changes come through in the future, but at least for now, it's looking pretty good.
As you say, we're going to be getting on in any second now. We will kick things off on Consulate. I feel like Scars need to sort of come out strong here. They need a really good start.
Come out swinging, Tim.
Exactly that. And we know that they're not going to come out afraid or, that's just not the sort of team they are. They've got a lot of confidence in their own ability. They're going to come out looking for that win. I feel like they need to get it on Consulate. If they go map down, it's going to be a tough hill to climb against this SSG side.
Well, you'll be delighted to know our game is loaded up and ready to go. All 10 players loading into the server for this first map of this best of 3. Scars are going to start on the defense, which means SSG are on the attack. And unsurprisingly so, Tim, 3/4 of you at home are backing SSG in this one. Scars, what time is it in Japan right now? Are they all asleep?
I don't think it's...
Hang
on a minute.
Japan.
It's 5 hours back to UK
It's 8:30
time.
a.m.
Yes, I was going to say we should be
Yeah, of
getting
course you were
towards
gonna say
morning
that.
time. Yeah,
I was going
to say about 8:27, but or maybe 8:34.
Well, you've been
I was
so
going
about
to say
7
about
minutes off.
8:34,
Yeah, okay, Tim. All right, cool. Yeah, you're just literally a second away from that calculation, that old head of yours.
Ah.
Right, bans are rolling on through. A reminder again that we do have the little bug at the minute where if blue team starts on defense, the bans are flipped. So what you're seeing now is SSG's ban coming out. They're going to take away the Monty. I think we all know that Scars, being from the Japan region, can be absolute terrors with the Monty, and they want none of that. Scars' ban was that Deimos.
Yeah, taking away the Deimos, probably a smart move. We saw it used really, really well earlier by Atom particularly, and just... Consulate's a map that's got a lot of verticals, it's got a lot of soft surfaces, you can get above, get below, use those tracks and really do some damage, so no major surprises there. The Melusi, little bit of a surprise. We don't tend to see too many Melusi bans. The Banshees do get plenty of use, we do see plenty of picks, but not usually sort of strong enough or considered for a ban.
Yeah, I was looking to see if there was any like particular target in that one that you'd say, yeah, it makes sense that to get banned away, but it doesn't overly, to be honest. Surprising one, at least from the SSG side, but I'll check out what it's like on the Scar side as well. Because I think for Scars, again, the Monty makes a lot of sense. The Malusi, okay, Tayo and Mushoy both play it. A mixed match. It's not exactly their go-to operator, but they will play it. I think that's more acknowledging that you would run into it basically every single round, and rather than having to deal with it by bringing along the utility to get rid of it, just clear it out of the way and be able to focus on charging your way through the map. But Azami being our final ban, no surprise to anyone. I think that's still our most banned operator across both the last major, across the stage, and now also at this major. And she'll keep on drawing those bans until the cows come home. Let's get into it though, Tim. Round 1 is now underway. We're going to start things out on the top floor. As mentioned, Scars are on the defense. And in terms of lineup, that Valkyrie, one of our most banned operators, also at this tournament is available. So unsurprisingly, we are going to see it ran. But on the other side to counter it, there is the Dopey.
Always fascinating to watch and see exactly what kind of attack we are going to have mounting here. Spoke about the sort of variation early. Generally, we'll have a little bit of attention to yellow, but the big variable is that admin side. Our SSG.
I've just seen your message, by the way, from saying, "Are you coming?" Question mark with the cyan face.
About 2 minutes to go, does?
Yeah. See, this is the duality between me and Tim. Is Tim was down here when the time was still like 15 minutes to go. I rocked up when there was 2 minutes left. And that sounds like me and you arriving for a plane. Or are you the kind of person that gets to a train station early?
Well,
how early?
Trains in the UK,
how early?
No, I don't tend to bother getting there that early because I know that they're not often going to be on time. I don't really worry about it.
All right. Time being actually a big focus for us across this tournament. When I look back to the teams we spoke about yesterday and that we got the chance to cast, a big focus was how rapid they can be. And I think about Liquid earlier on today, a big thing that led to their downfall was their pacing in rounds. They were a little bit slow, a little bit behind the time, much like UK trains. So I think for Scars, if they can slow SSG down here and try and get the feel for how slow or how quickly they can move, may well start to influence the rest of the rounds as they play out. Ben just started out strong, and Rek, one of those players that we spoke to, Tim, that can have quite a big impact, is taken offline in the first kill of the game.
First of SSG's 2 former SI champions there, getting the opening kill. So there isn't really much better SI pedigree that you can find than SSG. Maybe G2, you know, it's difficult to, you know.
How long was Benja on G2 for? 30 days, was it? And he won an SI? Ludicrous stuff.
Yeah, it's
had a brilliant performance as well.
You look at, you know, if you look at SI, previous SI pedigrees, G2 and SSG are pretty much the top dogs. Maybe NIP. There as well. Very consistent, but you know, to say that, I don't think they do reach that level given that they're not. Benja does manage to get a second, picking up Fishlike, Ashen onto Washoy as well, and this is kind of what we were a little bit worried about for Scars. They're on the defense of top floor, it's their first choice site, and SSG at the minute feel like they're washing over them at the minute. They're kind of picking the fights where they want. Perfect example of what I was saying. Flawless round comes in for SSG, and that's exactly what I was saying. SSG are just picking the fights where they want to take them, and they're quite happy to just go into the gunfight. Shenano against Nino, bang, wins it quite easily on it. He shouldn't be winning that fight on that window realistically, but does. And that was the story all over the map. SSG just coming out with superior gunfire and superior skill on that round. And they're going to close it out 1-0.
They just look completely unbothered. I mean, Benja getting the opening 2 kills is...
They are in their lane.
They are slippy.
They really are.
Didn't look phased at all, but take a pause just to sort out here. What really made it for me then was the admin that's just rocked up there a second ago, just looked at Ashen and his face just dropped. I think he just knew that he was going to get a load of shit from Ashen, basically. And Ashen is sure enough giving it to him.
And he's being told to
he's told him twice now, shush. But the problem with Ashen is there is no shushing him, as we know well. When he wants to shout and scream, he'll shout and scream. I can't really imagine he'll be too mouthy with Scars, truthfully. Like, it's not really the style to do against a pretty quiet opponent. You want someone that'll mouth off back, and that's when you really get the fireworks flying.
Yeah, great start from SSG there. As I said, I think, for me, Scars have to come out big here on Consulate. They really need to come out and get that first map, get a good win. It's their own choice. I think if they get behind, SSG are the sort of side, they've got so much experience. Once they're on top, they ain't going to lose. They know how to win games. They know how to close them out. And so I think Scars need to be getting themselves a lead in terms of the map, not just in terms of rounds here in the map. So not an ideal start for them with SSG coming out flawless there as well. Scars really not having very much impact on that whatsoever. They're going to move away from that top floor site. It's going to be down to basement. So again, what will SSG do here? Do they look for that full map control, or maybe do they Just look for that backside push, get straight in, drop the hatches, push across, don't worry about the rest of the map. We'll see as we get into it. They've got Forest on the Blackbeard. That's the one that stands out to me, although Jane know on the Kali, if that pick sticks, it's a bit of an interesting one. Could be there to potentially deal with that electrification, but with no hard breach on side, it doesn't really seem like there's too much of a point for it. So interested to see where J9 is going to... No, there we go. I was going to say where they're going to utilise that Kali. As it stands, it looks like he's going to be moving away from the dock of it, which makes much more sense. Sledge, hard breach, it's going to be garage side.
I mean, Dockerby I've spoke about to the nines at this point, Tim. I think, without a shadow of a doubt, at least in my mind, the best operator in the game right now. And others might say, well, shields exist. I'm like, I get it. But there's a reason why teams like W7M and BDS, who are constantly at the top end of a tournament, have 3 players that have Dockerby in their most played. Hello! It's Christmas.
You remember what I said about Rek at the beginning?
Yeah, he's proper playing like a rat there, isn't he, for sure?
Do you remember I said he reminds me in some ways of like a sloth kind of play style from EU? And that's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just going to stand here next to this wall and wait for him to breach it.
I mean, it's keeping them busy and keeping them chasing them around the map, which I think is the important part. Seen a few teams also at this competition so far play very turtle, very defensive. In fact, in our game earlier on today, Tim, that is exactly what we saw. I don't think it was really a big issue. Unwanted played a very, very solid defensive turtle game, and it was very difficult for the other side of Liquid to be able to break that down. Admittedly, they were quite slow. But I do like the Scars are sticking to their own play style, not being intimidated by their opponent here. They're willing to go and play the game. Bushoy gets one, instantly traded out on the back of it. Now the pistol in hand, surely he doesn't win that one. Absolutely does not. But Ashen down to a slither of HP, now being flanked from the back as well as a Legion on side, and we'll find his man. Ashen falls at a 4v3 for Scars, breaks out.
Yeah, much better passage of play for Scars there than we saw in the first round. Able to get in and get a couple of kills, give themselves a little bit of an advantage. The problem that they've got is Rek and Fishlike both on low health, but it's not going to matter because even with the few HP he's got, Fishlike is able to find 2 more, and he's earned the right to just stay up there now, play his life, and just try to get that final kill. But smart play from Scars. They haven't overcommitted. They've said, no, you know what? We've got the job done. We're going to drop away. Low play from site. SSG, this one's fallen apart.
Yeah, I don't think you complain too much there if you Fishlike as well. 3 kills coming into the second round. Really showing SSG that they're not walking into a free 7-0 march over here. Probably won't get that freebie they had against Virtus Pro in the first game yesterday on Chalet. Mentioned that will be the second map we step into. Picked up by Scars, who clearly feel that they've identified some good counter-analysis they can make use of in the game itself. Ross will do what he can in the last 60, Tim, but I think, like you said, this round's pretty cooked.
Yeah, he's not coming and winning this now. We'll see, obviously, you know, moving on, where does Scars go next is probably going to be the big question to answer as he tries to come through into yellow. They know exactly where he is. Nina steps out with a shotgun, gets the job done, and that is Scars picking up their first round. Much, much better from them, and I think that's going to be a really good one to settle them in. They've got a couple of good kills there. Rek got away with, you know, that attempt on the soft wall. He could well easily have been caught out there, but no, he managed to move away. Didn't get the kill, but again, it just sort of put the frighteners on SSG a little bit. It gave them that message that, look, nothing's coming for free here. If we want map control, we're really going to have to fight for it.
Really well played by Fishlike overall again. The 2K that he netted out, that shot in particular was the one that really defined it for me. He was giving nothing away to the other side. Makes it look a little bit too easy. For SSG, at least, there's a bit of team play coming together, but maybe a little bit broken apart there, unfortunately. For round 3, though, I believe we're going to Piano, Tim, on this one. We've been down to the basement. We were doing a bit of analysis earlier on the numbers, and this actually is the most successful site for the defenders on Consulate. A little bit of a surprise there for me. I thought when we saw it as our first site between the two teams earlier on today that it was just going to the offsite to start things off, trying to throw the other side a little bit off, but no. Looks like there's very good reason for it. It all comes down to the numbers. It's really helped double down on this defense. We've got the Mute and the Mozzie coming along. We actually had a Mute ban earlier today as well. I love seeing the Mute Mozzie combo still. Even though all these years on, it's kind of dropped away in effectiveness a little bit. I still love seeing it. I think it can just be really good to punish teams that don't do their due diligence or don't know how to move fast with taking sensible risks and just get punished for it.
You can see exactly what it's being used for there. Rek, he's not looking to, you know, force off that entire top floor to Intel. He's just looking to create himself a bubble. He's just keeping himself off the radar in there, waiting to maybe pounce into admin or back out to long desk. depending where SSG push from, depending where they look to start this top floor clearance, because they will need to go in and clear that top floor. There's 3 players up there for Scars, and they have to shift them because the verticals down onto this side can be super powerful. But saying that, look at Benja. He's just moving across, looking for any potential opportunities on a little lateral push, and Scars might not be ready for this. He's going to be sticking his face into sight any second.
Around, but I think the drone at the feet will definitely be a bit of a giveaway as to what might be coming. I can think of many times that I've seen Benja being droned into a map, Tim, not strictly on SSG, but back in the previous days, whether it was back in the Nordic Championship or on G2. It's a net 1,000,001 times, and Scars hopefully have got a little bit of anticipation about what might be coming. There's a player underneath as well, Ashen, digging in tight here, hoping to find someone. Now Benja starts to strike while the attention's gone, and Nina's just put Ashen in the dirt. Casual as anything.
The thing is, Benja here just prevents a lot of movement inside of sight, takes his opportunity, just waiting for a little bit of a distraction of the drone coming across, goes in and gets the kill onto Tayu. The call will have gone out that Benja's inside of sight now, but he's not the one with the case. It's Fultz on the sense that he's going to be looking for the plant, and that is not ideal. Forest, somehow, we didn't quite see it, but he's taken his own man down, and that's advantage Scars, and they've got the top floor, and they've got the Nitro. Nina takes him down, 4v2. And Scars are looking good.
Oh dear, SSG. In such a commanding position where you've got your entry inside a site, he's got full control, and you can't pull it together from there. Still got 2 players up, still a chance. They can recover this one. The smoke coming on through. 3 players on the side of Scars, so looking no doubt to impede this one. He's going down, more smoke's layered in. I tell you what, Tim, it's like a rave in there with all those laser lights that's missing. But no one can see a thing. At this point, user is now down. 3 players of Scars have got to scramble to recover this.
That's a mistake from Scars. They've got that top floor, they've got those verticals. Even with the smokes coming out, they can't allow that plant to go down. So honestly, SSG have got a really good chance of winning this round. It's all going to be up to Forest, but he can't find the second one. Nina manages to take him down, 3rd in the round, and Scars do manage to get away with that one. They manage the retake. Disable that diffuser, get the round 1. Like I say, for me, you can't allow that if you've got that top floor and you've got numbers up there. SSG, a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a crazy round from them, really. Benja walks into sight, but there's only really one person there for him to find the kill on. The rest of the work has to come on the top floor. I think they were kind of maybe hoping for Scars to scramble a little bit, like, oh my god, Benja's in sight, and, you know, try and react to it and then pick them up as they did on the top floor. But Scars just never really did. They were just like, you're not going to plant because we're upstairs, so you do what you want. You can stand inside the site.
I think it's more just like, we didn't hear the diffuser going down, so why would we panic?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we have no reason to. And I love how actually they kind of acknowledged, okay, look, there's tons of smoke there. It's absolute chaos. We're not going to get away with this. Let them plant and we'll just play the retake. And at first I was a little bit like, well, you're giving this away here. Like, you've got a single doorway, you've got to watch. Just spray when you hear any kind of movement or another smoke coming out. But I actually don't hate how they played it out as well. Cool and composed as anything. Nina's had a great round and got a 3K. 0 complaints from how they've done it. Now, quick tech pause, as you can see. I believe it's on the Scars side. There's a small issue. Once rectified, we'll be straight back into it. There's a few players all reconnecting as well, so maybe there's a bit more of a widespread issue, Tim.
Yeah, potentially. I think this doesn't really hurt SSG at all at this point. I think, given the way those have gone over the last couple of rounds, Scars, you know, aside from round 1, Scars have looked actually really good over the last couple. Round 2 and 3, they've been well on top of it. They've won the gunfights that they've needed to. I think SSG are struggling to find kills at the minute. The team kill, Forest onto Fultz, certainly not ideal. Big loss there. I know they got the diffuser down, but ultimately, if you bring in a sense, that sense is going to be a big part of that final execution. So you don't want to be executing the sense yourself before you manage to try and put that diffuser down.
I'm sure you can hear the noise from the other stream as well. It is being dangerously close over there. In fact, it was tied up at 7-7. I've literally just watched Secret get the final kill, so they're going to map 3 in that series, Tim.
Tasty.
I think many expected that would be a bit of a tight one between those 2 teams, and it is proven to be just that. Excited to see how that one closes out. I think there's a bit of time while this one rolls on. Maybe the tech pause to come to a close.
Yeah, we're just
audio issue, I've been told by production, by the way, which is why it's being addressed.
It looks like wreck. It's, I think, being dealt with at this point. So we're going to be getting people back in kind of one by one. Get back into this as soon as we can do. But yeah, Scars for me, just I think keep rolling with the confidence at this point. They're winning all the gunfights. You know, Nina hit a nice C4, but got a 3K as well. I think just keep it loose. I think, to be honest, it's actually no surprise that the site that they lost was up on the top floor, because not many kills have come from inside of the site so far for the side of Scars. And on top floor, you don't really have much of a choice other than to kind of play in and around the site. It's, you know, there's no point having a roam game because they're just going to leave you out in the cold and just attack directly anyway. So it's no surprise that it's the other sites that they've actually done better on. So maybe now they can get that top floor locked down. I would imagine that's where they'll go back to for round 4. But it's just a bit of a different feel, bit of a different vibe up there compared to the other 2 sites. And Scars so far benefiting from being able to just, you know, have a bit more freedom, get out in the map and challenge SSG all over the place. Yeah.
Need taming a little bit, I think, as well. I think you can see it's Fish-like who's had a bit of a reconnect as well, because he did hit that 3K in one of the earlier rounds to make the round a very comfortable close for his team. So onwards we march. Into that second quarter, as I like to call it as well. So in those first 3 rounds, you tend to see a 3-site rotation, and then we repeat that same rotation again. That's why it's really common to see attack timeout after 3 rounds, knowing that you're going back into the same 3 sites again. And maybe you can correct some issues there as the coach to get things over the line. SSG, of course, not taking that here. They're carrying on as things are. They feel, you know what, we can recover this by ourselves. No need for coach intervention just yet. Lost some at Tim.
No. Oh, no.
You sure?
So
you're like, what have you lost?
I haven't lost anything. I just couldn't remember whether I'd put it somewhere.
You know, it looked like to me like a real keys phone wallet pat that did. You know, the classic.
I've got my wallet in my phone. I don't need my keys.
But you technically do, it's just a card.
I don't need my keys. I live in Bath. I don't live in Bath.
You really got that one wrong.
I did that was wild. Right, into the action phase we go. We've got the drones raining in from SSG, and they're just going to be looking to piece together a picture of exactly what they're facing up on this top floor. I questioned it in the first round. We didn't really get to see too much of it because SSG got the kills quite quickly. I'll question it again. Are we going to see SSG heading in towards admin? Benja is out there on rappel, so it looks like that will be the case. They're going to open the closet wall as well. So Scars are maybe going to have to have a little shift because at the minute, Nina is over there on the Valkyrie, but kind of on their own. Ashen's on the top side as well on the Grim, so they're both going to be moving into admin. So definitely going to need to move some personnel. Washoy might just need to come a little bit deeper down towards Vended, try and support over on this side because there's going to be a weight to numbers for SSG coming in from the admin side.
Seem relatively happy to let it happen. At the end of the day, trying to push in from the admin side, especially in towards site, is a nuisance because it's very bottlenecky. Once you started your march down the middle hallway, well, you're sort of stuck in the hallway. Someone could swing you, you're dead. Or trying to get into the single doorway down to the south, you're dead. It's this exact doorway here. It is not a good time to come pushing in. So for you as the defenders to try and hold on to that longer hallway, although it's good to do for a time, we saw teams doing that a lot at the start, I also don't blame Scars here for, at least now the map has advanced a little bit in terms of the meta and the understanding of it, just to acknowledge where the bottlenecks are and play behind those instead.
Just going to keep peeking this angle through towards admin. So it's telling me that they know that's where the pressure's going to be coming from. Nina does manage to pick up Ashen. That's the Grim gone as well. That's not ideal for SSG because, again, that's one of those operators that's really going to support that final push, that final execute. You want those beams going in just to try and lock people in place, but not going to be possible now. Nitro goes over the top unsuccessfully. J9O just looking for a challenge there. Can he find it? No.
Oh,
yes,
flick!
He does, and he gets a second onto Washoy that trades out the kill onto Boris. 3v1 now. J9O going absolutely crazy. Fultz is getting that diffuser down. Rek has got it all to do, and it's going to be tough. He can't move out of this spot. He's locked inside of a crossfire at the minute.
What an interesting game this is turning into when we've had so many big hero moments from different players on both teams. J9O has just absolutely deleted them. Scars had the right idea as well, a 2 versus 1. They were playing for the trade, but that flick onto Tired to start off that whole flow in motion was absolutely beautiful. One back for Rek. You know that he's got it in him to be able to pull out big plays like this, but I don't think SSG are going to give him absolutely anything, Tim.
Thinking about taking the long arm on, but knows he can't stick it. Peeks around and gets Benja right up in his face. He's going to find that final kill. That's going to close it out for SSG, leveling it up at 2-2. They've been able to get those wins on the top floor, but like I say, it comes down to whether they can tame Scars when Scars have the opportunity to get out into the map, which is going to be round 5 and 6. And and they're back onto those other sites that they've had wins on already. But it was well played from SSG. They established, a nice safety net around that plant. Rec couldn't really move out of the spot that he was in. As soon as it was secured, they just dropped back into safer positions, held their angles, and waited for Rec to try and do something.
Oh,
so
beautiful.
pretty textbook, really nice stuff, and yeah, beautiful double left and right side of the door there. Just get Tayo and Washoy being taken down by J90. It was a real big power play moment for SSG to get them into that round. I feel like they needed that. J90 just closing it out beautifully.
If J90 goes down there to Tayo, and really, it should have been dead to rights to Tayo because his focus is on the right-hand side of the door. Again, that flick, although it's a real micro movement, led to 3 kills that then really accelerated the round in their favor. Otherwise, I think Scar's probably still managed to hold on. This is why it's coming down to these hero moments. I spoke about it in the round, but in every single round so far, there has been a 3K from a different player. Benja, Fishlike, Nina, and then J90 in that round there. It is coming down to individual moments of brilliance at the moment, so we haven't really had the full chance to witness these teams being strategically strong or playing really solidly as a team. Sure, those 3Ks were enabled by what the team was doing, but I think once things settle down a bit more and no one player is popping off the way that individuals have so far, you'll get a better feeling for how things are actually going inside of a team.
Benja's just going to be opening up the closet wall there. Get the drone in, looking at a potential point of entry. You can see the effect that Rex had. Potential point of entry coming in there, but just being extra cautious. And this is what happens. Rex makes a play like that. He doesn't get the kill, but what it's done is just waste another 15 seconds. Waste another 20 seconds without him needing to be there again. And that's the beauty of these unpredictable players sometimes. They can have an impact round after round after round without having to actually make the same plays. As it is, they're going to drop away here, Scars, all back down to the basement. So SSG, within a minute, have now got control of the upper levels of the map, and they can start applying a little bit of pressure onto site itself. But they need to be cautious. Pulse, Washoy, he's watching, he's waiting, he's underneath. Plenty of soft surfaces, maybe an opportunity for a little vertical Nitro.
What I really love is how, as a team there, 3 or 4 players from Scars have all played out towards admin side, look to be aggressive around bunker, for example, and we're hoping to catch someone out the Visa window is what I'm pretty sure they were aiming for initially. And then in the same motion, all players have dropped back in towards site. They've got the late mirror window going down. Just good to show that it's not one player off acting on their own. They are thinking as a team here in terms of their roam and what they're trying to do. And of course, being informed by a Pulse is going to make things a million times easier. But SSG haven't lost anyone too early in things. So I think actually, although that Pulse is there and it is being the information, no one's being caught out. As I say it, Tim, naturally cast a curse. Benja's the first to fall.
Yeah, well, sure, he picks him up, and Scars are just using that intel really well. They know that there's another one above the hatch watching the angle, though. You better be careful. Just waiting for that push to come forward, looking to pick up Pulse on the Grim. Nitro goes out, just going to miss its target, I think. Wrong side of the wall. Pulse safely on that harder surface to the side, but he needs to be careful playing around that hatch because Washoy has already shown that he's quite willing to get underneath it and have a little peek. But 40 seconds left to go. SSG do get the main breach off, so now there's a little bit of pressure coming from both sides. Washoy's feeding back. We've still got one on the rear side. Fultz manages to pick up Fishlike. That leaves us now 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, but the clock could become the enemy for SSG.
Always the way to it becomes the 6th man for the other side, and that's a golden chance. I was going to say he's missed 2 kills there almost, but no. Washoy does get rid of Ashen. Bolt still walking around and basically no HP, has still managed to pick up more kills. Tim, it's the 5th round in a row that we've had a 3K, and it's Fultz the one that is making the difference. If only we'd seen that Castle get the kill on him earlier on. 4 kills for him in the end as well.
SSG waking up a little bit in that last round. It was another one where Scars... I'm not sure that Scars have really...
Bless Fultz, by the way. He shouted, then Asher shouted, then Fultz shouted again. I was like, that's when a little brother's next to their big brother, and the little brother feels he can talk some smack because big brother's there.
Scars, I think maybe not sort of recognising or realising what the main strength was for them in round 2 and 3, and that was being out in the map. All the kills came away from site mostly, and it was about giving SSG problems to solve, whereas that time, within a minute, all back on site, and look, it doesn't work out for them because SSG have got time to play their game, got time to set themselves up. We know that SSG are methodical. They like to set things up. They like to go step by step, and by all being back in sight, you're giving them the opportunity to do that rather than forcing them to kind of play on the fly.
All right, then. I mean, we've seen both teams at least show a bit of flair. Again, I'll keep coming back to the fact that it is relying a lot on these multi-kills. It's relying on one player to get that first kill and then just roll through 2 more players straight after. And that that's the round over and done with. Think about games earlier on today where we've seen someone get a couple of entry kills to start things off, and it's like, great, it's 5 versus 3. How often do you see a team bottle a 5 versus 3? And although in your memory you might think, actually, I can think of a good few times I've seen teams lose 1v5s and 2v5s and things like that. That's because they're so crazy that a team can come back and win that in the man disadvantage situation. It just sticks to your mind, but it is very, very rare. And so I think that's what we want to see both teams calm on a little bit here. It's great to see individual players pulling off the sort of magic they are, but the opponent really needs to be able to stop this happening.
Drone is going to be going in ahead of Benja on the Blitz. We've seen quite a bit of Blitz play today here on the B stream. It may be the Blitz stream for the day. We'll see whether Benja has any luck with it. Just waiting for that intel ahead of him. It's Fultz that's on the drone. J9 is also just trying to provide a little bit of information. In goes Benja. Got the yellow ping ahead of him. He's just going to try and chase him down. Needs to be careful. Does have the support of Fultz, and they managed to get the kill with Shoy taken down. Perfect use of the Blitz for the entry.
He was dead to rights because you had Fultz coming in behind the shield, and you also had someone coming down yellow stairs at the same time. There was zero chance where Shoy walks out of there alive. This is the risk when you have roamers off by themselves against a team that is very happy to chase you around the map when they've been playing things like Dokkaebi and Jackal and now the Lion too. They've got all the tools to deal with roamers, and I think the Scars have got to pay a bit of respect to that. Roamers a group or not at all.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what they did well in round 2 and 3. And then we've kind of seen it mixed up a little bit over the last couple, and they're not getting the same result. SSG are well on top of them now. The Jackal track comes out. That's going to tell Benja exactly where this man is, and it's as easy as that. Peeks around the corner, picks up a headshot onto Fishlack. 5 versus 3 now. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Everything is stacked in SSG's favour for this round.
And they've played it so well. They've isolated players, identified where they are on drones, and then just punished them as a group is the key thing. The Jackal trap letting Benja in to do the work that he did. It's all good stuff. Benja just finally get picked off, and shock horror to him. A bit of team play is what nets Scars a kill back on the other side. As said, if you keep on leaving individual players out, that's when you're going to start paying the price. But I like at least the Scars have shown a bit of fight back. I still feel like SSG have got what it takes here to get this done. 4 smokes on side. You've got the Candelas. They've got all the tools in the world to make this happen.
Yeah, it's just about getting into position. 2 things they need to do. Get in position for the execute and also prevent anything that could stop and putting the diffuser down. In this case, that's the pulse underneath. The Nitro's gone, but of course Nina can still shoot through the floor, so they need to be aware of that. Tayo and Rek both on low health though, but they need to be careful here, SSG. They're almost in danger of just feeding in through a single doorway one at once. Fultz manages to pick up Tayo. There you go. That's the kill that they needed. That's the one that brought the back of the defense, and then the final one comes in towards the end, and that is another nice attack coming in from SSG.
Looking cozy. Let's say 4 and 2 on
for them.
On the second most defender-sided map in the game over the last 6 months. Definitely not a bad outcome to have walked away with 4 attacks. And although I think at points there, Scars definitely showed them what they can do. I think back to Fishlight's 3K. I think back to the other 3K they netted as well. Again, moments of brilliance, strictly like outplaying SSG strategically or punishing them for the way they're playing. Dare I say, it feels like Scars are kind of passengers in this, and SSG are the ones who are determining how the game is being played. Now they move on to the defensive side. Always 2 halves to a game of Siege. Could see something very different happen here, but it does feel like SSG probably have got this one in the bag, Tim. And I'm always the last person to say that based on the side swap.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, ultimately, Scars are always going to be looking, particularly for Nina and Rek, to turn up and, get plenty of kills and get active and be the driving force for the team. Everybody's capable on there, but they're going to be your big names. Nina, 6 and 5, Rek, 2 and 5. It's just not enough. It's just not enough to drive it through. Nina, I think, was a 3K in one round, in the first round, or second round. So it's going to be... third round. I'll just keep going. If I can just keep going through the numbers, I'll get there eventually. Nina picking up a 3K in one round, that just goes to say that actually they've been a little bit quiet across 6 rounds. So, yeah, for me, I think just not enough coming out of Scars at the minute. And SSG are a team that, given the opportunity like this, they will just grind you down.
They will. We've seen them do it many a time. Always looking for that next step, because like I said earlier on, they've not made it past the quarterfinal of a major competition. Even looking at Gamers 8 over the summer, same sort of story. Montreal, same sort of story. It keeps on happening. I want to see if they've really got it in this tournament to take that extra step, to make it to a semi and really push on for the NA region. Of course, we're a far way away from that. It's about a week and a half until we get to that point of the competition. Still plenty of Siege to play in before then. Scars, for now, I've got the Soul set up with a double shield set up. You've got that Ying on side, so they're calling it a little bit of Japanese chaos, Tim. We're used to this.
Yeah, they're going to drop into yellow, and
Rip.
they're going to
Rip.
drop as soon as they do. J9 and Ashen picking up 2. Washoi manages to find a trade. 4 versus 3. Washoi with the second, though, actually gets both of them. Benja takes him down, but maybe the damage is already done. 3 versus 2. Toxic Babes are coming out very early in the round. That's going to leave them maybe without a little bit of denial later on, but the important thing here is Nina. They still have those Candelas. They still have that utility to potentially allow them to push into side.
See that? Oh, that's twice.
That's the missed opportunity.
Because Rek had the same chance, but in that moment, it was a classic Siege time moment where he's moved his crosshair off to the left and only then saw the outline of the player as he stepped into the door, had to flip back by then too late. The player has stepped away, so both players here, I feel, could have had a kill that they now haven't got, and it still leaves SSG with a man advantage.
Yeah, I really feel if Nina gets that kill up the hatch, it's 2v2, they've got Candelas, there's every opportunity for them to be able to get in, brute force another kill, and then look at getting a plant down. Challenging the same angle is unlikely to work now. Fultz knows where you are, and he's going to be ready. He's going to fire back, and that's exactly what happens. Rek takes a ton of damage as well. SSG are holding on well. Benja manages to find the kill onto the gridlock, and that leaves Nina all alone. Only 1 Candela left to use. 1 versus 3. This is going to be a big ask because SSG, they're not going to overcommit. They're going to wait for Nina to make the move. They're going to find the kill, and that is a 5th round for the NA side, and they're starting to run away with Scars' map pick of Consulate.
They've played that dance around top yellow, I think, for a bit too long there. Like, Nina's got the 2 Candelas in back pocket.
Yep.
You know that player's going to step back as soon as you start putting any kind of heat on him. So just drop a Candela in there, save yourself 30 seconds, force him back, and then look at what comes next. But they were so hell-bent on trying to catch him out when they were simply not going to allow that to happen, that they left themselves with very little to do in the closing stages of that round. And SSG looking very, very comfortable for our first defense. Now down to the basement we go. They win this one. They've got a 4-round advantage over Scars, and they're already at map points.
Yeah, it was solid. I don't think Scars did enough work before they tried to push top yellow. They drop in there, they push the Blackbeard round. Blackbeard was dead immediately as soon as they stepped round that corner.
Deleted, Tim.
Absolutely. And they'd not done enough softening up. Where was the attention to bathroom window? Get bathroom window open, prevent a player from staying inside of there or playing around desk, force them out, make SSG go deeper. They'd open CEO window, but there was nobody on there. Again, get somebody on there or get somebody on connector. Just force SSG deeper into site before you start trying to push through yellow, because you see exactly what happens. You lose 2 men immediately because SSG, they're ready for it. That's exactly. There's only 2 places that you're waiting for as a defender on top floor. You're waiting for yellow, you're waiting for admin. And so SSG are sat looking at it. You've got to disrupt them before you can push in. And they've just caught them out on trying to bandit trick as well there. So Forest, he can still stick it. There's no reason why not. He's going to pop it on there. I don't think there was any breach coming forward. It's Maverick on the other side anyway, so it's not really too much of a big deal. Forest won't know that, but it may be time for him to just drop away.
Yeah, enough to give a bit of pressure. They've also got nades they can play with if they have to force him a little bit further back. So Forest, I think it's more of a, well, I'll drop down the battery, and then I am out of there. If I can waste a bit of time, then fantastic. But I'm not expecting to be able to sit here and actively trick onto that wall. And don't blame him, because now they know he's there, danger only begins to grow. So largely pulling themselves back, but still a couple of players, Tim, here, look, running around on this top floor. And Scars, so focused on trying to get bunker control, I think they're thinking about a direct hit in towards site. They won't be aware about this vertical potential that could come in and really cause some damage, but here we go, they're on the march.
Yeah, we've seen this plenty of times from Benja, particularly before. He's being joined from Ashen here. But yeah, Benja's at his absolute best when he just gets the freedom to do whatever he wants. Get out into the map and just cause a nuisance. And that's exactly what he's going to look to do. Ashen's going to drop Spiral now, look to move down Banana, see if he can find anybody at the bottom of there. Nobody available at the minute. And Benja, he's just going to probably follow suit, I think, and maybe hope to catch somebody out.
I was going to say direct towards site is 100% the call, so SSG have got to scramble back here and start looking to cover off the rest of their team. 2 kills definitely going to help in that motion. Benja with 1 more for himself, Ashen into another, and Scars have once again fallen apart here. Tim a little bit too one-directional, a little bit too predictable.
Exactly that. Just going to be trying to find anybody here. Cut down by Fultz. It's Fishlight managing to find J9O, but again, 1 versus 3. Even on the Blackbeard, can't get anything going. Fultz shuts him down, and that's going to be the round.
bit too easy at the moment. Walking pace, it feels like, for SSG. Not really had to get out of second gear so far. Scars are not looking too comfortable on the attack. Honestly, I wouldn't be too shocked if they're coming into this and thinking, you know what, if we can get one map away, that feels like a win in itself, because there's a lot of work to be done. Not forgetting, again, that we're going into Chalet next, that we saw SSG play yesterday, so Scars may well have something prepared for that map and a way to deal with what they saw coming out of SSG. But like I said earlier, Tim, how much can you really learn from 8 rounds of one map?
I'm going to let you in on a secret, Des. A lot. If Scars continue like this, they're not going to get anywhere. Nope. Here's the reality. Don't get me wrong. Love the Japan, love the Japan League. Love the Japanese region. We've covered it plenty. Enjoyed watching Scars. This is not the best that they can perform. No. We saw, in round 2 and 3, they felt really good, and it's because they played their game. They got out in the map, and they were a little bit unpredictable. They took the gunfights, and then we saw towards the end of the defenses that kind of dropped away, and they were just playing on site, and it didn't work out as well for them, because that allows SSG to play their game of setting themselves up, playing the execute that they want, finding the kills that they want, and SSG did that very well. Now that the sides have switched, Scars just look, in all honesty, a bit out of their depth here on the attack.
They do, and that's where I'm starting to get worried, is that, like you say, I doubt they even walk away with the map based on how this has gone. As I said, the only 2 rounds we've seen them find any success has been on 3Ks from Nina and from Fishlike.
Yeah.
Great 3Ks.
You can't rely on it, though.
No, yeah, and this is what I always say, is like, it's great when individual players are popping off, but you can't rely on that being a strategy to win a game, because all things being even, like, a player should get 1 kill in a round and be traded out or die in some other way, shape, or form, unless you're really having a standout performance. I mean, Benja's probably that one player you look at the moment alongside Fultz and say, you know what, you guys really are flying in this game. Jane, I know, also not exactly a slouch. This one, I think, will be done, Tim. It'll be a 7-2 first map.
Absolutely. I mean, what you're looking for, ideally, is, to win a round by good strategy, to win another round by good strategy, to, in your 3rd round, yeah, maybe things don't go to plan, and somebody pops off and you win the round anyway. That's what you're looking there for. You can't have that being your only rounds. You've got to be winning with good siege as well, especially at this level. And that's not really happening for Scars at the minute, so we'll see whether things can improve for them or not. But in all honesty, it feels like SSG are on a pretty good day as well. They didn't, I don't think, deal with the unpredictability of Scars in round 2 and 3 fantastically well. But when they've been able to play their game, they've looked great doing it.
I'm more concerned already that the fact that we had a SSG looking to now get emboldened, I think, and challenge up against Windows quite early on.
Well, it's no surprise.
Not everyone's let Scars in the building.
5-2, you've got Benja and Ashen up on top floor running round for a basement defense. That tells you exactly how SSG are feeling here. And they are that kind of team. If they feel like they're on top, they'll take advantage of that. And they'll get cocky with it. They'll get aggressive with it. They'll go after you, especially when they're on defense.
Here we go. Nina's in. Finds Ashen. Good start to the round. Not a bad one to be able to win the trade out on. Ashen, I think, as we all know, is the IGL for this team. Also, 2nd highest rated. Not a bad player at all. Him being brought down by the best player on the other side of Nina. Nothing to really turn your nose up at. 10 seconds till another call is available for Nina on that Dokkaebi at the same time. You'd hope to see Scar start to get some control of the map here and start thinking about, okay, what does an execute begin to look like without being sideswiped or caught out by someone on the SSG side.
4 versus 4 though, as Forest manages to level things up with a headshot onto Fishlike, taking down the Lion as well. That could be a big loss. Just going to lose some of those E1D scans as well. Might provide SSG with a little bit more freedom. Rek seeing what he can get going on the Bravo. Not going to find anybody at the moment. Jane, I know, just moving back upstairs towards that site. But for the time being, we're just seeing a little bit of a stalemate playing out over the last minute or so.
The thing is, the onus always comes on to Scars. Like, they're the ones on the attack. They're the ones who have to get map control and make things move here. And if SSG are happy to say, you know what? We've got the kill we need. We've started things off by getting rid of the line. It takes a lot of the pace away from their attack. And we can now just sit back and wait. Then cool. They're happy to let Scars come to them is the key one, I think, Tim. And already here, they're lining up on this doorway. This is not looking pretty for them. They're walking into what could be a bit of a slaughter.
Zoto Canister is going to go out just to prevent those Excaros pellets from detonating. Save a little bit of time with 30 seconds left to go. He can actually keep that wall closed. Forest manages to find Tayo with the Nitro. SSG are looking good for this. 4 versus 3. They're not going to suffer the breach from Scars by the looks of it. Washoy does manage to find one, but Benja, he's holding on. Nina's taken down. 15 seconds left to go. The plant is going down though. Washoy, can he stick it here? 3v1, he can't. Jin, I know.
with a double. Somehow Scars had crept in, but SSG, they figured it out in time, and they get map 1 closed out. That's going to be a Consulate win, and SSG looking very, very comfortable. 7-2.
Barely so much a whisper required from Ashen to gas his team up and get through that one. It was very, very comfortable. Scars, I feel, is lacking a lot of teeth on the attack, and when I say teeth, it more means around the coordination that comes into it. That was very, very single-minded. Go towards site. Don't worry about roamers upstairs. Don't worry about downstairs. They didn't really bring the complexity that SSG were expecting, and they made it look like child's play. Tim, we'll go to a break. When we come back, map 2 awaits.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Lair has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Lair finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive, that's the presser dome. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Boa. Getting that plant down, Allen out to the bottom, to the yellow pig as well!
The Psycho Kid as well, they're just pushing for the fight, he's on the back end, but 1 versus 1 with the demon!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give him the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in.
Do at this point. Can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
Shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
2 people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas Hoje eu tô entre os 3.000 melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou para mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei para ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan, Fernando, e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele
Blink and you'd miss it. SSG with a very dominant 7-2 win over Scars, and really, Tim, as we said back in the game itself, Scars' turning round wins came from pretty big performances from two players in Nina and Fishlight, but outside of that, they really lacked the teeth to get the job done.
Yeah, I think, you know, any of the rounds where SSG really challenged them, Scars pretty much folded.
I love it.
Like you say, on those rounds where they were able to rack up a couple of kills quite quickly and get that man advantage, yes, that's where they found some success. But overall, in reality, SSG just looking like much the better team through Consulate.
One thing I will allow Scars is, I believe that's their first game.
It's their first day.
Exactly that. The first game, they had yesterday off. Every team gets one day off during groups, and for Scars, that was yesterday. SSG have already had their warm. They're already in tournament mode. They're already rolled into playing the games and prepping for opponents and all that good stuff. So maybe you forgive them a little bit of a sleepy start, but now is the time where you have to wake up. There's no excuses really here saying, we were off our game that day, and that day someone felt a bit under the weather. Before you know it, you're 0-4, and you're going home and out of the group stages of SI. In case you missed it, here's what the numbers look like. And fair to say, Tim, they don't really make pretty reading overall. Like, only the best we've had is with Shoy going 8-8 to break even. Everyone else negative on the side of Scars.
Yeah, and it's not going to be good enough to beat this SSG side. We can see there, I think it was 5 or 6 rounds in a row. It was 6, in fact, for SSG to get it won, and that doesn't bode well coming into Charlotte here for Scars. You know, yes, it's their map pick, but still, I just feel like they could be in some real trouble here. They've got to stop the rot very, very quickly. They need to come in, for me, and get at least a couple of rounds to kick things off here, to send a message to SSG. Everything's a little bit quiet from Scars. They are a quiet team, I get that a lot of the time, but everything just looks a little bit quiet, or, you know, a little bit low energy.
They haven't got a lunatic like Anderton on the team.
No, you know, everything's quiet, everything's a little bit low energy, and I just feel like SSG at the minute are right on top.
They are. The other side of it, too, of course, for helping Scars out on this map going into Chalet, is they saw SSG play on this yesterday against Virtus Pro. There's a bit of learning to do from that. As I said earlier on, only so much you can learn from 8 rounds of play rather than watching a full 15-round game. But hopefully it gives them a little bit of a leg up, something to get them started at the tournament, because as mentioned again, 2-3 cases what got them moving in the last map. That's all we really saw from them. I do want to see them fight their way back, because for Scars, as I mentioned, when they made it to the quarters back in Copenhagen, everyone was behind them. It was like, yeah, wicked. Like, a team we don't normally see at quarters is here, rather than same old BDS or same old Dark Zero. It was nice to see a different team in there. And they really did get a lot of crowd back in, just couldn't quite deliver when it mattered most. Although, to be fair, losing to FaZe on the live stage certainly is not anything to turn your nose up at. It is a hard task to beat FaZe ever. In fact, as we look back over FaZe's last few years, the only times they've lost at competitions has been to the eventual winners or finalists of those tournaments. So unless Scars were looking to really want to be a finalist, it's a hard ask.
Scars are a team that you love to love. It's just that, you know, if they're winning games and they're doing kind of well, people will scream for them.
Oh, yeah.
Quite rightly, because they are an entertaining team to watch. This brand of Siege is a little bit different. They just seem a little bit out of the depth here in the first matchup today.
They do.
Like you say, maybe they just need to settle in. Maybe it'll get better over the next couple of days. But ultimately, at the minute, they're in a little bit of trouble here against the North American side. And I think, like I said, they need to come out on Chalet. They need to really put a marker down and just get a couple of really big rounds to kick things off. get themselves a 2-0, 3-0 lead and go from there, because otherwise this one is going to run away from them quickly. They're facing 6 rounds in a row now that they've lost. The more that stacks up, the harder it gets.
Yes, and into the bans we go. And this time around, the bans are actually accurate because we haven't got blue team starting on the defense. Oh, Ashen, please. What?
He's already in the...
What are you going to say, bro? Come on, let's get it out of the way. You need what? Come on.
Rek's just being nice, you see.
I feel really bad for Rek, actually, because in the pre-game lobby, he was like, hello, hey, and no one responded to him. I feel so bad for him. He just wanted to make a friend. That's all he was asking for. Fans have flown through pretty quick, though. Blackbeard and his army taken away by Scars. The Monty, as I mentioned, it's a go-to thing. If you're a team in the Japan League, you have to have a Monty main. Therefore, the ban makes total sense. And the final ban to come out for is, drumroll please, going to be a Valkyrie. Saw quite a bit of that in the last map, actually coming out from Rek, I believe it was, playing it in the early rounds. You recall him and his little rat, I wouldn't really call it a rat spot, when he was sat inside a cubby up on that top floor in the meeting room.
It is a little bit. It's
a bit cheeky.
Honestly, I would say this is one that's actually, Fresh is going to be sat there laughing because it's one that he does all the time.
I bet he does.
Even if it's reinforced and they're hard breaching it, if you stand in the corner, it doesn't damage you to kill you. So they never expect you to be stood in the corner. Fresh regularly gets kills from there. So if you're playing at home in ranked games, try standing in that corner when they're breaching and just poke your head out as soon as they do. And you might just find yourself a couple of kills.
People are going to be on Twitter at you about this, saying, well, I tried it in my game, mate, and they knew where I was and killed me. Cheers, Tim.
That's your problem. Your elo is not my problem.
Problem sounds like them listening to your advice.
Nope.
Anyway, starting things off down in the basement, SSG are on the defense. Ashen, I think, is probably fancying a little bit of bunting because he's across on the Vigil. It was banned against them in the previous map, if you recall. Well, now he is unleashed and can go about doing his usual business, causing a bit of chaos and no doubt chatting some crazy shit when he gets a 3K.
I think SSG need to be a little bit cautious here. I don't think it's a bad thing. Let Bender and Ashen do their things on defense. Let them get out. Let them be a nuisance. But don't be overconfident here. Yes, you've just had a pretty easy map. You picked Consulate. You've got a pretty easy map there. But just, Scars are a capable team. They've been around a long time. They know what's going on. Just be careful that you don't give them anything too easily.
We play this dance back and forth now if we really need to. Might lead to a bit of a delay in this wall being opened up, but trust me, it will be opened up. Unless Faults can really work some magic to get it re-electrified in time and get rid of the exothermic. Not anticipating it, but there we go. And another delay comes on through. The thing, again, I've really been wanting to see, at least on this map, I think, from the side of Scars, is their ability to play a bit differently. And when I say differently, I said last time around they were very single-minded. It was like, okay, we're going in through Garage Breach, for example, like you're seeing here, and every player would be so focused on that they wouldn't be expecting a flank or a jump out or something along those lines, and SSG would punish them for it. So I do want to see a little bit more consideration for the rest of the map, a little bit more complexity to their attacks. Otherwise, SSG will just tear them limb from limb once again.
SSG need to be a little bit careful here. They've got Bender and Ashen out on their own, which is absolutely fine, but they just need to be cautious that they don't leave themselves light-handed down in sight as well. Obviously that main breach has been opened up now. Deployable shield has been cleared. The potential that Scars could look at this and think, let's just get in there quickly, leave them out in the cold and pick them up as they come back, because they'll have to come down staircases, they'll have to expose themselves to us in order to get back to site. So Nina at the minute is still way out there, potentially looking to challenge them up on the top floor, but yeah, something that SSG needs to be aware of.
Despite that initial focus on this downstairs, it has turned into a full map fight out from Scars and almost sucked away from the objective. And I was saying I want to see more complexity to the attack. That doesn't mean start looking at the site and then take everyone away from that and focus on the rest of the map. But he's like,
you've got a minute left.
Yeah, it's been a full move away. Look, they've just completely ignored what's going on in the breach too as well. Just said, okay, cool, we'll just leave that and abandon and go towards trench side. My problem with trench side is it's so enclosed and so, you feel like you're walking into Death Alley when you step inside there. So I'm a little bit concerned that one, they've left it too late, and two, they're making things even harder for themselves.
What have they done? They haven't done anything about Bender on the top floor. They've gone and sat up there on the windows looking. They've never gone in the building on the top floor.
Oh, well, guys, we tried.
Yeah, they've never gone in the building to actually challenge him. So all they've done is spent a minute and a half, 2 minutes not really clearing anybody out. Benja's going to return to site, but he's going to be cut down. This is better.
Winnable.
3 versus 2, but the time is going to become a factor. 16 seconds left to go. They do get themselves inside now, Scars. Low health for Fultz. It's not going to be an easy win, but he gets one. Can he find the second? He knows where he's coming from, but no! Fishlag just about manages to thread the needle and find the shot around the boxes. Scars did not do it the easy way, but they win round 1 and they stop the momentum that SSG had built.
It's so weird how it feels like nothing happened for 2.5 minutes.
It honestly felt, and I don't want to downplay what Scars have done. Their last 40 seconds attack onto site was good. Their awareness of Benja dropping back was good. And I spoke about them potentially pushing straight to site. But the amount of time that they wasted watching them on the top floor, it ends up, the round feels more like luck than management in some ways. Ultimately, yeah, that was the plan, but in that case, you didn't need to spend 1.5 minutes on the windows upstairs watching Benja and Ashen run round.
Not the best start, but they get the result they need, Tim. An attacking round win.
Whether, you know, however it goes on the board, it goes on the board.
Exactly. That's all anyone cares about at the end of the day. Less so how you won, but more the fact that you won or potentially lost. A good start. SSG, I imagine, kicking themselves. They feel like they played the rest of that round very spot on, I'd expect. Just got stung more towards the end of things. Now, looking at the Scars lineup, Tim, 2 operators jump to mind here. Rex, Amaru, and Nina's Sen. Sen spoke about quite a lot already over the last couple of days. Sin, quite an uptick in pick rate. I think because you can now drop down the walls, teams are finding very creative ways to work with that light wall. Whereas on the Amaru side, I think I've seen it maybe once otherwise picked up, and definitely not for any kind of craziness up through hatches, for example. But knowing this side, knowing Scars, as a Japanese team, expect some shenanigans is all I'll say.
Yeah, almost certainly. I think you're probably right there. We're going to have the air jabs going out just to try and prevent any jump outs, any run outs, any aggression like that. Scars are going to need to take top floor control here, pushing on to kitchen and dining as they are. They are very concerned about potential aggression, I think, coming out of SSG with the Nomad, with the Claymores. They don't want to be jumping out on, they don't want to be losing any easy lives like that. I'm just looking for Scars this time to act a little bit quicker. They got away with it last time. It came down to a 1v1. It was very winnable for Fultz at the end. But save yourself the headache. Get in there a little bit quicker. Make these challenges. Nice. Well, they were worried about the jump outs, and they should have been, but Fultz didn't move quickly enough. Takes down was Shoy, which it's not the biggest pickup being the Ash. Lost the Solace now. Benja does manage to find Tayu, and without too much of a surprise here, SSG is starting to get really aggressive.
I tell you, Benja's having a bit of a series, isn't he? Starting on that first map looking real strong, with double digits on kills, and it's obviously not there yet, but he just looks confident whenever he gets himself involved in these gunfights. Problem is, Tim, they brought these operators along. I really thought we'd see him cook something special. It just has not come to fruition. Nina, the last one left alive against 4. There's still 1 minute and 15 to play.
Just going to hold his angle for the time being. It's honestly not the end of the world. If it's there's 2 reasons often we'll talk about, you know, where players kind of hit a pause button when they've got a lot of time left and they're in a 1vx. This is not the kind of unofficial timeout that we talk about. This is Nina just seeing if any of the players are going to be a little bit silly and over-aggressive and give him a free kill, because then it starts to become a little bit more winnable. If he plays around the site here, he may just catch 1 or 2 on a rotation, and a 1v4 can quickly become a 1v2. He's just using his time wisely to try and see if he can catch anybody out.
And unfortunately, I do not suspect that he will.
I don't think SSG will give him that,
no.
that good grace.
They've been really good at being composed. We saw it back on the last map when they know they're an advantage to be able to win, is not getting too over the top, not getting ahead of themselves and forcing gunfights they don't need to. Comfortable close out, and that evens things up at 1 apiece. It feels weird saying 1 apiece because I don't really feel like Scars have commanded the necessity to get that first round, but they've got it anyway. It's a weird one.
It is.
Is it last game of B Stream of the Day vibes, or are Scars just rattling us here a little bit? Judging by your silence, I know that you prefer the second option, but don't want to say it.
I think, look, let's see how the rest of Chalet goes, but I don't know. I don't think, if I'm being honest, that there's going to be many more rounds for Scars, because I just feel like SSG there, you know, we saw the way that Benja was running it and Fultz going out of the window. Scars, you kind of feel for them, you know, they put 2 Claymores down, they put air jabs down, they'd covered as many kind of places as they could, you know, how much more utility can you bring to prevent it? But still, SSG find the window that isn't protected. Out they go and get the kill. And yeah, it's just getting a little bit difficult for Scars at the minute, and I don't really know what much they can do differently. You know, on the attack,
there's a lot they can do differently,
Well,
Tim.
yeah, there is. But on the attack, it's not really for them to necessarily... It's going to be difficult for them to kind of go in and change the pace of things because they're having to play and they're having to react to what SSG are doing. And it's going to make it a little bit tough. When they get on defense themselves, yeah, they can commit to a heavy roam game, for example, and they can give SSG problems to solve. Whereas on attack, they're just having to respond to what's in front of them.
The concern is, like, again, we've got 3 or 4 players here. I think it's 3 stationed around this garage door. Fine, that's a great way to start in, but normally you'd see an individual player doing that, like a Buck or something that enters in through, works the way at lobby stairs, and is then in fireplace, able to command a little bit of attention. But here, it's a lot of nothing. Like, sure, get to the building, do your droning, I completely appreciate that. But I think what we want to really see is a full map clear, and honestly, I'd really like to see them either start with a big focus on library, or go for a solo side clear down. You know that there are roamers on this team. You can't keep on trying to go direct towards site. It's not going to work out for you. But they're just not showing the beans, I think, or the intention of going for that clear that's going to help them out.
Nina's...
What are we feeling, boys? Come on.
So you've got Nina creeping round on the knocking basement. And the whole idea there is stay off the radar. But then you've got these track stingers going chunk, 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 chunk around. You know, it's kind of defeating the object of what you're trying to do in a way. You know, you've got...
Tim,
they're well aware this player's in basement now.
Half the round's gone. There's 4 players hanging around garage if you include the Nook alongside the 3 that we're trying to work in through it. And this is what I mean. I'm just like...
That's what I mean. The Nook's creeping round.
What's the
But
intent?
everybody's in basement. You know, they know that you're there. You're not creeping up on anybody.
So you're
they
not
know
creeping
that
up
you're
on
there.
anybody?
You know, they know.
Right idea, guys. You know there's someone tucked inside a... Come on, surely. There we go. Surely we get him out of here now. Has the nade gone too far? Oh my god, I didn't even get the shield. Okay. Yep, okay. It's last game of the day, B-Stream vibes.
SSG are looking pretty comfortable at this point. In reality, Scars are going to struggle to get themselves on into sight. Drop away down the hatch. Again, not really being punished there. J9 taking a lot of damage along the way. Fishlight does manage to pick up Benja. Scar's going to somehow
I hate how they make it work, honestly.
I know, they're somehow going to get this round in the last 30 seconds again. We'll see what happens. 5 versus 4. J9 on the frost low health as well, but so is Rek. Time is ticking. 40 seconds left to go. They don't have top floor control. Ashen is still up there and can play from the hatch. So kind of wondering at this point where Scars are going to look to potentially put that diffuser down because they're going to need to extend the clock at this rate. But Ashen starts taking damage. Forrest manages to find a kill onto Fishlight. 4 versus 4. 20 seconds left to go.
You know what? I think it's a genius strategy. I've changed my mind. Scars are on a new level. It's bore your opponents to death until they're forced to run into you. And it's almost worked out. They've almost killed J9 and Ashen. But they couldn't quite hit the target, so it hasn't worked out the way they need. They've got no time left. The smokes might go in here, but I'm worried it's a bit too late. You haven't even considered the basics, like there's a warden dug in here, and this round is cooked. That might be one of the worst rounds of Siege I think I've seen. It's taken 2 days, and I'm already saying this, Tim. Yeah, even Ashen in all chat is asking, what are you doing? I agree. Why weren't there 4 players in garage for half a round?
The thing that really got me, and I know I said it, but you've got a bunch of you in basement. You've got track stingers going off, and then you've got the knock with the gadget on creeping round. I don't understand.
They messed up the nades onto the warden. They knew the warden was here, yet he still was able to come and just so comfortably step out to his left and get a couple of kills in. Like, I don't know.
Maybe they thought that there's somebody in basement with them, and that's why I'm stuck on this knock issue.
The famous poltergeist of Chalet Basement.
Maybe they thought somebody was in basement, and that's why they were creeping around trying to find somebody.
Is this someone in the room with us now? No.
No, I don't.
But it's like SSG were losing players or losing gunfights because they were just like, what is actually going on? We've got to go and find them. Like, they're doing something weird. And they're just running into players that have been sat holding the same spot for 2.5 minutes. That's why Ashen almost went down on top floor. It was crazy. So, I don't know. Scars, you know it's the SI, right? You know it's like the most important tournament of the year. You've qualified for it. You've played well throughout the year to get to this stage. Don't let it all
This
crumble away
is the
now.
thing that I would say, genuinely. You know, I've watched a lot of Scars play. As I said, we've covered plenty of Japan League over the years, Des. We know this team inside and out and these players. And this is, to me, just not indicative of the best they can play.
Nope, I agree.
It is not. You know, they are much better than this, and it feels like it's a bit of an off day. It's not usual for them to be spending 2 minutes just kind of loitering around and not really sure what to do or where to push.
I'll give them one day, but I'm pretty sure we're casting Scars 3 times this week, so tomorrow I'll be livid.
Yeah.
I'll be absolutely livid.
Any more of this, and there'll be trouble.
I'll be round there having words, that is
There'll
for
be
sure.
some serious trouble from Desert. Let's see how the rest of the game goes. Look, maybe Scars turn it around. SSG looking to challenge from the top floor. Benja, as we say, he's been having a good game so far, and he's looking to continue that. He's locked into Mezzanine at the minute, and they're going to have to do something about him. J9O picks up Nina. That is going to be the Dockerby on big loss. That goes the calls, the potential to take the cameras. Not good.
Yeah, not ideal, Luton. He was on front door by himself as well, put like Nina was, so I get it, like, been isolated out. There's been good calls and communication from SSG. A good trade coming in there, as well as Fish-like falls with Shoy is there to pick up the pieces. Still a 3 versus 4, though, and SSG have got the numbers they need. Now a 4v2. What more is there to say to him? I think at this point, SSG have done enough to close out round 4.
SSG are playing really well. You know, SSG, I know we've been a little bit critical of Scars there, but in reality, you've still got to, you can only beat the team that's in front of you. And that's what SSG are doing. They're playing with Ashen and Benja out in the map. You know what? If Scars are going to take 2 minutes to push us, let's give them a reason to spend 2 minutes trying to chase us around the map. SSG have read into it perfectly, and they're playing it beautifully. They're winning the gunfights. They're taking advantage of every situation. They really are on top of what is going on. 4 versus 2, you know, they likely win this one as well and take themselves to 3-1. Whether they can continue that on the attack or not, I guess we'll see in the second half of things. But right now, they're looking good for at least a 4-2, if not a 5-1 half. Fultz and Ashen close it out. That's another one for them. 3-1, SSG cruising.
Cruising's one way to put it, Tim. There's a weird one looking at the start. I mean, again, what's really kind of weird for me is when you look back at what we spoke about in the pre-game is Scars have consistently been that #1 team from the Japan League, but there's more excitement and focus on CAG than there is Scars. It just feels so strange. So strange. More needs to come from this, and we'll see what more can follow. In fact, I wasn't quite sure what's happening over under the stream, but I'm guessing by that very loud noise, something has just happened. NA1, I assume.
I'm pretty sure that I could hear Troy's voice in there.
Yes.
So I think it might have been good news for Shopify.
Yeah, I think they won 7-1 against Secret. That is on Lair, I think was the last map. Yeah, just in the video. Troy did the classical like sort of thing to then scream and shout. It was brilliant.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was definitely Canadian notes. Well heard and well recognised.
NA had a terrible day yesterday. They were due a good day today,
They were.
and they've delivered.
Yeah, Unwanted were great.
Very good. Shopify Rebellion, good. Dark Zero, fantastic result. And SSG right now, absolutely dominating. So day 1 was not NA's day. Laxing leaves us with a smile because day 2 certainly is.
Revenge of NA. Just took a little bit of waking up from day 1. That's all true needed. And the tournament is up and moving for the region. Right, let's see if Scars can get a second round on this half. There is work to be done. Looking at the comp they got this time around, again, looking in towards the Ying, something we've seen quite a lot of. I like seeing Rek over on the Deimos. I enjoy seeing Deimos full stop, because most players that we've seen make use of this operator as one of their go. Forget about it. I like seeing Deimos.
What are you saying about Deimos?
Forget about it. I didn't say anything.
I'm going to hold you fully responsible. Rek gets ripped off the window with the nitro from Benja. His good game continues, picks him up on the ward. I'm going to take down a drone and look to continue fighting. He knows that there's another on the solar window. Doesn't really need to overcommit to that. All they're looking to do is burn time and hold on to this top floor. The double window player, I think he's just going to drop away there and look to maybe move elsewhere. But Benja just needs to keep himself alive here, because as we've already seen, Scars are struggling to push into the building. They're struggling to clear these positions, and just take advantage of that.
I'm just curious who maybe stands up here as the most played Deimos that we've got over, say, the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months or so. Shaiko, Doki, Maya, Kobalak's up there, always up there. Believe it or not, Pack has actually played an awful lot of Deimos as well. Hasn't done very well on it, but he has played a lot of it. And for me, it's again, you see players play Deimos and you get excited by the potential of the operator. Think about Atom earlier on today. course, not going to see that much when Rex the one sat on a window on the Deimos. It's not a great spot to be in. It's not making use of the strengths of that operator. Ying now hits the deck. SSG, I was going to say, still have got all 5 players up. But like that, Scars find 2 kills, bring it down to a 3v3. Technically a 2v3 because Fishlike is on his backside. He's now finished off. SSG with the numbers advantage.
Giano just looking for the challenge onto that double window. He doesn't really need to take it. Tayu manages to finish him off. Washoi is inside of the building. Tayu is not. So right now, if SSG recognise that, they could go 2v1 onto the man inside of the map. But instead, it looks like they're just going to play things a little bit more passive now. Get themselves back into sight, hold it back, and just try and force Scars to do something. With only 2 on side, it's a smart move because Fultz, he's just hovering around. He's thinking about getting onto that top floor because the likelihood is if they want to get this diffuser down, they're both going to have to go to site because one needs to cover. You can't really cover properly from above, so the opportunity is there to then retake top floor when they go for that plant.
Forest and Fultz started well so far too. 5-1 and 5-2. On the other side, both players 2 and 4. So you can see who's been performing at least so far on this map. I mean, admittedly as a team, it's been more SSG that's been doing the goods and doing the numbers. 10 seconds to play here. That Timer becoming the extra man for this side, but they've got the kill they need, Tim. Forest starts his move up here. All he's got to do is find Tayu. They don't know exactly where he's coming from. Rounds on towards one. Will he find his man? No, Washoi hears him. They get a second round on the board, Tim. Still keeping it within 1 round of SSG. 3 and 2 to the North American side.
I think SSG were maybe a little bit too passive there. They dropped themselves too far away from site. They needed that information. They needed to know if the plant was going down. They pushed across the top floor into Piano because they didn't know. And they were just waiting for them. But like I said, they couldn't really cover properly. If the plant is going down inside a kitchen and you've got somebody trying to cover from master bedroom, for example, you can kill that player easily from dining and leave the diffuser cold on the ground. So really, both players are probably going to have to drop into site to get that diffuser down, and so it was just a bit of a waiting game for SSG. Wait for that to happen and then retake that top floor and get the kills, and unfortunately Fultz moves across and it's a little bit too soon, but he doesn't really know that the plant isn't going down yet, so he doesn't know that there's still going to be somebody up there. And for me, like I said, they were maybe just a little bit too far away from site and could have just done with that extra little bit of intel.
Okay.
Another round for Scars, though.
I tell you what, there's a world here, Tim, where they get 3 rounds this half. And given how it's been going for the most part, I'd be very shocked if they managed to get to that point. It would be, I wouldn't say so much undeserved, because they've done what they need to do to get it over the finish line, sure. But SSG probably look at that and just think, man, probably shouldn't let that one slide. If you can take 5 defensive rounds against VP, you should be able to do the same against Scars, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course you should. Right, here we go then. We're going to move into round 6. SSG, they're going to be wanting to walk away with 4 here. They need to be. Guman is going to go out onto the office balcony. And that's just going to provide any intel for maybe if that push is coming through onto Benja or not. SSG looking to hold onto this top floor for as long as possible. Pretty standard for a bar and game hold. Just try and hold on to this. Try and hold on to Library. Make it difficult for Scars to get those verticals.
Drones coming in and everything else, starting things out with a classic Scars start. Most of them up against the building, on the drones, figuring out exactly what is going on. And it's very common, it's worth stressing for most teams. Get yourself safe to the building, get on the drones, figure out that next plan of action and what it is that you need to be working through. For SSG, though, who have quite happily spread themselves around the map for the majority of these rounds, it is the same story. As some round Scars committed most players to work their way through Garage and ultimately wasted 2.5 minutes down there doing very little, to be frank. They couldn't get rid of the Warden, who ultimately came back to bite them in the execute, so surely a big focus for them is getting rid of Split in between those 2 sites and making sure that's cleared out before they even start thinking about an execute.
I think Scars is, almost certainly looking forward to that second half. I think I'm expecting to see a little bit of improvement on the defensive side when they get there because, again, it removes that issue of having to take the honors, having to be the ones getting in there, having to be the ones driving the round. Nina does manage to pick up Fultz. That's a good start, taking down the Fenrir. That's going to lock the F-Nats in place, whichever are activated. And how about that, though? Ashen manages to get a beautiful double, swings onto Tayu, then 180 onto Fish. Fishlight. I think he put the diffuser down on the ground as well. Yeah, he's going to ping it out. His team are aware of it, so they can just play it in and around Solar. How about it? Always put a bullet or two through the softball. You never know what you might find. With Shoy taken down, Benja finds Nina, and it has fallen apart for Scars again. Trying to get anything going, but with that diffuser down, 40 seconds left to go. This one's done. SSG 4-2 on the half, almost certainly.
It's really going to require a miracle from Rek, and wasn't even aware of the frost mat just inside the window. Down by that, and then finished off by the player inside a split.
It just goes to show, sometimes, if you're just having a good day on Siege, like Ashen is today, just take a shot at that barricade. Just pop a few bullets through the wall, because they'll land on something. You know, sometimes you just have those days where you could shoot up in the air and hit somebody. You just don't miss, and that was the case for Ashen there. Absolutely beautiful 3K.
He was also in all chat and said, Nina, you are useless, bro. So he might not be screaming it, but he's still typing it in all chat. He's still letting him know how he's feeling about this game.
So calm. So calm. After a beautiful 3K there. So we switch sides. SSG go on to the attack. They're going to be attacking top floor to begin with. I imagine we'll see them trying to get library control off this balcony and push in from that side. Maybe a little bit of attention towards Solar, bathroom windows. Why not? I think the honest answer for SSG here is keep piling the pressure on now. Just keep stretching Scars. Don't give them the opportunity of a one-dimensional attack. Get on every side of them. Make it an absolute nightmare for them. Get somebody on double window, Solar, bathroom window, office side. Come in from library. You know, really surround them. Close the net and just make life absolutely miserable for them.
Okay. Let's see how things go now. We swap sides at the very least. Scars on the defense. And SSG on the attacking side. Now, pace, I wouldn't be shocked to see coming out of SSG. Got things like the Blitz available to them. We've seen them make use of that a lot historically. At least in this round, it's not going to be something they're deploying, instead leaning it towards the Sense. And also got the Deimos here for Ashen. Remember what I said about Deimos players, Tim? Ashen might be one of those players. We're going to find out.
Just going to be holding that long angle as the double window is opened up in case anybody's just on the inside of it. That wasn't the case, so it may well be.
This is early.
I was going to say this is very early, but if you're putting that in there, it's because you're kind of ready to go. Need to be careful though, there is somebody on that library corridor window. Benja finds Rek, and this could be the beginning for SSG. The light screen went in. They're just going to be poised and ready to go around that double window. They're just getting themselves into position. SSG, they continue to move through the map. If you remember what I said, keep the pressure on Scars, and that's exactly what they are doing. They're not giving them an inch to breathe here inside a chalet. Benja's just walking around, killing at will at this point. 5 versus 3 now. SSG are really tearing Scars apart.
They've got the right idea. There is someone outside in the balcony. I don't think you're going to be able to kill them. It's Jano on the sledge who's been hovering around. They're really trying to commit. This is the second player I saw a second ago. In fact, was it almost 3 of them trying to commit towards this? If you also include someone trying to attack on towards the library window, maybe. I'm not going to find anything. A track coming on through, which will probably dissuade them from trying to be too aggressive about this as well. So SSG done the right thing. Ben just floated on through, got a couple of kills. Now it's about converting onto the last 3 players, with Shoy also falling. SSG up 5-2.
Yeah, Benja's actually got the case as well. Still underneath, it sort of says to me that they're not really shaping up towards putting a plant down.
Nah.
That they're just happy to go around chasing the kills, looking to find them. The Deimos tracks are coming out as well now. Oh, getting caught out there. Come on, Benja. That's the oldest angle in the book on Chalet. Just waiting above there for anybody coming up the stairs. Fishlight manages to pick him up. That's going to put Diffuser on the ground as well. That'll need to be recovered now. So SSG need to be careful. Still looks like they win this one, but it's not a guarantee at this point.
No, not when you get down to these final 30 seconds either. You always say it, but that clock becomes the 6th man for a team. Fultz playing the patient game.
I think it's a guarantee now.
I think it's pretty much set in now, yeah, indeed. SSG is holding angles on that top floor for basically the entirety of the round. The bathroom window, the double window, and just letting players walk into it, with Benja trying to massage them from below a little bit. Just looked a little bit too pedestrian for SSG. Up 5-2. Scars. Already looking like a mountain to climb up.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly what I said. You know, I wanted to see SSG do really just surround them. They had a presence all over the place, and there was just nowhere safe. Double window, bathroom, Solar, underneath, just really put the pressure on Scars from absolutely everywhere, so they just feel like nowhere is safe. They had players underneath. Benja went and killed them. Just keep doing that. Don't give them any room to breathe here, and you'll find yourself another 7-2. It'll be 14-4, and you'll be done for the night, and that's what's looking likely for SSG at the minute. We move into round 8 then. It's going to be bar and gaming this time, and honestly, with the way that last round has gone, I don't think this is going to be any easier for Scars. They're going to need to keep hold of Mezzanine and Library. SSG, again, just going to pile the pressure on that top floor.
And why not? It works so effectively. Just to see how they actually break this one, to be fair. They've got the Sense coming on side again. Now, on this side in particular, you always think about the Sense gadget being rolled in through the drone hole, just at the one that sits the chassis inside of site itself. So they could get a bit cheeky on that side to make use of that if they want to, which suggests that taking control of Library is going to be their main focus. As you can see through the outlines in the far off distance, though, everyone's quite scattered. You've got 2 out towards front door and off towards master side. You've got 1 coming up towards Solar at the same time, so quite a spread. And in fact, maybe even looking for a full map clear here, the side of SSG.
There's going to be Fultz has diffuser in hand. Over on that double window side again. So like I say, it's going to be about getting into top floor. But whilst they're making a lot of noise top floor here, Benja once again, and really Scars should be prepared for this. They should be thinking about it. Benja's been playing on his own. He's not been playing with the team. He's been lurking around. He's been getting kills everywhere all over the map. Where is he going to be coming from? And the answer is he's going to be coming from the opposite end of where everybody else is. And that's exactly what Benja's doing at the minute on the dock bit. He's just moving his way up there, and he's looking to get into a position to spring. He now needs the rest of his team to kind of just flush them into him. Just create that movement, and he'll step up those stairs and bang, get himself a couple of kills.
Got the first call online, the second one available in 15 seconds too, so it's going to start boiling up to it, I think, where I'll pull that trigger and it's all going to start crumbling for Scars if they're not too careful. SSG been very, very good so far throughout the series at isolating players. That was like, again, pedestrian. It really feels like Wishoy should have had Benja's number there, but Benja's just that guy.
Kills going either way, J9O picking up 2. Nina and Fishlight taken down 3 versus 2. It's up to Tayu and Rek to try and hold on. The problem is that they are very separate at the minute, and the reason that's a problem is they can't impact on each other's fights or deaths, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. Tayu's taken down because SSG gang up on him, and that means that Rek now has to fight his way back in on his own. The plant goes down. Benja's able to get guns up. They know where he's coming from. They're using his utility against him. The mirror window from the defenders is now working for the attackers, just peeking out from behind the bomb chassis. Nitro goes out. No, Benja gets out of the way a bit. Rek, he's doing his best to try and fight his way back in, but it's unlikely to be successful. He's on low health. Benja steps out and gets the kill. That's going to be another round for SSG. That's 6-2.
Benja's having a little bit too much fun. Too much ease, I think, is probably the problem as well.
He's just doing what he wants. He's just doing exactly what he wants at this point.
It's like I said on the stairs, like he didn't know Wishoy was there by the looks of it. Really felt Wishoy should have had his number there and brought him down for free, but it just wasn't to be the case. Sorry to say it, Scars, but attack timeout is probably a little bit late when you're down 6-2 at this point. It's a 4-round mountain to climb. SSG a single round away from getting this one closed up 2-0.
And I think that's probably likely to happen sooner rather than later. Like I say, Scars have been off the pace today. They can definitely perform better than this, but it's also fair to say that SSG have had a good game. Ashen, Benja particularly, have been an absolute nightmare to pin down.
They have.
They've been doing things, you know, very well as well, just the way the other players have been flushing the defenders around here in the last couple of rounds, forcing Scars into bad positions. They've just been well on top of all aspects of the game.
They have, and it's hard to really see how Scars have any way of turning it back around. And I imagine many of you looking at this and probably hoping to get some idea on what are SSG doing, how can we beat them in the future days. You're probably not going to learn too much from this.
I don't think you are, in honesty.
I don't think you haven't really seen them stretched.
No, I think you're absolutely right there, Des. You know, the game to look back at for SSG is yesterday's game. Realistically, if you're looking for how to stretch them, how to find gaps, you're not going to find too much here, because all you're going to really witness is, Benja's wandering around downstairs again on his own.
Yep.
You know, they're not necessarily going to be doing that regularly, but whilst they're getting away with it, they will continue doing so. Scars, I would love to see you get a couple of rounds here and make a game of this one. They're going to be looking to hold on to multiple areas. It's basement, but they've got a mirror window in dining, so there's a bit of a commitment at least to the first floor there. Need to keep hold of the top floor in that case, because otherwise I would expect SSG to just walk into office, shoot the floor open, and pop the mirror window.
He wanted to start because I think as we see so many teams do, you have the timeout. That's the time when you try something a little bit different. You'll see a rush come out, for example, just to try and upset the apple cart, change the tempo of the game a little bit, and rock the opponents when they're expecting or they're planned for something in particular. I think it's just good for SSG to have a little bit of discipline still, and probably also a little bit of respect towards Scars there, and expect that that sort of thing might come out, might catch them off guard. Just playing things super sensibly for now, starting to think about what this execute looks like. And already you can see 2-3 players all working up towards Trench. On SSG side, they're starting out on Garage. The disparity between SSG's attack already and what we saw from Scars earlier, where it was, what, 3 players sat outside this garage door whilst they were getting it open, then everyone rotates around to Trench, and then the round just kind of peters out from there. For SSG, they're taking on 2 parts of the map at the same time. That's the kind of complexity that I was saying I'd love to see from Scars back in that first half.
Nina's got himself into a position he's going to get a freebie, absolutely. There they go, no idea. And this is what Scars need to be doing, really. They thought they were safe. They thought they had the air jab down, but Forest reacts quickly. And again, it's SSG doing things well. Yes, Fultz had no idea, and he gets caught out as the thermite. And that's not great. They've lost some serious hard breach there. They're wanting to breach that wine wall more than likely with the thermite. They've already used 2 Selma charges on the front side, so now they are limited. What you want to do is an exothermic on wine wall, and your last Selma onto the long angle from refrigerator, from car garage, all the way down to connector, so that you can hold it whilst you're going through the sort of boiler wine wall and get yourself into a planting position. They can't do that anymore. So it is a bit of a loss from SSG, all because they hadn't drawn that out properly. But Forest reacts well, gets the kill. Washoy is there and manages to, yeah, it's not even a late trade really, but Tayu managing to find J9. Or SSG are just trying to get aggressive here. They don't really mind. It's 6-2. If they lose the round, they lose the round. Benja just trying to do what he can here. Unlikely he wins this one. And it's been better from Scars. 3v1, cut down, dealt with, and Scars there, like I said, just a little bit better from them.
They're all composed. I think it's the main part.
I think just putting themselves in more dangerous positions. Nina inside a trophy, then dropping the hatch, gets himself a free kill onto the thermite. That forces SSG to reassess because they don't have the hard breach they need anymore. And it's just a bit more of a deadly situation that they've not been creating prior to that.
A bit more Japan. Again, thinking about the disruptive playstyle they have. I reference it every now and again, but I think back to a clip that Mag posted actually a few years ago when he was scrimming against Cag back when he was on Fnatic. And there was just a moment on Clubhouse where he sat on the strip club roof, and then suddenly 3 players from Cag just burst out of windows, doorways, and it's just absolute chaos. I look back also at the Mexico Major in 2021, and Cag were that team that were bullying Team 1 off the map. If you recall, on Oregon, they were keeping them outside. They couldn't even get inside a door or a window without having someone being stood there ready to challenge them at a drop of a hat. And that's the kind of gameplay that I think over time teams have really learned to deal with very, very comfortably. It never really was a major threat, or saw, of course, a Japan team going on to win a big event, but it was definitely an adaptation that some teams had to make, because for a long time we'd always hear, God, we hate playing against Cag, or God, we hate playing against this team, because we just know what kind of chaos is going to follow when we face off against them in the server. The Scars, I think leaning into that is good, but as SSG showed back on the last map, if you leave one man out roaming by himself on the side of Scars, they will have 2 or 3 players that will pinch him out, and it is horrible to deal with when you've got a whole team bearing down on you, and you just don't know which angle's being watched.
Back up to the top floor for Scars then. We saw them defend it back in round 7, and it was not a success for them. It was the round with Benja just working underneath on the book. Likely to be the case again. There was pressure from office balcony, double window, from bathroom window. They just made it an absolute nightmare for Scars to try and go anywhere. J9's going to take a bit of damage. He's going to have to drop away. Scars, again, getting aggressive, taking the fight to SSG in a successful way. Not being penned in, not being cut down by Benja underneath already. This is good stuff from them.
Taking the fight, but also having a second player on that piano window ready to jump in the fight at the same time. This is what I mean, like, again, the history that the Japanese teams carry with them is just being really aggressive. And it's good to see him showing a little bit of that. It's a bit too late for it, I'd wager. You know, when you're down at 6-2, to have a tack timeout to remind them, hey, guys, you can play like this, by the way, and then going, oh, yeah. Bit of a late time for it. I'd like to see that maybe down at 4-2, for example, or even after you've lost that first round of the half. But, hey, at least it's starting to, I won't say bear fruits. They are the ones with negative HP off the back of that trade, but at least they're trying. And a great yellow ping coming on through gives them a couple of kills very quickly. SSG now in the driving seat to get this one closed out.
Yeah, I think Benji had a feeling that there was somebody on the other side of there, maybe just had a little audio cue, so the drone comes in and we just see beautiful teamwork, essentially.
No.
He's going to get... What are you doing?
You know...
Nina, what are you doing? They've already lost one person there, and you're just going to walk across without even looking at the barricade that's been broken. Benja quite easily gets his second. 4v2 now. Rek on super low health. This one is pretty much done.
You have to see some real magic from Tayu, the healthier of the two remaining on this side, but with SSG having 60 seconds still to play with, Tim, I don't think they're going to give any room over to the other side to get any way back into the round. Take your time here, find out where these players are. You know where at least one is anyway. You even got the drone here on him, and a great kill from Benja below, his third kill, without barely moving his feet at the same time. Just Rek left standing. Tim, this one's done.
Yeah, they've all come from the same spot there for Benjo. Like you say, Reg, 1, 2 HP maybe. If one of them, you know, coughs in his direction, it's probably going to be the end of it. So it's just going to be a matter of time now. He's just got himself sat in piano, and he's just going to wait and see if maybe anything presents itself nice and easily. The plant is going down. Unlikely to be able to stop it. The cover is there on the right. It is. It's Forrester who picks up the final kill. And as expected, SSG come away with a strong 2-map win against Scars.
I really hope we'd see a bit more from Scars today. And like I said earlier, I'm happy to put it down to map 1, okay, still getting warmed in. Map 2, all right, it's been more of the same. But we saw flickers of life, dare I say, after the timeout.
There was a couple of moments.
Yeah, and so I'd say, given this first day, we'll wait to see how they play tomorrow. But SSG, their campaign is well underway. They want to put themselves in a good standing going into the next stages of this tournament. As that reminder, first place, you get a bye through to the second round of the upper bracket. Second and third, they start off in the upper bracket first round. If you're finishing fourth, then you start off in the lower bracket. So every point, every map, everything counts. SSG has said have really put a stake in the ground and show where they want to be.
Yeah, Scars have got to bounce back from this. They've got to look at, you know, round 2 and 3 on Consulate. They looked absolutely great. They had a couple of moments on Chalet, but otherwise just looked a little bit lost on Chalet to say that it was their map pick. By contrast, you know, let's look at the positives. SSG looked great there. They did everything they needed to do. It might not have been the normal game that they will play against everybody. We'll see. If they're being challenged a little bit more than that, maybe if they're losing bodies a little bit more, no, they're not going to play it in exactly the same way. But ultimately, they beat the team in front of them, and they did it really well. They recognised where the weaknesses were. They applied the pressure that they needed to, and they got some belting kills. We're seeing them come through now. Ashen and Benja were basically uncontrollable.
They were. This is the kill that I looked at and just thought, there's no way. We're sure he really should have had his number, but Benja completely blindsided him. 3Ks from this spot here, planting his feet and barely moving as well. Just showed that SSG here were on another level, unfortunately, in Scars. They've got some homework to do tonight, I think, if they're going to come back and put on a strong show tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we just see a better performance from them in a different game. I think, like we said, they are way better than they've shown us today. They're way more capable, you know, and I'm sure that they're going to come back and have better performances. Again, you know, they've struggled in that KD bracket where SSG have been well on top of it.
They have. And Benja, I'll give a shout out to him today. I think all players on the side of SSG had their moments for sure. But Benja, I think, is the one who's looked the most consistent. Back on that first map, straight into like 10 and 4, I think he was really early on. 12 and 6 here, has floated through parts of the map and picked up kills seemingly for fun. It was like watching him play a ranked game at times, Tim. It was that simple for him. Really has put a torch to the name, I think. And there'll be a few who look at him and say he's one to watch out for in this tournament. 23 and 10 he ends on. On the other side, unfortunately, not a single player going positive. Rek, I think, especially, is one player you'll look at here, Tim, and think, we have to see more if this side are going to do well.
So much better.
He is,
you know,
so much better.
So much better than 5 and 18. Benja, 137 on the EPS. Fantastic performance. Really, across the board.
They all played well. Yeah.
They've all played well. They've all had the moments, you know, and I think going forward from today, it puts SSG in a great position.
We've been given a wonderful drawing by Emmy.
I knew straight away that was going to get shown.
I just don't know why this is the thing that's been handed to us, but it's been handed. You look great, Tim.
Thanks. I'll sign it.
And give it to who? Back to Emmy?
No, I'll keep it and frame it.
You're not serious. I know you are not going to frame that. There's zero chance you frame that.
No, I'm not.
Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well so we can see what's coming up on day 3 of the 6th Invitational 2025. As mentioned, Tim, this has been day 2. Tomorrow, there is still plenty more action to take place over here on the B stream. We start out with BDS. Well, fair to say, Tim, they had their moment earlier on today where we've really got to see this side wake up into things. They're coming up against Raza Company. If they're going to have a good performance, it's going to be there. DZ against Falcons, Furia against Team Secret, and Cyclops, the party spoilers, they come up against Shopify Rebellion, who have looked fantastic so far.
Yeah, they've looked good. Obviously, they had a tough game against FaZe yesterday. They've picked up a win today, so Shopify Rebellion, I fancied them coming in as, I'd put them maybe in the sort of dark horse group. I don't know if I'd go as far as like favourites.
I see them more as like
somebody
party
like
spoilers.
FaZe. Shopify Rebellion have been great so far and very good to watch. Honestly, the upset tomorrow, potentially. BDS had a tough game today against Dark Zero, and Raza Company have been looking good so far. Do not just chalk that one up as a BDS win. Could be a tough game. They need to really focus in for that one.
It's a good point. We spoke about them quite a lot last year. We
They
cast
are
them
a
back in
quality
Brazil.
outfit.
They are good. When they're on their day, they've got 3 or 4 players that really stand up there amongst the best in the world, but it's finding that consistency, I think.
Yep.
And against a team like BDS, who's coming back with hopefully a little bit more rejuvenated tomorrow after the realization that today was a really poor show, we see more from them, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the hope for EU fans everywhere, to be honest. But yeah, it won't be an easy game, and it's certainly not one not to miss.
For sure. Well, I believe we've still got games going on the A stream, but that is us done here for the B stream for today. Tune in tomorrow for more fun action, and until then, we'll catch you guys later. Have a good night.
Yes!